Chapter 87, Orochimaru, I'm not a Konoha spy, do you believe me? Bonus. At this point, is there really a need to bring up the past? Kakuzu frowned, clearly displeased by the Deva Path's words. He knew that Akatsuki's origins could be traced back to Shijin. However, that was the first generation of Akatsuki. If this current Akatsuki still insisted on acting under Shijin's name, it was starting to feel absurd to him. Look at the kind of people Akatsuki had now. Kakuzu was including himself in this criticism, but he understood the reality. Akatsuki was a dangerous organization, and he didn't think it had anything to do with Shijin anymore. No, Akatsuki has never changed. The Deva Path didn't argue with Kakuzu, but instead responded calmly. We are still carrying out Lord Shijin's will. Don't make me laugh. Kakuzu looked up with dissatisfaction, his voice turning cold. I'll admit that you three once upheld his ideals, but this current Akatsuki, it has nothing to do with him anymore. Kakuzu-senpai. Nagato quickly stepped forward to try to ease the tension. Yet his mind truly seemed to be split in two. While he tried to calm Kakuzu, the Deva Path continued playing its role as Akatsuki's leader. There are things you haven't noticed. The Deva Path's tone grew even colder as he stared at Kakuzu and spoke solemnly. For the sake of true, everlasting peace in the ninja world, Lord Shijin also left behind another path, a path that gave reason for Akatsuki's rebirth. And even before Akatsuki was formed, there was already someone walking that second path. Someone who once assisted Lord Shijin in ending the first great ninja war. Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu recalled the time he had been defeated by Uchiha Madara while encountering Shijin for the first time. It was an unforgettable humiliation. Correct. The Deva Path nodded and continued. Madara received Lord Shijin's guidance. Before his death, he passed the second path of peace onto Akatsuki, giving us an alternative choice. We have always carried out Lord Shijin's will. In fact, as he spoke, his gaze landed on Orochimaru. Because a Konoha ninja used a forbidden jutsu to revive Lord Shijin, we were able to contact him once more and earn his true recognition. Orochimaru's heart clenched. Akatsuki had discovered that he had resurrected Shijin. Not only that, they had already made contact with Shijin. When? How did they find out? Did Shijin really leave behind a second path? If Akatsuki had been following Shijin's will all along, Nagato and Konan had already moved closer to Orochimaru, positioning themselves to strike at any moment. Clearly, this was all premeditated. Shijin wasn't just reclaiming Akatsuki, this was also a setup against Orochimaru. As someone highly attuned to danger, Orochimaru instantly realized he was in trouble. He could feel the surging chakra around him, ready to attack at any second. He was in deep trouble. Has someone desecrated his peace again? Kakuzu, still not fully grasping the situation, frowned and muttered regretfully. Where is Lord Shijin now? What do you mean? Sasori tilted his head, his voice heavy with skepticism as he uttered a name that had long been spoken with reverence. Pain, are you saying Shijin has been revived? Yes. We have finally restored Akatsuki's true leader. The Deva Path stepped back slightly, making way as he gestured to the side. From this moment on, Lord Shijin will officially take command of Akatsuki. All actions will be carried out under his direct orders. I assume none of you have any objections. As he spoke, a figure slowly stepped forward, his eyes opening, his calm Rinnegan gaze sweeping over the Akatsuki members below the Jido statue. It's been a long time, Kakuzu. Lord Shijin. Kakuzu's fists clenched instinctively. The moment he saw Shijin, tension coursed through him, but just as quickly he relaxed. It was Shijin's words, spoken long ago, that had helped him find purpose in his decades of existence. He had never expected to see him again after so many years. Akatsuki's plan. Kakuzu voiced his lingering doubts. Yes, Akatsuki's plan originated from me. Shijin nodded, his voice steady. When I first heard about Akatsuki's actions, I was surprised that people were still following the second path. But now, everything has proven that the second path is the right one. The medical ninja system I created failed to prevent the rise of the Warring States era. The peace I left behind could not stop the great ninja wars. Kakuzu fell silent. He knew Shijin was telling the truth. He had witnessed the chaos of the Warring States era and the 3 great ninja wars firsthand. It dawned on him, if the ninja world remained this broken, then perhaps it wasn't so shocking that Shijin had guided Madara and Akatsuki onto a different path. But this was still an earth-shattering revelation. The world's greatest medical ninja, once a revered figure standing in the light, had now chosen to walk the dark path. A path that the world would never understand. Even for Kakuzu, it was difficult to accept. He didn't want to see Shijin become this way. But at the same time, it made sense. And that was precisely why. He couldn't find the words to object. Kakuzu lowered his head, hiding the turmoil within him, as he recalled the gentle healer who had once treated his wounds. This kind of life is too painful. This shouldn't have been your choice, Lord Shijin. It doesn't matter anymore. Shijin's voice was eerily calm, as if he had long come to terms with his decision. Someone has to do it. I've seen the endless battles of the ninja world, and I've met countless restless souls trapped in limbo because of war. In that moment, I made my decision. During my last resurrection, I learned something from the ninjas of that era. That in the pursuit of eternal peace, one must be willing to use any means necessary, even if it means being misunderstood by the world. I know. What I'm doing is right. Kakuzu remained silent. He had never known this side of Shijin. He had only ever seen him as a beacon of light, never as someone who had suffered in the darkness. Shijin's gaze shifted, falling on another individual. His voice was composed. We meet again, Orochimaru. I must apologize. I won't be able to use my power to help Konoha destroy Akatsuki after all. Orochimaru's nerves were already stretched thin. That one lie had come back to haunt him like a kunai thrown in a perfect arc. He had revived Akatsuki's true leader. And on top of that, he had personally told this leader that he wanted to destroy Akatsuki. In an effort to gain Shijin's trust, Orochimaru had assumed he was still the kind-hearted man of legend. He had spun a tale of being a Konoha agent on a mission to infiltrate and dismantle Akatsuki. But now, Shijin's ideals had changed. Listening to his conversation with Kakuzu, Orochimaru realized the truth. Shijin was no longer the idealistic healer of the past. He had transformed into a ruthless force, willing to do anything for his version of peace. And now, he had fully taken control of Akatsuki. Orochimaru was in serious danger. Nagato and Konan were slowly closing in, their chakra surging ominously. The tension in the air was suffocating. Clearly, Shijin had labeled him a Konoha spy. And now, Konan and Nagato were ready to eliminate him. The worst part was, this base housed 3 pairs of Rinnegan. Nagato, the Deva Path, and Shijin, each wielding a pair of those unfathomable eyes. And Orochimaru had experienced the terrifying power of the Rinnegan firsthand. If that wasn't bad enough, the others were reacting just as aggressively. Orochimaru is a Konoha spy. Sasori sounded incredulous. His fingers twitched, summoning a scroll, ready to unleash his puppets. Kakuzu's muscles tensed. Of all the villages, he had the least favorable opinion of Konoha. Was it Danzo who sent you? Konan's voice was cold, her hands folding into paper, forming explosive tags hidden within. Nagato remained silent, but lifted a finger. If I said... Orochimaru smirked and looked up at Shijin. If I told you I was never a Konoha spy, only a rogue ninja, would you believe me? The moment those words left his mouth, Orochimaru turned and bolted toward the cave entrance. Honestly, even he wouldn't believe himself at this point. After all, that spy story had come straight from his own mouth. Chapter 88, If necessary, I can be the spy sent to Danzo, bonus. Kill him. Sasori's voice was filled with murderous intent. Universal pull. Nagato raised his hand, his command echoing through the cavern. With his Rinnegan flaring to life, a terrifying gravitational force erupted from his palm, locking onto the fleeing Orochimaru. This brat. Orochimaru immediately grasped the situation. If Nagato had indeed been sick before, then it wasn't Tsunade who healed him, it was Shijin. And the yin seal technique he was using might have also been something Shijin personally taught him. He had nearly forgotten. Even though Tsunade was credited with developing the yin seal, it was likely that she had received guidance from Shijin when she was a child. As Orochimaru was yanked backward by the gravitational force, paper tags rapidly attached themselves to his body, one of them clearly marked with an explosive seal. Die. Konan lifted her hand. The explosion ignited across Orochimaru's body. However, in that split second, Orochimaru's mouth stretched open unnaturally, spitting out a long snake. From the snake's mouth, another Orochimaru emerged. This time, his lower body had transformed into a serpentine tail, allowing him to slither away at incredible speed. You won't escape. Sasori immediately gave chase. While he didn't care about Akatsuki's power shift, his desire to kill Orochimaru had never faded. Summoning jutsu. Orochimaru rapidly formed seals, summoning a massive brown python that lunged at Sasori with its fangs bared. You think something like this will stop me? Sasori sneered. With a flick of his fingers, chakra threads shot out, slicing the python into pieces, its blood spraying across the cavern. Sasori sprinted through the crimson mist, determined not to let Orochimaru escape. The Deva Path, Nagato, and Konan followed close behind, their bodies soaring through the air in pursuit. This lineup could easily level an entire ninja village. And it was all focused on just one man, Orochimaru. HMPH. Orochimaru pressed two fingers together. Although he doubted he could control Shijin, who had been resurrected via Edo Tensei, he still wanted to attempt it. But before he could even try, he realized his connection to Shijin had been severed. Shijin had undone the Edo Tensei's control himself. As expected, Orochimaru clenched his teeth. He should have known Edo Tensei's control would be useless against Shijin. Atop the Jido statue, Shijin calmly retracted his hand, having effortlessly dispelled the Edo Tensei binding. Unlike the last time he was forcibly revived, this time he had no need to hide his ability to break free. In fact, from the memories of Tabarama, he had already learned Edo Tensei himself. Whoosh! A black rod shot from Shijin's hand. The yin-yang infused black receiver struck Orochimaru's shoulder. Immediately, Orochimaru felt his chakra flow being disrupted. Without hesitation, he yanked the rod out and continued his desperate escape. Orochimaru. Konan's paper wings spread wide as she soared after him, her voice cold and resolute. You will not escape today, no matter what. Not necessarily. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils darted around, assessing his pursuers. Suddenly, he spewed a thick cloud of purple mist toward them. Poison. Nagato quickly warned the others. Wind release, gale surge. Nagato formed seals and unleashed a wind technique. The gust scattered the poisonous mist out of the cave. In such a confined space, Nagato and the Deva Path couldn't unleash their full power. Any large-scale jutsu risked collapsing the entire base. Orochimaru knew this. Having witnessed the power of the Rinnegan before, he understood he couldn't escape through brute force. They would never stop hunting him down. Nagato, the Deva Path, and Shijin. 3 wielders of the Rinnegan could crush him effortlessly. But staying here meant certain death. Orochimaru's hands rapidly formed a seal. When it came to escaping and survival, he doubted anyone in the ninja world could surpass him. After all, he had survived a direct confrontation with the Deva Path before. The next moment, Orochimaru's body dissolved into a swarm of white serpents. The snakes slithered toward the darkest corners of the cavern, making it nearly impossible to distinguish which one was the real Orochimaru. Or perhaps, they all were. Damn it, this guy is slippery. Nagato's face darkened. I'll track him outside. The Deva Path shot out of the cavern without hesitation. Find the snake and kill it. Konan with me. Nagato and Konan followed him out. Sasori gritted his teeth in frustration, but also ran out. He knew Orochimaru wouldn't remain inside. Kakuzu's black threads wriggled anxiously. If Orochimaru escapes and exposes Akatsuki and Lord Shijin's return. That won't happen. Shijin shook his head. He leaped from the Jido statue, his palm pressing against the ground as he extended his senses. A moment later, the earth trembled. The entire cavern shook violently. Outside, Nagato and the others felt the sudden tremors. How could I forget earth release techniques? Nagato groaned, rubbing his forehead. I really have been relying too much on the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan's power was overwhelming, making him neglect the fact that he had already mastered 6 chakra natures and all mainstream jutsu. Not necessarily. Konan shook her head. At least when the poison mist appeared, you still thought to use wind release. Inside the cavern, under Shijin's earth release technique, the cracks and gaps in the ground were steadily shrinking. Orochimaru's scattered snakes were being crushed to death one by one, rapidly limiting his options for escape. One snake finally gave in, slithering out from a crevice. Its mouth opened wide, vomiting out Orochimaru's true body. A streak of emerald light flashed before his eyes. A 10-meter-long chakra scalpel blade shot forth, piercing Orochimaru's chest and pinning him to the cave wall. Chakra scalpel. Once again, a medical ninjutsu had been repurposed for battle. In all of Akatsuki, only one man could wield chakra scalpel with such precision. Only one could use it as an extension of his own will to impale Orochimaru. Most terrifying of all, his sensory ability had detected Orochimaru the instant he emerged. Urgh. Orochimaru coughed up a mouthful of blood. Surrender. Shijin retracted his chakra scalpel and watched as Orochimaru slumped to the ground, approaching him calmly. You know you're no match for me. Orochimaru's eye twitched. This man. His composed demeanor radiated an overwhelming presence. But that was to be expected. Shijin was a terrifying shinobi. His confidence in his own senses and techniques was absolute. His precision with the blade left no room for doubt. Orochimaru clenched his teeth. His neck suddenly elongated unnaturally, snapping toward Shijin with fangs bared. Earth release, earth spear. Before he could reach Shijin, Kakuzu intercepted, his fist turning jet black before smashing into Orochimaru's extended head. Boom! Orochimaru's head snapped back. Almighty push. Shijin raised his palm. With precise control, the repulsive force crushed Orochimaru against the cave wall, further devastating his already injured body. Orochimaru staggered, then coughed up blood. His lips curled into a wry smile. If necessary, I could be your spy sent to Danzo. Silence. Then, Shijin narrowed his eyes and listened. Chapter 89, Orochimaru, nothing about you can be hidden. Bonus. Orochimaru was as slippery as ever. Even though he was powerless in Shijin's grasp, his chakra sealed away. A self-assured, sinister smile still curled at his lips. That alone made him too dangerous to be left alive. Though Orochimaru was more than willing to trade Danzo's secrets for his own survival, the members of Akatsuki would have much preferred to execute him on the spot. Orochimaru is dangerous, Sasori stated without hesitation. Indeed. The Deva Path's voice was cold as he offered his suggestion. If we let him go now, we will never catch him again. We must consider this carefully, Kakuzu added gravely. If Orochimaru leaks the information that Lord Shijin has taken control of Akatsuki, killing him would be best, Konan said, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Agreed, Nagato nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect to be so universally despised, Orochimaru mused, his eerie smile unshaken. His golden eyes scanned the gathered Akatsuki members before settling on Shijin. He knew full well that only one person's decision mattered here. Ultimately, he was at Shijin's mercy. Escape was impossible. If Shijin chose to execute him on the spot, Orochimaru would have to accept it. He had prepared a contingency plan for resurrection, but the odds of it succeeding were uncertain at best. However, a faint glow of green chakra flickered at Shijin's fingertips as he reached out and scanned Orochimaru's body with his medical prowess. Shijin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had discovered something. It doesn't matter anymore. I originally only wanted to extract Danzo's secrets from him, but now I see it wouldn't make a difference how we deal with him here. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Shijin had found something. This ancient medical ninja had a profound understanding of souls. He must have detected something off about Orochimaru's. His soul is fractured, Shijin stated calmly, withdrawing his hand. He has tampered with it before, Even if this body dies, the fragments of his soul stored elsewhere will revive him given enough chakra. So that's why. You weren't afraid at all. I originally thought you were still trying to bet on my kindness, that I'd prefer a peaceful resolution. But now I see your confidence comes from knowing that even if you die here, you will come back. Orochimaru's face twitched before he let out a small chuckle. No, I assure you, I fear death just like anyone else. Life is a precious thing, after all. I simply underestimated how perceptive you are, Lord Shijin. But I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. A flicker of admiration passed through Orochimaru's gaze. You are the first in history to develop a technique that uses natural energy to create curse marks. I merely built upon your foundation and made some refinements. In doing so, I never expected the technique could have additional uses. Shijin was right. Orochimaru had not come unprepared. When he defected from Konoha, he had foreseen the possibility of being backed into a corner. To ensure his survival, he had implanted the highest-grade Heaven Curse Mark onto one of his disciples. Should he perish, that curse mark would serve as his anchor, allowing him to revive. This meant, even if Orochimaru were to die here, he would eventually return. The only uncertainty was when and under what circumstances. Of course, Orochimaru still preferred not to die. Living was always the better option. But now, this knowledge had become a bargaining chip. Despite being a captive, Orochimaru smirked as if he held the upper hand. From my perspective, keeping this body alive and cooperating is, while not the ideal choice, still within acceptable parameters for both of us. Akatsuki needs intelligence on the great nations in order to capture the tailed beasts. I have the means to acquire such intelligence. Additionally, you've long been wary of Danzo's schemes. I can handle that problem for you. Is there truly a better alternative? Sasori sneered. Of course there is. Orochimaru's grin widened. The best alternative, naturally, is for me to remain in Akatsuki under Lord Shijin's command. After all, my supposed betrayal was merely a misunderstanding, wasn't it? The entire Akatsuki cast side glances at him. This man was truly something else. Even Shijin couldn't help but be impressed. From a purely intellectual standpoint, Orochimaru was indeed a remarkable individual. Beyond his cunning, his scientific and experimental expertise made him someone worth paying attention to. For instance, his research on curse marks. Back in the ancient era, Shijin had also considered a similar concept, storing pieces of his soul within a curse mark as a means of revival. Survival. Justifying his own existence. Shijin had done everything he could to ensure he lived on, but he had grown too strong, too quickly. Eventually, his soul had reached a point where it connected with the pure land itself. As a result, he could no longer fragment it like Orochimaru had. Is there no way to kill him for good? Sasori sounded regretful, clearly unimpressed with Orochimaru's supposed cooperation. He had no interest in working alongside him. His only desire was to see him dead. Shijin shook his head. Then, can I stay in Akatsuki? Orochimaru asked, his smirk fading into something almost sincere. I genuinely wish to learn from you, Lord Shijin. And that was the truth. Orochimaru understood what an invaluable opportunity this was. He may never get another chance to learn from someone like Shijin. Danzo. Akatsuki's ambitions. The conflicts between the great nations. None of that mattered. What Orochimaru truly sought was knowledge. Although I admit, this is partly for my own selfish desires. Orochimaru met Shijin's gaze, pressing forward. But even if your ideology has changed, even if you seek a different means to bring peace to the ninja world, that does not mean the advancement of medical science should be halted, does it? For the first time, Shijin seemed to waver. You only seek immortality, Sasori scoffed, calling him out. The irony wasn't lost on him. Sasori had once been Orochimaru's partner in Akatsuki, and they had discussed their philosophies at length. How pathetic. You chase after an eternity of existence, but it will never compare to the eternity of true art. Orochimaru's eye twitched. This damn puppet. Betraying him at a time like this. Orochimaru. Shijin's voice was steady as he finally made his decision. It is unfortunate, but I cannot trust you. Deception and betrayal come as naturally to you as breathing. I cannot allow you to remain in Akatsuki. Even if your actions are bound by force today, your very nature makes you a threat to our goals in the future. Orochimaru's forehead glistened with sweat. This ancient figure had seen straight through him. Orochimaru always sought ways to turn the tide. Even if he was overpowered, he would never truly submit. There's no need to deny it. Shaijin's cold gaze bore into him. Under these eyes, nothing about you can remain hidden. Orochimaru's smile twitched, now laced with bitterness. If you truly desire immortality, then you must also fear death. Shaijin's voice was calm as he delivered his final decree. I will personally go to Konoha and locate the curse mark that anchors your soul. Orochimaru's expression darkened. If it were anyone else, his backup plan would be nearly impossible to uncover. But for Shaijin, this was a real threat. You will remain under Sasori's supervision for now, Shaijin continued. I suspect your soul fragments cannot be implanted in just anyone. There is likely only one bearer of that curse mark in existence. Shaijin's voice was unwavering. I will retrieve them. Consider it collateral. Orochimaru clenched his fists. His tongue flicked out, tasting the bitterness of his predicament. Rage burned in his chest, but his eyes were more dangerous than ever. Do I have a choice? No. Shaijin's answer was final. Yet his cold demeanor softened slightly as he added. Don't worry, I suspect the one carrying your curse mark must be important to you. I won't harm them unnecessarily. Chapter 90, A Sudden Change in Konoha bonus. Thank you. Orochimaru's face still carried traces of lingering anger. There was nothing in this world more terrifying or infuriating than having one's greatest secret exposed, especially when it concerned his very survival. The one person who bore the heaven curse mark was also the only person in Konoha to whom Orochimaru still harbored a sliver of genuine attachment. Lord Shaijin, isn't this a bit dangerous? The Deva Path couldn't help but voice his concerns. Hardly. Shaijin showed no concern about heading to Konoha, nor did he consider it a dangerous endeavor. Besides, he had Zetsu to assist him. To be frank, Shaijin could even walk into Konoha openly. The village was in no position to do anything to him. To Shaijin, this was actually a great opportunity. This era was bound to generate numerous missions. After all, the two true protagonists of the Ninja World story had already appeared. And there were more than enough individuals capable of triggering his system. From what he understood of his system, missions were usually tied to well-known ninjas. During his last resurrection and travels across the ninja world, he had encountered many skilled individuals, yet none had triggered any missions. Outside Akatsuki's base, Shaijin and Zetsu set out on their journey. If we're heading to Konoha, we might as well deal with the problem of Abaido, Black Zetsu remarked in its eerie voice. Uchiha Abaido was someone left behind by Madara. Lately, he's been staying in Konoha. Abaido isn't really a problem, White Zetsu interjected, disagreeing with Black Zetsu. He's just impulsive. He shouldn't defy Lord Shaijin's will. He sees himself as Madara's successor, which is why he tries so hard to act like Madara, haughty and arrogant. Like Madara has. Shaijin seemed curious about this Uchiha Abaido, who was working so diligently behind the scenes in Konoha. His Rinnegan, however, concealed any emotions he might have had. He's nothing like Madara, Black Zetsu scoffed, seeing through Abaido completely. Madara's will was far more resolute. Abaido is nothing more than a mere pawn. Of course, Black Zetsu wouldn't say that part out loud. Madara had indeed been arrogant, even to the point of being dismissive of others, but he had never been a fool. Abaido, on the other hand, was not only arrogant but recklessly so blinded by the belief that he was the world's savior that he had lost all sense of perspective. Still, if this were the past, Black Zetsu wouldn't have minded Abaido's delusions. But now that the true savior, Shaijin, had returned, Abaido's existence was nothing more than an irritating obstacle. Something major has happened with Abaido. A white Zetsu clone suddenly emerged from the ground beneath them, its face filled with disbelief as it relayed the shocking news. Did he die? Black Zetsu's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. If Abaido was dead, that would be perfect. Then there'd be no need to worry about him disrespecting Shaijin. Hi. The white Zetsu clone shook its head and quickly explained. No, something happened in Konoha. Uchiha Obaido and some guy named Uchiha Itachi massacred their entire clan. Only a 7 or 8-year-old child survived. A flicker of light passed through Shaijin's eyes. Why would they slaughter the entire Uchiha clan? White Zetsu was utterly baffled by the situation. I don't know. The clone was just as confused. If Obaido had wiped out the clan on his own, that would have made some sense. Zetsu was well aware that Obaido needed spare Sharingan eyes to use a powerful survival technique. But why did Itachi help him? That part made no sense at all. White Zetsu's limited intelligence was completely unable to process it. Where are they now? White Zetsu's main body quickly asked. They were still in Konoha when I left. The clone scratched its head, looking embarrassed. But I told Obaido that Lord Shaijin had been resurrected, so he should be on his way back, right? Let's go meet them. Shaijin tapped his fingers lightly against his arm. This is a major event. Black Zetsu sighed deeply, recalling the first time it met Shaijin, when Shaijin had assassinated Indra. The Uchiha were Indra's descendants. And they had always been a clan that Black Zetsu kept a close watch on. After all, Kaguya's revival required the Rinnegan, and the Uchiha were the only ones capable of awakening it. But now, the near-total annihilation of the Uchiha clan had thrown everything into disarray. This meant they could no longer afford to fail in reviving Kaguya. For if the Uchiha were truly extinct, then Madara might very well be the last person in the world to ever awaken the Rinnegan. The plan could not fail again. At that moment, Shaijin and Black Zetsu's thoughts were in complete alignment. Shaijin tilted his head up, gazing at the moon in the sky. His voice carried the weight of a gambler with no retreat left. Black Zetsu, if the Uchiha really are extinct, then Madara may have the last pair of Rinnegan in existence. We can't afford another failure. We won't fail. Black Zetsu immediately reassured Shaijin. Its mind was a storm of emotions, but it had to do everything it could to calm Shaijin's concerns. It tried to rally Shaijin's confidence. Besides, at least one Uchiha survived, right? That kid could still be useful. Land of Fire. The sky was bathed in the eerie glow of a blood-red moon. In a dense forest outside Konoha, a masked man stood atop a tree, waiting for the arrival of Uchiha Itachi, the latest recruit to his cause. This masked man had long desired to bring Itachi into Akatsuki. The young Uchiha was immensely powerful, had a complex ideology, and possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Until now, however, Itachi had repeatedly refused his offers. But then, something unexpected happened tonight. Out of nowhere, Itachi had proposed helping him exterminate the Uchiha clan. The masked man had been surprised by the offer, but he had seen no reason to refuse. And so, he had assisted in the massacre. The results: a great haul. The masked man was immensely pleased. He had harvested plenty of spare Sharingan. These would be invaluable for using a certain powerful jutsu. A good night's work. The only downside was the news that had just reached him. Orochimaru had once again used Edo Tensei to revive Shaijin. And Zetsu had sent word that he should go and pay his respects to Shaijin, as if he were some subordinate. This news did not sit well with him. Why was some old relic of the past coming back to life again? The masked man knew that, in every conceivable way, he was inferior to Shaijin. Yet, he still wanted to be the one in control. Even if Madara himself returned, the masked man would still want to oversee the Eye of the Moon plan. He would personally create a new world. This cruel, false world would be reshaped by his own hands. As the masked man contemplated how to maintain control of the plan, movement stirred within the forest. Swish! A figure landed beside him. The man was clad in the uniform of Konoha's Anbu, still reeking of fresh blood. His voice was calm, yet it carried the unmistakable weight of forced composure. Kept you waiting. Not long. The masked man's voice was deliberately composed and arrogant. Did you deal with your tail? Handled. Itachi did not elaborate. Then let's go. The masked man nodded, his tone shifting slightly. I originally invited you to join my organization to show you a different path, but I've just received news that some changes may be coming. Changes. Itachi's sharp eyes narrowed. Yes. The masked man looked up at the sky, his lone sharing in glowing red beneath his mask. Let me properly introduce you to my organization. And to the real figure behind it all. Chapter 91. Abido, how can you guarantee Uchiha Itachi isn't a Konoha spy? Hade Kakashi remained indifferent to the third Hokage's words. His life had been nothing but loss and disappointment, turning him into a man with a heart of ashes. It was hard for him to care about anything anymore. From Kakashi's perspective, the Uchiha clan's massacre was a shock, not because of the event itself, but because the murderer was his former subordinate, Uchiha Itachi. His only reaction was a moment of surprise. Once he finished handling the Uchiha clan's remains, he had no further thoughts on the matter, only that his life had become even more difficult to bear. Storm release Kakegenkai. Just another tool for battle. Back when Kakashi primarily used lightning release, he had awakened the storm release within himself, a bloodline trait inherited from his father. He even attempted to develop new combat techniques that combined it with his signature Chidori. But now, none of that mattered. Even if the third Hokage called it a gift from a great man who had once taught his father, it stirred nothing in Kakashi's heart. So what? How great could this person be? Would they change anything about his life? Could they bring back the friends he had lost? Kakashi simply listened to Hiruzen's lecture in silence, then walked away to continue handling ANBU affairs. His demeanor remained as apathetic as ever. Kakashi Senpai. A broad-shouldered man with a square jaw approached, lowering his voice as he asked, "Are the root members really joining the ANBU?" Tenzo, huh? Kakashi finally lifted his gaze, slowly nodding. Root has been disbanded. From now on, they're just ANBU. This man was one of the few Kakashi was willing to speak to. Back when Kakashi was listless and aimless, he had discovered Tenzo, a ninja from Root who possessed the wood-release Kakegenkai. Kakashi had also uncovered the harsh control that Danzo Shimura had imposed upon him. So he had taken Tenzo away from Root and into the ANBU. In a way, Kakashi felt a certain responsibility for him. Tenzo hesitated, unsure whether to speak his mind. He knew the former Root members still bore Danzo's cursed seals. Their loyalty to him had likely not wavered in the slightest. But should he say that aloud? What is it? Kakashi sensed his hesitation. Knows nothing. Tenzo shook his head, but ultimately decided to tell Kakashi the truth. Lord Danzo was skilled in cursed seals. They still have ones binding them to his will. And what does that change? Kakashi placed a hand on Tenzo's shoulder, his eyes devoid of emotion. Even if we remove the cursed seals from their bodies, the ones in their hearts will never be erased. Unlike Tenzo, those former Root members had been fully conditioned by Danzo. They were soulless killing machines, devoid of emotion, caring for nothing but completing their assigned missions. This wasn't even something worth reporting to the third Hokage. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was skilled in sealing techniques as well. He would have already noticed the cursed seals on them, he just chose not to say anything. If you need me, I'll be at the memorial stone. Kakashi let his arm fall limply to his side. He changed out of his ANBU uniform and prepared to visit the memorial stone. He felt he should at least inform his fallen comrades about the Uchiha clan's fate. After all, one of them had once been proud to be an Uchiha. Kakashi absent-mindedly reached up to touch his covered left eye. The Sharingan and Storm Release. Kakashi had always carried both Kakegenkai. Yet even with these gifts, he still couldn't find a purpose for his existence. Meanwhile, at the Fire Country border. By the time the masked man and Uchiha Itachi arrived, a white Zetsu clone was already waiting for them. Lord Shaijin wants to see you both. After delivering this message, the clone added, "Oh, and make sure to show proper respect. My main body is worried you might not be respectful enough to Lord Shaijin." This was actually quite important. White Zetsu liked Abido as a pawn, and while Black Zetsu found him irritating, neither wanted him to offend Shaijin. However, they all knew Abido was exactly the type to act disrespectfully. Even back when he inherited Madara's will, he had treated the old man with a hint of arrogance. To Abido, the only thing that mattered was infinite Tsukuyomi, creating a new world. Nothing else. Lord Shijin. Itachi furrowed his brows in confusion. HMPH. This is the great man I was telling you about. The masked man sounded utterly indifferent as he revealed Shijin's identity, his voice tinged with displeasure. The medical ninja who ended the first Shinobi War, the one from all those bedtime stories you must have heard as a child. Emiya Shijin. The masked man's hair swayed slightly in the wind. His tone made it clear he had no respect for Shijin. I only just received the news before we left. Orochimaru used Edo Tensei to summon him back from the Pure Land. Itachi's expression shifted. Was this some kind of joke? How could Akatsuki possibly be connected to someone like him? Itachi had anticipated that this so-called great man would be someone important, perhaps a former Kage or a powerful rogue ninja. But this was Emiya Shijin, the legendary healer whose name had been sung across the shinobi world for over 1,000 years. A dead saint. There was no name more shocking. You must show proper respect to Lord Shijin. The white Zetsu clone pleaded helplessly, still worried about Abaido's attitude. I get it. The masked man shot the clone a displeased glare. As long as he doesn't interfere with my plans, I'll grant him the respect due to a senior. These pointless warnings. Why keep repeating them? Abaido was already irritated that Shijin had stolen his thunder. Hearing white Zetsu go on only deepened his frustration. Good. The clone chuckled nervously before vanishing into the earth. What is that thing? Itachi narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the clone's ability. Even with his Sharingan, he couldn't detect it at all. Just an idiot. The masked man scoffed dismissively. Its only real purpose is scouting for intelligence. Sounds like it's not really your organization anymore. Itachi casually twisted the knife, using white Zetsu's words to sow discord. Are you sure this, Lord Shijin, will even accept my membership? I always thought of him as a great medical ninja who devoted himself to saving lives. I doubt he'd welcome killers like us. HMPH. Enough nonsense. He won't have time to concern himself with Akatsuki. The masked man sneered, recalling Madara's old tales. If anything, he'll probably do what he did the first time he was resurrected. Wander the world healing people and stopping wars while we carry out real peace. But something had changed. At the very least, Abaido knew some within Akatsuki would be more willing to follow Shijin. After all, he had used Shijin's name to recruit Nagato and Konan in the first place. A second path to peace. Itachi's curiosity deepened. Surprisingly, Abaido was unusually candid with his fellow Uchiha, openly revealing the truth of Shijin's role in the first Shinobi War. That's right. Even Shijin knew that war in the shinobi world was unavoidable. He created an alternate plan for achieving peace, but never acted on it, believing it to be a last resort. But now, he must have finally realized this world is beyond saving. A new world must be built. Itachi's heart pounded. This was far more shocking than he had anticipated. And then, before Abaido could even meet Shijin, his path was blocked. Black Zetsu, once his loyal ally, now regarded him with barely concealed disdain. We just captured a Konoha spy. Black Zetsu's eerie grin widened as its gaze shifted to Itachi. Abaido, can you guarantee he's not one too? Abaido's heart sank. Because he couldn't. Chapter 92. To sow discord between two Uchiha, the simplest method is best. When someone dislikes you, no matter what you do, you're wrong. Even the friends around you are wrong. The masked man didn't consider Uchiha Itachi a friend, but right now, he couldn't shake the feeling that both his and Itachi's presence here was a mistake. What the hell? Was Black Zetsu trying to betray him? No. This didn't count as betrayal. Because Black Zetsu was the will left behind by Emiya Shijin. That eerie, black creature was unfailingly loyal to its master. It was only natural that it would turn against him now that Shijin had returned. Did it think that just because Shijin was back, it could act all high and mighty? Black Zetsu had never dared to challenge him like this before. The masked man shot a cold glare at Black Zetsu's sinister expression and replied icily. Itachi is a necessary recruit for Akatsuki's plans. Itachi slaughtered his entire clan. Konoha has already listed him as a missing nin. Unless Konoha has completely lost its mind, there's no way in hell he's their spy. The masked man was deeply suspicious of Itachi's true motives for joining Akatsuki, but at this moment, he had to defend him, if only to protect his own standing. Isn't there still one survivor? Black Zetsu's grin grew, even more insidious. Itachi's fist clenched involuntarily. That's his brother. And also his backup for obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The masked man, growing more agitated, forced himself to continue defending Itachi. Itachi has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it comes at the cost of blindness. He intends for his brother to awaken the Mangekyo as well, so that when the time comes, he can take his brother's eyes and gain a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that will never go blind. It was precisely for this goal that he chose to slaughter his entire clan, to immerse his brother in hatred and pain. Black Zetsu was momentarily speechless, because the masked man's reasoning was entirely sound. What's wrong? A crimson glint flickered in the masked man's eye as he sneered. Do you think just because your master is back, you no longer need me to carry out the plan? His voice turned cold as he finally shed his pretense. I carry the will of Madara. Yes. There was no longer any need to keep up the act. Now that Shijin had returned from the afterlife, he surely knew the truth. There was no more use in pretending to be Madara. The only reason he had ever claimed that name was to intimidate Nagato and Konan into submission. But now, they had pledged their loyalty to Shijin. They likely already knew his true identity. Itachi glanced at the masked man in surprise. So, this guy was never Madara. Then who exactly was this mysterious Uchiha? Let them through, Black Zetsu. Shijin's voice was calm, a stark contrast to Black Zetsu's hostility. He represents Madara's will. Madara and I were allies in this matter from the beginning. We never intended for him to be excluded from the eternal peace plan. Zetsu hesitated, but eventually stepped aside. Show some respect to Lord Shijin. White Zetsu whispered anxiously to the masked man. HMPH. The masked man scoffed but stepped forward nonetheless. Itachi, lost in thought, followed silently behind him. Despite sensing an oddly serene aura from Shijin, Itachi's wariness remained at its peak. After all, they were about to meet someone who was practically a living legend. A man older than the history of the shinobi world itself. Yet, Itachi couldn't hide his surprise. When they finally entered the chamber, they saw an ordinary-looking man. Not a god of war. Not a terrifying mastermind. Just a scholar sitting at a desk, writing on a blank scroll. Get them some sugarcane juice. Shijin, still focused on his work, casually gave the order. Bathed in the dim glow of candlelight, his face was cast in soft shadows as he continued writing. Apologies, have a seat. Your arguing disrupted my train of thought. A strange sense of peace washed over Itachi. This man was just as calm and gentle as the bedtime stories had described him. It was almost difficult to imagine that he was part of the same dark, conspiratorial machinations as the masked man. Or that he had wrested control of Akatsuki from him. Or that he was the one responsible for this elaborate, shadowy plan. It was an almost surreal contradiction. The entire shinobi world would struggle to comprehend it. A saint who had left behind the legacy of medical ninjutsu. Yet he now sat in the heart of a vast and sinister organization. HMPH. The masked man snorted in disdain and took a seat without hesitation. He even casually removed his mask, revealing a scarred face, one half unscathed, the other marred with wounds. One eye bore the Mangekyo Sharingan. The other, a transplanted Sharingan. Zetsu told me. Shijin continued writing as he spoke, his tone indifferent. You are Madara's successor. Your name is Uchiha Obaido. HMPH. Obaido's expression soured. He couldn't even be bothered to answer such a trivial question. Show respect to Shijin. Ridiculous. His arrogance wouldn't allow it. Not even if Madara himself had returned. And certainly not for this relic of the past. Uchiha Obaido. Itachi's eyes widened slightly. That name. He had heard it before. Among Konoha's fallen heroes of the Third Shinobi War, the Uchiha had often spoken of him. Obito had died in battle against Iwagakure. And before his death, he had entrusted one of his Sharingan to his comrade, Hade Kakashi. It had been a major point of contention among the Uchiha. But now, it turned out he had survived. Obito stared at Shijin with cold eyes. His voice was laced with hostility. I only want to know one thing. A dead man comes back to life and steals my organization from me. Are you planning to cut me and Madara out of the plan? His Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed ominously. Or are you after the power for yourself? Even though their goals aligned. Obito did not trust Shijin. Because the one who controlled the moons I plan would not only decide the world's fate, they would also wield power surpassing all other shinobi. Obito had to question Shijin's true motives. No need to worry. I'm not interested in that power. Shijin finally lifted his gaze. His eyes, twin Rinnegan, glowed in the dim light. I already obtained a far greater power in the ancient era. You naive child. Black Zetsu sneered, openly mocking Obito. The Uchiha and their Mangekyo Sharingan have always been short-sighted. You think you can fathom the ambitions of a man like Lord Shijin? Rinnegan. Obito's expression twisted in shock. What the hell? Why did Shijin have the Rinnegan? This relic of the past. He wasn't just a legendary healer. He was a monster. A Rinnegan bearer meant unparalleled power. How had Madara never mentioned this? But Obito was not afraid. After all, he possessed an ability. One that rendered him untouchable. Chapter 93, You Lost Too Fast, a new SSS-level mission. Kamui. A spatial distortion flickered within Uchiha Obito's right eye. From within the warp space, a massive war fan materialized, landing firmly in his grasp, Uchiha Madara's legendary gunbai. Obito's Crimson Sharingan locked onto Emiya Shijin. His Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the reason he dared to challenge the Rinnegan. Nice eyes. Shijin casually praised Obito's Dojutsu. Kamui, huh? As it happened, Shijin had the exact same ability. When he had recovered the Sage of Six Paths remains in the ancient era and awakened his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his subconscious rejection of the world had naturally led to the birth of Kamui. The only difference was, Shijin had never told anyone. Hey, but still. Black Zetsu's voice dripped with disdain as it looked at Obito. You really think having that strange eye makes you worthy to challenge Lord Shijin? Even your ancestor Indra was never his match. Indra. Black Zetsu had wasted so much effort trying to manipulate him. Yet in the end, the one it had overlooked, Shijin, turned out to be superior. Whenever Black Zetsu recalled its past mistake of betting on Indra instead of Shijin, it felt an urge to slap itself. And after 1,000 years of repeated failures, it was no surprise that it had little patience for the Uchiha anymore. Enough talk. Obito pointed his finger at Shijin, his voice sharp with authority. If you lose, then go back to being a wandering healer in this world, and stop interfering with this plan. Without waiting for a reply, Obito lunged forward, swinging the gunbai with full force. Step back. Shijin's voice was calm as he instructed Black Zetsu. Don't underestimate him. Zetsu's form sank silently into the ground. Itachi also retreated swiftly, his eyes activating the Sharingan as he watched the battle unfold. This was going to be a spectacle. More importantly, it was a rare opportunity to gather intelligence. Itachi knew about Obito's abilities. His Mangekyo Sharingan granted him an uncanny phase-shifting technique, making him untouchable by any attack. But now, how would someone with the Rinnegan counter Obito? Yet Shijin seemed indifferent to Obito's approach. Instead, he casually tossed his writing brush into the air. Hi. Itachi narrowed his eyes at this puzzling move. The next instant, Obito was right in front of Shijin. Shijin raised his palm, an overwhelming repulsive force exploded from his body, surging toward Obito. Shinra Tensei. The shockwave obliterated everything in its path. Everything except Obito himself. His body phased through the attack as if it didn't exist in this world. Dust and debris filled the air, yet Obito emerged unscathed, not even a speck of dirt on him. The power of Kamui's intangibility. Abido didn't need to fear any attack. He advanced toward Shijin with full confidence. His victory was assured. Just as I expected. A smirk crept across Abido's lips. He was well aware of the Rinnegan's abilities, and had anticipated that Shijin would arrogantly open with Shinra Tense. But that was exactly what he had planned for. Now that Shijin had used Shinra Tensei, it would have a cooldown period before he could use it again. Which meant Abido had a perfect window to strike. You really thought Shinra Tensei would work on me, and even its power was weak, I see. Even the Rinnegan makes people overconfident. Abido sneered as he swung his gunbai straight at Shijin's shoulder. In the next instant, the fan was about to strike Shijin. Abido could already see the moment he shattered Shijin's Edo Tensei body. His grin widened. At the very last moment, he released his Kamui intangibility. After all, while Kamui allowed him to phase through attacks, it also prevented him from launching his own. Only by deactivating Kamui and returning to physical form could he land a real hit. Did he let his guard down? White Zetsu watched nervously. At this rate, Shijin might actually lose. The battle seemed to have been decided in just one move. Even Black Zetsu felt uneasy. To it, Shijin had always been invincible. Would he really fall because he underestimated Abido's strange abilities? That would be embarrassing. The fight is about to be decided. Itachi, having seen Abido's Kamui in action before, thought that Shijin's defeat was all but certain. Then, in that very moment, his Sharingan caught something. The writing brush. The one Shijin had tossed into the air. Just as Abido deactivated Kamui and swung his gunbai, that brush landed silently behind him. For some reason, a cute little slug was imprinted on its surface. Bang! As Abido's fan was about to hit Shijin's shoulder, Shijin vanished from his sight. Why? Abido's pupils shrank in shock. Before he could react, a sharp pain tore through his waist. Blood sprayed into the air. Flying Thunder God technique. Abido collapsed onto the ground, realization dawning upon him. He had fallen victim to the very technique that had defeated him 8 years ago. Back when he attacked Konoha during the Nine Tails incident, Minato Namikaze had beaten him with the exact same move. And now, history repeated itself. Shijin calmly retracted his chakra scalpel, sheathing its green energy. His fingers caught the falling brush. With a tranquil gaze, he turned toward the fallen Abido and delivered his verdict. You lost. Your eyes are just for show. It seems you don't truly understand how to use them. The battle had ended so quickly, so decisively, that even as the dust settled, some were still processing what had just happened. Just moments ago, White Zetsu had thought Shijin was underestimating Abido by letting him get so close. And in the blink of an eye, it was Abido who had lost everything. Itachi's expression turned unreadable. If he hadn't known about Abido's abilities beforehand, he would have thought Abido had lost pathetically. All his grand proclamations, only to be instantly cut down in battle. I've learned how to deceive and conceal. Shijin's voice was devoid of emotion as he looked down at Abido. The last time I was revived through Edo Tensei, I learned much from this era's shinobi, such as Senju Tabarama's cunning, and his Flying Thunder God technique. After all, once you've been tainted by this era's shinobi, staying true to yourself is no easy task. From the moment this battle started, I had already planned 2 different ways to defeat you. Shijin glanced at the little slug print on his brush. I may be from the ancient era, but I don't rely on pretty eyes alone. You. Abido gritted his teeth, struggling to stand with the gunbai as support. Itachi's eyes glowed red. From this battle alone, he had gathered far too much information. From what I've seen, you are indeed unfit to lead this plan. Shijin's cold voice rang out. Someone who cannot endure pain, who fights for power, not peace. I cannot trust your intentions. Of course. Since you bear Madara's will, I won't remove you from the plan just yet. But deep inside, Shijin was already focusing on something else. A new mission had appeared before his eyes. One unlike any he had seen in thousands of years. SSS-level mission. Reveal to the world that the masked man is Uchiha Abido. This. Why did this mission feel like it carried an absurd amount of spite? Shaijin could even sense a deep resentment embedded in the mission description, as if the one issuing it carried a personal grudge against Abaito. Still, Shaijin's lips curled slightly in amusement. Though he had just thoroughly defeated Abaito, he had no intention of letting him continue using Madara's name to gain influence. We shouldn't let him keep pretending to be someone he's not. With that thought, Shaijin took the mission without hesitation. Let's make sure Abaito recognizes his true identity. Perhaps he's been playing Madara for so long, he started believing it himself. Chapter 94, The Emiya Shaijin Who Cannot Lie. No matter the time or place. Shaijin always knew that Black Zetsu's trust was the most important thing. Because Black Zetsu was the true mastermind behind the ninja world, its trust determined Shaijin's ultimate success or failure. Thus, every decision Shaijin made was first discussed with Black Zetsu. He would use any means necessary to ensure Black Zetsu believed in his choices, and most of the time, he even had Black Zetsu assist him in achieving his goals. Even if Shaijin merely wanted to expose Uchiha Abaito's identity, he would first consult with Black Zetsu before taking action, even though this matter was of little consequence to either of them. HMPH that fool. Black Zetsu's expression turned even more sinister, its loathing for Uchiha Abaito having long since reached its peak. He's nothing more than a pawn Madara left behind in case we ever decided to abandon him, yet he actually thinks he has inherited Madara's position. In a world tainted by lies, recognizing one's true self and remaining steadfast to one's beliefs is always a difficult thing. Shaijin sighed, as if he had gained some insight from this event. Black Zetsu, perhaps we, too, have grown accustomed to this era of deception and betrayal. It is only our unwavering faith in Lady Kaguya's vision of eternal peace that has kept us going until now. Don't dwell on such thoughts. Black Zetsu quickly noticed the shift in Shaijin's mindset and immediately tried to reassure him. Shaijin, once Kaguya is resurrected, everything in this world will be reset to its rightful state. Perhaps. Shaijin casually changed the subject, as if he didn't have complete faith in Kaguya's resurrection either. Speaking of which, would our sudden intrusion into Konoha cause unnecessary trouble? I seem to have forgotten to extract any intelligence about Konoha from them earlier. His tone gradually became calmer. First, we must locate the person carrying Orochimaru's cursed seal. Whether we choose to eliminate or manipulate him in the future, we cannot allow the possibility of him leaking Akatsuki's secrets. Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. In its heart, resentment toward the Sage of Six Paths once again flared up. But Black Zetsu knew that if it wanted to restore Shaijin's confidence, it would have to put in the effort itself. So, following Shaijin's lead, it shared its own speculation. Uchiha Abaito and Uchiha Itachi just massacred the Uchiha clan. With such a major incident occurring in Konoha, their shinobi are likely on high alert. While White Zetsu and I may still be able to infiltrate and gather intelligence without issue. However, Shaijin would be a problem. It was Shaijin who wanted to enter Konoha. Shaijin couldn't guarantee that his movements within the village would go unnoticed. Their primary objective in Konoha was to locate the person carrying Orochimaru's cursed seal, in order to use him as a means of controlling Orochimaru and forcing him to work for Akatsuki. Only Shaijin, the original creator of the cursed seal, had the necessary insight to identify the host. It doesn't matter. Shaijin didn't seem concerned about the risk, and he had already prepared for the possibility of being exposed. Still, he subtly guided Black Zetsu's thinking toward his own intended approach. Even if I am discovered, it won't be an issue. Orochimaru once mentioned that there are still many people in this village who are familiar with me. Perhaps I can resolve things peacefully. I have mastered the art of deception. I will be able to deceive them. Black Zetsu was doubtful. To be honest, Shaijin was competent in almost everything. If given a plan, he could execute it flawlessly. But the one thing Black Zetsu had never been able to trust was Shaijin's supposed ability to lie. Back then, when it asked Shaijin to deceive Madara, Shaijin, before even attempting to lie, had outright admitted to Madara that he wasn't good at deception. That nearly caused their entire scheme to collapse. Luckily, Midoriya's intense hatred for Tobirama led him to blame everything on the second Hokage instead. But still, at the time, Black Zetsu had been sweating bullets, fearing that their plan to manipulate Midoriya would fail because of Shaijin's inability to lie. So now, even though Shaijin often insisted that he had learned the art of deception, Black Zetsu had zero faith in his ability to lie. At best, Shaijin had learned how to withhold information, but even that wasn't very convincing. Every time he encountered a crucial question, his idea of concealment was simply to remain silent. What kind of absurd concealment method was that? If it weren't for the fact that no one in this era knew about Kaguya, Black Zetsu would be genuinely worried that their entire plan had already been exposed. It wouldn't even be surprised if, at some point, someone asked Shaijin directly about resurrecting Kaguya, and instead of lying, he just remained silent. That kind of silent deception was practically a confession. "Are you sure you can fool those Konoha shinobi?" Black Zetsu asked cautiously. "Trust me, Black Zetsu. I have already mastered the art of deception." Shaijin nodded confidently, his unwavering belief in his own skills making Black Zetsu increasingly uneasy. "If I am discovered, I will simply tell them that I came to pay respects to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. I did not see Hashirama in the afterlife. After escaping Orochimaru's control following my resurrection, I decided to come to Konoha to visit his grave. That actually doesn't sound too suspicious. I remember that you and Hashirama were on good terms." Black Zetsu felt like something was off. It seemed as though Shaijin wasn't lying. What he said sounded almost entirely like the truth. So, to test him, Black Zetsu asked, "And if someone inquires about your connection to Akatsuki?" "I have no ties to Akatsuki." Shaijin responded without hesitation, his expression blank. Then, as if troubled, he frowned. "Honestly, I don't even see the need to lie about this. Akatsuki embodies the will for eternal peace in the ninja world. I was the one who initially passed this idea to Midoriya. We believed he could achieve it, and his ideology has since been inherited, giving rise to Akatsuki as it exists today." In truth, that explanation wasn't wrong at all. In fact, it was a statement that could convince the entire ninja world. Anyone would believe that this was a method Shaijin had originally devised, only for it to be twisted and exploited by Midoriya. The issue was, Shaijin was telling the absolute truth. "Wait, isn't that just the truth?" White Zetsu muttered in confusion. "Shaijin, your attempts at lying and deception are just as terrible as ever." Black Zetsu sighed, feeling utterly helpless. Although it was precisely because of Shaijin's honesty and kindness that Black Zetsu trusted him, those very traits were also what made Black Zetsu uneasy. Shaijin's honesty meant he struggled to deceive others. It also meant he was susceptible to being persuaded and used. How troublesome. Fortunately, this trouble worked in Black Zetsu's favor. After all, no one else in the ninja world had a closer bond with Shaijin than it did. No one else could be trusted by him more than Black Zetsu. "You don't believe me." Shaijin seemed a little displeased, furrowing his brows. Then, as if testing the waters, he added, "I used the Flying Thunder God to evade Obaido during our battle. I will always trust you. In ancient times, you were truly a genius." Black Zetsu sighed, reaffirming its unwavering trust in Shaijin while keeping one thought to itself. "Except when it comes to lying. In every other aspect, you are unmatched." Chapter 95, Emiya Shaijin Takes Action. Konoha Village. The memorial stone in the back mountain. Kakashi Hadake had been visiting frequently lately. Whenever something significant, whether happy or painful, occurred in his life, he would come here to pay his respects to the graves of his fallen comrades. This place was his solace. Or rather, many of his attachments lay here. His teacher and friends had long been buried beneath these stones. "I'll be away on a long mission for a while. I probably won't be able to visit until the village starts forgetting the Uchiha tragedy and things settle down again. Aside from seeing Yamato today, nothing particularly good happened. I'm also a bit busy. I still need to visit my father's grave later." Kakashi placed 2 bouquets of white flowers in front of his teammates' graves and solemnly bid them farewell. "Abaido Rin, see you later." With that, Kakashi turned to leave, but suddenly noticed something unusual. There was a bouquet of flowers placed in front of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's, grave. The tombstone itself had been cleaned meticulously. It was strange, but not entirely impossible. In this era, Konoha's shinobi no longer idolized the first Hokage the way past generations had. Hashirama Senju, the founder of Konoha, was now a distant legend, and many of those who had once revered him had long passed away. Most of the time, his tomb was cleaned as part of routine maintenance. After all, Hashirama's only living relative was Tsunade, who was still traveling abroad. Kakashi didn't dwell on it too much. He assumed that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, might have visited and continued on his way, leaving the memorial site. Time to visit him next. Shaking off his lingering thoughts, Kakashi headed toward his father's resting place. Even though the legendary Sannin had attended his father's funeral, and Tsunade had insisted that Sakumo Hadake be buried at the memorial stone, others strongly opposed the decision. With Tsunade having left Konoha to continue her travels, and a young Kakashi unable to resist the village's authority, Sakumo's remains were ultimately relocated to a secluded corner of a public cemetery. It was a disgraceful fate. As a child, Kakashi had been deeply hurt by this. But as he grew older and saw more and more people around him perish, he no longer had the energy to care. Too many had died. Everyone who once mattered to him was gone. Besides, no matter how strong Kakashi had become, he could not change the minds of the village leaders. Perhaps his father wouldn't have wanted to be buried at the memorial stone anyway. His father's ideals had always been at odds with the shinobi of Konoha. Perhaps only that idiot, Abido, would have supported him. As Kakashi reminisced about the past, he arrived at the small, isolated corner of the cemetery, only to find a fresh bouquet of white flowers placed in front of his father's grave. Even the overgrown weeds had been carefully removed. Someone else came to visit. Kakashi was surprised. He knew his father had few friends, and even fewer who would take the time to pay respects. Perhaps only Lady Tsunade. Kakashi recalled the white flowers at the first Hokage's grave as well. Could it be that Tsunade had returned to the village? Had the Uchiha massacre finally drawn her back after all these years? If so, it wasn't really his concern. Kakashi left the cemetery and returned to the village's commercial district, planning to pick up a few things before heading back to his duties in the Anbu. The workload had increased significantly. Konoha's forces were on high alert, fearing external infiltration. Before the Uchiha clan's destruction, the barrier team had reported multiple disturbances in the village's security barrier, though no source had ever been identified. Now, in these tense times, patrols had been reinforced once again. Konoha's sweet shop. Kakashi's aimless steps led him here. Before the village had been thrown into turmoil, people used to line up here for sweets. But now, even the queue had grown shorter. A group of Kakashi's former classmates had gathered, chatting during a brief break. Their conversation naturally turned to the Uchiha massacre. Unbelievable that an entire clan was wiped out by a 13-year-old Chunin. Did our class have any Uchiha? You guys already forgot. Kakashi's teammate, Abido Uchiha, but he died in the war, didn't he? A spiky-haired young man in a green bodysuit spoke lazily, then quickly noticed Kakashi. He waved enthusiastically. Hey Kakashi, over here. Kakashi barely acknowledged him. Instead, his mind drifted back to the two white bouquets he had seen earlier. Without much thought, he asked, have any of you seen Lady Tsunade? Haven't seen her. Wait, has Lady Tsunade returned? His classmates exchanged surprised glances. What's wrong, Kakashi? The green-clad youth, closest to Kakashi, studied him curiously. You've seemed more and more down lately. Then, as if struck by a brilliant idea, he clenched his fists and shouted, how about we have a youthful duel right now? I'm leaving. Kakashi refused without hesitation and turned to go. He had no interest in wasting time with them. However, just as he was about to leave, something caught his eye. A lone figure sat beneath a tree outside the sweet shop, their presence out of place in Konoha. The person wore a wide-brimmed hat that obscured their features. Beside them sat an unopened bottle of sugarcane juice. In their hand, they held a brush, carefully writing something onto a scroll. They looked like a shinobi. That kind of scroll was only used by ninjas. But if they were from the village, why hadn't anyone else noticed them? Their attire didn't resemble Konoha's standard uniform. In these tense times, wasn't such an unfamiliar presence cause for concern? A flicker of suspicion crossed Kakashi's mind as he approached, intending to question the stranger. But before he could speak, the persons swiftly rolled up their scroll and strode toward the market district, heading straight for one of Konoha's special jonin, Anko Mitarashi. Anko wasn't particularly well known in the village. She had a fondness for sweets and a rather short temper. But that was normal. Her background was what made her truly stand out. Anko's former teacher was the infamous rogue ninja, Orochimaru. His defection had left her in an awkward position, and she had since dedicated herself to hunting him down. Outside of that goal, her main hobby was indulging in sweets. At first, Kakashi thought the stranger might be an acquaintance of Anko's. But then, he saw her expression twist into pure shock, and she silently followed the mysterious figure away. That was suspicious. Something wasn't right. This feels off. Curiosity flared in Kakashi's mind. He instinctively began trailing them, trying to deduce the identity of the man in the wide-brimmed hat. Who is he? Then, a gust of wind blew. The hat tilted slightly, revealing a glimpse of the man's face. Kakashi saw his eyes. Slitted pupils. He had seen them before. Back when he had been assigned to track down Konoha's most infamous rogue ninja, when his very presence had paralyzed Kakashi with sheer killing intent. Kakashi's body stiffened. His hand instinctively gripped his kunai. He knew who this was. Orochimaru. Orochimaru had returned to Konoha. Kakashi quickly left an Anbu marker, requesting reinforcements, and began tailing Orochimaru and Anko. He had no idea that his every move had already been noticed. From the shadows, a black and white figure emerged from the ground. So, Lord Shijin has found Orochimaru's cursed mark host. White Zetsu chuckled. He has indeed learned deception. He used the transformation jutsu to impersonate Orochimaru. That girl fell for it completely. But he already slipped up. Black Zetsu sneered. He doesn't even know the girl's name. She's bound to realize something's wrong soon. But it didn't matter, because by then, it would already be too late. Chapter 96, Storm Release, Chidori Wild Dance. In truth, everything happened just as Black Zetsu had predicted. Though Shijin had successfully deceived Anko Mitarashi by impersonating Orochimaru, the flaws in his disguise were far too obvious. Even Anko found them unbearable. Who was this amateur? He didn't even know the way around Konoha. That's a dead end. Anko rolled her eyes in frustration, glaring at the imposter trying to fool her. Orochimaru-sensei, the exit is this way. Is that so? Orochimaru sounded momentarily confused before quickly covering up his mistake. Who would have thought Konoha has changed so much over the years? Yeah, sure. Anko nodded slowly, absent-mindedly licking the sugar residue from her lips. She was already planning a cruel death for this little fraud. You look thirsty. Here, have some sugarcane juice. Orochimaru handed her the unopened bottle, looking for all the world like a caring teacher. Thanks, Orochimaru-sensei Tilda. A dangerous smile crept onto Anko's lips. This guy. He couldn't even get the details right. As Orochimaru's student, she remembered how, when she was younger, her sensei would always buy her sweets. He would always pick the best red bean soup. Sugarcane juice, on the other hand. That was something Tsunade liked. Orochimaru had never once mixed up the preferences of his student and his teammate. He was always meticulous. Though Anko resented her teacher's betrayal, she had to admit that Orochimaru had a talent for making people feel safe, even as he deceived them. And yet this fraud didn't even know what she liked and dared to trick her. A gentle breeze swept through the forest. The towering trees stood still against the wind. Only the rustling of dense leaves broke the silence. The path Anko pointed out did indeed lead out of the village, but it cut through a thick forest rarely traveled. Who the hell are you? Anko suddenly stopped in her tracks, her voice turning icy. Orochimaru isn't as naive as you. What do you mean? Orochimaru turned back, feigning disbelief that he had been caught. But seeing Anko gripping her kunai, ready to fight at a moment's notice, he let out a small sigh. When did you figure it out? From the beginning. Anko's grip on her kunai tightened, her lips curling into a sweet yet mocking smile. Your transformation jutsu is excellent, I couldn't see a single flaw. But I was Orochimaru's student. I know him better than anyone. That knowledge had once been a source of pride. But after Orochimaru's defection, it became a curse. His habits were etched into her life, shaping her instincts in ways she hated. If nothing else, Orochimaru would never get lost in Konoha. Anko sneered coldly, her tone turning sharp. Who are you really? Why impersonate Orochimaru? What's your goal? Orochimaru fell silent. Meanwhile, Zetsu had been listening in from underground. Black Zetsu, already familiar with Shaijin's ways, sighed. See that? This is what Shaijin calls concealment. He thinks staying silent in moments like this is how ninjas keep secrets. At least, White Zetsu muttered hesitantly. She doesn't know who Lord Shaijin actually is, otherwise, his silence would feel like an outright confession. Then, Orochimaru finally spoke. And as expected, he told the truth. I can't tell you much. I just need you as a hostage. Because I need to use the cursed mark on you. Say. Black Zetsu wasted no time criticizing Shaijin. The moment he doesn't know what to say, he just tells the truth. White Zetsu was equally exasperated. The cursed mark, so you plan to kidnap me. Anko narrowed her eyes. She touched the spot on her neck where Orochimaru had left his mark. But she had no memory of when or where she received it. Orochimaru had erased those details from her mind. After she returned to Konoha, she endured constant pain from the curse seal, until the third Hokage had it completely sealed away. Since then, it had never troubled her again. It seems there's no time to talk. Orochimaru sensed Kakashi trailing them. His slitted pupils flashed with resolve. Someone has been following us. I need to take you away before more arrive. The next instant, Orochimaru lunged forward. Then I'll just capture you and interrogate you myself. Anko scoffed, wind whipping through her coat. The tight fishnet under her clothes barely concealed her curves, and her short skirt did nothing to slow her movement. She was fast. Her kunai slashed through the air in a deadly arc, evidence of the snake sword style. Even though Anko wasn't a true swordswoman, her combat style had inherited the sinister, unpredictable flair of Orochimaru. So weak. Orochimaru sounded genuinely puzzled. He tilted his body slightly, dodging the kunai with ease. Then his hand clamped down on her wrist. Anko's face froze in shock. Before she could react, pain shot through her wrist. Her kunai slipped from her grip, falling straight into his hand. One move, and she was disarmed. She hadn't even had time to weave hand signs. As she instinctively leapt back, a cold, sharp kunai pressed against her throat, signaling her complete defeat. So strong. Cold sweat soaked Anko's back. She had never faced such overwhelming close combat skills before. She had been caught completely off guard, rendered powerless in seconds. This idiot was far more terrifying than he seemed. I'll be borrowing your kunai, hope you don't mind. Orochimaru ignored his captured target. Instead, his gaze shifted toward a hidden observer. Come out. I sensed you long ago. A young man with silver-white hair hesitated briefly. Then, realizing he had been discovered, he stepped forward with his hands raised. Kakashi. Anko called out. Despite growing up under Orochimaru, she was never one for formalities. She had never been polite to her so-called senior. It's me. Kakashi's voice was calm. I wasn't expecting to get caught up in a kidnapping case today. He lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Then, as his hands slowly formed a strange seal, he casually spoke to the Orochimaru in front of him. Orochimaru let Anko go. Kakashi's voice remained steady as chakra surged within him. Is a hostage really necessary against someone like me? Kakashi, he's not Orochimaru. Anko snapped. He's just an imposter. Then who is he? Kakashi's mind wavered slightly. I haven't gotten that far yet. Anko replied shamelessly, completely disregarding the fact that she was still a hostage. You're called Anko. Orochimaru sounded genuinely surprised, as if he had just learned her name. Which only confirmed he was indeed an imposter. Hey, you idiot. Anko's face darkened. You're trying to kidnap someone without even knowing their name. As a ninja, Anko wasn't the most cautious person. But even she found this guy's recklessness unbearable. Who even was he? Whoever you are. Sweat began forming on Kakashi's forehead. He narrowed his eyes. Someone like you, sneaking into Konoha and kidnapping a shinobi, you're clearly no ordinary man. Stop asking for my identity. It'll be better for both of us if I don't answer. Orochimaru spoke coldly. Leave now, I promise I won't hurt this Anko. That would be ideal. Kakashi nodded. Then, in an instant, lightning exploded in his hands. Storm release, Chidori wild dance. Bolts of electricity surged from his palms, weaving chaotically through the air. Like rushing water, the lightning arcs twisted unpredictably. Yet, under Kakashi's precise control, they avoided Anko completely, streaking straight toward the kidnapper. A sneak attack, too fast to evade. This storm-release jutsu might even be more effective than his Raikiri, with the Sharingan tracking his target's every move. His plan to rescue Anko had succeeded. Chapter 97, The Defeat of Hade Kakashi. This move, it had never failed before. Kakashi had used this technique countless times in battle. He was certain that, at this speed, his attack wouldn't harm Anko. However, something bizarre happened. Not only did Storm release, Chidori Wild Dance fail to harm Anko, but it didn't even touch the kidnapper impersonating Orochimaru. Storm release, The kidnapper moved at an astonishing speed. The kunai he had been holding against Anko's throat was withdrawn in an instant. Then, the moment he reappeared, he exhaled a powerful gust of wind at the kunai. Wind release, vacuum blade. This imposter raised his weapon, and in a flash, his vacuum blade sliced through the arcs of lightning with ease, as if it were nothing. Lightning chakra was naturally weak against wind release. The chaotic arcs of electricity from Chidori Wild Dance were completely neutralized by the sharp, precise swings of vacuum blade. Sparks scattered across the ground, but none even grazed the kidnapper's body. It was completely ineffective. Impossible. Kakashi's pupils widened. He had never once miscalculated with this technique, yet now it had been countered so effortlessly. The simplicity of the counterattack left him completely stunned. Dust exploded into the air. Sparks from the disrupted lightning technique burst upon impact, filling the battlefield with a haze of smoke. But in the next moment, a gust of wind swept through, clearing the dust away instantly. The world truly is full of deception and lies. As the haze dissipated, a voice echoed in Kakashi's ears. I thought we had reached an agreement, yet you chose to deceive me, gathering chakra in secret to launch an attack. I should have expected this. Of course I should have. Kakashi fell silent. Wait. Was this guy mocking him for lying? Did he seriously expect anyone to believe that nonsense about letting him leave with a hostage unchallenged? Even Guy, for all his optimism, wouldn't be naive enough to believe that. Your storm release isn't bad. Orochimaru raised his vacuum blade again, his slit pupils gleaming as he prepared for another fight. But it's nothing compared to your wind release. Kakashi took a deep breath. This guy was troublesome. Though Anko was rude and lacked manners, she was still a comrade of Konoha. He couldn't just let her be taken away. If you leave now, I'll pretend this never happened. Kakashi steadied his breathing, making his final stand. I already signaled the ANBU for backup during my pursuit. They'll arrive soon. The ANBU won't come. Even if they did, it wouldn't change anything. The kidnapper, still wearing Orochimaru's face, tightened his grip on the vacuum blade. His gaze turned cold and emotionless. You can still walk away. I'll act as if you were never here. He knew. Black Zetsu would ensure Kakashi's signal never reached the ANBU. Though Black Zetsu wouldn't fight Kakashi directly, it could erase any signs of his request for reinforcements. You won't give up. You think you can stop me? The kidnapper's eyes locked onto Kakashi, studying his silver-white hair. As if recalling the name Anko had shouted earlier, he spoke slowly. Hade Kakashi. He figured it out, huh? White Zetsu sighed underground. He was always going to. Black Zetsu wasn't surprised. Think about it, how many people in Konoha possess Storm Release, and Kakashi resembles Sakumo far too much. He had to be that old acquaintance's son. Above ground, Kakashi gripped his kunai. No matter what. Though he looked unmotivated, his resolve was firm. I can't just stand by while a comrade is taken. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Yet his grip on the vacuum blade remained firm. Wind's chakra gathered around him. The battle was far from over. At this point, everyone already knew he wasn't really Orochimaru. Neither he nor Kakashi had any reason to keep up the act. You plan to use wind release in battle. White Zetsu whispered from underground, watching Shaijin's movements. Kakashi specializes in lightning release. Shaijin already noticed. Black Zetsu smirked darkly. Wind release naturally counters lightning release. With his refined swordsmanship from the ancient era, Shaijin will have no trouble overcoming Kakashi. Black Zetsu's grin widened. After all, Shaijin once defeated Indra himself with nothing but swordsmanship. The next moment, a violent gust of wind erupted. Kakashi's Sharingan caught the approaching figure. He raised his kunai hastily to block the incoming strike from the vacuum blade. Clang! The kunai shattered instantly under the wind-enhanced sword. Before Kakashi could react, the impostor flicked the broken kunai into the air, then exhaled another gust of wind-release chakra. You've got to be kidding me. Kakashi's disbelief grew. The sheer speed. The precision. He had severed the kunai in an instant, then used the broken blade as a wind-release projectile. Whoosh! The wind-infused blade spun like a shuriken, hurtling toward Kakashi. A wind-release shuriken. Kakashi leapt backward. He had never seen anyone use wind release this way before. This enemy was even more skilled in combat than he had expected. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Kakashi slammed his hands together, pressing them to the ground. A massive stone wall erupted from the earth, etched with his signature dog-shaped markings. But the wall was too fragile. The wind-release shuriken sliced through it effortlessly, forcing Kakashi to retreat even further. Whoosh! A well-placed kunai struck the wind-release shuriken's core, deflecting it just in time. Crisis averted. Kakashi reached into his pouch, gripping another kunai tightly. This time, he wouldn't try to block the vacuum blade directly. Instead, he would target its wielder. You're not my match. I have no intention of killing you. Orochimaru continued pressing forward, seemingly dissatisfied with Kakashi's persistence. This is enough, just stop. Kakashi's Sharingan gleamed red. Yet he didn't cast a genjutsu. Instead, he focused purely on tracking his opponent's movements. So fast. Too fast. Forcing him entirely on the defensive. Any moment now. One misstep and he'd be struck down. Yet he had no choice but to stand his ground. Kakashi, you can do it. Anko cheered. Get out of here already. Kakashi shot her an exasperated look, silently urging her to flee. But Anko couldn't move. Her legs were already trapped in hardened mud. Her body was half buried in the ground. Kakashi hadn't even noticed when his opponent had used Earth Release. I don't like killing people, Orochimaru muttered. Then he kicked Kakashi in the chest. That's good, I don't either. Kakashi coughed. But despite his words, he lunged forward again. And then blades rained down upon him, even though his opponent still wore Orochimaru's face. The relentless wind-release swordplay overwhelmed him completely. Like a raging storm, the attacks left Kakashi struggling to hold his ground. Lightning release, Rikiri Kanai. Kakashi charged his kanai with lightning chakra, then hurled it at the enemy. The charged kanai was fast, deadly, but clang! His opponent effortlessly hooked the kanai's ring with his vacuum blade, then spun it back toward Kakashi. The kanai pierced Kakashi's shoulder, pinning him to a tree. Poof! A substitution. Kakashi's real body emerged from the ground. Earth release, headhunter jutsu. His hands shot out, grabbing his enemy's ankle. But the earth instantly hardened, trapping Kakashi instead. He had fallen into his own trap. Powerless, he watched as his opponent lifted Anko from the dirt and walked away. Chapter 98, Making Someone Recognize Their Identity. A person's life is a single line. This line may become entangled with others. However, sometimes two lines can only intersect far into the future, and it often takes someone using brute force to bring them together earlier than fate intended. Shijin. He was precisely the kind of person responsible for twisting these lines. For Shijin, kidnapping Anko Mitarashi had become an insignificant task, and capturing leverage against Orochimaru was merely a convenient bonus. Now there was only one true goal Shijin had in Konoha: finding the right person. Someone he could manipulate into uncovering the truth about Obaido Uchiha's survival, and in doing so, complete his SSS-ranked mission. The right person. That person had to have a bond with Obaido Uchiha. But Obaido had long since lost everything. He had personally killed his teacher, Minato Namikaze, massacred his own Uchiha clan, and the only one left alive from his past was his former teammate, Kakashi Hatake. Only Kakashi would have any interest in Obaido Uchiha. These two, bound by an unbreakable past, and inevitably tied together by the past and the future. No, not exactly. Strictly speaking, Minato Namikaze's son, Naruto Uzumaki, also had a fateful bond with Obaido, though one built on hatred. But Naruto was only 8 years old at this time. Shijin couldn't afford to wait for Kakashi and Naruto to discover Obaido's truth on their own. He knew how great the reward for an SSS-ranked mission was, and more importantly, this was the only mission he could complete at the moment. He needed to finish it as soon as possible, free up his mission queue, and seek more tasks that would grant him greater power. Power he needed to secure an advantage in the final battle he had planned. The first step of this mission was to draw out Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi had personally witnessed a ninja being kidnapped within the village. Even though he seemed disinterested in most things, he wouldn't ignore such an incident. Shijin sat beneath a large tree, absent-mindedly sketching out theories on Edo Tensei in his scroll while contemplating his strategy. If all went as expected, Kakashi would definitely try to track them down. Inside Konoha, Kakashi had been rescued. The moment he recovered, he reported Anko Mitarashi's abduction to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even though Konoha had just suffered the massacre of the Uchiha clan, there was no way the third Hokage would ignore the kidnapping of a Konoha ninja by an outsider. No matter what. Now that he knew, Konoha could not remain indifferent. The enemy is highly proficient in wind release and kenjutsu. Kakashi's statement made the third Hokage furrow his brows. Fortunately, after a moment of thought, Kakashi added, "He is also extremely skilled in earth release. When I attempted to use earth style in battle, he countered and neutralized my technique before I could even complete it. The opponent is also highly experienced in combat. I was utterly powerless against him. He is definitely no ordinary ninja. Additionally, he likely has an accomplice. There's a high chance that this accomplice is still hiding in Konoha, assisting him from the shadows. When I attempted to leave signals for the Anbu to follow, all of them were erased without me even realizing it. There's also something very strange. After defeating me, the enemy didn't choose to kill me. Maybe he thought I was too weak to be worth his attention. After all, he claimed he didn't enjoy killing. But when he attacked, he showed no hesitation. If I had been a step slower, I would have died." "I see." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe, lost in thought. Kakashi was Konoha's most outstanding young ninja. The fact that he had been so easily defeated meant the opponent was far from ordinary. Yet, even with all these details, the Hokage couldn't determine the enemy's identity. If the opponent specialized in wind release and kenjutsu and had ties to Orochimaru, they would be easier to track. The problem was, he also excelled in earth release. Such a person had to be a well-known ninja in the shinobi world, but no one came to mind. Unfortunately, there was no time to gather more intelligence. "We have to take action immediately." Hiruzen's expression turned serious. "Kakashi, I'm authorizing you to form a special retrieval team to bring Anko back." The barrier team reported an anomaly in the western section of the village earlier. Someone passed through our defensive perimeter. You should track toward the land of rivers. If the enemy entered Konoha unnoticed, they likely had inside help. I will send teams to investigate within the village and secure other possible escape routes. Yes. Kakashi had no objections. With Konoha's Anbu constantly on duty, the only available forces were the free-roaming ninjas. Fortunately, the village had suspended external missions, meaning he could recruit some strong allies. And there were plenty of capable comrades to call upon. Ninja battles were rarely simple one-on-one fights. Assembling the right team would prevent a repeat of his last defeat. More importantly, the opponent's strength wasn't completely overwhelming. From Kakashi's experience, the enemy was still within the realm of normal ninja combat. Their wind release and kenjutsu were formidable, but not unbeatable. Jonin Might Guy. Special Jonin Kurenai Yuhai. And from the Anbu, my most trusted ally Tensei. With time being short, Kakashi selected the most reliable team he could muster. Might Guy's taijutsu was exceptional. Kurenai Yuhai had strong sensory abilities and genjutsu skills. Tensei possessed Konoha's unique wood release. While his Mokyuten was only a fraction of the first Hokage's, it was still a valuable asset. Kakashi's own expertise in tracking and assassination complemented the team's strengths, making them a formidable force. The mission is clear. We need to retrieve Anko as soon as possible. Kakashi glanced at his assembled teammates, chewing on a soldier pill as he briefed them. This is not an opponent we can underestimate. We must work together. No need for words. Might Guy clenched his fists excitedly. The green-clad shinobi radiated energy and enthusiasm, his burning passion for youth practically tangible. Despite his eccentricity, his determination had a reassuring effect on the team. That night, western forest of the Land of Fire. Following the clues from the barrier team, Kakashi and his squad pursued westward. However, they had yet to find any direct trace of their target. Something's not right. Tensei, wearing his Anbu mask, spoke with concern. Even if the enemy is fast, they're carrying Anko. They shouldn't be able to move this quickly. No. Kakashi shook his head. If Anko is completely unconscious, and the enemy has high-speed movement techniques, plus the fact that we started tracking them late. Wait, is it possible we're chasing in the wrong direction? Might Guy suddenly had a realization. Kakashi, how long have we been pursuing them? We've been tracking for 5 hours. Kakashi calculated. It's been 7 hours since Anko was taken. We're on the right track. Kakashi was confident in his judgment. If we were chasing the wrong way, the Hokage search teams would have already found other leads. I found Anko's hair. Kurenai Yuhai called out, holding up a strand of purple hair. This place was used as a temporary rest spot. Her keen perception allowed her to deduce that Anko had deliberately left clues to help them. She left a signal, we're going the right way. Then let's move. Kakashi leaped forward, and the others followed, pushing their pursuit westward. They didn't know. They had already been noticed. And Shijin was already making his next move. Shijin was still changing directions, while carrying Anko Mitarashi. Speaking of which, Shijin frowned slightly and muttered, how did they find us? I changed direction the moment I sensed them. It was that woman. White Zetsu spoke cautiously. Based on the intelligence White Zetsu had gathered while tracking Kakashi's team, he glanced at the unconscious Anko Mitarashi lying on the ground and reminded Shijin. That woman, Anko Mitarashi, secretly left them clues. When? Shijin's eyes flashed with surprise. Black Zetsu sighed helplessly. Shijin had never been one to handle these minor details, nor had he ever learned to pay attention to such things. He had unknowingly allowed Anko Mitarashi to exploit his oversight. Without a doubt, that woman must have left clues even while she was asleep. Forget it. It doesn't matter. There are only 4 of them, and I've already sensed them. Shijin didn't seem too concerned about the approaching pursuers. He continued casually organizing his scrolls. It's a pity I didn't leave a flying thunder god mark on my way here, but even if they catch up, dealing with them will be easy. But one of them is the son of Sakumo Hatake. You're not someone who enjoys killing. Black Zetsu knew Shaijin's nature well and had to remind him. If you show mercy, Konoha won't give up on tracking you. They might even uncover information about you. This kind of outcome was practically inevitable. If those Konoha ninjas managed to talk to Shaijin for even a few minutes, they might uncover his connection to the Akatsuki. Given a little more conversation, Shaijin could even end up revealing his past relationship with Sakumo Hadake. And if they pushed just a bit further, he might even spill the entire Moon's Eye plan. Should I kill them? A trace of regret flashed across Shaijin's face. He gripped his pen tightly. To achieve my goal, I must be willing to do anything. I've already crossed that line, killing them wouldn't make a difference. Black Zetsu looked at him uneasily. Never mind. I've already thought of a solution. Black Zetsu realized the importance of the situation and proposed an alternative. As I arrived, I had a white Zetsu clone head to the Akatsuki's base to request reinforcements from Pain. He'll send a team to cover for you and handle this small trouble. Don't worry. You won't have to dirty your hands. Black Zetsu grinned wickedly as he reassured Shaijin, feeling satisfied with his quick thinking. After all, Abaido hasn't been treating you with enough respect lately. Weren't we planning to make him recognize his place? This happens to be the perfect opportunity. As Black Zetsu spoke, its small eyes narrowed into a dangerous glint. If we want to make someone recognize their identity, nothing is more effective than forcing them to confront their past. Chapter 99, Uchiha Itachi's Mission. Black Zetsu finally said something that truly resonated with him. When Black Zetsu suggested letting Abaido Uchiha handle the situation, turning it into a win-win scenario, Shaijin felt a sense of relief. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about Kakashi Hadake's team discovering the Akatsuki base. All along the journey, he had been enduring Anko Mitarashi's clumsy attempts at leaving traces. He almost felt like pulling her hair out himself just to help her drop more clues. And yet, the journey was still filled with setbacks. Fortunately, everything was progressing within his carefully guided plan. Now, the responsibility of dealing with these Konoha ninjas was pushed onto Abaido Uchiha. Speaking of which, Black Zetsu's hatred for Abaido seemed a little excessive. Of course, this was partially due to the way Shaijin had deliberately portrayed himself in ancient times. Back then, Shaijin had intentionally played the role of a diligent, respectful pawn in Black Zetsu's eyes. He had hoped that, after experiencing all of this, Black Zetsu would subconsciously dislike those who were arrogant, rude, and unreliable. Now, looking at the results, it seemed he had pushed a little too hard. Black Zetsu was practically wishing for Abaido to suffer at every possible turn. However, Black Zetsu didn't see it that way. In fact, Black Zetsu had its own little scheme. If Abaido was exposed to the Konoha ninjas, he would undoubtedly become their primary target in the future. It would allow Black Zetsu to throw this useless pawn away as bait, waste disposal at its finest. However, if Black Zetsu's plan succeeded, Abaido, who was merely resentful now, would likely spiral into complete emotional breakdown later. Luckily, Shaijin had a much higher emotional intelligence. When it came to manipulating people, he was far more subtle than Black Zetsu. He even maintained a facade of tolerance toward Abaido, despite the latter being his past defeated opponent. Don't push Abaido too hard, Shaijin casually advised, his words making White Zetsu's eyes light up. If Abaido is unwilling to come, I can deal with the Konoha team myself. This isn't an order for him. Yes. White Zetsu was delighted. When Abaido was 12, he had been just another Konoha ninja, gravely injured in battle and saved by Madara Uchiha. Back then, it was White Zetsu and its clones who had taken care of him. They still had some fondness for that once innocent boy. White Zetsu didn't want to see tension between Abaido and Shaijin. It knew that if things escalated, Abaido would be dead without a doubt. Even though Abaido would probably die sooner or later. Still, the White Zetsu clones wanted their source of entertainment to live a little longer. One more thing. Bring that new recruit over. Shaijin resumed writing on his scroll, sounding indifferent. That rookie named Uchiha Itachi. Bring him along with Abaido, who's been assigned to monitor him. I might as well take this chance to test his abilities. Yes. White Zetsu immediately lowered its head in acknowledgement. Aimgakure Akatsuki's base. Abaido Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha were still here. When they arrived, they learned that the entire Akatsuki had become aware of the Konoha spy, Orochimaru. Everyone was eager to eliminate him. Abaido sneered at this notion. He didn't care about Orochimaru's fate. Itachi, on the other hand, felt a slight unease. This situation felt strangely familiar. Itachi had a nagging suspicion that Orochimaru, like himself, was a spy forced to defect from Konoha on the surface while secretly working for the village. Especially when the Akatsuki members confidently claimed that Orochimaru might have been planted by Danzo Shimura, and they all wanted to seize the chance to execute him. Under these circumstances, should he try to save Orochimaru? Itachi felt conflicted. As a newly recruited member of Akatsuki, he shouldn't stand by and watch a fellow Konoha ninja suffer. He needed to find an opportunity to secretly investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts and see if he could help him escape the organization's grasp. However, Itachi's hesitation didn't last long. Because a white Zetsu clone arrived. This white Zetsu knew Abaido's temperament well. Instead of presenting this as an order from Black Zetsu, it framed the information as intelligence from the main body. Lord Shijin is on his way back to the Akatsuki base, but a Konoha team has discovered him. HMPH, that relic still doesn't understand the nuances of modern shinobi tactics. Abaido's tone was laced with disdain, venting his dissatisfaction with Shijin. Strength alone isn't enough to survive in this era. The leader of the Konoha squad is Kakashi Hadake. White Zetsu's words made Abaido pause. Abaido ruffled his short hair. In the past, when he had impersonated Madara Uchiha, he had kept his hair long to match the legendary shinobi's appearance. But now that he no longer had to play that role, he had reverted to his preferred shorter hairstyle. Wait. Kakashi Hadake. Kakashi is chasing Shijin. Did Kakashi's team consist of the 5 Cage or something? Who the hell gave that idiot the confidence to lead a squad against Shijin? This was suicide. HMPH, that fool. Abaido's gaze darkened as he mentioned his former teammate. He recalled their time in the same squad, how he had always lost to Kakashi in sparring matches. But now, with the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, they were no longer in the same league. Even so, even with his current power, he still wasn't confident he could defeat Shijin. In their last fight, Shijin had only won by concealing his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. But even knowing that, Abaido was aware that if they fought again, his chances of victory would still be slim. Battles between spacetime users were often decided in an instant, and Shijin also possessed the Rinnegan's power. Even if Kakashi's team were all cage-level shinobi, they wouldn't stand a chance against Shijin. This was practically a death sentence. So, should he just sit back and watch? If Kakashi died while Abaido was unaware, it wouldn't matter. It would simply mean the weak were eliminated. He had long since stopped caring about his past life in Konoha. But, now that he knew about it, Abaido clenched his fingers tightly. He thought about the infinite Tsukuyomi, the dream world he had envisioned countless times, the future or past that he truly longed for. In that world, Kakashi would still be the unreachable genius teammate of the underdog Abaido Uchiha. They would still be comrades who entrusted their lives to each other. In that world, Rin Nohara, the girl he had always loved, would never suffer from the tragedies of reality. She would always be by his side, comforting him when he lost to Kakashi and praising him when he finally won. So, until the infinite Tsukuyomi became reality, should he intervene in Kakashi's impending crisis? Do you need me to handle this? Abaido sat up, his gaze locked onto White Zetsu before he quickly averted his eyes, his voice cold as he repeated, "Do you need me to take care of that weakling Kakashi for Shijin?" His expression was still filled with arrogance, his eyes narrowing as he sought justification for his involvement. Shijin probably doesn't understand how meticulous shinobi tracking has become in this era, does he? HMPH, even if he kills Kakashi, more Konoha ninjas will follow the trail he leaves behind. We could end up in an all-out war with Konoha before we even capture the tailed beasts. Yes. White Zetsu quickly nodded, seizing the opportunity to persuade him. We're worried about that too. While Lord Shijin can easily handle the Konoha team himself, we requested that he let someone more familiar with modern shinobi tactics handle the cleanup. I understand. Abaido clasped his hands together, his right eye flashing as a spacetime vortex engulfed him, transporting him toward the Konoha team's location. Before Abaido could completely disappear into the vortex, White Zetsu's clone quickly called out to stop him. Wait. Abaido paused for a moment, his gaze shifting back impatiently. If you're going, White Zetsu's clone reminded him in a low voice. Lord Shijin's order was to bring the newcomer, Uchiha Itachi, along. He wants to take this opportunity to observe his abilities. HMPH. What a waste of time. Abaido's tone was filled with disdain. Although he believed he could handle everything alone, Shijin's orders weren't something he could openly defy, at least, not for now. So he had no choice but to bring Itachi along. It seems Shijin has run into some trouble. Let's go clean up the mess for him. That person could even run into trouble. Uchiha Itachi was puzzled. A Konoha team has spotted him. Abaido spoke as he observed Itachi's expression carefully. We're going to help him deal with them. With his strength. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly, pretending not to understand. Did Konoha send an exceptionally powerful team? No. Abaido scoffed, his tone full of mockery. He shared his opinion that Shijin wasn't well versed in the modern tracking techniques of shinobi. He got spotted while returning and has been unable to shake off his pursuers. Our job is to make sure he does. Itachi nodded silently. For the 13-year-old Itachi, he had no desire to start killing Konoha ninjas immediately after defecting. That could complicate his delicate relationship with the village. Fortunately, if this mission was merely about covering tracks, it wouldn't be a problem for him. As a former captain of Konoha's Anbu, Itachi was an expert in erasing traces left during shinobi operations. In fact, this task was almost beneath his skill level. Let's go. Before leaving, Abaido suddenly pulled out a mask and placed it over his face, as if he had just remembered something. Although his identity wasn't exactly a secret within Akatsuki. Even so, Abaido still didn't want Kakashi to recognize him. He knew that if Kakashi discovered the truth, it would cause endless complications for him. As expected, the moment he put on his mask, Black Zetsu couldn't resist sneering at him. Abai. Still trying to hide from your old friend. I'm just avoiding unnecessary trouble. Abaido's eyes were cold. He knew Black Zetsu was displeased with him, so he immediately retorted, compared to your reckless actions drawing Konoha's attention, this is far less foolish. You. Black Zetsu's gaze darkened dangerously. Enough. Shijin put an end to their bickering. He looked at Abaido and said calmly, the rest is up to you. After speaking, he took out 2 scrolls and tossed them to Abaido and Itachi. These contain flying thunder god marks. If anything happens, I'll step in. No need. Abaido sneered, tossing the scroll back without hesitation, completely uninterested in Shijin's supposed safety measure. HMPH. Just Kakashi headache. Did Shijin think he was still the same weakling from back then? Abaido's right eye spun, forming a space-time vortex. His body disappeared into it as he transported himself toward the Konoha team's location. I'll keep an eye on him. Black Zetsu's figure melted into the shadows, silently following. Itachi, however, kept the scroll. Unlike Abaido, he wasn't in a position to defy Shijin's instructions, and he also couldn't afford to raise any suspicion. Of course. As for the scroll containing the flying thunder god mark, Itachi had already decided to destroy it at the first opportunity during battle. He didn't want Shijin to have a means of suddenly appearing at his side whenever he pleased. However, it seemed his intentions had been noticed. You can destroy the scroll if you wish. Shijin's expression remained indifferent as he sat beneath a tree. His voice was eerily calm, as if it carried no weight, yet was as elusive as a leaf caught in the wind. But I'd suggest you read it first, rookie. Chapter 100, The Persuasion of Uchiha Itachi. This is. Uchiha Itachi unrolled the scroll in his hands. He would never pass up an opportunity to gather intelligence. Not only would this help him establish himself within the Akatsuki, but it would also allow him to learn more about Shijin, the legendary figure before him. Somewhat unexpected, yet not surprising at all. The scroll contained intelligence on Abaido Uchiha, including details on his Mangekyou Sharingan abilities and his would release Kake Genkai. Bluntly speaking, after reading this, Itachi's wariness of Abaido only grew. However, the man was no longer an enigma to him. As long as he had information, he could eventually find a way to counter him. Don't let him have it too easy. Let Konoha teach him a lesson. Black Zetsu really despises Abaido, and I'd like to do it a favor. Shijin didn't even glance at Itachi, his tone cold and indifferent as he continued speaking. Though I don't like you, you're the only one I can entrust with this task. Make sure no one else finds out. Why me? Itachi was silent for a moment before his expression grew serious. I can't help but suspect that Lord Shijin is trying to sow discord between me and Abaido. No need to suspect. Shijin remained unfazed, continuing his work as he spoke. I'll need you to keep an eye on Abaido in the future. You hate me, Lord Shijin. Itachi tightened his grip on the scroll, furrowing his brows as he continued in a low voice. Logically speaking, I have no reason to serve you. Don't you worry that I might tell Abaido about this. Rookie. Shijin finally lifted his gaze, his voice calm yet carrying a sharp edge that sent chills down Itachi's spine. His words echoed in the young Uchiha's ears like a hammer striking stone. What gave you the illusion that you can defy my orders in the Akatsuki? Itachi's expression stiffened. He nearly forgot. He was already a member of the Akatsuki. At this point, he couldn't tell if his luck was good or bad. He was being forced into the power struggle between Abaido and Shijin. However, this might not be entirely disadvantageous. Itachi couldn't help but ponder. Shijin was ruthless in his methods, but the conflict between him and Abaido could ultimately benefit both Konoha and himself. He might even be able to escalate the tension between them, pushing their fight to greater heights. I will complete the mission. Itachi had made up his mind. Is that so? Shijin lowered his gaze, as if he had seen straight through Itachi's thoughts. A hint of mockery crept into his voice. It seems Konoha's shinobi always have their own little schemes, always thinking they see further than others. Hashirama Senju was the same. He thought the peace he established would last forever. At the time, Madara never agreed with his belief that Konoha was worth sacrificing everything for. We both knew Hashirama's ideals would eventually give birth to the darkness within Konoha. I wouldn't dare. Itachi's heart sank. But then again, I'm no better. Shijin's voice took on a self-deprecating tone, his murmur filled with an almost wistful admiration. Perhaps your second Hokage, Tabarama Senju, saw further than his brother. Itachi thought Shijin might be mistaken. Within the Uchiha clan, Tabarama Senju was infamous for isolating them by creating the Konoha police force. It was Tabarama's policies that prevented the Uchiha from fully integrating into the village. Itachi clenched his fists. In the end, those very measures deepened the divide between Konoha and the Uchiha, leading to a crisis that nearly tore the village apart. It sounds like... Itachi gripped the scroll tightly, feigning indifference as he asked. Lord Shijin and the second Hokage had a good relationship. No. My relationship with him was poor. I despised him, that's why I chose to side with the Akatsuki's plan. But your existence proves that I was wrong. Shijin cast a cold glance at Itachi and continued, his tone even icier. When I was revived, I told Tabarama that the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju were once brothers. Siblings should live in harmony. But Tabarama stubbornly believed that the Uchiha were too extreme to integrate with Konoha. Perhaps that's why he chose to hide the truth. Now, looking at you, a man who chose to slaughter his own clan for the sake of power. I can almost hear Tabarama sneering at me from the afterlife, mocking my naive and blind faith in humanity. That's why, every time I see you, I can't stand you. Itachi felt a sharp pain in his chest. So that's it. This is the cruel irony of fate. Shijin was actually the one who had the right vision, while Tabarama was the one who was wrong. Yet Itachi's actions had inverted that truth. He had always wanted to help the Uchiha integrate into Konoha. But now, he had become the embodiment of Tabarama's belief that the Uchiha were too dangerous to belong. This realization was both agonizing and absurd, especially since Itachi couldn't reveal his true intentions within the Akatsuki. He had to suppress everything, keeping his mission a secret even from Shijin. The only thing he could do was apologize. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." 13-year-old Itachi lowered his head slightly. His crimson eyes glowed faintly, struggling to contain the emotions welling up inside him. A mixture of guilt toward Shijin and sorrow from his own pain threatened to overflow. Blood-red tears pooled in his Sharingan. "It doesn't matter. I don't care anymore." Shijin waved a hand dismissively, his voice devoid of emotion. "Now I will make good use of you, an Uchiha who sacrificed everything for power. I can promise you one thing. If you obey me, I will ensure your brother's safety until he awakens his Mangekyo Sharingan. No one will take his life before then. But I make no guarantees that you'll be the one to obtain the eternal Mangekyo. If you accept this, then carry out the mission I've assigned you." "Yes." Itachi dropped to one knee in acknowledgement. He then crushed the intelligence scroll in his hands, leaped into the night, and vanished beneath the moonlight. At that moment, he suppressed all unnecessary thoughts. Even though he knew how dangerous his position in the Akatsuki was, even though he understood why Shijin despised him. Shijin's stance and promise were precisely what Itachi wanted. Even Shijin's hatred toward him was something he welcomed. Tappy tappy tap. The sound of a pen striking a wooden scroll echoed in the night. Shijin didn't bother watching Itachi leave. Instead, he continued writing, but this time it was no longer medical notes, only names of shinobi. If someone were to see his scroll, they would notice that each name was connected by thin lines, forming a web so intricate that no one could untangle their relationships. Some names had been marked with circles. Black ink surrounded Black Zetsu's name, while Kakuzu, Nagato, and Konan's names were enclosed in green. Suddenly, Shijin calmly circled Itachi's name in red, linking it directly to Obaido's. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hadake's squad was closing in. As the team's censor, Kurenai Yuhai raised a finger, quickly locating the position of the kidnapper and Anko Mitarashi. Her senses were razor-sharp. "Did you find them?" Kakashi felt a growing unease. Things had gone almost too smoothly. Had the enemy really not noticed their pursuit? Kurenai's face suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Yamato turned to her in surprise. "It's enemy reinforcements." Kurenai's expression turned grim. She could feel two strong chakra signatures rapidly approaching. "They're here." Might Guy gripped his nunchaku tightly. His body tensed as he swung his leg forward in a powerful kick toward the sky. His sensory abilities were lacking, but his battle instincts were razor-sharp. From within the forest, a masked man stepped into view. Might Guy's foot landed squarely against the man's body, but instead of feeling resistance, his strike passed through as if he had kicked thin air. What's going on?" Guy was momentarily surprised by his own failure. He immediately realized something was off. His vision had been precise. He had definitely landed a hit. How could it have missed? But none of that mattered. Guy twisted his body midair, pivoting as he launched a spinning kick straight toward the masked man. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Once again, his attack hit nothing but empty space. Undeterred, Guy pressed forward, launching a rapid sequence of kicks toward his opponent. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Even the masked man seemed momentarily silent as he observed Guy's repeated yet fruitless attacks. He couldn't quite understand why this man, despite failing to land a single hit, remained so unshaken in his resolve. But this was far enough. Guy's movements finally slowed as he landed, a slight frown forming on his face. He looked down at his own foot, uncertain of what had just happened. "I didn't hit him." Kakashi Hadake had been watching the entire exchange closely, and his eyes narrowed. He had witnessed every one of Guy's attacks miss despite their accuracy. This opponent was trouble. Sharingan. He has a Sharingan. Don't make eye contact with him. Kakashi quickly warned his teammates as he pulled out a kunai and stepped forward to intercept the masked figure. Beneath the mask, a single crimson eye glowed ominously. "Who are you?" Kakashi's grip on his kunai tightened as he stared at the masked man. Did you steal that Sharingan? His free hand reached up, slowly pushing his forehead protector aside to reveal his own Sharingan. He needed to observe the enemy carefully. HMPH. The masked man scoffed at Kakashi's words, but he couldn't be bothered to respond. Nor did he have any interest in mocking Kakashi. His eerie Mangekyou Sharingan spun as his voice rang out, cold and indifferent. Leave now, and I will spare your lives. The moment he finished speaking, the masked man sidestepped Kakashi's kunai and countered with a swift kick to Kakashi's chest, sending him flying backward. Wood release, great forest technique. Yamato quickly formed hand seals, stretching his arms forward as wooden spikes shot out from his limbs, aiming to impale the masked man. However, it was useless. The wooden spikes passed right through him, as if he wasn't even there. HMPH. The masked man leapt backward, landing atop a thick tree branch. His gaze swept over the Konoha squad with an air of disdain. We can't hit him. Yamato's forehead beaded with sweat as he spoke in a grave tone. His body isn't solid, our attacks just phase through him. He's tangible. Kakashi flipped in midair, regaining his balance as he landed. He wiped the corner of his mouth, staring intently at the masked man. But only for a brief moment. Because he had been hit. That makes things easier. A smirk spread across Guy's face, his enthusiasm reigniting. The man radiated a boundless energy, his teeth practically gleaming in the moonlight. If he has a body, then I'll land a hit eventually. Don't be reckless. We need to figure out how to counter his ability first. Kakashi's gaze remained locked onto the masked man. He spoke in a low voice. Our priority is rescuing Anko, not defeating this unknown enemy. He turned toward Kurenai. Kurenai, can you sense our target's location? That's... Kurenai's voice faltered. Long time no see. A voice rang out from the shadows. From within the depths of the forest, a lone figure emerged. His scarlet eyes glowed ominously in the darkness, like a specter from the underworld. 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, his expression calm and unreadable. Every Konoha ninja in the squad stiffened. Of Uchiha Itachi. The name sent a chilling wave of recognition through them all. Chapter 101. Selling out Abido Uchiha's information first. Uchiha Itachi. This was someone Kakashi had never expected to appear. None of the team had anticipated that the man who had just massacred his own clan would show up here, standing in their way as they tried to reclaim Anko Mitarashi. Captain Kakashi, Captain Yamato, Miss Kurenai, Mr. Guy. Itachi recognized each person present. His expression remained polite, as if he weren't the same man who had bathed in his clan's blood. Please leave, this is not where you should be right now. Anko's abduction. Kakashi's grip on his kunai tightened. His gaze flickered between Itachi and the masked man beside him, both clad in the black robes adorned with red clouds. A sense of unease crept into his heart. So this has something to do with you too. That man who took Anko, he's working with you, isn't he? It was unexpected. Even shocking. Kakashi had never realized just how much darkness had been lurking within his former subordinate's heart. The night of the Uchiha massacre, as a member of the Anbu, Kakashi had been tasked with dealing with the bodies of the slain clan members. He had often found himself questioning whether he had been blind to the darkness festering right beside him. Our task is merely to stop your pursuit. Itachi raised a single finger. His crimson Sharingan glowed in the dim light. Please stay out of this, Captain Kakashi. Anko is not someone you can save. As he spoke, Itachi positioned himself beneath the tree where the masked man stood. Two men with Sharingan now faced off against the Konoha squad, and neither seemed concerned in the slightest about the battle ahead. This is going to be a problem. Kakashi lifted his kunai. Kakashi, we don't have much time. Kurenai's expression was tense. Her gaze remained locked on Itachi as she sensed the chakra in the area. The masked man and Itachi are here to stop us. The enemy we were chasing is withdrawing. 2 against 4. Yamato reminded Kakashi, hoping his experienced superior would think things through. But that masked man's ability is strange. He won't be easy to deal with. I should be able to handle Itachi. Don't rely on conventional power scaling. Kakashi shook his head, his voice heavy with warning. Itachi slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. Do not underestimate him. Yamato's eyes widened. He had always viewed Itachi as a criminal, but he had neglected to consider that the man possessed the power to wipe out an entire, formidable clan. Let's divide tasks. Kakashi glanced at his teammates and quickly issued orders. Yamato and I will keep the masked man and Itachi occupied. Kurenai, Guy, you two find a way to slip past them and continue chasing the kidnapper. Our mission is to retrieve Anko. Do not engage the enemy for too long, you are not their match. It was a logical strategy. Kakashi was confident he could stall the masked man. Yamato, who had prior knowledge of Itachi's abilities, should be able to hold his own against him. As for Guy and Kurenai, their sole task was to retrieve Anko. One would engage the kidnapper, while the other would extract Anko, something they should be capable of. But Akatsuki was also making their own plans. The masked man scoffed, as if he had seen through Kakashi's strategy. I'll deal with Kakashi and Guy. I'll handle Miss Kurenai and Captain Yamato. Itachi nodded, calmly choosing his opponents. Their decision made perfect sense. The masked man was confident he could suppress Kakashi, and he was equally sure that he could keep his old classmate, Guy, at bay. Even though he had never once defeated Guy in their youth, he believed that, with his Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no way he could lose this time. As for Itachi, since he seemed to be familiar with Yamato, it made sense for him to take him on. Kurenai, the genjutsu specialist, was merely an afterthought. Then, as soon as Kakashi and the masked man had finalized their matchups, both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. Begin. The next instant, the battle erupted. A storm of ninjutsu and taijutsu clashed in a rapid, chaotic exchange. Flames spread wildly throughout the forest. Fire release, blast wave dance. The masked man's eyes burned with power as spiraling torrents of fire surged forward, amplified by violent winds. The roaring flames forced Kakashi and Guy back instantly. From the very first move, the masked man had established his dominance. In contrast to the masked man's ferocity, Itachi's battle was eerily calm. With a single glance, he had already trapped Kurenai in a genjutsu. He then shifted his gaze toward Yamato, who was attempting to break the illusion. Impossible. Yamato's vision suddenly blurred. In an instant, his world faded to gray. At that moment, he was reminded of the last time he had been caught in a Sharingan genjutsu. Who had been the one to cast it back then? Before he could recall, Yamato and Kurenai were already down. But for Itachi, this battle was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. Because he had another mission. First, he had been ordered to leak information. Shijin, the true mastermind behind Akatsuki, had given him permission to teach Albedo a lesson. Second, he had to choose the right person to receive that information. Between the 4 Konoha ninjas present, Itachi chose the only one who could truly bear the weight of darkness. His gaze fell upon Kakashi Hatake. He had no other choice. He didn't trust Kurenai, he didn't know her. He didn't trust Yamato, he knew him too well. And might Guy. It didn't take much to see that Guy was not the ideal candidate for secrecy. That left only one person. Kakashi Hatake. Itachi recalled his time in the Anbu under Kakashi's leadership. The man had always looked after him, always carried his own burdens silently. Kakashi could keep a secret. Itachi ran his fingers over the kunai in his hand. He would take advantage of Shijin's permission to reveal information. However, he could only expose details about Albedo Uchiha. If he leaked anything about Shijin, Konoha would react. Any sudden movements would tip off Akatsuki's intelligence network, drawing suspicion toward him. The perfect opportunity. Itachi couldn't help but appreciate the internal strife within Akatsuki. It had given him the chance to deliver intelligence back to Konoha. This was a rare moment. He had to act before the battle reached its conclusion. Unfortunately, the timeframe Shijin had allowed was too tight. Itachi had no choice but to take a risk rather than use more subtle methods. As this thought crossed his mind, he appeared in the middle of the battlefield where the masked man was fighting Kakashi and Guy. Looks like you're having trouble. His voice was soft, almost mocking. Need help? HMPH. The masked man scoffed. His body blurred into a transparent state as he withdrew and landed beside Itachi. I just underestimated them. He was irritated. It was frustrating that this junior Itachi had already defeated 2 opponents, while he was still struggling against Kakashi and Guy. But how could he defeat them so easily? Guy was even more troublesome than when they were kids. Although Kamui allowed him to phase through attacks, Guy's taijutsu was simply too overwhelming. Whenever the masked man attempted to counterattack, Guy's nunchaku would strike at the precise moment he needed to rematerialize. And then there was Kakashi. The constant, calculated pressure made things even harder. Damn it, they're tough to handle. Even though he was confident in his victory, he couldn't deny that this fight was an absolute pain. I'll take care of. The masked man began to issue orders. I'm no match for Mr. Guy. Itachi interrupted, providing a logical explanation. If you noticed, he has never once looked at your eyes. He's trained himself to fight Sharingan users. HMPH, that idiot probably developed that just to fight Kakashi. The masked man sneered. That fool has been obsessed with beating Kakashi since childhood. By sheer coincidence, Might Guy had trained himself to counter Kakashi's Sharingan, and now, that very training was proving to be a nightmare for the 2 Uchiha on the battlefield. So, Itachi calmly analyzed the situation. With the Sharingan's influence neutralized, I have no chance against Mr. Guy. Even if my Sharingan can predict his movements, I simply can't match his speed. The masked man found this explanation frustrating but undeniable. He had also realized the problem. Even with his Sharingan, he could track Guy's movements, but his body simply couldn't keep up. The man's taijutsu was overwhelmingly powerful. I'll take care of Guy. The masked man narrowed his eyes. In front of Itachi, he refused to acknowledge any personal shortcomings. He firmly believed that his Kamui Mangekyou Sharingan gave him the upper hand. There was no way he could lose to Guy. After all, over time, even someone as energetic as Guy would inevitably slow down from exhaustion. The moment his attacks lost their edge, victory would be his. Admitting it out loud felt humiliating. But this was the only way. Then I'll handle Captain Kakashi. A flicker of relief crossed Itachi's eyes. His crimson gaze deepened as 3 Tamos swirled into a distinct pattern, his Mangekyou Sharingan activating. You're using your Mangekyou. The masked man noticed Itachi's intent and scoffed. Overusing that eye will damage your vision. You might even go blind. Just let me handle him. This junior of his wouldn't actually kill Kakashi, would he? It's only Tsukuyomi. Itachi replied evenly, his voice devoid of emotion. Kakashi possesses both the Sharingan and Storm Release Kekkei. I don't have complete confidence that I can defeat him outright. My only goal is to trap him in my genjutsu long enough that he can't resist. HMPH. The masked man snorted, but didn't object further. A chain materialized in his hands as he rushed toward Guy. He had no intention of letting this junior outperform him. Kakashi, I'll handle him. Guy shouted confidently. I can keep up with his speed. Understood. Kakashi nodded. His gaze swept over the fallen Yamato and Kurenai before settling on Itachi, who had now fully entered the battlefield. A shadow of worry passed through him. Red and Yamato, have they already lost? The next moment, Kakashi had no time to think. The instant his gaze met Itachi's, his mind was ensnared. This is... A sudden emptiness filled Kakashi's consciousness. His entire world turned monochrome. Everything around him faded into black and white. The only thing that remained colored was the blood-red moon hanging high in the sky. Tsukuyomi. A world where Uchiha Itachi controlled time, space, and reality itself. In this realm, both he and Kakashi stood across from each other, their reflections distorted by the crimson moonlight. Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. The strength of this illusion was far beyond anything he had encountered before. Even as an expert in genjutsu countermeasures, he realized with a sinking feeling. This time, he had no way out. This is my Tsukuyomi. In this world, I hold absolute control. Time and space are mine to manipulate. No one can interfere with us here. Itachi's blood-red gaze locked onto Kakashi, his voice eerily calm. First, I will tell you something important. The man in the mask. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. You should be familiar with him. Because he is your former comrade. Itachi's tone remained indifferent as he revealed the truth. Obaido Uchiha. Kakashi's breath hitched. In that moment, even the strangeness of the Tsukuyomi world paled in comparison to the shock surging through his mind. Obaido. His Sharingan whirled violently, the three tamos spinning faster than ever before. His emotions boiled over. Something within him surged, pushing the limits of his consciousness to new heights. Unknowingly, the power of his Sharingan intensified. It's awakened. As the master of the Tsukuyomi world, Itachi sensed it immediately. Kakashi's spiritual energy was fluctuating wildly. His Manjikayo Sharingan had begun to manifest. No, that's not it. Itachi's eyes darkened slightly as he observed more carefully. Kakashi's Manjikayo was already awakened long ago. It was never a matter of him unlocking it. Itachi's voice was firm, his mind piecing things together. Captain Kakashi. For an Uchiha, only immense pain can awaken the Manjikayo Sharingan. You must have suffered greatly in the past to have had one all along. Tell me, when did you awaken your Manjikayo? Kakashi, however, was barely listening. His voice was hoarse. Tell me. His hands clenched into fists. Is it true? Chapter 102. Obaido Uchiha feels absolutely miserable. As long as you can defeat him, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. Itachi Uchiha's expression gradually returned to calm. He was no longer surprised by Kakashi Hadake's newly revealed Manjikayo Sharingan. But, Captain Kakashi, I can only give you the conclusion. The process of discovering the truth must be done by you alone. However, I can tell you some details about Obaido Uchiha's abilities. Apart from the Sharingan, Obaido Uchiha possesses the wood release bloodline limit. However, his wood release isn't particularly strong, about the same level as Captain Yamato's. But most importantly, Obaido's Sharingan has evolved into the Manjikayo, just like ours, and it grants him a unique ability. Backed by Shijin's support and the intelligence he had provided, Itachi sold out Obaido's secrets without hesitation. Obaido's Manjikayo Sharingan ability is called Kamui. It allows him to shift his body into another dimension for up to 5 minutes, making him completely untouchable during combat. The only way to counter this ability is to attack him continuously for 5 minutes straight. Aside from that, Kamui also allows him to suck objects and enemies into that unique space. Kamui. Kakashi fell silent, pressing a hand to his own eye. He could sense something peculiar about his own Manjikayo Sharingan. He too had an ability that could send objects into another dimension. But this eye had been given to him by Obaido. He didn't even need to defeat the masked man. If he could confirm that the masked man's Kamui was connected to his own Manjikayo ability, then Itachi was telling the truth. The truth was too shocking. So much so that Kakashi didn't want to believe it. Remember, I can only provide the result. But you must uncover the reasoning behind it yourself, Captain Kakashi. That's all I have to say. Itachi concluded, preparing to release his Tsukuyomi. Captain Kakashi has the Sharingan, so it's plausible that he could break free from my illusion. That should be enough of an excuse in front of Obaido. Wait. Kakashi stopped him. His mind was gradually recovering from the shock of learning that his former friend, Obaido Uchiha, was alive. Kakashi's gaze locked onto Itachi. There was another answer he needed. Why are you telling me this? Itachi remained silent for a moment before answering. Consider it repayment for how you looked after me in the Anbu, Captain Kakashi. You're thanking me. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly. If this were the Itachi from back when he was in Konoha, he would have believed him without hesitation. But after the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi found it hard to believe that Itachi would still harbor gratitude toward him. Unless Itachi, the Uchiha clan's destruction. A chilling realization struck Kakashi. His gaze bore into Itachi's eyes. What's the truth behind it? Itachi didn't answer. Perhaps. One day. No. Regardless of the future. The truth of the Uchiha clan's demise had to remain buried. For the sake of his younger brother, the truth had to stay hidden. It was not something for the world to know. Then what about Anko? Kakashi pressed for another answer. Who was behind her abduction? If the masked man really is Abido, why are you two helping the one who took her? It's not time yet. Itachi sighed and shook his head. I will keep an eye on Anko Midarashi's safety, but with just the four of you, you won't be able to save her. Wait. Kakashi had more to ask. But the next moment, the Tsukuyomi world shattered. Itachi had no intention of revealing anything more to Kakashi. He had once been under Kakashi's command. He knew his former superior was someone who cared for his comrades and could keep secrets. He wouldn't press the issue in the real world. Reality. The masked man and Might Guy were still fighting. In fact, their battle had just resumed. Yet, somehow, the illusionary exchange between Itachi and Kakashi had already reached its conclusion. Both men were kneeling on the ground, clutching their eyes in exhaustion. Kakashi. Guy immediately rushed to support him. The masked man glanced at Kakashi, seeing that he seemed unharmed. Only then did he look at Itachi and scoff. Looks like you lost to that weakling Kakashi after all. I'm a little surprised. Itachi, still covering one eye, spoke hoarsely. Captain Kakashi possesses a Mangekyou Sharingan as well. Kakashi. Guy crouched beside him, visibly concerned. Are you okay? I'm fine. Kakashi shook his head, then looked at Itachi before slowly raising his gaze toward the masked man. He removed the hand covering his left eye. The masked man's expression changed drastically. Kakashi's Sharingan had transformed into a Mangekyou Sharingan, and its pattern was identical to his own. Now, there was no need for any further explanation. Two identical Mangekyou Sharingan spoke louder than words, especially when Kakashi already had Itachi's intel. Kakashi locked eyes with the masked man, his expression eerily calm, like the stillness before a storm. The masked man's gaze remained sharp. He showed no sign of being shaken by the possibility of his identity being exposed. After all, he had always known. His past identity wouldn't remain hidden forever. Or rather, he never really cared about his past identity. How fortunate. Deep underground, Zetsu observed the unfolding drama. Humans must eventually face their past, abide. Black Zetsu smirked, its voice laced with amusement. It hadn't expected Itachi's Tsukuyomi to awaken Kakashi's Mangekyou Sharingan. But perhaps this isn't so bad. Facing your past might finally help you accept your true identity. If possible. Black Zetsu wished Shijin were still here to witness this. There weren't many things more entertaining than watching former comrades turned enemies, destined to confront each other. Unfortunately, Shijin had already left with Anko and returned to Aimgakure. He had no interest in watching a scene he had already foreseen. In fact, everything had unfolded exactly as he had predicted. He had anticipated that, due to the urgency of the situation, Itachi would have no choice but to recklessly reveal Abido's identity to Kakashi. And once that happened, the emotional turmoil would trigger the awakening of Kakashi's Mangekyou Sharingan. Likewise, Itachi had never considered that his actions had already been factored into Shijin's plans. By revealing Abido's identity, Itachi had unwittingly drawn Kakashi into the web of greater truths. Kakashi's desire to uncover the truth wouldn't end with Abido. He would begin to question everything. The truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Why his former comrade was still alive. As the son of Sakumo Hadake, Kakashi had endured greater pain than his father ever had. And that pain had shaped his unbreakable will. More than anyone else, Kakashi valued his comrades. Especially now, at a time when he had no bonds to rely on. And a friend, long thought dead, had reappeared before him. Guy. Though a storm raged within Kakashi's heart, his voice only grew calmer. He stared at the masked man, then turned to his friend. Check on Kurenai and Yamato, leave this to me. The enemy's body is difficult to hit. Guy hesitated. But he knew. When Kakashi spoke like this, his mind was made up. He leapt away to check on the others. HMPH. The masked man scoffed. He turned to Itachi. You step back too, I'll handle this. Itachi silently retreated. He had wanted to stay and use Amaterasu to secretly aid Kakashi. But since Obaido was so confident, he would leave it in Kakashi's hands. And now, everyone present on both sides was waiting for one thing: to see if Kakashi could break the masked man's disguise and expose the truth. You're going to make your move. Zetsu's figure silently emerged from the shadows of a tree. That eye of yours. Kakashi's left eye stabilized into the pattern of the Manjikayo Sharingan. He raised his fingers in front of him, mimicking the stance of a classic shinobi duel. His voice was steady, but his expression turned solemn. I'm going to shatter the mask on your face. I want to see if the person behind it is really the one I remember. Then prepare for disappointment. The masked man's right eye glowed ominously, its Manjikayo Sharingan pattern spinning. He raised his hand, mirroring Kakashi's stance. His voice remained cold and arrogant. The person you long for has long been buried in the past. The memories you should have forgotten should never have stayed with you. The next moment, both figures charged at each other at the same time. The final clash of this pursuit mission had begun, orchestrated by the one who had woven the threads of fate. But this time, there was no turning back. Like humans inevitably confronting their destinies, they clashed. The masked man swung his fist, meeting Kakashi's punch head-on. It was as if he had abandoned his eerie Kamui technique, opting instead for a brutal exchange of fists and blood. Fists and legs collided in rapid succession. Kakashi took a heavy kick to the stomach and was sent flying, yet he endured the pain and retaliated with a thrown kunai midair. Storm Release, Lightning Kunai. The kunai, infused with Storm Release chakra, moved in an unpredictable trajectory. At the last moment, as it neared the masked man's face, it suddenly curved upward and slashed vertically down his mask. This guy. Instinctively, the masked man activated his Kamui, phasing his body to avoid the attack. But at that exact moment, Kakashi's Manjikayo Sharingan spun violently, and the very kunai he had thrown vanished into his own Kamui space. Cracked. The sound of breaking echoed through the battlefield. The kunai, absorbed into the alternate dimension, inexplicably materialized in the masked man's space and struck the surface of his mask. The lightning chakra cut through the mask like a hot blade through butter, revealing the true face beneath it. Under the broken mask was a half-damaged, scarred face. As Kakashi stood there, staring at the answer he had sought, he finally had confirmation. Even though he had already known the truth, even though he had braced himself, his heart still trembled at the sight before him. Obaido, it's you, isn't it? Obaido Uchiha's expression remained indifferent. He didn't seem the least bit concerned that his identity had been exposed. Instead, he simply resumed forming hand seals. Wait, Obaido. Might Guy was stunned by what he had just heard. He turned to Kurenai, seeking confirmation. Is it really our old classmate, Obaido Uchiha? I remember he died back then. After all, they had once been classmates. At the very least, Guy could ask for verification. Kurenai, on the other hand, was a woman with keen intuition. He does resemble him. No, he looks exactly like him. She focused on the partially revealed face beneath the mask. Though still fatigued from her earlier genjutsu battle, she forced herself to recall memories from their academy days. A girl in our class once mentioned that Obaido had a crush on Rin Nohara, but most of the girls thought he wasn't as handsome as Kakashi. There was something like that. Guy scratched his head. Back in school, he never paid attention to such things. He had only ever cared about one thing: competing with Kakashi. All I remember is that Obaido was Kakashi's teammate. Then they were assigned to the same team. During the Chunin exams, we always lost to their squad because we had to beat Kakashi first. Obaido's face darkened, hearing his former classmates gossiping about his past. He suddenly found it difficult to concentrate on forming his jutsu seals. These idiots. What the hell are they even talking about? Has our diversion mission been completed? Obaido asked, his face cold. It should be done by now. Itachi furrowed his brows slightly. He wasn't entirely sure if their objective had been fulfilled, but with Abido's identity now revealed, his own task was definitely complete. At the moment, Abido looked extremely frustrated. Chapter 103, Bonds. Uchiha Abido felt an overwhelming urge to curse. If he had a choice, he wished that the concept of classmates didn't exist in this world, especially those who knew about his past. Abido, you've been alive all this time. Only Hatake Kakashi refrained from bringing up his past, focusing instead on the present. Why didn't you return to Konoha? Rin and I have always. His voice suddenly faltered, as if recalling something too painful to face. However, those very words instantly ignited the fury within Uchiha Abido. You have the nerve to mention Rin. A painful spasm shot through Abido's heart. A mocking smirk curled at the edge of his lips as he sneered at Kakashi for even uttering that name. When I saw Rin die by your hand, my own survival became meaningless. Why would I ever return? Abido's fingers traced over his chest, as if recalling that unforgettable scene. Your lightning release was truly spectacular. It pierced through Rin's heart in an instant. Kakashi felt an unbearable pain constricting his own heart, an emotion so oppressive that he almost wanted to vomit. What's going on? Might Guy broke into a cold sweat. Even Kurenai Yuhai dared not utter a word. She simply observed Kakashi and Abido with growing tension, seemingly aware of the tragic history between them. But you've changed a lot, Kakashi. Abido looked at him with contempt. You used to favor lightning release in battle, yet now you rely on the storm release you once despised. Kakashi remained silent, unable to find the words to refute him. Back in the final days of the Third Great Ninja War, Nohara Rin had been implanted with the three tails by Kirigakure's shinobi. To prevent the beast from being unleashed upon Konoha, she had deliberately thrown herself onto Kakashi's Chidori. Because of that, because he had used lightning release to kill his own comrade, Kakashi had been tormented by nightmares ever since. Over the years, he had gradually shifted towards using his father's storm release in combat, especially when facing Abido, as if avoiding his past mistakes. HMPH. And yet, you haven't really changed at all. Abido's expression grew colder, his voice dripping with scorn. I once thought you would be like your father, Sakumo Hadake, and cherish your comrades above all else. But in the end, you were willing to kill a comrade for the sake of Konoha. You are no different from this twisted world, no different from that wretched village. There's nothing left worth reminiscing about. This was exactly what Uchiha Madara had told him. Madara once spoke of how Konoha's shinobi would sacrifice anything for their village. Kakashi killing Rin was just another example of that, an inevitable outcome. But that was something Abido could never accept. No matter what, he could never accept Rin's death. Never accept that the kind and gentle girl who always looked out for him had died at the hands of the very person he had entrusted her to. Sorry. Kakashi felt weak all over. His body screamed for release from the agony that constricted his chest, making even speech difficult. Rin's back then. I already know she wanted to die. Abido's gaze was ice cold as he stared at Kakashi. But a man who vowed to protect his comrades ended up killing one with his own hands. This world of endless strife and bloodshed is nothing but darkness and absurdity. I see that far more clearly than you do now. Kakashi had no response. Because Rin's death was a mistake he could never atone for. He had never imagined that the jutsu he had once taken pride in would one day be the very thing that killed his closest friend. Every time he thought about that moment, it became difficult to breathe. Don't worry. I no longer blame you for it. Abido watched as Kakashi clutched his chest in pain, half kneeling on the ground, and continued coldly. Whether I kill you, spare you, or wipe out everyone here, none of it matters anymore. Even this world itself no longer deserves to exist in my eyes. Kakashi remained silent. Beyond the physical pain, he felt an even heavier burden. The unbearable shame of facing his old friend, the friend who had once entrusted everything to him, only for him to fail completely. And then, someone stepped in to break the tension. It's time for us to go. Uchiha Itachi's calm voice reminded Abido, prompting him to glance at Kakashi and the others one last time. Captain Kakashi, Captain Yamato, Guy, Kurenai, you all should leave as well. This is not a battle you were meant to be part of. But we still haven't. Might Guy was unwilling to abandon the mission to rescue Enko Mitarashi. Guy. Kakashi, still weak, reached out a hand to stop him. He understood that Itachi was the key to retrieving Enko. Besides, Enko's rescue was no longer the only priority. Kakashi needed to uncover the truth about Obito's past and the true motives behind Itachi's massacre of the Uchiha clan. Only then would there be any hope of retrieving Enko in the future. To be honest, Kakashi's mind was a mess. At this moment, he knew he couldn't bring himself to fight Obito. But at the same time, he couldn't allow Guy and the others to get caught up in this conflict either. Guy. As Kakashi struggled to speak, a sudden fit of coughing forced blood from his lips, an outpouring of all the pain he had been holding inside. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he could finally breathe again. Kakashi. Might Guy was startled and rushed to support him. Kurenai also hurried over, helping to check Kakashi's condition. Kakashi-senpai. Yamato stood at his side, keeping a cautious eye on both Obito and Itachi. But they had already lost interest in staying here. HMPH, a failure will always be a failure. With a final sneer, Obito turned his back on Kakashi and left without looking back. Itachi, however, did glance back at Kakashi briefly, though he said nothing, and then followed after Obito. Zetsu's presence faded into the earth. Even after Obito and Itachi had left, he remained behind to keep an eye on Konoha's shinobi. Kakashi. Might Guy looked at his friend with deep concern. After the Third Great Ninja War, Kakashi had sunk into despair. Now, Guy finally understood why, because his former comrade had died by his own hands. Of course, Guy himself had suffered his own losses. His father, Might Guy, had sacrificed himself in the final days of the war to protect them. His remains had been reduced to little more than charcoal. Guy's Yamato Kurenai. Kakashi shook his head, as if understanding Guy's unspoken attempt at comfort. He whispered, "Let's leave this place first and regroup." "All right." Guy immediately agreed. Yamato nodded as well. Kurenai frowned slightly, sensing that this mission had ultimately failed, but failure was not the end. Perhaps Kakashi would send them away and take it upon himself to retrieve Enko, as well as hunt down Obito. She looked at Kakashi, concern flickering in her eyes. In a quiet voice, she suggested, "Kakashi, don't go alone. We don't have many classmates left. If you need help, we can find reinforcements." The village has no reinforcements to spare. Even Guy scratched his head at that. Even he, with his dull awareness of politics, knew that Konoha was in dire straits. Kurenai hesitated before adding, "Actually, we do have one more classmate. He's just not in Konoha, he's a guardian ninja in the capital." "Do we?" Guy tried to recall. "Don't involve Asuma." Kakashi sighed. He didn't want to drag more people into this mess. But he had to uncover the truth. And to do that, he needed to return to Konoha. At the very least, he needed to report everything to the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This matter was far too important, especially since both Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi appeared to be part of a dangerous organization, one that seemed to have ties to another S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Orochimaru. However, it was clear that Orochimaru wouldn't have an easy time in that organization. After all, the true leader of the group, Emiya Shijin, was bringing Enko Mitarashi back while searching for ways to manipulate both sides. In simple terms, he was using Orochimaru's existence to pressure Enko into working for the Akatsuki, while also using Enko's situation to keep Orochimaru in check. Whether either of them truly fell for it didn't matter. Because Enko's hatred toward Orochimaru was real, and Orochimaru's desire to keep Enko alive was also real. When bonds are formed, unseen threads begin to entwine. These threads will inevitably weave themselves into a cage, one that those bound by them will never escape. Chapter 104, The Hokage's Unwavering Decision. Land of Rain. Akatsuki's base. When Shijin returned to the Akatsuki base with Enko Mitarashi, She had already feigned loyalty in order to get close enough to assassinate Orochimaru. To her, this was a rare opportunity. Leaving Konoha temporarily didn't matter. So long as she could kill the traitorous teacher who had abandoned her, she would finally be free of the humiliation she had carried for so long. Anko's eyes burned with determination, and the sweet yet dangerous smile on her face made it clear just how badly she wanted to kill Orochimaru. She was a troublesome woman. But ultimately, she was only Orochimaru's problem. "I'll have you monitor Orochimaru." Shaijin's orders were simple and blunt, with no regard for how much trouble Anko might cause Orochimaru in the future. "The rest is up to you." "Don't worry. I will kill him for sure." Anko narrowed her eyes. It seemed she genuinely believed she could assassinate Orochimaru. Of course. That illusion peaked the moment she finally saw Orochimaru again. When Shaijin brought Anko before him, Orochimaru's expression was far from pleasant. His face darkened, his gaze sinking so deep it looked as if it could drip poison. "No need for introductions, I assume." Shaijin observed the reunion between teacher and student, speaking softly. "Orochimaru, our future ally for obtaining intelligence on Konoha. Anko Mitarashi, the one who will represent both me and Akatsuki in monitoring Orochimaru." "It's been a long time, Orochimaru-sensei." Upon seeing Orochimaru, Anko licked her lips in an imitation of his mannerisms. The thought of him selling out Konoha filled her with a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Sensei, why do you look so unhappy to see me?" "Idiot." Orochimaru grit his teeth, filled with frustration. "What the hell?" That old man, the third Hokage, couldn't even protect a single shinobi. His contingency plan in Konoha, his means of resurrection, had been exposed by Akatsuki this quickly. And worse, Shaijin had already taken Anko back with him. This fool Anko. Had she really gone mad in her desire to kill her former teacher? She actually chose to join forces with Shaijin and Akatsuki, which made Orochimaru curse her inwardly. Moreover, if Anko had been found out by Shaijin, that meant Shaijin now held his trump card for resurrection in his grasp. Orochimaru was at his mercy, seemingly forced to serve him. Looks like he would need to prepare more contingency plans. Well then. Orochimaru sighed inwardly, but had no choice but to comply with their prior agreement. He spoke in a low voice. "As per our deal, I will find a way to re-establish contact with Danzo Shimura and obtain the information you require from him. Any contact with Danzo must be under Akatsuki's surveillance." Shaijin interrupted, making it clear he had no intention of trusting Orochimaru completely. "Until I can fully trust you, all of your actions will be monitored. In return, I will provide you with the necessary support." "You're certainly cautious." Orochimaru let out a helpless chuckle. "Fine." None of this mattered. As long as he could survive this ordeal, he would create even more curse-marked resurrection methods. Eventually, he would find a way to escape Akatsuki's grasp. "Once I contact Danzo, his subordinates will undoubtedly assess my current situation. I cannot stay in Akatsuki's base." Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed as he casually suggested his own plan to Shaijin. "Otherwise, it may raise Danzo's suspicions. You want to return to your own base." Shaijin showed no opposition to Orochimaru's request. "I just need to continue some of my own research." Orochimaru nodded, smiling. "I'm sure even you, Lord Shaijin, understand the impact of scientific advancements on medical ninjutsu. Perhaps we can collaborate. If the opportunity arises, I'll research with you." Shaijin casually agreed, neither rejecting nor approving of Orochimaru's proposal. "I no longer place blind faith in medical ninjutsu. My techniques can heal any physical ailment in the human body, but they cannot mend the fractures of the human soul." Orochimaru was slightly surprised. He could tell Shaijin was speaking the truth. And yet, hearing those words carried a certain melancholic undertone. If that old friend of his Tsunade, still traveling the world, knew about this, she would probably be heartbroken. Just as Shaijin was making arrangements for Orochimaru's relocation, Uchiha Obaido and Uchiha Itachi returned to Akatsuki after completing their mission to intercept the Konoha squad. But Obaido's expression was unpleasant. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, who had been monitoring the battle, also returned, reporting everything that had transpired to Shaijin, while inevitably sneering at Obaido. Just as Shijin had expected, Obaido had exposed his true identity to Kakashi. However, the mission assigned by the shinobi system had yet to be fully completed. That was to be expected. After all, an SSS-ranked mission was the highest difficulty in the system. The rewards for such a mission were substantial. But for now, merely having Kakashi and his team learn Obaido's identity wasn't enough to trigger the system's conditions. Still, it didn't really matter. If Kakashi's squad reported Obaido's survival to Konoha and nothing major came of it, Shijin was prepared to execute the next phase of his plan, staging an event that would make Obaido's name truly infamous across the shinobi world. A cataclysmic event that would shake the entire world. That way, everyone would know Uchiha Obaido. No longer would he be the unknown masked man lurking in the shadows. All shinobi across the world would know his name. I heard. Kakashi has already discovered your identity. Shijin made no effort to soften his words, as he had no need to concern himself with Obaido's feelings. HMPH. It doesn't matter if he knows. Obaido clenched his fists and continued indifferently. Kakashi is nothing but a failure. He could never threaten us. Itachi glanced at him from the corner of his eye. If Obaido had truly been able to defeat Kakashi and Guy with ease back on the battlefield, then maybe Itachi would have acknowledged his confidence. But the fight hadn't exactly gone smoothly for him. Where was this confidence coming from? You have a point. But Kakashi represents Konoha. Konoha has had its eyes on Akatsuki for some time. However, as far as I've heard, the only one in Konoha who was ever truly aware of Akatsuki's existence was Danzo Shimura. Shijin spoke calmly, leading into his true intentions. I had originally planned to use Orochimaru's connections to Danzo to eliminate him, a problem that should have been dealt with long ago. But now, with you exposing yourself to Kakashi, even if we remove Danzo, Konoha's curiosity toward us won't change. Obaido's expression darkened. This bastard. Was he trying to pin the blame on him again? And yet, there was no way for Obaido to shake it off. He hadn't even realized Shijin had been plotting to use Orochimaru to get rid of Danzo until just now. So what do you suggest? Obaido couldn't figure it out and, still irritated, snorted. I should have just killed that worthless Kakashi. Itachi's eyes flickered. Now was not the time for empty bravado. Did Obaido really think he could have taken out Kakashi's squad? You say that. But your performance on the battlefield was far from convincing. Black Zetsu smirked in mockery. It had witnessed Obaido's lackluster fight firsthand. Honestly, we might have been better off having Lord Shijin handle Kakashi's squad himself. The plan was for you to clean up loose ends. Black Zetsu continued to taunt Obaido, seemingly forgetting its original role in the mission. Yet instead, you ended up exposing even more weaknesses to Konoha's forces. Black Zetsu. Obaido's fury ignited as he glared at the shadowy figure. He was already seething from his confrontation with Kakashi, and now he had to endure ridicule from the one entity he despised most. Enough. Let's not waste time arguing about the past. Shijin cut in, halting the impending conflict. His deathly still eyes flickered slightly as he spoke in a firm tone. Right now, our priority is how to handle the problems we've been left with. If Obaido were to die, Black Zetsu slyly suggested, its voice laced with hidden intent. Obaido refused to even acknowledge the remark. Actually, that's not a bad idea. A sudden thought struck Black Zetsu, not about killing Obaido, but about fabricating his death. I recall that the Uchiha clan possesses a forbidden technique called Izanagi. By using the transcription seal, Izanaga's activation can be preset, similar to how Madara and Hashirama's final battle played out. At that time, Madara had nearly succeeded. If, after activating Izanagi, he had chosen not to provoke Shijin, he could have completely faked his death and escaped unnoticed. There's no need for that. Obaido coldly interrupted Black Zetsu's musings. He refused to flee like a stray dog. Instead, he simply stated, if Konoha dares to interfere with our plans, I will eliminate whoever gets in our way. Oh. Black Zetsu chuckled softly, clearly unconvinced. Given your performance in battle, that's hardly reassuring. You little. Am I wrong? You. Such a useless failure. Enough. That's enough. Shaijin suddenly put an end to their argument once more. His eerie, lifeless gaze shimmered briefly as he spoke. Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, continue scouting for potential recruits and tracking the Jinchuriki across the shinobi world. Understood. Black Zetsu immediately complied. Abide. You and Itachi will monitor Orochimaru. Shaijin turned to Abaido, handing him yet another difficult task without hesitation. Though Anko has agreed to infiltrate on our behalf, her temperament makes it unlikely that she will uncover anything useful. Got it. Abaido responded with arrogance, as if the task were beneath him. Itachi lowered his head slightly. This arrangement suited his own goals perfectly. With that, the room emptied. Shaijin was now alone. His shinobi system had experienced a temporary malfunction, forcing him to hastily dispatch Black Zetsu and Abaido. This disturbance meant something was happening in Konoha. Konoha village. Hokage's office. Kakashi stood before the desk. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, held his pipe in his mouth, his aged face clouded with worry. He had just finished listening to Kakashi's report on Uchiha Abaido's survival. Unlike Kakashi, who was still processing the emotional weight of seeing his former comrade alive, Hiruzen had gained a far broader perspective from this intelligence. So, in other words, Uchiha Abaido did not die during the Third Shinobi War. He faked his death and left the village, keeping his identity hidden behind a mask all this time. He has also awakened a space-time Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen let out a deep sigh as he recalled the information Itachi had previously reported after the Uchiha massacre. And when you encountered him, he was with Uchiha Itachi, preventing you from recovering Anko. Yes. Kakashi could not deny it. Everyone present had witnessed it. There was no way to hide the truth. Yet Kakashi still tried to argue his case to the Hokage. This is all my fault. Abaido saw Rin die by my hand, that's why he never returned to the village. Kakashi, this isn't your fault. Hiruzen shook his head with a sigh. Abaido has chosen the wrong path. This was never your burden to bear, don't let it weigh on you. Seeing the lingering confusion in Kakashi's expression, Hiruzen had no choice but to make his stance clear. Kakashi, I must issue an S-rank rogue ninja order for Uchiha Abaido. Lord Thirde. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Kakashi, I will not change my decision. Hiruzen raised his arm, gazing at the seal imprinted on it. His thoughts drifted back 8 years into the past. The power of the curse Mark Shaijin had left him had been invaluable during the Ninetales attack. It had allowed him to assist in sealing the beast, witness the final moments of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and learn part of the truth behind the calamity. 8 years ago, a masked man, possessing space-time abilities, had orchestrated the Ninetales attack on Konoha. That single event had plunged the village into a long era of hardship and vulnerability. Chapter 105. The Massive Reward of the SSS Rank Mission, Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. 8 years ago, the village was struck by the Ninetales rampage. Because a certain great figure had once helped Konoha suppress the beast, we foolishly underestimated the risk of another outbreak. We believed such an event could never happen again, and as a result, countless people in the village lost their lives. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk, reminiscing about the horrors of that night and their grave miscalculation of the Ninetales threat. He could not hide the truth from Kakashi. He had to explain why Uchiha Abaido was being designated as a rogue ninja, lest Kakashi let his emotions lead him astray. A great figure. Kakashi recalled a name that Konoha had long kept hidden. The one who had taught his father how to integrate storm release. The one Tsunade always spoke of with deep sentiment. Shaijin. Hiruzen nodded, confirming it. The shinobi world could never obscure his brilliance. By the time you grew up, you must have heard his name many times. Back then, he helped Konoha suppress the Ninetales rampage. Without his aid, we never would have succeeded in sealing the beast, nor would Konoha have gained its first Ninetales Jinchuriki. The truth was, Shaijin had contributed greatly to Konoha. He had left behind an invaluable legacy. Beyond the countless medical scrolls and the curse marks he had placed on Hiruzen, Danzo, and Tsunade. His most significant contribution was overseeing the Nine Tails. The first Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Maido Uzumaki, had mastered the beast's power thanks to him. The second Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, had learned from Maido how to suppress the Nine Tails chakra by evoking emotions from its past, tapping into the beast's deeply buried sentiments to pacify its rage. This method was highly effective. Though the Nine Tails loathed Konoha for exploiting it, its long years of coexistence with Kushina made it impossible to remain completely indifferent. Even if it never allowed her to fully use its power, it never once attempted a rampage while sealed within her. I remember you were once assigned to protect Kushina. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi with a solemn gaze. You must recall how much she loved hearing stories about Lord Shijin. Yes. Kakashi lowered his head. It had been an order from his teacher, Minato Namikaze, during a dark period in his life. He had been assigned as an ambu guard to Kushina while she was pregnant. Kakashi murmured, I was only relieved of duty when she was about to give birth. At that time, because a Jinchuriki was most vulnerable during childbirth, higher-ranking personnel had taken over to prevent any accidents. That night, there should have been no problems. Kushina herself believed her seal wouldn't fail during labor. Hiruzen recalled her unwavering confidence and sighed. He had let his guard down, believing there was no cause for concern since the Nine Tails had never acted up before. But that night, a masked man appeared, an enigmatic figure with a single Sharingan. He slaughtered the shinobi protecting Kushina. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he recalled an irreplaceable loss. And he killed Baiwako, who was helping deliver the baby. Only Hiruzen still remembered his wife. Perhaps only family truly mourned the departed. Kakashi's face paled. That masked man wielded space-time abilities. After massacring everyone present, he extracted the Nine Tails from Kushina and used his Mangekyo Sharingan to control it, unleashing a rampage upon the village. It was Abaido. Kakashi's hand trembled as it touched his eye socket. If there were other masked men, it was possible. But a Sharingan wielder with space-time jutsu. Only Uchiha Abaido fit that description. Back then, he called himself Madara Uchiha. Hiruzen no longer concealed the truth. But Minato saw through his deception. Even though Madara had lost an eye, he should have been able to use the overwhelming power of Susanoo. Yet when Minato drove the masked man away, he never used Susanoo even once. Now it seems clear. The masked man who took advantage of Kushina's weakened state to orchestrate the Nine Tails rampage was Uchiha Abaido. The Nine Tails attack had left a blood-soaked scar on Konoha. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Hiruzen's wife, Baiwako Sarutobi. Kurenai's father, Shinku Yuhai. His longtime comrade, Torafu Akimichi. And countless elite shinobi and civilians perished. To simply label Abaido's crimes as atrocious was an understatement. That night had been so catastrophic that even Hiruzen, a man known for his benevolence, could not forgive Abaido's sins. As Hokage, he had witnessed Konoha's post-war struggle and frailty more directly than anyone. This situation was even graver than the crisis following the second Hokage's death. It had forced Hiruzen to devote all his energy to nurturing the next generation. After the Nine Tails rampage, he had once doubted the masked man's identity. But in the end, he had been forced to acknowledge Tobirama's warnings about the Uchiha clan's unpredictability. Ultimately, this had deepened the rift between Konoha's leadership and the Uchiha clan. No one had expected that the culprit was a supposedly dead Uchiha, Abaido. Kakashi struggled to speak, but only clenched his teeth. Abaido did it all because I let Rin die. This is not your fault. Hiruzen's expression hardened. He stared directly into Kakashi's eyes and asked in a grave tone. Regardless of whether he knew the truth about Rin's death, a man who inherited the pain and hatred born from the Nine Tails rampage would never be allowed to live in this village. Even Naruto, the very embodiment of the Nine Tails, was barely tolerated by Konoha's people. Enough. Don't dwell on this any longer. Perhaps it's time I assign you a more suitable mission. Hiruzen sighed, stepping forward to place a comforting hand on Kakashi's shoulder. You finally seem alive again, Protecting the living is always more meaningful than clinging to the past. I want to continue the mission to retrieve Anko. Kakashi's gaze lowered, unwilling to accept any reassignment. He knew that rescuing Anko meant another confrontation with Abido. Hiruzen felt a headache forming. And Kakashi kept his head down as he spoke. We also encountered Uchiha Itachi. I believe there's more to the Uchiha massacre than we were told. Hiruzen's headache grew worse. Itachi. The old Hokage's face wrinkled like aged bark, his expression heavy. What about him? He secretly provided me with information on Abido. Kakashi finally looked up, trying to argue for Itachi's innocence. He also told me he would handle Anko's situation. I suspect the true culprit behind the Uchiha massacre wasn't Itachi. Hiruzen had no words. Itachi was still fulfilling his duty as a spy for Konoha. Tell no one. Hiruzen's voice carried unwavering authority. No one can know about Itachi. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. This all but confirmed that something was hidden behind the Uchiha massacre. Otherwise, the third Hokage wouldn't be so insistent. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. The elderly Hokage fell into deep thought, debating whether he should reveal the truth of the Uchiha massacre to Kakashi. After all, it had been a failure on Konoha's leadership. And it had been part of his own carefully orchestrated plan. However, what was done. Itachi's act of passing intelligence to Kakashi had essentially exposed part of the secret. Hiruzen couldn't understand why Itachi had taken such a risk, but he could only assume Itachi trusted Kakashi and wanted him to know the truth. Come with me. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, slowly placed his Hokage hat atop his head, and stepped out of the Hokage tower. He led Kakashi down the deserted streets, all the way to the Uchiha clan grounds, where the scent of blood still faintly lingered. Since the era of the second Hokage, there has always been discord between the Uchiha clan and the village. The tension escalated after the masked man, Abido, fomented the Ninetales rampage. The village leaders couldn't determine his true identity, but they suspected he was from the Uchiha clan. The growing distrust of the Uchiha led to increased surveillance, which in turn made the Uchiha fear they were being suppressed. The divide deepened, until finally they planned a coup d'etat. Kakashi clenched his fists. But there were those who wished to prevent conflict, like Itachi and the late Shisui Uchiha. Hiruzen stood on the steps of the Naka shrine, gazing down at the ruins of the once proud Uchiha district. But prejudice is a mountain that cannot be moved. Without mutual trust, there could be no reconciliation. Though Itachi and Shisui tried to bridge the divide, passing information from the Uchiha to the village and vice versa, neither side was willing to back down. Itachi became a double agent, hoping to find a peaceful resolution, but in the end, he was left with no choice. At that time, Kakashi recalled the day Itachi joined Anbu. Had he already been burdened with such a dilemma? In the end, the Uchiha clan attempted to stage their coup. As Hokage, I bear responsibility for this failure. I could not find a solution to the rift between the village and the Uchiha. In the end, Itachi, manipulated by Danzo, made the ultimate decision. He annihilated his own clan to protect Konoha and prevent a civil war. At that time, Abido had infiltrated the village in disguise. He was there to sow chaos and was chosen by Itachi to assist in the massacre. Hiruzen's voice grew heavier. I should have found a better way to protect him. But after he destroyed his own clan, he told me he would defect, choosing to infiltrate the masked man's organization. And I believed that his defection could give us insight into the masked man's true identity and his reasons for orchestrating the Ninetales rampage. As Hokage, Hiruzen had made the choice he deemed necessary. He had to learn more about the masked man to prevent future threats to Konoha. But Itachi had succeeded far faster than anticipated. Even Hiruzen had expected Itachi's mission to take years, yet barely any time had passed before he had already uncovered the masked man's true identity. Uchiha Abido. Itachi is an outstanding shinobi. Hiruzen turned to Kakashi. Whether it's recovering Anko or dealing with Abido, let him handle it for now. The fact that he risked sending you intelligence was already a dangerous act. Our discussion today must remain secret. Tell no one. Understood. Kakashi bowed his head in silence. The sheer weight of everything he had learned was overwhelming. He could hardly fathom that his once cherished friend had become a mass murderer. That Abido was the reason their teacher had died. Protecting the living is our greatest responsibility. Hiruzen adjusted his Hawkage hat and stepped down from the shrine. Kakashi, it's time to let go of the past. It's time for you to live again. Come with me to meet Minato's child. Now, Hiruzen intended to take him to see Naruto Uzumaki. Though Kakashi had no real connection to Minato's son, he had wandered through life like a ghost, indifferent to the boy's existence. But the bond between them had been forged by Minato himself. That child loves the stories of Lord Shijin. Hiruzen put aside his heavy heart for a moment and smiled as he thought of the bright young boy. It's quite a coincidence. He's growing up to be just like Lord Shijin, carrying boundless love for everyone in his heart. After all, that child was the third Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. If Naruto admired Shijin, then he could one day develop a similar bond with the beast sealed within him. This was something Hiruzen had learned from Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki. He believed that frequently telling Naruto about Shijin would only benefit the village. Unfortunately, Hiruzen had no idea. Shijin was no longer the man he once was. As Hiruzen issued the worldwide bounty on Uchiha Abido, Shijin stood within his Kamui dimension. He scanned the empty void and sighed in relief. This meant his Kamui dimension was separate from Abido's. That meant this vast, empty space was the perfect place to house the rewards of his SSS rank mission. SSS rank mission, reveal to the world that the masked man is Uchiha Abido. Mission complete. Reward, Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, 6 Paths Ten Tails Coffin Seal, seals the Ten Tails, and Tailed Beast Release Seal, frees the tailed beasts. The reward for this mission was absurdly generous. It was almost comparable to obtaining the remains of the Sage of 6 Paths, not just in chakra potency, but in sheer volume. The amount of chakra surging through Shijin's body after acquiring the Ten Tails had skyrocketed into the tens of thousands. Come forth, Ten Tails. Shijin raised his hand, his Rinnegan flashing with a cold glint. In the next instant, an overwhelming chakra erupted from within him. It surged outward like writhing masses of flesh, twisting and expanding in the Kamui space, until it fully materialized as a colossal, grotesque beast. If not for his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the 6 Paths chakra strengthening his Kamui, this space might not have been able to contain it. The Ten Tails, the most powerful tailed beast in existence, the very being that Black Zetsu had long sought to resurrect, the physical incarnation of the god tree itself. If Black Zetsu ever discovered that Shijin had secured a second Ten Tails, it might go completely insane on the spot. It might even abandon its plan to revive Kaguya altogether. Which was precisely why Shijin had to keep this secret for now. Raising his hand, he swiftly wove a series of sealing formations, constructing barriers to prevent anyone from summoning the Ten Tails away. Good thing I have an immortal Edo Tensei body. Shijin exhaled in relief, feeling an unusual sense of gratitude toward Orochimaru for resurrecting him. If I were still alive, separating the Ten Tails from my body might have left me bedridden for months. Now, I can take my time. Perhaps it was time to recruit Kabuto as a double agent. After all, with one mission completed, he had an open slot for a new commission. Unfinished missions, 2-3. Shijin intended to find a way to trigger another high-reward mission tied to important figures. 1 Ten Tails wasn't enough to guarantee victory over Kaguya. After all, according to his past life's memories, Kaguya's spacetime jutsu was terrifyingly powerful. Kamui was child's play compared to it. Chapter 106, The Rogue Shinobi in Orochimaru's Base. Shijin was in a good mood. Even though he was always as calm as still water, secretly obtaining a Ten Tails was enough to make his mood slightly lighter. Black Zetsu was also in high spirits, because Uchiha Abido's bounty was spreading across the world. To prevent Konoha's shinobi from questioning why a war hero was suddenly being hunted, the village's leadership had revealed Abido's role in the Nine Tails attack. The outcry from Konoha's shinobi which had been directed at Uchiha Itachi for the Uchiha massacre, quickly shifted toward condemning Obaido for the Nine Tails catastrophe. Land of Fields. Orochimaru's new base. Obaido and Itachi had been assigned to monitor Orochimaru, turning this place into a gathering ground for Konoha's rogue shinobi. Obaido, Itachi, Orochimaru. 3 S-rank rogue shinobi from Konoha, along with Anko Mitarashi and Kabuto Yakushi, who had yet to fully sever ties with the village. This lineup was enough for frequent meetings. Naturally, they were all aware of Konoha's bounty notice. Looks like Minato-sense revealed quite a few secrets before he died. Upon learning the news, Obaido immediately realized that Minato Namikaze must have exposed parts of his identity before his death. When Sarutobi Hiruzen combined that information with Kakashi's report, he had likely deduced the truth about the Nine Tails attack. Itachi silently clenched his kunai. This man, the true culprit behind the Nine Tails disaster. Although the Uchiha clan had not suffered great casualties that night, it had permanently shattered any hope of reconciliation between them and Konoha's leadership. I don't understand. Itachi shook his head and quietly asked, "Why did you attack Konoha with the Nine Tails that night? What's so hard to understand?" "I simply wanted the Nine Tails and to destroy Konoha." Obaido tilted his head back, gazing at the moon as if reminiscing. Perhaps he had done it to sever his ties with Konoha, or maybe he had simply wanted to watch the world burn. After Rin died, after he learned of the Moon's Eye plan, the world and everyone in it had lost all meaning. His former teacher, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, who had once cared for him, they didn't matter anymore. His former comrades in Konoha, they were irrelevant. Just like... Obaido sensed the hatred in Itachi's tone and casually added, "I also don't understand why, 2 months ago, you suddenly invited me to help you slaughter our clan." Itachi's sharingen flickered red. "Would you two like some tea?" Kabuto approached with 2 cups of tea, his glasses reflecting light as he smiled politely. Lately, Kabuto had been through a lot. Ever since Shijin disappeared, Kabuto had been uneasy, fearing that Orochimaru would punish him. But Orochimaru had never blamed him, because Orochimaru himself had fallen into Shijin's grasp. He had originally planned to manipulate Shijin, but instead he had become one of Shijin's pawns. The sheer speed of this reversal left Kabuto unsettled. However, after learning about Shijin's changing mentality from Orochimaru, Kabuto decided to pretend nothing had happened and resumed his role as Orochimaru's assistant. Perhaps Shijin had never truly cared about him, just as Obaido wouldn't care about someone as insignificant as him. HMPH. Obaido didn't even acknowledge Kabuto. To him, Kabuto was nothing more than an ordinary medical nin. Weak. Worthless. Of no value. Thank you, Mr. Kabuto. Itachi, however, politely nodded in gratitude. Do you have any sweets? Anko yawned as she approached Kabuto, casually grabbing a cup of tea. Where's Orochimaru hiding today? I need to keep an eye on him. Kabuto's smile grew slightly strained, but he still reminded her. Lord Orochimaru is in Lab 3, but you should hold off on trying to assassinate him today. At least let him finish one experiment. Yeah, I got it. Anko waved him off dismissively, unsheathing her kunai and admiring its sharp edge. Lately, she had been trying to kill Orochimaru at every opportunity. Anytime. Anywhere. Thankfully, Orochimaru never retaliated. Because Anko was an idiot. That was already common knowledge in this base. She thought she had infiltrated Akatsuki to monitor Orochimaru, but in reality, she was the leverage Shijin used to keep Orochimaru under control. Kabuto. Itachi sipped his tea and asked indifferently, "You're returning to Konoha tomorrow to contact Danzo, correct?" Yes. Kabuto smiled and nodded. This time, however, he had his own ulterior motives. In addition to contacting Danzo, Kabuto planned to visit the orphanage where he had grown up. Thanks to Shijin's influence, Kabuto had started questioning his purpose in life. He had once believed his goal was to follow Orochimaru, but now he wasn't so sure. He didn't want anyone to know about this doubt. Perhaps Shijin knew the answer. But that man had transformed from a mere medical ninja into a shadowy figure manipulating the world. He wouldn't waste time on something as trivial as Kabuto's personal confusion. "Huh, you're going back to Konoha?" Anko asked absent-mindedly before adding a request. "Bring me some dango from the village on your way back." Itachi's expression darkened. "Bring some for this guy too." Anko glanced at Itachi. "I remember seeing him and his girlfriend waiting in line at the sweets shop once." Itachi's expression darkened even further. "Ahem." Kabuto immediately changed the subject, realizing that Itachi's girlfriend had likely died during the Uchiha massacre. "Is there anything else you need from the village?" "Kabuto, could you bring some intel to Lord Third for me?" Anko grinned mischievously. "Tell him that Danzo is scum. He's been working with rogue ninja like Orochimaru this whole time. He should be taken out ASAP." Cough, cough, cough. Kabuto choked on his tea. There was no way he could deliver that information. "I need to pack." Kabuto sighed, shook his head, and left with his tray, making his way toward the depths of the base. He gently pushed open the door to Lab 3. Akatsuki's surveillance isn't very tight. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto reported his observations to Orochimaru. "Abaito and Itachi don't seem particularly interested in keeping a close eye on you. Will you be leaving once I'm gone?" Kabuto didn't even bother mentioning Anko. She didn't count as a real surveillance agent. "There's no need." Orochimaru chuckled, lightly tapping the heated glass of his test tube. "If this is the extent of Akatsuki's surveillance, then they're clearly not worried about me escaping. I won't be leaving until I complete my next breakthrough in the Cursed Seal." "Kabuto, on your way back, take a detour to the northern base and bring those children back, especially Kimimaro and Jugo." "Perhaps." Orochimaru's thoughts drifted to his most loyal subordinate and then to Shaijin's legendary medical skills. If Lord Shaijin is willing to help, there may be a way to cure Kimimaro's illness. No matter how much Shaijin had changed, the world still saw him as the ultimate healer. SSS rank mission. When Kabuto Yakushi becomes lost in life, guide him toward his true purpose. Chapter 107, Kabuto Yakushi, will you follow me? The next day, with no obstacles in his way, Kabuto swiftly made his way to Konoha. After secretly infiltrating the village, he did not immediately seek out Danzo Shimura, but instead headed quietly to the orphanage where he had grown up. The Konoha orphanage had not changed much. The number of children it housed had dwindled, and the caretakers who had remained had grown old with the years. His childhood friends were long gone. Kabuto stood in a corner of the orphanage, recalling the moment when he first arrived here. His playmates had gifted him a helmet, and from then on, he had been given the name Kabuto. "Who are you?" An elderly caretaker noticed him, gazing curiously at the gray-haired, bespectacled young shinobi. "Just someone who wishes to donate." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, concealing the slight disappointment in his heart from not being recognized. He spoke softly. "I heard this orphanage has always been struggling financially." "That's true." The old woman wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed. "Ever since our director passed away, we've had no one to fight for funding. We've barely been getting by." However, her expression suddenly turned complicated. "But today, we may no longer need extra funds. Earlier, a friend of the director made a generous donation, enough to keep the orphanage running for at least another 10 years. A friend of the director? Kabuto was stunned. Since when did Director Nano Yakushi have friends? As a spy, she had always lived cautiously in the shadows. How could she have had the opportunity to befriend someone so wealthy? It must be a close friend, the old woman muttered, as if discussing some local gossip. When he arrived, he even brought a portrait of the director. He looked like someone important. He's inside right now, treating the children. Kabuto's curiosity deepened. But the moment he stepped inside, he saw a familiar figure. His heart clenched. Shaijin. Kabuto's unease grew. The first time he met Shaijin, he had assumed the man was just a kind-hearted medical ninja. But now, he knew Shaijin was the true mastermind behind Akatsuki. "Your medical skills are amazing." A little boy from the orphanage clutched his chest in awe, exclaiming to the doctor who had treated him. "It really doesn't hurt anymore. The caretaker said our old director was a great healer too. I wonder who's better, you or her." "It's me." Shaijin answered without hesitation and even provided an example. Your director was also skilled in medical ninjutsu, but whenever she saw me, she never dared to call herself a medical ninja in front of me. Really? I don't lie. Wow. The boy's eyes lit up with admiration. He suddenly thought of a rumor in the village. Then who's better, you or Lady Tsunade? I heard she's the strongest medical ninja in the entire shinobi world. The caretaker said that when she returns, she'll definitely be able to cure me. Shaijin lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment. It was unclear whether he was reminiscing about the old days or comparing his skills to Tsunade's. If she worked hard enough, perhaps she is now the strongest. Shaijin didn't deny Tsunade's talent. He didn't care whether this child understood him or not and simply explained, because I've already taught her everything I know, but I have never seen her teach me anything. That being said, he added casually, no matter how exceptional she becomes, in the end, I will still be the strongest. Wow. The boy was thoroughly amazed. He then asked another question, then what about you and Lord Shaijin? Who's stronger? Same strength. Shaijin ruffled the boy's hair and tapped his forehead lightly. Now go play with your friends. From today on, you can do whatever you want. Yes. The boy happily ran off. Once the boy was gone, Shaijin waved off the caretaker who had come to thank him. Then he turned to face Kabuto. You're late. Yes. Kabuto's heart sank. As expected, Shaijin had already known he would come here. But why was he here now? What did he want with the orphanage? I thought you wouldn't come. Shaijin stood up, glancing at the portrait of Nano Yakashi on the wall. After all, when I helped her pass on peacefully, I promised her that her children would be safe. But since you've come, I suppose I don't need to worry about this place anymore. Yes. Kabuto bowed deeply, his voice low. Thank you, Lord Shaijin, I had thought. He had thought that Shaijin had changed too much and would no longer care about insignificant people like him. Are you staying here? Shaijin asked him directly. This orphanage was your home growing up. You and Nano Yakashi both dedicated a lot to this place. Home. Kabuto murmured the unfamiliar word. Then he slowly shook his head. I can't stay here. Even if he wanted to. Orochimaru and Danzo would never allow it. Orochimaru had already made him his pawn. Danzo knew he possessed too many secrets. If he tried to leave, Danzo would use the orphanage against him to force him back into being a spy. And Danzo was more than capable of doing such a thing. But Kabuto had no idea how to escape this situation. Even if he sought protection under Shaijin, what value could he possibly offer? His proudest skill, medical ninjutsu. Shaijin was the greatest medical ninja in existence. His ability as a spy. Akatsuki had no need for an informant like him. In this world, one must always give something in return. Even kindness and love must be repaid. He had always been grateful to Shaijin for freeing Nano's soul. And now, Shaijin had donated to the orphanage in Nano's name. To keep taking without giving back. Went against everything Kabuto had been taught. That wasn't how he had been raised. Otherwise, he never would have volunteered to be a spy in the first place. It seems you're still unsure. Shaijin didn't seem to know what Kabuto was thinking. He simply assumed that Kabuto was still lost. Casually he said, time won't wait for you. No. Kabuto shook his head, his gaze downcast. The shinobi world is filled with endless conflict. Even if I stay here, there will never be peace. My presence alone would bring danger to this orphanage. Oh. Shaijin nodded, as if understanding. Then in an eerily calm voice he said, then let's change this world first. Once it's no longer full of war, you can come back. Kabuto froze. He could hardly believe his ears. Change the world? Did he have any idea how absurd that sounded? Even Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, had only managed to end the warring states period. And after his death, the shinobi world plunged into even greater bloodshed. Such a thing was impossible. Even Orochimaru, one of the most brilliant minds, thought Akatsuki's goals were delusional. Not even Shaijin could truly change the world. This kind of thinking is too naive. Kabuto bit his lip, trying to reason with him. As long as there are humans, as long as there are shinobi, conflict will never end. No one can change this world. That was the undeniable truth of this world. And yet, Shaijin stood before him, his expression unchanged. His deadly calm gaze settled on Kabuto's conflicted face. Kabuto Yakashi, will you follow me? Chapter 108, Shimura Danza. What is this, some kind of joke? When Shaijin asked Yakashi Kabuto, Kabuto's heart clenched violently. He had never expected Shaijin to invite him. Although Kabuto had always tried to dissuade Shaijin, even thinking his ideas were far too naive and foolish, the sudden invitation made Kabuto subconsciously mock himself. Someone as ordinary as me. Could I really be fortunate enough to receive such recognition? Kabuto's heart pounded wildly, his emotions surging uncontrollably, even making his mouth feel dry. Lord Shaijin, do you not wish to? Shaijin was slightly surprised by Kabuto's reaction. Of course not. Kabuto became even more anxious. The moment he heard Shaijin's invitation, he had wanted to follow him without hesitation. Then come with me and give it a try. Shaijin glanced at the dilapidated orphanage and spoke softly. Come with me and change this world. Let's bring about eternal peace. When that time comes, you can return to this orphanage. SSS rank mission. When Yakashi Kabuto finds himself lost in life, help him discover a true purpose. Mission complete. Reward, Edo Tensei, complete version, human body modification technology, complete version, and cell transplantation technology, complete version. Shaijin's mind jolted. So the complete version, granted by the mission rewards, meant the final perfected forms. Shaijin deeply understood the vast differences between various versions of Edo Tensei, as he had been continuously improving and researching the technique since obtaining it. Now, there was no need to waste any more time. The perfected Edo Tensei was terrifyingly powerful. Its requirements for a corpse were drastically reduced, while the resurrected individual could return to their peak strength, retaining their intelligence and self-awareness. Most importantly, this perfected version greatly enhanced the caster's control. Just by issuing a simple command, the resurrected soul, even if unwilling, would be forced to act according to the caster's will. Compared to Edo Tensei, the human body modification and cell transplantation technologies were just as terrifying. Shaijin had studied biological technology before, using it as a cover to deceive Black Zetsu about his true power. However, the perfected versions were beyond his imagination. These two techniques could transform the human body into a monstrous weapon, enabling an individual to acquire all abilities that shared a biological foundation through experimentation. For example, the curse mark that Shaijin had researched. Since chakra is extracted from human cells, anyone whose chakra was tainted by Shaijin's curse mark would have their cells record its properties, meaning that Shaijin could acquire their abilities through cell transplantation. Naturally, this implied another possibility. If someone else obtained Shaijin's curse mark and his cells, they could use these technologies to gain the abilities of all others marked by Shaijin's seal, even acquiring a portion of Shaijin's own power. Shaijin was never stingy toward those who followed him. He placed a curse mark on Kabuto's arm, significantly enhancing the natural energy within it. This is Lord Shaijin's curse mark. Kabuto was well aware of the curse mark's nature, having seen Orochimaru implant it in others. However, unlike Orochimaru's curse mark, Shaijin's did not feel as domineering. This is a form of power. Shaijin gazed at the seal with a hidden meaning, softly explaining, perhaps you could also call it a key. A key? Kabuto didn't quite understand. When it unlocks, you will know how to use it. Shaijin patted Kabuto's shoulder, subtly changing the subject. Take your time getting used to the curse mark's power. I'll meet with Danzo in your stead. Last time, he took too much from me. I need to reclaim what I once gave him. Shaijin flexed his fingers, his eyes gleaming sharply, for a new mission had just appeared in his task list. SSS rank mission, destroy Shimura Danzo's Kadomatsukami Manjikao Sharingan. So that Manjikao Sharingan has finally emerged in this era, and it has fallen into Shimura Danzo's hands. Konoha's back mountain. Deep underground, an expansive base lay hidden. This base was once the headquarters of Danzo's root organization. However, 2 months ago, during the Uchiha clan's massacre, Danzo had incited Uchiha Itachi to slaughter his own clan. As a result, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had stripped Danzo of his position, dissolving Root and reassigning its members to the ANBU. Now, the base was nearly deserted. Only a handful of people remained as guards. These included children, whom Danzo had secretly trained. Though Danzo had lost his position as Konoha's advisor, he had not given up. The former Root members reassigned to the ANBU still remained loyal to him, and he was accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Even with his remaining influence, few believed he could rise to power again. After all, Danzo was already 64 years old. 64. An age when one should retire in peace. Yet, Danzo remained active, using his loyal spies within ANBU to gather intelligence on Konoha, seeking an opportunity for his return. At the same time, he continued his efforts to undermine his old friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Obaido, who orchestrated the Ninetales attack. Danzo sat at his desk, reviewing the latest intelligence, his expression darkening. As expected, wiping out the Uchiha was the correct decision. These Uchiha, born with evil in their blood. His decision to eliminate them was not a mistake. If another Ninetales incident occurred, Konoha, once the strongest village in the ninja world, might never recover. The thought alone infuriated him. Hiruzen, that old fool, had seen firsthand how dangerous the Uchiha were, yet he always favored leniency. Did he forget about Uchiha Madara, that wicked monster? For years, Danzo had never forgotten how he and Hiruzen, as young men, had repeatedly encountered Madara while traveling with Shijin. Each time, Danzo had been paralyzed with fear, memories that felt humiliating even now. It was for this reason that Danzo had taken Tobirama's words to heart. Konoha must never allow another Uchiha Madara to rise again. He had executed this will without hesitation. He had fulfilled their teacher's vision. Yet Hiruzen still claimed he had gone too far. For over 2 months, neither the third Hokage nor his advisors, Koharu and Hamura, had shown any intention of restoring Danzo's position, leaving him trapped in this underground base. However, Danzo was far from idle. The Uchiha massacre had yielded great rewards. He had acquired many Sharingan in secret. Now, he only needed a way to use them. Because he already had a Mangekyo Sharingan implanted in his eye socket. Danzo touched his bandaged eye. This eye had been stolen over 2 years ago. It possessed a powerful genjutsu that could rewrite an enemy's will. And he already had a target in mind. A figure from his past. Someone possessing ancient knowledge and power beyond comprehension. Though that person had long since passed, Danzo believed they would one day return. He had even allowed Orochimaru to steal the crystal coffin containing their remains, waiting for the day when Edo Tensei would bring them back. The power of the ancient era was too valuable to ignore. If he could control them, then Konoha would finally be his. Danzo clenched his fist. At that moment, knock, knock, knock. A young ninja with orange hair entered, kneeling nervously. Lord Danzo, someone is here to see you. A visitor. Danzo frowned. This place never had visitors. Yes. The young ninja hesitated for a moment before explaining. The visitor claims to be a contact from Orochimaru. He found the entrance to our base and insists he has urgent matters that require a direct audience with you, Lord Danzo. A contact from Orochimaru. Danzo's eyes widened slightly. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. HMPH. Danzo quickly concealed his reaction, half closing his eyes again. Thinking back to Orochimaru's past subordinates, many of whom were arrogant and disrespectful, he found it rather amusing that this one was at least polite. Such a well-mannered one, that's rare. Bring him in. Danzo glanced at the young ninja who was about to leave, and like an ordinary yet stern elder, ordered in a deep voice, Fu, take a few of the boys and guard the perimeter. Do not allow anyone to approach the base. No matter what. Orochimaru was still a missing nin from Konoha. Danzo did not like meeting Orochimaru's men within the village, and had always taken care to avoid direct contact with the spies Orochimaru had left behind before defecting. "It seems," Danzo muttered, standing up from his desk for the first time in a long while, stretching his body slightly. The weather outside should be quite nice today. For months, he had not left this damp and dark underground base, yet his mood brightened slightly at the arrival of this mysterious contact. All the troubles of the past few months seemed as if they were finally about to be resolved. Chapter 109, How to Deceive a 64-year-old Danzo. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows along the corridors of the root base. Due to the lack of station personnel, the base felt hollow and empty. A figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat walked through the corridors, his elongated shadow stretching under the dim candlelight, making the atmosphere even more ominous. His body was rapidly changing. Even his shadow was growing longer. Swoosh! A door silently slid open. Danzo sat in his usual spot, calmly pouring himself a cup of tea. When he looked up and saw the visitor wearing a hat, he showed no surprise at all. "Orochimaru sent you, didn't he?" Meeting a stranger alone might have been risky. Yet Danzo was unconcerned about his safety. He knew that few in the ninja world could pose a true threat to him, especially within the walls of Konoha. "Yes." The visitor stood still and answered simply. "He must need something from me then." Danzo knew Orochimaru well. A smirk of disdain curled on his lips. Ever since he left Konoha, he's been thriving like a fish in water. If that bastard weren't in trouble, he wouldn't come looking for me. "Yes." The visitor's voice remained calm. "Where is Orochimaru now?" Danzo took a leisurely sip of tea, still not bothering to look at his guest. "My men have been searching for him for a long time, yet there hasn't been a single trace. Right now, he's joined a rather troublesome organization." The visitor frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. Although he has already established a new base in the land of rice fields, he still can't escape the organization's influence. "Which organization?" Danzo barely paid attention, even sneering. "HMPH, so he needs help dealing with a mere organization? Seems he's not as capable as he thinks without Konoha's protection. That arrogant fool. And yet he can't even handle a few small-time players in the ninja world. This organization..." The visitor slowly reached for his hat. "You should be quite familiar with it. In fact, you've even had dealings with them before." "I have." Danzo furrowed his brows in thought, but something suddenly felt off. His instincts flared, something wasn't right. He snapped his head up and locked eyes on the visitor. That voice, it was growing more and more familiar. And that tone arrogant, mocking, no one who truly knew him would dare to speak this way. The wide-brimmed hat lifted slightly, revealing a pair of slit-like, serpent-like eyes. Beneath those eyes was a sharp, pale face. A sinister smile curled at the edges of his lips. It was none other than Danzo's former ally, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's long, slender fingers rested on his hat. He made no effort to hide his true identity, as if he didn't care that Danzo could see his face here. "You." Danzo's expression shifted. He had never expected Orochimaru to come and meet him in person. His guards had reported that the visitor was merely Orochimaru's messenger. They must have checked the person's identity, yet they hadn't seen through Orochimaru's disguise. That was quite embarrassing, especially since Danzo had just been speaking ill of him. Fortunately, Danzo didn't care much for such trivial matters. He knew Orochimaru wouldn't take offense over something so minor. So, he casually picked up his tea and continued drinking. "It's been a while, Danzo." Orochimaru studied the bandaged elder before him, his expression faintly nostalgic, as if he were truly greeting an old acquaintance after many years. Indeed. It had been a long time. Time had carved deep lines into Danzo's face. The man who once brimmed with ambition and ruthlessness had aged into a frail elder, clinging desperately to his remaining power. "HMPH, you've got some nerve." Danzo, oblivious to Orochimaru's thoughts, was instead annoyed by his recklessness. He used this as an excuse to dispel the awkwardness, his tone sharp. "If Hiruzen finds out you've infiltrated the village..." Orochimaru's safety wasn't Danzo's concern. What mattered was that if their meeting was discovered, he would be implicated as well. Right now, he's probably too preoccupied to notice. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, as if reminiscing about his former teacher. I recently prepared quite a gift for him, and after today, he'll be even less able to focus on minor details like this. What have you done? Danzo narrowed his eyes. Before you ask me that. Orochimaru stretched out his arms, his voice carrying an underlying accusation. Shouldn't I be asking you what you've done? Danzo's expression froze. He had done many things. Which one was Orochimaru referring to? Had he somehow interfered with Orochimaru's interests? Akatsuki. Orochimaru seemed to notice Danzo's momentary confusion and decided to remind him. You should remember that name. Akatsuki. Danzo's brows furrowed deeply. That name instantly resurfaced in his mind, a reminder of a past crisis, one that had nearly cost him his life. That red-haired brat with the Rinnegan. With a single hand sign, he had summoned an eerie creature. A grotesque beast that had spewed out a chakra dragon, instantly wiping out dozens of ninja, forcing Danzo to flee for his life. But that organization should have been eradicated. He had personally orchestrated its downfall. Danzo's face darkened, his voice dropped to a low murmur. The leader of that group, a boy named Yahiko, was eliminated by me and Hanzo. After that, I found no further traces of Akatsuki. Unless... that red-haired boy. Danzo suddenly recalled Nagato, the boy with the Rinnegan. His voice turned hoarse. Did he rebuild Akatsuki? That's right. Orochimaru nodded slowly. His snake-like pupils gleamed dangerously. The Rinnegan possesses power surpassing even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. HMPH. Naive. Danzo scoffed at Orochimaru's assessment. He had seen a Rinnegan wielder in action, but he didn't believe that power could surpass Hashirama's. You've never witnessed the true might of the first Hokage, so perhaps you're mistaken. Even if those are the Sage of Six Paths' eyes, they cannot rival Wood Release. Perhaps. Or maybe not. Orochimaru remained expressionless as he delivered a shocking revelation. According to intelligence from a certain revived medical ninja, the full power of the Rinnegan far surpasses both Wood Release and the Sharingan. Intelligence. A medical ninja. Danzo abruptly stood up, his hands slammed onto the table. You used Edo Tensei to resurrect Shijin. There was no need to guess. Danzo immediately deduced what had happened. Orochimaru must have brought Shijin back to life. That was the only way he could have obtained such classified information. That bastard. He actually went behind Danzo's back and revived Shijin. And he was only now coming to Konoha to tell him about it. That snake. He intended to use that ancient era medical ninja for his own gain. Of course. Danzo had always known Orochimaru's ambitions. For a man obsessed with immortality, the knowledge Shijin possessed must have been irresistible. No one could resist that crystal coffin. Orochimaru stared at the furious Danzo, his expression eerily calm. Even if I hadn't done it, someone else eventually would have. Hand Shijin over to me. Danzo's face turned deadly serious. His voice was sharp as a blade. Orochimaru, Shijin is not someone you can use. That power belongs to Konoha. Shijin's strategic value was immeasurable. Whether it was his medical knowledge, his ability to suppress the Nine Tails, or even just his curse marks, he was a resource that Danzo needed to control. And he would not allow Orochimaru to take that from him. Only by handing Shijin over to me. Danzo gripped his cane sword tightly with one hand, while the other instinctively reached for the bandages covering his eye. He added in a firm tone, "Can we maximize our benefits? A man of his caliber will never willingly submit to you. I've studied Edo Tensei myself. The caster cannot always fully control the resurrected. Do you think he will submit to your will?" Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Danzo's hand, which was pressed against his bandaged eye. His serpentine smile deepened. Do you really believe you can accomplish that with the Kato Matsukami Mangekyou Sharingan you stole from Uchiha Shisui? How do you know about that? Danzo's lone, visible eye narrowed sharply, his grip tightening on his blade. His instincts flared, his body tensing, as if ready to strike at any moment. This was his greatest secret. A secret he had taken every precaution to conceal. Not even Hiruzen Sarutobi knew of it. Click. Before Danzo could draw his sword, a cold hand pressed down on his wrist. His blade, barely unsheathed, was forcibly halted. Because Orochimaru's fingers curled around Danzo's wrist, his tone laced with amusement. I happen to know the whereabouts of the other eye. I also know the full details of Kato Matsukami's ability, this so-called strongest genjutsu that can completely rewrite a person's will. However, it requires more than a decade of cooldown between uses. If it weren't for this limitation, Orochimaru watched Danzo's expression darken further and continued in a leisurely tone. I wouldn't have bothered coming all the way to Konoha to see you. Danzo silently stared at Orochimaru. No wonder. This snake had come all the way to Konoha. It was for Kato Matsukami. No wonder. Even knowing the power of Kato Matsukami, Orochimaru had dared to meet him in person. They were both masters of deception. There was no need to test each other's motives further. Danzo knew Orochimaru wasn't afraid of Kato Matsukami because of its lengthy cooldown. He was aware that Danzo, in his entire lifetime, would likely have only one chance to use the genjutsu, and he wouldn't waste it on Orochimaru. Likewise, Danzo knew that Orochimaru didn't want to use Kato Matsukami for himself. He had another target in mind, someone more useful for his schemes. You want to use my Kato Matsukami, Manjikai Sharingan. Danzo slowly relaxed his grip, a strange calm settling over him. He shook his head. I won't hand this eye over to you, and I won't use my one chance on something as trivial as your plans. After the deed is done, I will return you a Rinnegan. Orochimaru made his offer with surprising sincerity. He even sweetened the deal with additional information. Your body, even with Hashirama's cells, can only sustain one Rinnegan at most. For you, even a single Rinnegan is far more valuable than a genjutsu that can only be used once every decade. You won't be at a loss in this deal. I've gathered intelligence suggesting that the Rinnegan is a Kekemora, a power surpassing all bloodline limits. With it, you will gain mastery over all 5 chakra natures, plus yin-yang release, not to mention its formidable eye techniques and an exceptionally powerful summoned creature. Danzo didn't trust Orochimaru's promises in the slightest. Still, he couldn't deny that the offer was tempting. He had witnessed the monstrous abilities of the Rinnegan firsthand. He had seen the demonic statue of the Outer Path obliterate elite ninja in an instant. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, one of the most fearsome men Danzo had ever known, had fled in terror from that beast. I don't want this to be a wasted trip. Orochimaru released Danzo's wrist, his expression shifting subtly, as if losing patience. If you refuse, then the Hokage's office will soon learn that you possess Uchiha Shisui's Kato Matsukami Sharingan. I doubt my former teacher would be comfortable knowing you hold the power to alter his will at any time. You dare threaten me? Danzo's face darkened instantly, his voice dropping into a menacing growl. Hiruzen is an incompetent fool, but he is beneath me. I would never waste Kato Matsukami on him. This bastard. He actually dared to threaten him with this. Danzo had an overwhelming urge to kill Orochimaru on the spot. Orochimaru gave Danzo a knowing look and continued, unfazed. A man holding a blade will always be suspected of wrongdoing. Danzo knew Orochimaru was right. The moment his secret was exposed, Hiruzen's suspicions would be endless. No matter what he did, no matter how many excuses he made, he would never be able to fully clear himself. Just as he had never been able to tolerate Uchiha Shisui holding that power. Enough. This is not a threat. I will continue to need you as an ally. Orochimaru observed the storm brewing in Danzo's eyes, then spoke with careful emphasis. Because to deceive Shaijin, I told him that I am a Konoha ninja who pretended to defect and joined Akatsuki under your orders. That means I will need your continued backing to keep Shaijin under my control. Danzo's heart eased slightly. He knew that a man like Orochimaru, an outright missing nin, would never gain Shaijin's trust. No matter how cunning he was, the moment his true nature was exposed, Shaijin would turn against him. Only Danzo himself could serve as the guarantee that Orochimaru was a true Konoha agent. In a way, it was a deception that had now become reality. And more importantly, as long as Orochimaru continued using Konoha's name to deceive Shaijin, Danzo would also be able to keep deceiving and exploiting Shijin in turn. What a pity. Danzo sighed softly, almost lamenting the situation. Kato Matsukami is too valuable. I had originally intended to use it to control Shijin myself. If your goal is to manipulate him. Orochimaru casually revealed a mixture of truth and lies. Then Kato Matsukami won't work on him. His spiritual energy vastly exceeds ours. How do you know? Wait, did you already use it? Danzo's expression changed slightly. His brows furrowed as a disturbing thought surfaced. You already obtained the other Kato Matsukami Manjikayo Sharingan, and you wasted it trying to alter Shijin's will. It failed. But it wasn't my doing. It was Uchiha Itachi. He realized my connection to you and suspected I was manipulating Shijin. So, he used Kato Matsukami to try and overwrite Shijin's mind, but failed. Fortunately, that great man forgave Itachi, which only made him trust us more. Orochimaru wove his deception with ease. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you, seeking your Kato Matsukami for use against the Rinnegan wielder. Danzo's pupils shrank in shock. Uchiha Itachi. So it was him. That bastard had stolen the other Kato Matsukami Sharingan. And not only that, he had dared to use it on Shijin. Danzo was both furious and relieved. Furious that Itachi had acted without his knowledge. Relieved that Itachi's reckless attempt had forced that Kato Matsukami into cooldown, neutralizing a potential threat. But something didn't feel right. If Kato Matsukami couldn't control Shijin, then deception was the only way to use him. That meant Danzo's role, his credibility, was now more vital than ever. So, Orochimaru's lips curled in amusement, sensing Danzo's realization. Our alliance has never been more important, and while I'm here, I also need funding for my experiments. Danzo was both pleased and irritated. This bastard. He had threatened and coerced him into a corner. And yet, Danzo knew he had no choice but to cooperate. The Rinnegan. Even as unease gnawed at him, Danzo had no choice but to accept Orochimaru's coercion. He could only cling to the hope that he would eventually obtain the Rinnegan himself. Do you have absolute confidence? Enough. Orochimaru nodded slowly, his voice unhurried. I am already a member of Akatsuki. As long as I find the right opportunity, that will be all I need. I can agree to give you Kato Matsukami. Danzo reached for a series of glass containers on his desk, each holding a Sharingan. He spoke softly, but until I receive the Rinnegan, I will still need a Sharingan in its place. As long as he possessed a Sharingan, he could still use Izanagi. Danzo had unwavering faith in this forbidden technique. It was an ability that could reverse life and death itself, on par with Kato Matsukami in importance. 1. Perhaps that won't be enough. A dangerous gleam flickered in Orochimaru's snake-like eyes as he placed a hand on one of the glass containers. I recently mastered some new biological techniques. Coupled with Shijin's curse mark energy, I have ways to ensure that you will willingly trade me Kato Matsukami. Chapter 110. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto by the lake. Inside the operating room of the root base, Danzo Shimura now had a new white arm, covered with intricate black curse mark patterns and embedded with 11 crimson Sharingan, making it appear utterly terrifying. This was a brand new creation. The entire arm was crafted using the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, combined with Shijin's curse mark and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. You. Danzo ran his hand over the arm, unable to stop himself from praising Orochimaru. You truly are a genius. These vastly different powers had been fused together so perfectly. In past human experiments, Hashirama's cells had always been aggressively invasive, yet now they felt so stable. He could already sense himself extracting would-release chakra. Danzo's heart surged with excitement. Even if Orochimaru didn't bring him the Rinnegan, just this arm, capable of activating Izanagi 11 times, meant he had numerous opportunities to escape death in battle. Its value was comparable to the Kato Matsukami Sharingan. And not just that. The curse mark suppressed the raw physical energy of Hashirama's cells, and the immense spiritual energy of the Sharingan, while simultaneously amplifying his power. Orochimaru's golden eyes flickered as he studied the arm. Other than the possibility of being controlled by the curse Mark's true master, it had no apparent flaws. Well then, until next time. Orochimaru, seeing Danzo's satisfaction, reached for the glass container beside the operating table, which held the Kato Matsukami Mangekyo Sharingan. Wait. Danzo suddenly stopped him, tossing a scroll over. This is your research funding. If it's not enough, send someone to let me know. I'm not as stingy as Hiruzen. Orochimaru caught the scroll midair, a strange smile flashing across his face. Danzo's generosity certainly pleased him. Leave Konoha as soon as possible. Danzo had no intention of keeping Orochimaru around any longer. He was eager to find a place to test his newfound would-release abilities, but still reminded Orochimaru, if you learn any ancient secrets from Shijin, don't forget our agreement. I'll share them with you. Orochimaru tucked away the scroll, then casually reminded Danzo again, you should start using that arm's power as soon as possible to strengthen your chakra. The Rinnegan is immensely powerful, and even having just one requires a strong enough body to handle it. Don't worry. Danzo had no intention of neglecting his training. Now that Hiruzen had stripped him of his position, he had more time than ever to focus on improving himself. With his experience, he wouldn't allow himself to fall behind. This deal had turned out quite satisfying for Danzo. Even Orochimaru seemed willing to keep his word. His warning suggested that he really would deliver a Rinnegan in the future. However, as soon as Orochimaru left the root base, his form swiftly shifted, transforming into Shijin. Cracked. The glass container in Shijin's hand shattered. Inside, the Kato Matsukami Mangekyo Sharingan instantly ignited, reduced to ashes by his fire release chakra, destroying Kato Matsukami. It wasn't just for the mission reward. It was also part of Shijin's personal plan. He had always eliminated any potential threats to himself and wouldn't tolerate an unpredictable Sharingan ability. Although Rinnegan users were immune to visual genjutsu, including infinite Tsukuyomi, Shijin wouldn't allow even the smallest risk to remain. SSS rank mission, destroy Danzo Shimura's Kato Matsukami Mangekyo Sharingan. Mission complete. Rewards, body flicker technique, Shisui's, Ninja Crow's summoning contract, Uchiha-style Kenjutsu, S-rank kunai throwing technique, S-rank genjutsu, enhanced Sharingan prowess. This was like getting half of Uchiha, Shisui's lifetime achievements in one go. Aside from abilities that required Sharingan compatibility, nearly all of Shisui's techniques had been unlocked. Shijin didn't mind. In his current state, with his Edo Tensei body not yet at full power, these rewards were quite useful. He had never trained in genjutsu before and had rarely used the Sharingan's illusions. His mental energy was already powerful enough that he never needed them. But now, even without a Sharingan, he could use formidable genjutsu. However, there was still one more eye to deal with. Shijin narrowed his eyes. His mission log hadn't generated a task for eliminating Uchiha Itachi's Kato Matsukami, but he knew he had to remove every potential threat, no matter how small. After all, the claim that Kato Matsukami wouldn't work on him was just a lie to deceive Danzo. No one could tolerate the existence of such an ability, especially when it was in the hands of someone with an extreme mindset. Lord Shijin. Yakashi Kabuto appeared before him. Kabuto. Shijin casually tossed him the scroll. This is the funding from Danzo. Keep it for yourself. If it runs out, request more from him. Also, continue monitoring Orochimaru and make sure he doesn't establish further contact with Danzo. Understood. Kabuto was confused about what had just happened. Now isn't the time to get rid of Danzo completely. One reason is to avoid alarming Konoha. The other is my own personal agenda. I still need to use him for something else. Shijin turned to Kabuto, speaking earnestly. I took the Mangekyo Sharingan from Danzo. He'll soon start pressuring Orochimaru to provide him with the Rinnegan. Just delay him with excuses about bad timing. Bad timing. Kabuto had no objections to Shijin's decision. He understood how precious a Mangekyo Sharingan was, especially one capable of rewriting a person's will. Yes. The timing isn't right. Shijin's gaze drifted toward the lake in the distance. By the shore, the setting sun cast a golden glow over the scene. A black-haired boy sat on the grass, his face shifting between pain and deep resentment. On the nearby pass, a blonde-haired boy, wearing goggles, walked with his head down, looking dejected. Those two. They must be students from the Ninja Academy. Kabuto noticed Shijin's gaze and frowned. He hadn't gathered intelligence on Konoha's younger generation yet. Shijin nodded, as if he knew them better than Kabuto did. Those two kids will become incredibly powerful in the future. That's a joke, right? Kabuto chuckled. But Shijin didn't seem like he was joking. Did these two children have something special about them? Kabuto stared at the blonde-haired boy and the black-haired boy, but with his trained eyes, he couldn't see anything unusual. He would need to gather more intel on them later. The black-haired boy is Uchiha Sasuke. Shijin spoke frankly, not hiding anything. A Uchiha who was forcibly burdened with both love and hatred. Carrying both from a young age will push him to become even more extreme than most Uchiha. Itachi's younger brother. Kabuto immediately realized his identity. Sasuke was the only Uchiha left in Konoha. The rest had been slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi. Should we eliminate him? Kabuto had no moral concerns about killing Sasuke. Anyone who had served under Orochimaru had long since abandoned such notions. If we kill him now, there's no need. Shijin had been waiting for this moment for over 1,000 years and wouldn't let Sasuke die so easily. In fact, we should protect him. With the burden he carries, he may one day become an ally. And the other boys? Shijin seemed to see through the immense chakra hidden within the blonde-haired child. Is the nine-tailed fox that Konoha shuns. The nine tails, a Jinchuriki. Kabuto immediately understood. Let's hope they grow quickly. Shijin lowered his eyes, filled with anticipation. Long ago, in the ancient era, he had devised his revival plan specifically to meet these two children. But after countless years in the underworld, the wait had felt unbearably long. Let's go. Shijin placed a hand on Kabuto's shoulder, teleporting them away from Konoha with Flying Thunder God. They had different destinations. Kabuto needed to head to Orochimaru's northern base to retrieve some of his old test subjects. As for Shijin, he had to return to the Land of Rain to deal with Black Zetsu. After all, Black Zetsu was expecting him to continue hunting down the tailed beasts. Fortunately, there was someone else to take the blame. Uchiha Obaido, still waiting for his chance to reclaim control of the Eye of the Moon plan. And Shijin was more than happy to give him that chance. Chapter 111, The Double Agent. The opportunity came quickly. Even faster than Shijin had expected. Because some people simply couldn't hide their ambitions. Land of Rice Fields. Orochimaru's base. Uchiha Obaido had been scheming to take back control of the Eye of the Moon plan from Shijin. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had been seeking a way to escape from Shijin's grasp. When it came to dealing with Shijin, the two shared a common goal. They both quickly recognized each other's intentions and understood the crucial role the other could play. Orochimaru noticed that Obaido, despite being Shijin's assigned observer, harbored hostility toward him. Orochimaru saw this as an opportunity. If he could turn Obaido against Shijin, it would help him escape from Akatsuki's control. Obaido, on the other hand, knew that Orochimaru was the one who performed the Edo Tensei that brought Shijin back. If he could win Orochimaru over, he might find a way to eliminate Shijin and reclaim his position. Inside the eerie laboratory, Orochimaru worked on his experiments while secretly observing Obaido, who had been appearing more frequently in his lab. In matters like this, Orochimaru had an extraordinary amount of patience. Snakes always waited for the perfect moment to strike. Even after overhearing Obaido complain about Shijin during casual conversations with Itachi, Orochimaru acted as if nothing had changed. He was waiting for the right moment to officially approach Obaido about defection. Unfortunately, Obaido lacked patience. No matter the situation, Obaido never seemed to act like someone burdened by darkness and pain. He didn't even try to hide his true thoughts. Orochimaru, do you want to escape from Shijin's control? Obaido leaned against the wall, asking casually, without the slightest concern that his question blatantly revealed his hostility toward Shijin. I can help you. Obaido had always acted this way. just as he had when he wanted to use Nagato's Rinnegan, just as he had when he recruited Uchiha Itachi. He always spoke his mind without hesitation. Orochimaru hadn't expected Obaido to be so blunt. Still, a sinister chuckle curled his lips. As expected, the proud Uchiha are terrible at hiding their true thoughts. There's no need for secrecy between us. Obaido crossed his arms and stated his reasoning. I want to take back control of Akatsuki from Shijin. You want to escape from his control. Our goals align. That much is true. Orochimaru nodded slowly, fully understanding Obaido's intentions. The only thing he couldn't comprehend was Obaido's sheer lack of subtlety. But that didn't matter. It was rare to find a partner in Akatsuki. Most of Akatsuki's members deeply respected Shijin, and finding anyone in the world who openly opposed him was difficult. Of course, that wasn't the biggest problem. The real problem was Shijin's power. Taking on Lord Shijin won't be easy. Orochimaru recalled their brief confrontation and sighed with a hint of regret. Even though he's in an Edo Tensei body and can't use his full strength, maybe only a tenth of his original power, he still seems far beyond what we can handle. Obaido frowned. Although his only loss against Shijin had been due to the Flying Thunder God technique, he knew that if they fought again, he could at best avoid a swift defeat. As for actually defeating Shijin, that was another matter entirely. Unless, Obaido turned to Orochimaru and asked, You're the caster of Edo Tensei, you should know its weaknesses. How do we defeat someone in an Edo Tensei body? Sealing. Orochimaru could only offer the most conventional method. In theory, Edo Tensei bodies are immortal. No matter how many times they're destroyed, they will always regenerate. However, when they're broken apart, there's a brief moment where they can't move. During that window, they can be sealed away. But even that, a smile crept across Orochimaru's face, is nearly impossible to execute against Lord Shijin. I doubt either of us could create such an opening. Of course, if we had more help, that might change. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed, and he licked his lips. Using an undying Edo Tensei warrior against another Edo Tensei warrior. But that will take time. My Edo Tensei is still incomplete, and I lack the necessary bodies. Even if we want to fight Shijin, we'll need a solid plan. This will take time indeed. Obaido nodded but then added, However, if we don't act quickly, even if you perfect Edo Tensei, it still won't be enough to defeat him. Black Zetsu was growing impatient. Since Shijin's resurrection, Black Zetsu had been pushing him to accelerate Akatsuki's plan. They had already started gathering intelligence on the tailed beasts and recruiting additional manpower. Once the plan was set into motion, Akatsuki's overwhelming strength would allow them to swiftly capture the tailed beasts and revive the Ten Tails. By then, Shijin would fully resurrect as the world's strongest Ten Tails Jinchuriki. And for Obaido, that would be far too late. Obaido didn't trust Shijin. He didn't trust Madara either. The only thing he believed in was the dream of the infinite Tsukuyomi he had envisioned. Obaido looked at Orochimaru, who was still focused on his experiment, and said, I'll send Uchiha Itachi back to Aimgakure to investigate Akatsuki's internal movements. We need to see how much time we have left. Hopefully, things aren't too far gone yet. That would be ideal. A smirk spread across Orochimaru's face. For him, as long as someone within Akatsuki was willing to cooperate, that was enough. Orochimaru wasn't too concerned about time. In fact, he preferred delaying things. There was still so much more he wanted to extract from Shijin. But opportunities like this were rare. If Obaido was willing to push forward, Orochimaru wouldn't let the chance slip away. Outside the lab, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unreadable. He had been ordered to guard the entrance and keep Anko Mitarashi from interrupting, ensuring Obaido and Orochimaru could talk in private. Now, Obaido had just ordered him to return to Aimgakure to investigate Akatsuki's plans. That also meant he had the perfect excuse to report everything to Shijin. A double agent. That part of his life had never changed. Before defecting from Konoha, he had been a spy for both the Uchiha clan and the village's higher-ups. After defecting, he had become a spy for both Obaido and Shijin. It made no difference. One way or another, this was the life he had chosen. Aimgakure, Akatsuki's underground base. Shijin was always busy. Ever since returning from Konoha, he had stayed at Akatsuki's base. Aside from occasionally checking on Nagato's health, he spent most of his time writing on scrolls. Uchiha Itachi stood before him, calmly reporting what he had learned. Obito and Orochimaru are growing closer. The two of them are secretly plotting against you. Should we take action? There's no need. Once Akatsuki's plan is set in motion, no amount of trickery will matter in the face of overwhelming power. Shijin's words carried an air of arrogance. He continued writing without looking up. I recently returned to Konoha and observed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in secret. Before he fully grows into his power, it's the perfect time to begin our plan. Best to eliminate any potential problems now rather than later. Itachi's fingers curled slightly into his palm. Akatsuki's plan is about to begin. Shijin, still absorbed in his writing, spoke indifferently. Once it's complete, all resistance will be meaningless. The world's order will be shattered beyond repair. No amount of scheming. Shijin's voice carried a deeper meaning. We'll stop the dawn that is coming. Itachi lowered his head. Should I return and continue monitoring Obito? It doesn't matter. Shijin didn't seem too concerned. For now, do whatever you like. Once Black Zetsu returns, I'll summon all of Akatsuki, including you and Obito. Understood. As Itachi left, Shijin's brush finally paused. He looked up at the retreating figure. Uchiha Itachi. Loyalty had never been part of his nature. The moment Konoha was involved, Itachi would inevitably interfere. Don't disappoint me. Shijin tapped his brush against the scroll. Chapter 112. Why is there always someone who doesn't want to live? The land of rice fields and the land of rain weren't far apart. Uchiha Itachi quickly returned to Orochimaru's base, delivering Shijin's plan to begin Akatsuki's operation in full detail to Uchiha Obito. It was obvious. Obito wasn't in a good mood. Orochimaru, however, was quite pleased. He had just welcomed back Yakashi Kabuto, along with the group of children Kabuto had been taking care of. And as a bonus, Orochimaru received even better news. For instance, Danzo Shimura had approved another round of funding for his experiments. Scientific research was an endless pit of expenses. Any sum of money was a pleasant surprise, and Orochimaru was quite satisfied with Kabuto's efforts. So much so that he invited Kabuto to join their secret rebellion against Shijin, believing that his intellect would be a valuable asset. Inside Orochimaru's base, Obito sat in a chair. Itachi leaned against the wall of the laboratory. Orochimaru rested against a workbench. Kabuto stood beside him. Though they all hailed from the same homeland, each had their own agenda. Yet at this moment, they shared a common goal. You seem to be in a good mood, Orochimaru. Obito's expression darkened as he glared at Orochimaru, his voice cold. Itachi just delivered some bad news. The situation is worse than we expected. Shijin is about to set his plan into motion. Our time is running out faster than we anticipated. Obito's eyes narrowed. Once his plan begins, you can forget about ever escaping his grasp. Is that so? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes gleamed with amusement. Obito had rushed to him the moment Akatsuki received the news. In this world, even the closest allies, even in the most urgent situations, usually waited before acting. Delays signaled confidence, proving they weren't desperate in the alliance. Obito didn't understand that. He was still a rash, impatient fool. Even after everything he had been through, Obito's underlying stupidity remained unchanged. But a partner like this was the best kind of partner. As for Itachi's report, Orochimaru wasn't particularly worried. He only cared about the parts of Akatsuki's plan that he himself knew. If I remember correctly, their goal is to gather the tailed beasts and revive the Ten-Tails as a weapon of war. You don't understand how terrifying the Ten-Tails is. Obito shot him a condescending glance. If the Ten-Tails is revived, even if you resurrect Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha at their peak, it wouldn't change a thing. On this point, Obito did feel a sense of superiority. Because out of everyone here, only he knew Akatsuki's true objective. Only he understood the Ten-Tail's true purpose. If things get desperate, Abaido took a deep breath. I'll kill one of the lesser-tailed beasts to delay them from reviving the Ten-Tails. During that time, you need to gather enough corpses to revive an army strong enough to fight Shijin. Itachi remained silent. Though he and Abaido were technically on the same side, he usually preferred to observe rather than speak. Kabuto also stayed quiet. On the surface, he was part of Orochimaru's faction. But this was his first time attending a meeting against Shijin, so he didn't have much information yet. For now, he would use this opportunity to gather intelligence for Shijin. Fine. I'll use this time to perfect Edo Tensei. Orochimaru then turned to Abaido and added his own demand. But I'll need more high-quality corpses. I can't help with that. Abaido scoffed at the idea of grave robbing. If I start making suspicious moves, Shijin will get suspicious, and Black Zetsu will use it as an excuse to have me kicked out of Akatsuki. Covering for you is already the most we can do. Abaido glanced at Itachi. If we move too much, Black Zetsu will get suspicious. Itachi. Noticing Itachi's thoughtful expression, Abaido asked, do you have any ideas? I'm thinking about what you just said. So, we need to find enough enemies for him to deal with. Itachi lowered his head, seemingly contemplating deeply. At this moment, he didn't seem like Shijin's double agent at all. Instead, he appeared completely aligned with Abaido. If we leak Shijin's plan to the great nations. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. No. Abaido immediately rejected the idea. Shijin's plan was his plan. He only wanted to get rid of Shijin, not sabotage Akatsuki's operation. Actually, it could work. A faint smile appeared on Kabuto's lips. Danzo would certainly be interested in any information about Shijin. Danzo's forces are useless. Abaido dismissed the idea outright. Itachi recalled a past event, seeming reluctant to involve Danzo. Danzo is useless, but the other great nations. It's meaningless. Abaido shook his head. Orochimaru. Abaido tapped his fingers against the table. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he was back in control, like the mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. Abaido looked at Orochimaru, then at Kabuto, before revealing another hidden card he had kept in play. Itachi and I will cover for you. Send one of your people to Kirigakure to find Hoshigaki Kasame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He's my subordinate. Have him assassinate the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Everyone present looked up in shock. No one had expected Abaido to have such a hidden piece in play. And even more shocking, he wanted to assassinate a Mizukage, one of the 5 Kage, just to delay Akatsuki's plan. The 3 of them weren't sure whether to admire Abaido's boldness or call him insane. If I recall correctly, Kabuto, who had once infiltrated Kirigakure, spoke up. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, is also the 3 Tails Jinchuriki. Hoshigaki Kasame, as one of the 7 swordsmen, has been called the tailed beast without a tail. But assassinating the Mizukage won't be easy. Kirigakure had been plagued by assassination attempts on the Mizukage for years. Due to his brutal reign, many had tried to kill him. None had succeeded. Kabuto doubted Kasame would fare any better. Don't worry. Kasame is strong enough. Abaido smirked and casually revealed another shocking truth. The 4th Mizukage has been under my Sharingan's control the entire time. He won't be able to resist Kasame. Even Itachi's normally stoic expression faltered slightly. This is... Orochimaru chuckled. Truly unexpected. As one of Konoha's Sannin, Orochimaru considered himself well-informed. But he had never imagined that Abaido had an entire village's cage under his control. No wonder. The Uchiha clan was always feared by Konoha's leadership. If this had been exposed earlier, the tension between the Uchiha and Konoha's higher-ups would have escalated even further. Fortunately, the Uchiha were wiped out. Orochimaru's gaze flickered between Itachi and Abaido, his tongue flicking out slightly, unable to suppress his growing greed. This was very tempting. Both Itachi and Abaido possessed powerful Mangekyou Sharingan. And for someone like Orochimaru, who sought to master all jutsu, their eyes were utterly irresistible. Itachi immediately noticed Orochimaru's intent. As for Abaido, His kamui made him untouchable. So Orochimaru's desire meant nothing to him. If not for the need to defeat Shijin. If not for Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Abaito wouldn't even look at him. The mission is yours, Kabuto. Orochimaru ordered calmly, pleased by Kabuto's deference. Understood. Kabuto bowed respectfully. Of course. Behind that bow, a glint flashed across his glasses. The moment he left, Kabuto would contact Shijin. But Shijin didn't seem to care. Because he already knew everything. Because the white Zetsu clone that had been monitoring Orochimaru had already reported Abaito and Orochimaru's scheme to Shijin. However, along with this report, the white Zetsu clone also gave its own recommendation. Lord Shijin, we need to stop Abaito's plan immediately. If his subordinate kills the Three Tails Jinchuriki, it will interfere with our Eye of the Moon plan. Does your original body know about this yet? Shijin seemed only concerned with this one question. The main body hasn't returned yet. The white Zetsu clone shook its head before quickly offering, I'll report this to the main body right away and let. No need. I'll handle it myself. Speaking of which, Shijin continued writing on a scroll while casually asking, how strong are the 7 ninja swordsmen? Not that strong, I suppose. The white Zetsu clone scratched its head and recalled an old story. I remember Akatsuki had a member from the 7 ninja swordsmen too. I think his name was Juzo Biwa, but since Kakuzu kept killing his partners, he was eventually assigned to Kakuzu, and then Kakuzu killed him too. Shijin's eyelid twitched. To fund his orphanage, Kakuzu had really been working hard. Even harder than in his past life. Never mind. Shijin rolled up the scroll and handed it to the white Zetsu clone. His voice was calm as he instructed, take this scroll to that man, Yakashi Kabuto. Once he sees it, he'll know what to do. From now on, just follow Kabuto. But will this be enough? Kabuto is still Orochimaru's man, after all. The white Zetsu clone hesitated, tucking the scroll away while muttering, shouldn't I report this to the main body and Black Zetsu first? Maybe we can salvage Abaito's betrayal. Honestly, Abaito used to be fun. When I used to hang around with him, it was way more entertaining than following you, Lord Shijin. Wait. Shijin fell silent for a moment before suddenly calling out. He extended his hand toward the white Zetsu clone, motioning for the scroll to be returned. Let me add one more thing to it. I forgot to tell Kabuto something. And also, to ensure there are no mistakes in this mission, I'll implant some of Hashirama's cells into you to enhance your body and leave a cursed seal on you to strengthen your chakra. Chapter 113. What the hell is that idiot Abaito doing? Yakashi Kabuto. When the white Zetsu clone found Kabuto, it immediately handed him the scroll. This is from Lord Shijin. Understood. Kabuto was momentarily startled by the strange creature before him. Fortunately, his nerves were strong enough, and since the creature mentioned Lord Shijin, it clearly understood his relationship with him. That was enough for Kabuto to take the scroll without hesitation. However, as soon as he opened the scroll and saw its contents, his pupils shrank in shock. His expression shifted from stunned disbelief to sudden realization and, ultimately, to confusion. What's inside? The white Zetsu clone curiously observed Kabuto's shifting expressions. It's... Kabuto hesitated, then glanced at the creature before him before suddenly chuckling. Lord Shijin has assigned us a mission in the Land of Water. I'll need your help gathering intelligence in Kirigakure. All right. The white Zetsu clone sighed as if reluctant. I just hope this mission ends quickly. Ahem. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his gaze subtly sweeping over the strange creature before him. He recalled the hidden message within the scroll. The contents of the scroll were quite unusual. It was divided into 3 parts. The first part contained information on Edo Tensei, including detailed theoretical research and improved techniques. From development to refinement, the technique was far more complete than Orochimaru's version. After reading it, Kabuto was confident he could master the jutsu. Lord Shijin's instructions were clear. He wanted Kabuto to learn Edo Tensei and summon powerful shinobi to protect himself while carrying out his tasks. The second part detailed their mission in the Land of Water. Kabuto was to follow Abido's orders and contact Kasame Hoshigaki, persuading him to overthrow the 4th Mizukage's bloody mist regime. The scroll even outlined a contingency plan in case Kasame's assassination attempt failed. The third part. It seemed to have been added at the last moment. Shijin wanted him to use this white Zetsu clone as a sacrifice for Edo Tensei. Shijin was a lone operator. Akatsuki lacked the manpower to assign him guards, which was understandable. Kabuto had no moral objections to using the dead as tools. However, using the messenger as a sacrifice puzzled him, especially since this was his first encounter with a white Zetsu. But soon, Kabuto understood. These white Zetsu creatures were complete fools. On their way to the land of water, the clone rambled incessantly about how much more fun it had with Abido and how dull Lord Shijin was. Abido is way more interesting. Compared to him, Lord Shijin is just too boring. All he does is write on scrolls. He never does anything fun. The main body and Black Zetsu said that even after he was first revived, all he did was heal people and write medical records. That kind of life is just too dull. It was the same in the ancient era, apparently. Black Zetsu said that back then, Lord Shijin's life was even more boring, just healing and more healing. He had no interesting companions and no fun stories to tell. Is this thing sick in the head? It must be. Kabuto endured the mind-numbing chatter throughout their journey. The more he listened, the stranger it seemed. He couldn't understand why Abido was being compared to Shijin as if they were equals. The thought processes of white Zetsu were clearly not human. Luckily, besides being a medical ninja, Kabuto was an excellent spy. As an elite infiltrator, he always maintained a polite and friendly smile, even when he completely disagreed with the creature's opinions. Really? Listening to you, Abido does sound like an interesting guy. After all, being a medic can be pretty dull. I'm a medical ninja myself, and sometimes, saving lives can be such a hassle. Kabuto kept up the pleasant conversation while focusing on studying Edo Tensei, determined to master the technique as soon as possible. Land of Water, Kirigakure. This isolated nation, shrouded in eternal mist, had a peculiar atmosphere. A faint scent of blood always lingered in the village. In Kirigakure, killing comrades wasn't even considered noteworthy. It was a common occurrence, as shinobi were often ordered to eliminate their fellow villagers. No one ever knew when they might be ordered to kill a comrade. No one ever knew when they might be killed by one. Mistrust ran deep, and betrayal was second nature. The village had long been accustomed to deceit, backstabbing, and bloodshed. What's our first move? The white Zetsu clone followed Kabuto into the village. Their first stop was the cemetery. The white Zetsu clone had no idea what Kabuto was planning, so it simply followed him, puzzled as to why their first destination was a graveyard. Let's find ourselves a powerful ally first. Kabuto methodically examined the tombstones, searching for the perfect target until he stopped at a specific grave and unearthed a skeletal corpse. Second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki. He had once clashed with Shijin during the First Shinobi World War. After the war ended, he returned to Kirigakure and lived out his days. By all accounts, he was possibly the strongest person in Kirigakure's history. He had even fought in the Second Shinobi World War and was one of the most renowned Mizukage. You're using Edo Tensei. The white Zetsu clone instantly grasped Kabuto's intention and rubbed its chin in thought. I was always watching Orochimaru and saw him revive Lord Shijin. I remember this jutsu requires a sacrifice. Should we grab someone from the village? No need. Kabuto shook his head. As he lifted his fingers, black cursed seals flowed like liquid across his arm, enveloping his body as he activated his curse mark transformation. The next moment, a powerful strike slammed into the white Zetsu clone's neck. The ambush was so sudden that the clone had no time to react. Dizzy, it stared in shock at Kabuto, whose eyes now gleamed with cold intent. Kabuto, you. The white Zetsu clone couldn't comprehend why Kabuto had attacked it. They had traveled together, spoken at length, even bonded as allies. Why betray it now? Apologies. The light reflected off Kabuto's glasses, obscuring his eyes as his voice turned ice cold. From the beginning, I found a medical ninja who saves lives far more interesting than a fool responsible for the Nine Tails attack that killed thousands. And I must thank you for accompanying me here. Now I won't have to alert Kirigakure's forces. I already have the perfect sacrifice. Kabuto bowed his head slightly, calmly forming the necessary hand signs with the same gentle touch he once used to heal patients. Ninjutsu Edo Tensei. His palm pressed against the ground. As the white Zetsu clone watched in horror, specks of ash rose from the corpse on the ground and adhered to its body. Kabuto's mind raced, analyzing Edo Tensei's mechanics as the reanimation process began. It seems white Zetsu make excellent sacrifices. Judging by the reanimation process, I might be able to resurrect the second Mizukage at full power. As the transformation completed, Kabuto swiftly raised his fingers, ensuring control over the revived shinobi. This improved version of Edo Tensei enhances the caster's control. It allows full command over the subject's actions and even enables direct mental orders. The second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, opened his lifeless eyes in confusion. He examined his hands and immediately understood his situation. Edo Tensei, that bastard Taburama's jutsu. Congratulations, Lord Second Mizukage, on your return to the world of the living. Kabuto smiled out of habit, though his eyes remained devoid of warmth. Now, help us bring peace to this world. Wait, hold on. Genjutsu instantly recalled the first person ever resurrected by Edo Tensei and wisely objected. Even if another war has started, I'm nothing like Lord Shijin. I can't bring peace or any of that. Don't count on me, kid. However, Kabuto ignored his protests. Because he still had a mission to complete. After sealing the second Mizukage inside a coffin, Kabuto wasted no time and continued his infiltration of Kirigakure. Kirigakure, the depths of the hidden mist. A damp underground complex lay deep beneath Kirigakure. The people here had all taken countless lives, some their enemies, others their comrades. They lurked in the darkness, carrying out the will of Kirigakure's high command. Unlike the ANBU of other villages, who might still uphold ideals of protecting their comrades or safeguarding their village, Kirigakure's ANBU had been trained into true executioners. Many of Kirigakure's own shinobi had died at the hands of their village's ANBU, their blood staining the very mist that veiled the land. And among these ruthless killers, none was more infamous than Hoshigaki Kisame. Born into the Hoshigaki clan, Kisame possessed a natural ability to absorb chakra, allowing him to quickly rise in the ranks. He was recruited into ANBU at an early age and diligently carried out every order given to him, even if those orders were to murder his own allies. For Kisame, it was simple. If he couldn't protect someone, he would ensure that they died by his hands first rather than fall into enemy hands. Over time, his skills only grew stronger. Recently, he had killed his own superior, Suikazen Faguki, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, after learning he was leaking village secrets. Taking possession of the Samehada blade, Kisame was now one of the strongest in Kirigakure. That day, when he obtained Samehada, he also learned the truth about Kirigakure. It was then that he first met Madara Uchiha. And it was then that he accepted the Moon's Eye plan as the only way to escape the cruel, twisted reality of the world. With a goal in mind, Kisame no longer hesitated. But lately, something had been bothering him. He had heard rumors from the outside world, rumors that Madara was actually a fraud. That Madara was nothing more than a fake identity used by a former Leaf Shinobi named Uchiha Obaido. If that was true, then had he once again been deceived? Was everything he had believed in nothing but a lie? Kisame's heart was conflicted. He wanted answers. He wanted to confront Obaido directly and demand the truth. But, is Madara-sama afraid to meet me? Kisame murmured to himself, fingers gently running along the edge of Samehada's bandages. Perhaps this was why Obaido had yet to appear. Perhaps Obaido knew that if Kisame found out the truth, he would turn against him. As Kisame continued tending to his weapon, his heightened senses picked up on something. He suddenly stopped what he was doing. His sharp ears caught the faintest sound of footsteps, light and careful, but not belonging to a trained assassin of Kirigakure. The intruder was skilled in stealth, but not quite enough. Kasame slowly reached for Samehada's handle, keeping his voice low and calm. "Come out," he said, his grip tightening on the sword. "I can hear you." A figure emerged from the shadows, a gray-haired man in glasses, smiling in an eerily composed manner. "Kabuto. Quite sharp, aren't you?" Kabuto said with a chuckle. Kasame didn't relax his stance. His cold, shark-like eyes stared at the intruder. His killing intent hadn't faded in the slightest. "An outsider sneaking into Kirigakure," Kasame mused, gripping his sword. "Looks like you're out of luck." Kabuto didn't flinch. Instead, his smile remained as polite as ever. "On the contrary," he said smoothly, adjusting his glasses, "I'd say I'm quite fortunate. After all, it didn't take me long to find the person Abido-sama sent me to meet." Kasame's eyes immediately sharpened. His shark-like gaze pierced through Kabuto's words. Had he just confirmed the rumors? Had this strange man, who called himself Abido's messenger, just admitted outright that Abido was never Madara Uchiha? Kabuto watched the shift in Kasame's expression carefully. Something was wrong. Kasame should have been one of Abido's most loyal subordinates. Abido had assured them all that Kasame was his man. Yet, why did Kasame not look the least bit pleased? Why did he look like he was about to kill him instead? Kabuto's smile stiffened slightly. Was Abido's influence over Kasame weaker than they thought? No, more than that. Had Abido never truly won Kasame over to begin with? If that was the case, Kabuto inwardly sighed, glad that he had prepared accordingly. Fortunately, before meeting Kasame, he had already revived the second Mizukage. Chapter 114, Are You Kidding Me? Sometimes, it's really no wonder that Black Zetsu dislikes Uchiha Abido. Compared to the meticulous and thorough Shijin, Abido acts on impulse and always manages to make careless mistakes in every situation. Fortunately, Kasame Hashigaki had a strong sense of professionalism. Even after learning Abido's true identity, the Kirigakure ANBU operative didn't immediately betray him. In fact, he was even willing to listen to Abido's orders. Assassinate the fourth Mizukage. Kasame listened to the mission brought by Kabuto and even seemed intrigued by it. Then, become an S-rank rogue ninja and infiltrate his organization to gather intelligence. Sounds a little strange. That's right. Kabuto also found the situation odd. He furrowed his brows and asked Kasame, "You don't seem inclined to reject his orders." Right now, Kasame was a high-ranking member of Kirigakure's ANBU. By assassinating the Mizukage and defecting, he would be stepping into a completely different life. For me, Kasame adjusted the bandages on Samehada as if he understood Kabuto's confusion. In this false world, my life has never had any real meaning. At the very least, that man gives me a shred of hope. Perhaps. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and refrained from finishing his sentence. He wouldn't take it upon himself to recruit someone for Shijin. Even though he considered Kasame a potential ally, he would only report this possibility to Shijin later. Perhaps what? Kasame asked casually. Nothing. Kabuto smiled again, and even his eyes carried a hint of amusement. Everyone will eventually find their own purpose. Looks like you've already found yours. Kasame chuckled at Kabuto's luck. Grabbing Samehada, he turned and walked toward the exit. Unfortunately, my entire existence is meaningless. Even the bit of hope I had seems to be nothing more than an illusion. Are you going to assassinate the Mizukage right now? Kabuto asked in surprise as he watched Kasame. This guy. His actions were way too fast, weren't they? I need to find the right location first. Kasame's steps paused slightly, and his voice carried a trace of melancholy. It's better if the Mizukage dies sooner rather than later. Many in this village wish for his death, including perhaps the Mizukage himself. At the very least, he wouldn't have to continue existing in a world he never truly experienced. Yes, the fourth Mizukage had probably longed for death. Having been under Abido's Genjutsu control for so long, Yagura's mind had likely given up long ago. After all, Kirigakure had enforced the bloody mist policy for years. Graduating from the academy required students to kill their classmates, and it wasn't until a boy named Zabuza Mamachi slaughtered his entire class that this brutal tradition finally ended. Even so, The village remained in turmoil. The shinobi of Kirigakure couldn't trust one another and were often assigned missions to eliminate their own comrades. Under Yagura's rule, the entire village suffered, and many shinobi who couldn't endure the cruelty of the bloody mist policy chose to defect. As the leader of the village, the Mizukage should have been the one protecting it. Yet, he had become the very force that destroyed it. He must have lived in constant torment. Kasame didn't know what Yagura truly thought, but he felt that killing him would at least set the man free. "Do you need my help?" Kabuto asked as he watched Kasame's back, offering assistance. He adjusted his glasses and said softly, "If your assassination fails." "That won't happen. I will kill him." Kasame grinned, revealing his sharp, shark-like teeth. To him, assassinating the Mizukage was not a difficult task. And indeed, it wasn't. At the shores of the land of water, rain poured from the sky in torrents. Kasame stood in the downpour, gripping Samehada tightly. The elite ANBU squad assigned to protect the 4th Mizukage lay sprawled across the battlefield, their bodies motionless. At the center of the scene, the corpse of Yagura rested in the rain. Kabuto held an umbrella as he stood to the side, having witnessed the entire intense battle unfold. He hadn't expected Kasame's strength to be so overwhelming. He had single-handedly slain a cage. What terrifying power! Kabuto's eyes lifted slightly, gazing through the rain at the tall figure. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "He truly is the tailless-tailed beast of Kirigakure." Kasame nudged Yagura's body with Samehada, showing no particular concern for his accomplishment. "I just happened to counter his abilities." As a member of the Hoshigaki clan, Kasame had a natural talent for absorbing chakra. His most powerful water-style jutsu could also absorb chakra from enemy techniques, making them even stronger. Unfortunately for Yagura, he was a Jinchuriki with an abundance of chakra. This made the battle effortless for Kasame, as he drained his opponent dry without expending much energy. And when Yagura finally broke free from the genjutsu before his death, he had already given up and chose not to resist Kasame's assassination. "Let's go." After confirming Yagura's death, Kasame signaled for Kabuto to take him to Abaido. "All right." Kabuto nodded. As they left, Kabuto hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to take Yagura's entire body. He only took one severed hand. A small piece of flesh would be enough to revive him through Edo Tensei in the future. Although Yagura hadn't demonstrated exceptional strength during the battle and still looked like a child, he might still prove useful. Inside Kirigakure, the assassination sent shockwaves through the village. The shinobi of Kirigakure were divided in their reactions. On one hand, many were overjoyed that Kasame had killed Yagura. Perhaps the oppressive bloody mist policy that loomed over them for years would finally disappear. On the other hand, they feared the village would now spiral into political chaos without a leader. Fortunately, Elder Genji was still present. The old man quickly stabilized the situation, issuing an order to hunt down and execute Kasame while simultaneously abolishing the cruel policies that had plagued the village. "Kasame-sama is a hero, isn't he?" A female Kirigakure Kunoichi voiced her dissent against Genji's order. "Just like Zabuza in the past, he destroyed the tyranny of the bloody mist. Must we really treat him as a criminal?" "This is unavoidable." The old man shook his head, unwilling to change his decision. If assassinating the Mizukage and defecting are forgiven, then the title of Mizukage will lose its authority. If the shinobi of Kirigakure no longer feared the Mizukage's power, it would be far more disastrous than simply recalling a hero. Besides, Kasame likely had no desire to return to Kirigakure. Land of Fields, Orochimaru's base. Kasame finally met Uchihara Baido. He did not underestimate his new superior despite Abaido being younger. He knew Abaido possessed formidable power. "I apologize for deceiving you." Abaido's attitude was unexpectedly good, and he even sincerely apologized. "Though I represent Lord Madara's will, I had to conceal my identity back then to avoid unnecessary trouble." "It doesn't matter. This world is full of lies anyway." Kasame's tone was indifferent. He didn't care for such trivial matters. "If you truly represent that great man's will, I just need to see the plan you spoke of come to fruition." Next, Kasame lifted his head. I'll be joining your organization and keeping an eye on their every move, correct? Exactly. Abaito nodded before explaining the current state of Akatsuki. A powerful figure who once worked alongside Madara has been resurrected and forcibly taken over my organization. I fear he isn't truly committed to our plan, so I need you to infiltrate and monitor him. Interesting. Kasame grinned, and who is this great figure? Abaito's expression darkened. Emiya Shijin. Kasame's expression shifted instantly. What kind of joke was this? That man, how could he possibly be involved in something like this? Even in the distant land of water, Shijin's name was well known. Especially in Kirigakure, where the second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, had once openly expressed his admiration for Shijin, acknowledging his role in ending the First Shinobi World War. Later, when the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars broke out, bringing endless suffering, the Shinobi world never forgot the man who had once brought true peace. But now, a man so widely respected, someone viewed as a hero of the past, was supposedly the mastermind behind a dangerous organization. This is... Kasame's usual smile faded, replaced by something bitter. It's getting harder and harder to tell what's real and what's fake. Kasame struggled to comprehend how Shijin could be the leader of the Akatsuki. He had never imagined that someone like himself would cross paths with such a legendary figure. This was beyond absurd. Abaito, however, fully understood Kasame's reaction. After all, when he first learned that Shijin had been the one to propose the Eye of the Moon plan to Madara, his own reaction had been almost identical. Don't dwell on his identity too much. Abaito's voice was cold. He's just another relic of the past. Though he was the one who first conceived the Eye of the Moon plan, I don't believe he is someone worthy of our trust. For now, just stay active on your own for a while. Abaito had a solid grasp of Akatsuki's situation. The organization was constantly searching for new talent, and given their urgent need for manpower, it wouldn't take long for them to invite a powerful S-rank rogue ninja like Kasame to join. Akatsuki is recruiting, and they'll likely bring you in soon. Chapter 115. Why are you still thinking about inviting Tsune to join the Akatsuki? The Land of Rain. The Akatsuki's base. The Akatsuki had no intention of accepting Kasame Hoshigaki. When Black Zetsu learned that Kasame had killed the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, it nearly lost its mind. Because along with Yagura's death, the Three Tails would also perish. Though the Three Tails wasn't the strongest tailed beast, and all tailed beasts were immortal, it would take a few years before it revived in the ninja world. This delay significantly disrupted Black Zetsu's plans. In Black Zetsu's opinion, now that Shijin had been revived, the Akatsuki was already strong enough to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. As long as it and White Zetsu located all the tailed beasts, the capture process could begin immediately. I've been working hard gathering manpower, while also tracking down the tailed beasts. Now, only the Four Tails Jinchuriki remains unaccounted for. When Black Zetsu brought up Kasame, it was filled with rage. That damned Kasame actually killed the Three Tails Jinchuriki. That is a bit troublesome. Shijin furrowed his brow, displeased with Kasame's reckless actions. He calmly tried to soothe Black Zetsu. All right. No need to panic. Let me think if there's a way to salvage this. Shijin sighed and softly shared his idea. Aside from the dead Three Tails Jinchuriki, does the current ninja world possess any remnants of the Three Tails chakra? If so, I might be able to cultivate it, which could keep our plan on track. For instance, I once met the Gold and Silver brothers 40 years ago. They had obtained a portion of the Nine Tails chakra. If we can find someone like them who has inherited the Three Tails chakra, we might be able to use them. Black Zetsu felt a rare warmth in its heart. At times like these, it was always Shijin who remained reliable. Even now, he was coming up with solutions. However, Black Zetsu had no choice. It could only shake its head and say, the Three Tails chakra has never leaked. We can only wait for it to revive before proceeding with the plan. How long will that take? Shijin frowned even more, feigning ignorance. Has the Three Tails ever died before? How long did it take to revive? At least 7 or 8 years. Black Zetsu recalled the circumstances following Rin Nohara's death and sighed. Abaito was always controlling Yagura. He should have been the most secure part of the plan. And yet, the Three Tails still ended up as a problem. If Shijin hadn't been revived, Black Zetsu wouldn't be too anxious. But now that hope was within reach, this setback was infuriating. Annoyed, Black Zetsu instinctively cursed. That idiot Abido couldn't even protect the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Shijin's expression turned slightly odd. After all, Black Zetsu hadn't even figured out that Kasame was working under Abido. It clearly didn't trust him much, either. Forget it. Blaming him won't change anything. Maybe it's because I assigned him to monitor Orochimaru. Shijin casually made an excuse for Abido before adding. Still, being able to kill the Three Tails Jinchuriki means Kasame is quite strong. That's true. Black Zetsu didn't know much about Kasame, but was aware of the Hoshigaki clan's abilities. The Hoshigaki clan has abundant chakra and the ability to absorb it. Recruiting him into the Akatsuki could help us in future tailed beast captures. At this point, the only option was to find a way to make up for the loss. Should we send Sasori? Black Zetsu considered the only available member. Akatsuki's members typically worked in pairs to keep each other in check, but this rule currently applied only to Sasori. After all, the Pain Trio was the core of the Akatsuki and was busy carrying out missions. Kakuzu was another exception. Sending him on missions with a partner was practically the same as sending him alone, and he was trusted enough that betrayal wasn't a concern. Only Sasori. Without a partner, he could only stay at the base, working on his puppets. I'll go myself. Shijin was intrigued by Kasame and took the opportunity to voice his plan. Even though waiting for the Three Tails to revive is frustrating, we should use this time to recruit more members and gather intelligence. All right. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. And Shijin decided to give Black Zetsu a warning to prevent future setbacks. If possible, keep an eye on the other tailed beasts, especially the strongest one, the Nine Tails, if anything happens to it. The Nine Tails chakra was the most powerful. If it died, its revival time would be unpredictable, and the Eye of the Moon plan could be delayed indefinitely. Understood. Black Zetsu already had plans for that. I'll send a white Zetsu clone to monitor the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha. He's just a kid, which makes him a weak link. Make sure to protect him. Shijin narrowed his eyes, hiding his true thoughts. He needed Black Zetsu's help in protecting Naruto Uzumaki. While you're at it, keep an eye on Itachi's younger brother. The two of them might awaken a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which could serve as a backup plan. Good thinking. Black Zetsu nodded repeatedly. Hearing Shijin's strategy finally calmed its anger over the Three Tails' death. By the way, one of my clones is missing. The real white Zetsu finally found a chance to bring up its concern. I need to use spore technique to grow more replacements. Missing. Shijin raised an eyebrow, surprised. Which one? The one monitoring Orochimaru. White Zetsu sounded slightly distressed. It might have been discovered and killed. Just a clone. Black Zetsu didn't care much and simply ordered, grow a new one and send it back to monitor Orochimaru. A glint flashed through Shijin's Rinnegan. If they sent another white Zetsu to Orochimaru's location, they would soon discover his secret dealings with Abido. At that point, the missing clone's fate would be obvious. Black Zetsu and white Zetsu would surely assume Abido had killed it to protect his secret. All right. Shijin stopped focusing on the missing clone and instead asked about Kasame's whereabouts. Upon learning that Kasame was in the land of hot water, he simply told them, let's split up. Black Zetsu and white Zetsu vanished into the shadows, but before leaving, they mentioned another discovery. By the way, we also found 2 potential partners for Kakuzu in the land of hot water. Kakuzu is currently at an orphanage there. Clearly, they expected Shijin to handle it while he was there. He didn't refuse, but he was curious. Finding 2 suitable partners for Kakuzu, that was rare. 2. Yes. White Zetsu explained, Kakuzu's partners die too frequently, so we prepared backups. Hopefully, this one will last longer. One of them is Hidden, a former ninja from Yugakure. He seems to have obtained some kind of immortality from his faith in Jashin. No one has ever been able to kill him. Sounds perfect for Kakuzu. Shaijin's fingers twitched slightly. The other one. White Zetsu hesitated. You should be quite familiar with her. Black Zetsu smirked and spoke a name that took Shaijin by surprise. Tsunade of the Sannin. She's been traveling the world, healing people, just like you did in ancient times. Tsunade. Shaijin's expression flickered. This was the second time he'd heard her name, bringing back memories of the little girl from 40 years ago. Konoha never declared her a rogue ninja. Black Zetsu considered recruiting her, but she hasn't returned there either, so maybe. Forget it. Shaijin waved his hand, firmly rejecting the idea. Tsunade is Hashirama's granddaughter. No matter what, she'll never leave Konoha to join us. Besides, letting her heal people isn't a bad thing. A medical ninja of her talent is more valuable to this world as a doctor than as a soldier. So I was right. Black Zetsu chuckled. You're still just as kind at heart. Even now, despite everything, Shaijin still carried a deep compassion for the world. Honestly, she wouldn't be a good fit anyway. White Zetsu added, she's racked up a massive gambling debt over the years. People in the casinos call her a legendary sucker. Chapter 116, The Orphanage Director's Daughter, Karin. The Land of Hot Water. A remarkable country. With its abundance of hot springs, this land had become a vacation sanctuary in the ninja world and was recognized as a neutral nation, allowing it to avoid many conflicts. Danger was a rare occurrence here. When Shaijin arrived in the Land of Hot Water, he quickly noticed that the village's hidden hot water ninja were few in number, a stark contrast to the numerous shinobi found in the hidden rain village. It seemed this place truly was safe. As someone dedicated to helping others, Kakuzu had established the ninja world's largest orphanage and retirement home in this peaceful country, offering refuge to many homeless orphans and abandoned elders. Of course, Kakuzu carried a heavy burden. Luckily, his unnaturally long lifespan allowed him to see the orphans grow up and give back to the institution. And, with his relentless killing and bounty hunting, he had amassed quite a fortune. Here, the descendants of the Uzumaki clan were the most concentrated. They no longer carried the Uzumaki surname, instead working as caretakers and staff in Kakuzu's orphanage. With the 5 great nations mastering the art of sealing tailed beasts within Jinchuriki, the Uzumaki survivors were no longer hunted. And with an immortal rogue ninja like Kakuzu protecting them, no minor village dared to provoke them, allowing them a fragile sense of security. Recently, some disturbances had arisen. A blonde woman had been staying near the orphanage with her disciple. During the day, she treated the sick, and in doing so, she noticed how the locals greatly revered the orphanage director and her daughter, Karin, for their exceptional medical ninjutsu. Coincidentally, she had met the young girl named Karin and, recognizing her talent, taught her some medical techniques. But she hadn't expected that, come morning, she would be visited at her inn by Karin's mother. I am Karin's mother. The orphanage director, a gentle red-haired woman, had none of the Uzumaki clan's famed fiery temperament. She arrived with her daughter at her side, speaking softly as she explained her purpose. I heard that a great medical ninja has arrived nearby. That would be me. The blonde woman wasn't one for humility. Though she clutched a bottle of alcohol early in the morning, making her seem anything but a respectable medic, the moment she stated her name, all doubt vanished. I am Tsunade. She gazed at the red-haired director with curiosity. Are you of the Uzumaki clan? We were distant relatives in the past. So you really are Lady Tsunade. The orphanage director looked at her in shock, then quickly apologized. Forgive me, we no longer use the Uzumaki surname. She hadn't expected this woman to truly be Tsunade. Even though the Uzumaki survivors lived in the remote land of hot water, they had heard of Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and one of the legendary Sannin. Her reputation as the Slug Princess was revered across the ninja world. You abandoned the Uzumaki name as well. Tsunade took a deep swig of alcohol as she spoke. Yes. The red-haired woman nodded, reluctant to dwell on the past. The land of whirlpools was destroyed long ago. The Uzumaki name only brings disaster. Tsunade knew that Konoha had done nothing to help when Yuzushiagakure fell. She could only drink in silence before mumbling, As distant relatives, even we stopped using the Senju name long ago. Forget it. No need to talk about the past. Tsunade swiftly changed the subject. I have patients to see later. Would you like Karin to come with me? For years, Tsunade had maintained a consistent routine. Mornings were spent treating patients with her disciple, Shizyun. Afternoons were for gambling and losing all her money. Evenings were dedicated to drowning herself in alcohol before stumbling back to sleep. I need to tend to the orphanage. The red-haired woman politely declined, then carefully took out a small gift. I came not only to thank you for teaching Karin medical ninjutsu, but also because someone wishes to meet you. Who? Tsunade continued drinking. Lord Kakuzu. The woman's expression grew apologetic, as if embarrassed to mention it, yet even more unwilling to ignore Kakuzu's request. After all, without Kakuzu, there would be no orphanage. Tsunade nearly spat out her drink, instantly realizing why Kakuzu wanted to see her. She immediately turned to Shizyun, hurrying her along. Shizyun, let's go. We've got patients to see, and I can't be late for my afternoon gambling. Tsunade-sama. Shizyun hesitated, but quickly followed. Tell Kakuzu I'll see him later. Tsunade called out as she strode away. I just need to win back the money I owe him first. No. The red-haired woman sighed. Because Kakuzu had indeed sent her to collect Tsunade's debt. Little Karin clung to her mother's arm, watching Tsunade's retreating figure with curiosity. Mom, does Lady Tsunade owe Grandpa Kakuzu a lot of money? A lot. Her mother thought back to the astronomical amount. Tsunade, the infamous gambler, had somehow managed to borrow money from Kakuzu. When she was struggling with debt collectors, Kakuzu had even helped pay off one of her debts. After all, Kakuzu was quite charitable, and Tsunade's selfless wanderings reminded him of Shijin. Not to mention, Hashirama had once given him a sum of money, an old kindness that Kakuzu couldn't ignore when dealing with the first Hokage's granddaughter. But this good deed backfired. Tsunade, realizing Kakuzu was a wealthy, fat sheep, shamelessly borrowed an even larger sum from him, only to immediately lose it all at the casino, adding him to her list of creditors. Who would have thought? Kakuzu was in the land of hot water, too. Tsunade left in a hurry, unable to meet the mother and daughter's gaze. She was sure they knew she owed Kakuzu money. I really shouldn't have borrowed from that guy. Tsunade knew Kakuzu spent his earnings helping those in need, and she felt guilty about never repaying her debt. Unfortunately, her gambling luck was atrocious. A few months ago, she had a brief streak of luck, winning big, only to lose it all just as quickly. Hope my luck's better today. Tsunade swayed slightly, her cheeks flushed from drinking, as she tossed an empty bottle toward a trash bin. But her aim was off. The bottle missed and shattered on the ground. Are you sure you're fit to treat patients? Shizyun eyed her warily. That's what you're here for. Tsunade grinned at her disciple, her eyes playful. If you don't know what to do, just copy the medical scrolls that guy left behind. What if we encounter something completely new? Impossible. Tsunade waved a hand dismissively. She had an almost blind faith in the medical scrolls Shijin had left behind. I've treated countless people across the ninja world, and I've never seen a disease not mentioned in those scrolls. Shizyun could only sigh and follow along. Luckily, despite the severity of their patients' conditions, Shizyun was able to handle them. Tsunade, smug as ever, felt validated in her prediction. However, something felt off. Tsunade's luck today was unbelievably good. As a legendary gambling fool, her name was well known in the gambling world. Yet today, she won round after round, bankrupting gamblers who had hoped to take advantage of her infamous bad luck. This feels weird. Tsunade flexed her fingers, savoring the thrill of victory, but unease crept in. She turned to Shizyun, who was carrying a heavy bag of winnings. Could this be a bad omen? The last time she won big, the Uchiha clan was wiped out. And this time, she had won even more. A chill ran down her spine. Could Kakuzu be coming for his debt? That was the only disaster she could think of. Hopefully, he won't kill me for it. Tsunade pondered her recent troubles, and could only conclude that her misfortune might be tied to Kakuzu. After all, that guy is a bounty-hunting killer who makes money by taking heads. If I can't pay him back, he might just decide to cash in on my corpse. I wonder how much my body would be worth at a bounty exchange. Please don't say such terrifying things. Shizyun clutched the heavy bag of winnings tightly, quickly reminding her. Besides, this money should be enough to repay Mr. Kakuzu, right? Yeah. Then what could go wrong? Tsunade looked up at the moonlit sky, trying to push her ominous thoughts aside. She decided to drown her worries in alcohol instead. Forget it, Shizyun. Let's go find a bar first. The worst thing that could happen is someone trying to rob me of my money. Chapter 117. Someone's doing evil in my name. Late at night. Inside a small tavern. Tsunade was still unaware of the misfortune looming over her, but her streak of wins at the gambling table left her in high spirits as she drank. As always, Shizyun had no way to stop her teacher. All she could do was watch Tsunade drink herself into a drunken stupor, slumping onto the table. This is going to be a hassle again. Shizyun sighed and clutched the bag of winnings as she went to settle the bill. However, when she returned to the table, she saw a figure in a straw hat standing beside Tsunade, reaching out and placing a hand on her golden hair. What the hell? What is this guy doing? Does he even know whose head he's touching? Even in her drunken state, Tsunade's body wouldn't ignore danger. Her instincts alone could launch a devastating punch that would leave the man severely injured or even dead. In this world, no one could withstand Tsunade's punches. Hey, stop. Furious at this person's audacity, Shizyun rushed forward to intervene, certain that he was about to suffer the consequences. But she was stopped. A dark-faced man suddenly appeared, blocking her way. Mr. Kakuzu. Shizyun stared at the man in shock, nervously clutching the bag of money. How much does she owe you? The man in the straw hat glanced at Shizyun and Kakuzu before speaking softly. Don't make things difficult for a child. Yes. Kakuzu nodded and took the bag of money from Shizyun's hands. Wait. Shizyun hadn't planned on stopping Kakuzu, but she was far more concerned about Tsunade. She anxiously wished her teacher would wake up soon. Because right now, she had no idea how to handle this. That man in the straw hat looked incredibly dangerous. But Tsunade didn't react at all. When the man gently ruffled her hair, she merely snuggled into his palm like a child in a deep sleep. As if that hand posed no threat whatsoever. As if, in her drunken haze, it felt safer than anything else. In her dreamlike state, Tsunade believed herself to be back in her childhood, dozing off in the hallways of Konoha's hospital. And in her dreams, a familiar medical ninja, taking a break from writing on his medical scrolls, gently patted her head with his reanimated hand. That long-lost sense of security. Tears silently trickled down Tsunade's cheeks. She truly thought she was dreaming. And yet, the dream felt unsteady. Somewhere in her haze, she sensed the presence of Shijin trying to leave. Instinctively, she reached out and grabbed his arm. Lord Shijin. You've grown up, Tsunade. The Shijin in her dream gently pried her fingers away, left her with those words, and walked away from her childhood. No. Not just from her childhood. This time, it felt like he was leaving her life for good. The next morning, Tsunade woke up in her inn's bed. Shizyun sat beside her, looking dazed. I really need to stop drinking this much. Tsunade rubbed her aching head, groaning in frustration. I thought I'd get a good night's sleep, but even my dreams were unsettling. Shizyun had an odd expression on her face before quietly saying, Last night, Mr. Kakuzu came to collect the debt. Oh. Tsunade didn't particularly care about that. She casually asked, I won enough at the casino, right? Did he leave us enough travel money? Yes. Shizyun nodded, then hesitated before adding, there was also a man in a straw hat with him. That bastard. Tsunade's face twisted with irritation as she grumbled, I was always going to pay him back. Did he really need to bring someone along to corner me? Did he think I'd run away this time? That man. Shizyun clenched her fists, nervously recounting what happened in the tavern, the way he had ruffled Tsunade's hair. She wouldn't hide this from her teacher. She was even a little afraid that Tsunade would fly into a rage. But as she spoke, she noticed that Tsunade didn't seem angry at all. If anything, she looked strangely calm. Anything else? Tsunade's expression remained unreadable. When did that guy leave? Right after. Mr. Kakuzu finished counting the money. Shizune hesitated before continuing, feeling awkward about describing Tsunade's drunken behavior. When he tried to leave, you wouldn't let go. It was incredibly embarrassing. Even Shizune was reluctant to bring it up. Let's go. Tsunade suddenly threw off the blanket and stormed toward the door, her eyes flashing with a stormy intensity. We're going to find Kakuzu. Hi. Shizune hesitated before quickly adding, Mr. Kakuzu didn't overcharge us. He didn't even charge us interest. But Tsunade ignored her. She grabbed her coat, threw it on, and rushed toward Kakuzu's orphanage. She was determined to get answers. Unfortunately, Kakuzu had already left. He had even left a sum of money behind before departing. Tsunade had no intention of troubling the orphanage, so she simply left a message for Kakuzu, telling him to contact her. Then, without hesitation, she prepared to return to Konoha. We're heading back to Konoha. Shizune looked surprised. I just want to check on something. Tsunade wouldn't admit to the suspicion forming in her mind. I want to see if something I left behind is still there. She hoped there wouldn't be a problem. Now she could only hope that her old friend, Orochimaru, still had some decency left, that he hadn't stolen what she had left behind when he defected. If Orochimaru really had taken her things, and if he had mastered second Hokage Tabarama's impure world reincarnation. A chilling thought crossed Tsunade's mind. She didn't want to confirm it just yet. First, she needed to return to Konoha. Then, she would decide whether she needed to hunt down Orochimaru. If her suspicions were right, she might end up chasing after him, just like Jiraiya. Outside a small town, Shijin removed his straw hat. Kakuzu stood beside him, speaking in a hushed tone. That first Hokage's granddaughter might have realized that Lord Shijin has returned from the underworld once again. It doesn't matter. Shijin seemed utterly unconcerned with Tsunade. His tone was casual as he said, I only ran into her by chance. My real reason for coming to the land of hot water was to help you recruit a suitable partner. There's one here. Kakuzu was intrigued. He was always interested in his assigned teammates, especially if they were worth a lot of money. There's a man named Hidden. Shijin mentioned the name. Him. I think I've heard of him before. Kakuzu pulled out his bounty book, flipping through it until he frowned. Wait, this guy isn't even on the bounty list. He's your future partner. Shijin raised an eyebrow, reminding Kakuzu that not every teammate needed to be a bounty target. At least act somewhat normal. Useless. Kakuzu shook his head in disapproval. After his betrayal by Hidden Waterfall, he never trusted teammates again. The only person he truly trusted was Shijin. Once he had almost trusted Tsunade. But her gambling and debt dodging had made him see her true nature. He wanted nothing more to do with Konoha Ninja. Besides, the Akatsuki's recruits were always problematic. They only cared about power, never reputation. That was why Kakuzu refused to acknowledge his teammates, aside from their bounty prices. However, Shijin was particularly interested in Hidden. After all, Hidden had supposedly obtained immortality through some kind of secret experiment. Even if that meant using him for research. Hidden was the perfect subject. Only those who had experienced death could truly appreciate the value of life. And those who were immortal never cherished their own existence. Hidden was exactly that kind of person. Want to join Akatsuki? When Shijin and Kakuzu finally encountered Hidden, the man showed no interest in their invitation. Instead, without hesitation, he swung his scythe at them with a crazed grin. A moment later, a flash of emerald green chakra sliced through the air. In an instant, Hidden's head was severed from his body, rolling onto the ground with a dull thud. However, he was still alive. Even as his head lay on the dirt, his severed body flailed behind him, blindly trying to retrieve it. You bastards! Hidden's severed head rolled a few times before coming to a stop, his furious eyes glaring up at Shijin. This guy really does have the so-called immortality. Kakuzu remained unfazed. He had heard rumors of an unkillable man in the land of hot water, so he wasn't surprised. After all, he himself possessed a form of immortality. But aside from that, Hidden seemed to have no other special abilities. From the way he recklessly charged in, swinging his scythe without technique, it was clear he was full of openings. This guy. Shaijin frowned as he watched Hidden's head roll on the ground, while his body stumbled around searching for it. Something felt off. Was it just him, or did Hidden seem incredibly stupid? He'll do. Kakuzu stomped down on Hidden's head. At the very least, this idiot could serve as a disposable pawn in battle. Join Akatsuki. Kakuzu asked again, staring down at Hidden. No way. Even with his head pinned to the ground, Hidden remained arrogant. Despite his situation, despite the fact that his body could be torn apart at any moment, he showed no signs of surrender. However, when he felt Kakuzu's foot press harder against his skull, he quickly shouted, "Wait, unless you're willing to help Lord Shaijin spread his teachings." Lord Shaijin. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed in confusion. Of course, I'm talking about the great Lord Shaijin, the divine figure who blessed me with immortality. Hidden's voice was filled with fanaticism, as if he took immense pride in his so-called faith. Kakuzu instinctively turned to look at Shaijin. The ninja world. Shaijin's brows furrowed tightly. Wasn't he the only Shaijin in this world? An uneasy feeling crept into his mind. Had someone been using his name to commit atrocities in secret? Chapter 118, Kisame Hashigaki, My handler seems a bit stupid. Evil god equals Jashin. Shaijin had an incredibly strong mental fortitude. Even when Hidden claimed to be a devout follower of the evil god, Shaijin was certain that someone had been acting in his name rather than believing he had unknowingly exposed his true nature. Maybe he had hidden himself too well. So much so that even he found it impossible to believe he could ever be considered an evil god. In contrast, Hidden's mental resilience was rather weak. When he learned that the man who had decapitated him with a single strike was none other than Shaijin himself, he flew into a rage, cursing Shaijin for blaspheming the very god he worshipped. You dare defile the name of Lord Evil God. Do you even know who the evil god is? Hidden glared up at Shaijin with fury, shouting, Lord Evil God was the strongest medical ninja of the ancient era. Shaijin was utterly dumbfounded. You're the one defiling Lord Shaijin's name. Kakuzu gripped Hidden's severed head tightly and slammed a fist into his face, roughing him up before forcing him to spill everything about this so-called evil god cult. Bruised and battered, Hidden coughed up all the information. Hidden had been raised in the evil god cult. This cult had always worshipped Shaijin. While others respected Shaijin's medical expertise, the cult had dedicated itself to using his surviving medical research to create living weapons through human experimentation. Years ago, the cult finally succeeded. Through a secret experiment, they had created Hidden, their first successful immortal specimen. Overjoyed by their achievement, they immediately sent Hidden out to spread the name of the evil god Shaijin across the world. I don't understand any of this genetic stuff. All I know is that I must slaughter everyone in the world. Hidden's eyes gleamed with fanaticism as he recited the cult's doctrine. This is the power granted to me. I will sacrifice all their souls to Lord Evil God Shaijin. Kakuzu slapped Hidden across the face again. You idiot. Hidden growled in frustration. What happened to the rest of the cult? Shaijin rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I killed them all. Hidden stopped cursing at Kakuzu, instead grinning wildly as he proudly declared, Only I am worthy of being the true disciple favored by Lord Shaijin. Kakuzu squeezed Hidden's head tightly. Take him back to the Akatsuki base. Shaijin took a deep breath before instructing Kakuzu to carry the only successful experiment back to headquarters. He would find time later to study the secrets behind Hidden's immortality. Most likely, Hidden's abilities were tied to DNA and genetics. When human biology advanced, it was inevitable that someone would begin conducting experiments to create monsters. Who knew how many failures the now extinct cult had produced before finally perfecting their methods with Hidden? What about you, Lord Shaijin? Kakuzu hoisted Hidden's body over his shoulder while carrying his severed head in his other hand. If you need any intelligence in the land of hot water, you could visit the orphanage there. The Uzumaki survivors have lived in this country for a long time. Understood. Shaijin didn't refuse Kakuzu's suggestion. However, he didn't need to gather any intelligence from them, because before arriving in the land of hot water, he had already located Kisame Hashigaki. Besides, Kisame hadn't even bothered to hide his whereabouts. With his distinctive shark-like features, Kisame stood out wherever he went. His dead, predatory eyes, gill-like facial markings, and rows of razor-sharp teeth made him an unforgettable sight. Whenever he opened his mouth, the sheer terror he inspired made people instinctively step aside, nervously making way for him. But for Kisame, this was nothing new. After leaving Orochimaru's base, he had wandered aimlessly, waiting for the Akatsuki to recruit him. However, the Akatsuki was taking its time. After spending several days soaking in hot springs, Kisame began to suspect that they hadn't noticed him. So he decided to stir up some trouble. And yet, Kisame failed to notice that someone had been silently tailing him. By the riverbank in the land of grass, Kisame had just slain the leader of the hidden grass village and the feudal lord of the land of grass. These two assassinations were bound to attract the ninja world's attention. At the moment, he was casually tending to Samehada, his living sword, after the battle. To be honest, life had been rather relaxing lately. As a mist ninja, Kisame had spent his entire life killing. He had to kill his enemies. He had to kill his comrades. And yet, the hidden mist village had only issued a bounty on him rather than sending huntermen after him. Perhaps the village lacked the manpower. Or perhaps it was still in turmoil after the fourth Mizuki's death. For the first time, Kisame had the freedom to relax. Though he occasionally had to commit violent acts to draw the Akatsuki's attention, it wasn't a particularly stressful task. Kisame wasn't in a hurry. Even though his handler, Abaido Uchiha, was growing impatient, Kisame remained unbothered, fully enjoying his travels. But that leisure was about to end. A voice suddenly whispered in his ear, finally drawn in by his latest killings. Kisame Hashigaki, rogue ninja of the hidden mist, you've caused quite the commotion. Kisame's hand instantly gripped Samehada's hilt. Years of battle-hardened instincts kicked in, putting his body on high alert. This man had to be an expert in sensory abilities. Kisame prided himself on his own chakra perception, yet he hadn't noticed any trace of this individual's presence. And worse, the voice came from above. Kisame abruptly turned his head upward, locking eyes on the figure descending from the sky. It was a young man in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. And more striking than the cloak were his Rinnegan. But Kisame's attention wasn't on those legendary eyes. Instead, he focused on the red cloud pattern on the cloak. He recognized it immediately. The Akatsuki's uniform. At last, they had come for him. They're here. Kisame felt a small pang of regret that his days of leisure were over. At the same time, he was relieved that his infiltration mission was finally about to begin. But who was this man? I am Shaijin. Shaijin calmly stated his name. Kisame's eyes widened slightly. He had already learned from Abaido that Shaijin was the true leader of the Akatsuki. But he hadn't expected that Shaijin himself would be the one to recruit him. A man of such importance had personally come to find him. I'm here to bring you into the Akatsuki. Shaijin was blunt, his tone indifferent. Since you killed the fourth Mizuki, my schedule has freed up a bit. Well, isn't that something? A grin slowly spread across Kisame's face. He wasn't skilled with words. He wanted to respond appropriately, to express his surprise without revealing that he had already known of Shaijin's existence. But no need to act surprised. You were already aware of my existence. I'm sure you're well informed about the Akatsuki as well. With a single sentence, Shaijin saw through Kisame's pretense. He was remarkably straightforward with him, as if treating him like an honest man. A bead of cold sweat slid down Kisame's cheek. So you knew everything already. His grip on Samehada tightened, his heart pounding. This was completely unexpected. Abaido, his handler, had sent him to infiltrate the Akatsuki. But Abaido had no idea that the Akatsuki already knew everything. Yeah. Shaijin nodded. He wasn't concerned about Kisame's tension. Instead, he casually reassured him, "No need to be nervous. Let's talk terms." Kisame had always believed that Abaido was a flawless manipulator. But after today, he began to realize his handler might actually be a bit of an idiot. Chapter 119, The One Who Broke the Agreement. Time moved forward. The Akatsuki's operations gradually fell into place. With Sasori gaining a new partner, a young artist named Deidara, the organization was officially complete. While carrying out high-paying missions in the shadows, its rogue ninja members continued honing their strength or pursuing their own artistic ambitions, making the base livelier than before. Shaijin, however, did not remain with the Akatsuki. This was no time to be idle. He needed to use this period to study Hidden's genetic makeup and secretly acquire even greater power to counter the looming threat of Kaguya. Conveniently enough, he had a perfect excuse. With the unexpected death of the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, it was now necessary to ensure the safety of the most powerful of all tailed beasts, the Nine-Tails, before proceeding with the capture plan. But you're not very good at lying. Black Zetsu fully supported Shaijin's decision to protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but strongly opposed his plan to personally go to Konoha. Why not send Abaido to guard the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki instead? With his abilities, nothing should go wrong. I recall. Shaijin glanced at Black Zetsu with a raised brow. Didn't Abaido kill the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's parents? Would he really be willing to do this? Black Zetsu hesitated. Would Abaido refuse and defy their orders? Thinking about it, that fool probably would. In truth, Abaido had been trying to rebel for some time now, secretly working with Orochimaru to eventually betray the Akatsuki. Had Orochimaru perfected the impure world reincarnation technique, allowing resurrected individuals to retain their full power, the two of them would have already made their move. Of course, if not for Orochimaru's continued usefulness, if not for the fact that Abaido was still needed as a sacrificial pawn for reviving either Madara or Kaguya, Shaijin would have eliminated them both long ago. All right. Shaijin placated Black Zetsu before calmly stating his own decision. I will proceed with caution, and besides, won't you be there as well? Ahem. Black Zetsu, feeling reassured, couldn't help but voice another suggestion. We could have Nagato fully resurrect you, with your power. Nagato is our comrade. Shaijin refused outright. Part of his reasoning stemmed from the respect Nagato and Konan held for him, but more importantly, he had to avoid becoming a sacrificial pawn himself. It was obvious that Black Zetsu wanted Shaijin to be fully revived, so that it could use him as a stepping stone. With Madara's Rinnegan, Shaijin would become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, ultimately serving as the perfect sacrifice for reviving Kaguya. Black Zetsu was another reason why Shaijin avoided staying at the Akatsuki's base. Because Black Zetsu never gave up on this plan, and Shaijin had his own. Just as Black Zetsu had endured 1,000 years for its goal, Shaijin had done the same. In fact, his patience far exceeded Black Zetsu's. He had endured for far too long. Dawn was approaching. There was no way he would allow everything to fall apart now. Though his patience would be tested in the coming days, the rewards would be all the sweeter. And fortunately, returning to Konoha had always been part of his plan. Before setting off, he had already prepared the Konoha ninja for his return. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a point to see Tsunade in the land of hot water. No, his preparations had begun much earlier. Even when he had disguised himself as Orochimaru and abducted Anko Mitarashi, he had already set the board in motion. After all, Orochimaru was the perfect scapegoat. Konoha village. Tsunade and Shizyun had finally returned home after many years. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had originally intended to convince his student to stay in the village. Instead, Tsunade shattered his expectations with a shocking revelation. Lord Shaijin may have been resurrected by Orochimaru through the impure world reincarnation. Tsunade stood in an empty chamber, rubbing her temples in frustration, trying to recall the fragments of her drunken memories in the land of hot water. I have to track down Orochimaru. She took a deep breath, unwilling to remain in Konoha. Old man, do you have any intel on him? Not yet. Hiruzen's expression darkened with concern. The last time Konoha had received word about Orochimaru, it was when someone impersonating him had kidnapped Anko Mitarashi. That individual had exceptional skill in Kenjutsu and wind release. Kenjutsu, wind release. A sudden realization struck Hiruzen. Because aside from Danzo Shimura, there was only one other person in this world who excelled in both swordsmanship and wind release. And it would explain why the imposter had spared Kakashi Haddock. After all, Shijin never killed. Hiruzen's heart clenched. A terrible thought took root. What if Shijin had already been used by Orochimaru? No, wait. What if someone else had been using him? Tsunade. Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice heavy with weariness. If Lord Shijin truly has been resurrected, and if Orochimaru has managed to exploit his knowledge and power, then this will become a nightmare for the entire world. He will break free from Orochimaru's control. Tsunade stated her trust in Shijin without hesitation. But he is also easily deceived. Hiruzen murmured, recalling his past with Shijin. I spent more time with him than you did. I once traveled by his side for 10 years. In truth, Lord Shijin has always been a man who trusted too easily. Whether it was the first Hokage or the dangerous Madara Uchiha in his eyes, they were simply people in need of help. The problem is, if those with good intentions seek his aid, there's no real harm in it. Hiruzen paused, thinking of his old friend Danzo. But if he is manipulated by those with ulterior motives? What are you trying to say? Tsunade's brows furrowed tightly. Forget it. Finding Orochimaru should be our top priority. Hiruzen sighed, tapping the ash from his pipe. Even if Orochimaru has deceived Lord Shijin, we can still convince him not to trust him. If you need information. Hiruzen suddenly recalled Uchiha Itachi, who had infiltrated the Akatsuki. I may be able to arrange something. And Jiraiya might have some leads. Since Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya had been pursuing him, gathering intelligence on his movements. Compared to Konoha, Jiraiya's network was far broader. After all, he had the support of Mount Miyaboku's toads, who constantly scouted the ninja world and relayed information to him. I understand. Tsunade clenched her fists. If we can't find him, then I'll bring Jiraiya back with me. Hiruzen stared into the unknown. He had no idea what the future held. Everything was shrouded in thick fog. But beyond that fog, he was certain that a disaster was waiting. To prepare for that disaster, Konoha needed to rally as much strength as possible. Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had long been away, were crucial to Konoha's defense. Land of Fields. Orochimaru's base. Recently, the facility had grown much livelier. Kabuto had brought back a group of children from the northern outposts. Both he and Orochimaru were deeply engrossed in their experiments. To accelerate their progress, even Anko Mitarashi, who had long been used as a pawn in their games, had been forcibly sealed and imprisoned, her memory suppressed with the curse mark. After forming an alliance with Abaito Uchiha, Orochimaru no longer feared the Akatsuki. And in doing so, he had completely forgot about the agreement he once made with Shijin. Chapter 120, the protagonist of the story. This kind of thing was normal. To most people, Anko Mitarashi was nothing more than a pawn to threaten Orochimaru, a bargaining chip, not someone truly assigned to monitor him. Orochimaru-sama. A silver-haired boy stood beside Orochimaru, speaking about the captive Anko. She's still unconscious. Should we keep her locked up? Send her away. Orochimaru replied casually, but then added another instruction. Drop her off at the border of the Land of Fire. Konoha's shinobi will be waiting to receive her. Yes. The silver-haired boy respectfully turned to leave. You really are soft-hearted. Abaito Uchiha, seated nearby, couldn't help but mock Orochimaru. Those kids you brought back are all under your curse marks. That woman is useless to you now, isn't she? Orochimaru let out a small laugh, not bothering to explain the differences in his curse mark experiments. Instead, he simply responded, just an idle move on the board. Too many idle moves. Abaito noticed Orochimaru's dismissive attitude and spoke coldly, and you'll eventually lose sight of the board itself. His tone carried the arrogance of a superior, enough to irritate anyone. However, Orochimaru was composed enough not to react. The two of them needed each other. This wasn't the time for conflict. Not until they eliminated the threat of Shijin. This pawn is still quite valuable. Orochimaru smirked before casually asking, "By the way, it seems we haven't received any updates from the Akatsuki in a while." HMPH. Abaido sneered, recalling how Black Zetsu had criticized him. Shijin leads the Akatsuki, yet all he does is waste time on pointless matters. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki was dead. Wasn't everything meaningless now? Under Shijin's leadership, the Akatsuki was still the same as before, just a gathering of rogue shinobi hoarding wealth and manpower. Land of Fire, Border. A silver-haired boy carried Anko Mitarashi to the Konoha border outpost and left her there. After he departed, a shadowy figure emerged beside Anko. As expected, her memories have been sealed. The newcomer examined the curse mark on Anko's neck, his fingertips glowing faintly with chakra as he gently pressed against her skin, rousing her from her slumber. "Who are you?" Anko blinked in confusion as she slowly regained consciousness. "I am Shijin." Shijin looked at the dazed woman, offering his hand to help her sit up. His gaze lowered slightly as he spoke, "Let me take you back to Konoha." As long as he escorted Anko back to Konoha, the fog of doubt clouding Hiruzen Sarutobai's mind would be lifted. Anko was his perfect excuse to enter Konoha. Konoha village. The gates of Konoha looked the same as ever. When Hiruzen Sarutobai received word that Anko had been safely returned, his shock was immeasurable. He knew exactly what her return signified. The old man personally went to meet Anko, desperate to learn what intelligence she had on Orochimaru. And then, he received an even greater surprise. As the figure accompanying Anko lifted his straw hat, revealing a familiar face, Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's been a long time, Hiruzen." That familiar voice reached Hiruzen's ears, sending him back to his youth. "So you've become Hokage." "Lord Shijin." The third Hokage's hand trembled slightly. He had already suspected that Shijin had been resurrected by Orochimaru. But to see him standing here, alive, before him, it was a shock he couldn't prepare for. This reunion, after 40 years. It felt like something out of a dream. Yet, as it unfolded in reality, Hiruzen quickly composed himself. He ordered Konoha's ANBU to keep this encounter a secret before personally escorting Shijin to the Hokage's office. "I'm sorry." Hiruzen expressed his sincere apologies, especially for his failure to discipline his student properly. "I never expected Orochimaru to disturb your peace." "It's fine. I was merely deceived by him." Shijin's demeanor was calm, showing no resentment. He even shifted the blame onto someone else. "If not for a man named Itachi Uchiha revealing the truth to me, perhaps I would have remained in the dark." Itachi. A wave of relief washed over Hiruzen. He hadn't expected Itachi to play such a crucial role, guiding Shijin and helping Anko escape from Orochimaru's grasp. Countless thoughts raced through the Hokage's mind. Anko's abduction. The connection between Abaido Uchiha and Itachi. The link between Orochimaru and Abaido. Hiruzen pondered how to extract more information from Shijin. And then, there was also the matter of his Rinnegan. However, Shijin still seemed like the same man from the past. He openly disclosed everything about Orochimaru's modifications to the impure world reincarnation. He even spoke candidly about how Abaido was carrying out Madara's will. Shijin even admitted to abducting Anko, explaining that Orochimaru had claimed Konoha's higher-ups had ordered him to use the curse mark to strengthen Konoha's shinobi, though it had backfired. Anko was the first semi-successful test subject. That was Orochimaru acting on his own. Hiruzen naturally refused to take the blame. He solemnly explained, "Konoha never intended to use your curse mark, Lord Shijin. Those in the village who still possess it are the ones who received your gift over 40 years ago." The truth was, Konoha had never successfully studied it. Only Orochimaru had cracked the secrets of the natural energy-based curse mark, but he had hidden his research from Konoha until the day he defected. And now, that treacherous student had the audacity to pin the blame on Konoha's leadership. With overwhelming evidence, Shijin accepted Hiruzen's explanation. However, he refused to reveal Madara's true plan. I cannot tell you about Madara's plan. This was something he entrusted me to keep secret, even from Hashirama. And the reason I have not undone the impure world reincarnation is because I have learned that 2 more shinobi world wars have broken out since my death. I want to see if Madara's plan can finally succeed in this era. Wait. That was way too honest. Hiruzen felt a massive headache coming on. Madara's plan was bound to be a catastrophe for the ninja world. If Shijin were from another village, Hiruzen would have ordered the interrogation squad to step in immediately. But against Shijin, that wasn't an option. Fortunately, Hiruzen still had time. He had gleaned that Shijin, now resurrected, planned to remain in the world for a while. Seizing the opportunity, he warmly invited Shijin to stay in Konoha, hoping to extract more information from him over time. A neutral figure was difficult to handle, especially one as powerful as Shijin. And so, Shijin settled in Konoha. He seemed to have changed over the past 40 years. These days, he often wandered the village in a straw hat, observing the world with quiet curiosity. It gave him ample opportunity to visit the marketplace. And more importantly, to encounter Naruto Uzumaki. He could now observe Sasuke Uchiha up close. And he could patiently wait for the opportunity to fulfill his mission. Time passed. Konoha welcomed an unfamiliar presence. Yet nothing seemed to change, because most villagers rarely paid attention to strangers. Except for one lonely blonde boy. When Naruto first saw Shijin at Ikaraku Ramen, and when Shijin unexpectedly paid for his meal, he felt an inexplicable warmth. Even his chakra seemed to stir with excitement. Not just his own chakra. Even the presence inside him softened. Thanks, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto adjusted his goggles, wolfing down his ramen before cautiously asking, I've seen you around a lot lately. Are you a Konoha ninja? Something like that. Shijin pushed his own bowl of ramen toward Naruto. My name is Shijin, if you've ever heard of it. Naruto mumbled between bites. Sounds like the main character of a bedtime story. Hiruzen, eavesdropping from nearby, nearly fell out of his chair. Naruto, please don't ruin Konoha's image in front of Lord Shijin. Chapter 121, Meeting Tsunade Again. The night in Konoha was quiet. Streetlights illuminated the roads, and the number of pedestrians dwindled. Shijin walked slowly with Naruto Uzumaki along the street, letting the boy digest his meal. It felt as though he were reliving a memory from 40 years ago when he had walked with another child just like this. Tappy-tap. Naruto kicked at a small stone on the ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi followed them from the shadows. He knew Shijin meant no harm, he was simply watching over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Who's that kid? A woman's voice suddenly spoke beside Hiruzen. The third Hokage was startled. He turned sharply and found himself facing Tsunade, her fist clenched, and beside her stood Jiraiya, looking slightly embarrassed. You two are back. Hiruzen was visibly surprised to see his students. Didn't you send someone to inform us that he had returned to Konoha? Tsunade frowned, also confused by Hiruzen's reaction. As soon as she received news of Shijin's presence in the village, she had rushed back. Even Jiraiya had come along. But now, Tsunade arrived only to witness a scene all too familiar. The moment on the street mirrored her own childhood. That's Minato's child Naruto. Hiruzen's words left both Tsunade and Jiraiya visibly stunned. He added another piece of information. He is also Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Shijin's history with the Nine-Tails wasn't widely known, but Tsunade, who had heard stories about him since childhood, certainly understood. Given that, it was only natural for Shijin to feel something special toward Naruto. Minato's son Naruto. Jiraiya, now in his prime, looked conflicted. He had spent years wandering in search of the prophesied child spoken of by the great Toad Sage, leaving him little time to check on what had happened in Konoha. That's right. Hiruzen recounted the past. When Minato sacrificed himself, he sealed the Nine-Tails inside Naruto. While the master and students discussed the late fourth Hokage, Shijin finished escorting Naruto home. He then turned back and looked toward the three figures lingering at the street's corner. Hiruzen sighed. He couldn't keep hiding. I think I saw him when I was a kid. Jirya muttered quietly. But neither Hiruzen nor Tsunade paid attention to him. Tsunade stepped forward without hesitation. Her golden eyes locked onto Shijin as her fingers curled into a fist, then slowly relaxed. Finally, she greeted him. Long time no see, Lord Shijin. Even though she had known she would see him again. The moment she stood before him, 40 years after their last true meeting, her mind felt disoriented. This moment felt like something from another lifetime. Even though Shijin had left indelible marks on her life, nothing could compare to the emotions surging within her as she stood before him now. This was her childhood. As people grow and endure hardships, they become more nostalgic for the carefree days of their youth. Tsunade's childhood was one that anyone would envy. Even her older self. Has it been that long? Shijin, upon seeing Tsunade, felt no particular waves of emotion. His brows merely furrowed slightly. The last time we met wasn't that long ago. 40 years is a long time. Tsunade sighed, the weight of those years pressing down on her. 40 years was enough for her to transform from a naive girl into a woman seasoned by life's trials. No, it hasn't been 40 years. Our last meeting was in the land of hot water. Shijin reminded her, completely unreserved, you were dead drunk in a tavern. I had gone to visit Kakuzu's orphanage and accompanied him to collect your debts. That doesn't count. Tsunade's forehead twitched. Her expression turned slightly awkward, because that moment had been truly embarrassing. There was something deeply shameful about having one's foolish behavior witnessed by a respected elder. But Shijin hadn't scolded her for it. In fact, he had even patted her head like he used to when she was a child, just like a kind guardian who accepted her flaws. That realization only deepened her embarrassment, because she knew Shijin wasn't like her reckless grandfather. He was someone who truly led by example. The moonlight grew brighter. Shadows on the street shrank beneath its glow. Tsunade walked alongside Shijin, escorting him back to the guest residence set aside for important visitors in Konoha. Along the way, she spoke of the events that had transpired in his absence. After you left, a lot happened in this world. The Shinobi World Wars erupted. Sakumo Hatake took his own life. Grandmother passed away. Nawaki died in the war too. I met Katsuyu. And from Katsuyu, I received the second crystal coffin you left behind. When I left Konoha to travel, I thought Orochimaru was reliable enough, so I entrusted the coffin to him for safekeeping. But that bastard stole it and used the impure world reincarnation to bring you back. Just like a child who, after enduring storms, finally sees a comforting presence. Tsunade found herself speaking freely, unburdening herself of years of suppressed emotions. The weight on her chest slowly lifted. Years of repressed sorrow dissolved as she spoke. But Shijin's expression remained unchanged. He did not appear moved by her story. It was as though he had no emotions at all. Jirya, silently listening from behind, felt an ache in his heart. He knew all too well the pain Tsunade had endured, much of which he had shared. But he had never been by her side to listen. Perhaps he had always assumed Tsunade was as strong as he was. Yet, that man, Shijin, he seemed utterly indifferent. Was it because those resurrected by the impure world reincarnation had no emotions? As Jirya wrestled with these conflicting feelings, he noticed something strange. Neither Hiruzen nor Tsunade seemed at all surprised by Shijin's cold demeanor. That was odd. Given their history, shouldn't they share a deeper bond? Shijin calmly listened to Tsunade's words before suddenly pausing. The dessert shop is probably closed by now. But Ikaraku Ramen is still open. Do you want me to take you for some ramen? Hata. Tsunade burst into laughter, recalling her childhood and the times she had been rewarded with food. I'm not a kid anymore. Then let's go for grilled meat. Shijin nodded, acknowledging her statement. All right, Hata. Tsunade laughed heartily, her joy genuine. Yet as she laughed, 2 silent tears rolled down her cheeks. Lord Shijin really hasn't changed at all. And yet Tsunade has. Shijin handed her a tissue, then placed a hand on her forehead, ruffling her hair. There's something you didn't mention. Tsunade has become the greatest medical ninja in this world. Lord Shijin. Tsunade's sobs turned into deep, shuddering cries. In the stillness of the night, she wept openly. Her hands clutching Shijin's outstretched arm as her head bowed, allowing his hand to shield her tear-streaked face. She wanted to let out all the pain she had buried over the years. Jirya's gaze softened. Now he understood. Beneath Shijin's cold exterior, there was something indescribably warm. It made sense why Tsunade always longed for him. Even Jirya felt like a child in this moment. Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression filled with nostalgia. 40 years ago, there had been no war. He had still been a student, following Shijin's guidance, listening to the wisdom of a man who had once shaped an era. How could someone like him ever be a threat to the world? If even Shijin acknowledged Madara's plan, could it really be that dangerous? Chapter 122, The Great Toad Sage's Question. The Konoha Yakiniku restaurant. Even late at night, the place was still open. When Shijin and his group walked in, the diners at one table showed obvious surprise and nearly stood to greet them. Except for the unfamiliar Shijin, everyone else in the group was a respected figure in Konoha. Third Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama, and Jirya-sama are back. Guy Kurenai Kakashi, you're here too. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled at the young ninjas at the table, but then felt a twinge of awkwardness when he spotted a man with a mature appearance sitting among them. It was his son, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma had always been rebellious. At times, he admired his father, but more often than not, he resented him. They had frequent clashes, and in the end, Asuma had simply left the village, traveling around and eventually becoming one of the 12 guardian ninja serving the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. It was an uncomfortable situation. Technically, the protection of the feudal lord should fall under Konoha's jurisdiction. Yet the son of the Hokage had joined an organization that stood in clear opposition to Konoha. Fortunately, just a few days ago, a conflict had broken out among the guardian ninja, and Asuma, having realized the truth of things, had chosen to return to Konoha. Still, the father and son remained awkward around each other. Asuma. Hiruzen chose not to lecture his son here. Instead, he simply instructed, "Make sure you report to the Hokage's office tomorrow." Got it. Asuma muttered in irritation, biting down on a cigarette. Don't give the old man such a hard time, Asuma. Jirya approached cheerfully, clapping a hand on Asuma's shoulder before slinging an arm around a silver-haired ninja sitting next to him. Kakashi, how have you been lately? Kakashi Hadake glanced at Jirya weakly. How was he? His former teammate, Abido Uchiha, had become a missing nin, the mastermind behind the Ninetales attack years ago, a crime that had cost countless lives. The entire village despised him. Kakashi remained silent for a while. Then his gaze fell on Tsunade, and he greeted her, Tsunade-sama. It's been a long time, Kakashi. Tsunade gave him a small wave. She had just regained her composure and only exchanged a brief greeting before following Shijin. She then introduced Kakashi to him. Kakashi is the son of Sakumo-senpai. Kakashi instinctively looked at Shijin's back. I've met him before. Shijin didn't turn around. He simply walked forward and casually remarked, his mastery of storm release is quite impressive. We should get going. Hiruzen quickly caught up with Shijin, adding as if offhandedly, everyone get some rest early. I should go too. Jirya gave Kakashi's shoulder a firm pat. He had deliberately approached him, wanting to offer some comfort. After all, Jirya knew exactly what Kakashi was feeling. In his own way, Jirya felt the same way about Orochimaru's betrayal as Kakashi did about Abido's. Both of them had lost trusted comrades to darkness. Once Shijin's group left, the younger shinobi at the table naturally began discussing them. The dinner had originally been a welcome gathering for Asuma, but their conversation had inevitably drifted to the subject of Abido. It cast a somber mood over the group, until Shijin and the others arrived, offering them an excuse to change the topic. Something big must be happening in the village. Kurenai Yuhai looked at Jirya's retreating back, surprised by the return of both Tsunade and Jirya. Who was that man? The third Hokage seemed very respectful toward him. Maybe he's a messenger from the feudal lord. Might Guy stroked his chin in thought. Definitely not. Asuma, lighting his cigarette, refuted the idea immediately. He had spent years in the feudal lord's service and had never seen Shijin before. This isn't something we should be worrying about. Kakashi shook his head. As an ANBU operative, he knew that Shijin's identity was highly classified. Standing up, he grabbed his jacket. That's enough for tonight, we all have missions tomorrow. Behind the folding screen, Hiruzen and the others had remained silent the entire time. They were waiting for the young shinobi outside to disperse. Hiruzen knew Shijin better than anyone. They had traveled together for 10 years. And Hiruzen knew that any casual remark from Shijin's lips could reveal earth-shattering secrets. However, tonight was unusual. Shijin said nothing. He simply cooked meat for Tsunade and poured her drinks, like an elder indulging a child. The only one who couldn't hold back was Jiraiya. He asked about something that had been on his mind. So Lord Shijin, about your eyes. Don't ask annoying questions. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare. Lord Shijin brought me out for a meal. Stop trying to dig for information. Jiraiya was immediately shut down. There's nothing I can't say. Shijin gestured for Tsunade to calm down. Then he spoke nonchalantly. I once tried to change the shinobi world. I transplanted the Sage of the Six Paths eyes. At one point, my body had the Rinnegan. My current Edo Tensei state happens to be from that period. Jiraiya wanted to ask more. But Tsunade was already glaring daggers at him. He reluctantly lowered his head and focused on his meal instead. Fine. Jiraiya made up his mind. It seemed he wouldn't be able to ask anything in front of Tsunade. But in a few days, he could quietly slip away to Mount Mayaboku and ask the great Toad Sage about Shijin instead. Besides, Jiraiya was feeling lost lately. His search for the prophesied child had yielded nothing. Maybe the great Toad Sage could offer him some guidance. However, when Jiraiya finally left Konoha and traveled to Mount Mayaboku, when he mentioned that Shijin had been resurrected, he received an unexpected reaction. At the highest temple in the land of toads, the great Toad Sage sat on its elevated platform. With its eyes closed, the ancient creature listened patiently as Jiraiya recounted everything that had happened. A Shijin who possesses the Rinnegan. The great Toad Sage, aged beyond measure, remained still as it murmured. A being both revered and feared. Feared? Jiraiya was startled. Even knowing Shijin's identity and immense power, he had never felt any fear toward him. That man, beneath his cold and arrogant exterior, had boundless patience for others. Even toward Jiraiya, a relative stranger, he had shown remarkable tolerance, even answering his questions without hesitation. Indeed. The great Toad Sage nodded solemnly. Its ancient eyes opened slowly, as if gazing into the past. Jiraiya, now that you've seen the man the shinobi world has turned him into, do you still see in his heart the desire to change the world? Hey, that's way beyond me. Jiraiya protested. He might be a seasoned ninja, well-respected in the shinobi world. But compared to Shijin, he was nothing. How could he possibly read that man's thoughts? But time is running out. The great Toad Sage shook its head, its voice heavy with wisdom. Jiraiya, tell me, if the prophesied child never existed, as a shinobi, do you believe the world still needs to change? Let me think. Jiraiya scratched his chin before nodding. The world may seem peaceful, but the hidden villages are still locked in conflict. Of course it needs to change. After answering, he thought of the ancient tales of the shinobi sect. His eyes filled with longing. It would be best if this era could be like the time of the shinobi sect, where people truly understood one another. Then the world wouldn't be so full of war. The great Toad Sage fell silent. Jiraiya frowned, sensing something was off. Had he said something wrong? But even in that era, the great Toad Sage's eyes slowly closed again. There were still those who sought to correct the flaws of the eight. Chapter 123, the SSS rank mission regarding the prophesied child. Correcting flaws. Jiraiya couldn't figure out what flaws could have existed in ancient times. Back then, people could use chakra to understand each other's thoughts. Communication was effortless. What could have been better than that? Humans are prone to greed. The great toad, sage sighed, as it recounted the story of the ancient era. There were always those who used chakra for selfish desires. Even among the disciples of the shinobi sect, there were inevitably some who committed unforgivable acts of evil. That was indeed a flaw. Even Jirya, who revered the ancient era, had to admit it. Still, it couldn't have been that bad, right? It had to be better than the current shinobi world. Minor flaws could surely be corrected. Emiya Shijin. Jirya suddenly thought of something, his eyes widening. Was he the one who wanted to correct those flaws? Not just that. The great toad sage slowly opened its eyes, its voice turning distant, almost unsettling. Jirya, between you and Shijin, whose vision is grander. Of course, it's Lord Shijin. Jirya smacked his forehead. What kind of ridiculous question was that? Who, in their right mind, would think they could compare to Shijin? That was a man even the sage of the Six Paths respected. Fukasaku, who stood beside the great toad sage, quickly added. That's an insult to Jirya. Jirya has no right to even be mentioned in the same breath as Shijin. Jirya's mouth twitched. It sounded like Fukasaku was defending him, but somehow, it didn't feel that way. Even someone like Jirya wishes to change the shinobi world. The great toad sage recalled a past calamity, and asked in a frail yet pointed voice. Then, what about Shijin, who couldn't even tolerate the minor flaws of the ancient era? Now that he sees the world has turned out exactly as he predicted. What do you think he wants to do? He would definitely want to change it. Jirya's voice trailed off, a strange thought surfacing in his mind. Wait a second. If Lord Shijin foresaw this future all the way back in ancient times, why didn't he stop it? Why did he let it happen? Knowing Shijin's nature, he wouldn't just stand by and watch the world fall into chaos. Was leaving behind the legacy of medical ninjutsu his way of making a change? Did he believe that medical ninjutsu would guide people in the right direction? Jirya thought he had figured it out. Did Lord Shijin want people to use chakra for healing instead of war? The great toad sage gazed at Jirya like he was a naive child. After all, the sage had witnessed the catastrophe firsthand. Did I say something wrong? Jirya asked hesitantly. That was indeed his intention. The great toad sage admitted. But there was another reason. A promise. In the ancient era, someone made a vow to Shijin. They swore that humanity would one day achieve true understanding. That's... Jirya chuckled bitterly. Even though he himself had dreamed of a world where people truly understood each other. He knew just how difficult that path was. It was so idealistic. Even Shijin had once been idealistic. Jirya's admiration for the man grew even stronger. He never imagined Shijin had once held the same innocent hope that he did. But the great toad sage's next words shattered Jirya's thoughts. Jirya, the people of this world have clearly failed to keep that promise. That's really unfortunate. Jirya sighed regretfully. After all, only a small number of people truly believed in such ideals. Then, what about Shijin? The great toad sage reminded him solemnly. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, ended the Warring States period. Perhaps that gave Shijin a sliver of hope. Which is why he quelled what you call the first Great Ninja War. Yeah, that really is a shame. Jirya lamented, recalling the wars that followed. Despite Shijin's efforts, their generation had failed to maintain peace. Jirya. The great toad sage sighed deeply and issued a dire warning. If Shijin now believes the world is doomed to an endless cycle of war, he may pursue peace in his own way. His own way. Jirya finally grasped the weight of the situation. His expression darkened. What do you mean, are you saying Lord Shijin? A method that the world will not accept. The great toad sage's voice turned heavy, its eyes closing as it recalled the battle that nearly wiped out the shinobi sect. That war was second only to the battle where Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed away. Jirya, your time is running out. The great toad sage repeated its warning. It spoke again of the prophesied child and issued Jirya a solemn mission. You must make Shijin see hope for peace in this world once again. Do not let him reignite his desire to change the world. Perhaps his current power isn't enough. But a Shaijin who possesses the Rinnegan is already dangerous enough. When Shaijin was first resurrected, there were no summoners contracted with Mount Mayaboku to intervene. And at the time, Shaijin had done nothing drastic, which had allowed the great Toad Sage to simply watch from afar. But now, it could no longer turn a blind eye. Having once witnessed the true extent of Shaijin's extreme measures, the great Toad Sage had no choice but to warn Jiraiya about the potential catastrophe. Wait, what exactly did Lord Shaijin do? Jiraiya grew anxious. He couldn't imagine someone like him being a threat. A medical ninja. A man who had saved countless lives. Unspeakable things. The great Toad Sage sighed again. Memories of the past flashing through its mind. That man had both destroyed the shinobi sect and saved it. Jiraiya, there's only one thing you need to do. Find the true prophesied child and guide them onto the right path. Let Shaijin see hope in this world once again. I understand. Jiraiya sighed helplessly. At least give me more information to work with. Perhaps. The great Toad Sage let out a long yawn, its voice growing sluggish, as if falling asleep. You could tell Shaijin about my prophecy. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. If Shaijin truly needed to see hope for peace, then he would tell him about the prophecy. Maybe Shaijin would even help him find the prophesied child. After all, if Shaijin saw how bad the world had become and planned to force it into peace, Jiraiya could test his power now. Before it was too late, countless thoughts raced through Jiraiya's mind. He firmly believed Shaijin was a good man. But he also knew that sometimes, good men resorted to extreme actions. Konoha. Inside the Konoha hospital, Shaijin silently watched as Tsunade treated a patient. His brows furrowed slightly. A notification had just appeared before him. SSS rank mission. Guide Jiraiya to the true prophesied child, Uzumaki Naruto and Nagato. Chapter 124, Uzumaki Naruto's birthday. The child of prophecy. This was the goal Jiraiya had spent his entire life pursuing. Yet for Jiraiya, this so-called important mission that he believed he carried, perhaps it was more of a curse. As long as Jiraiya lived, he would never stop searching for the prophesied child who could change the shinobi world. Only when Jiraiya was on the verge of death would he realize that he had stopped searching. At that moment, Jiraiya would finally look back on his life and understand. Among the many disciples he had taken in, the child of prophecy had long since appeared. Honestly, why spend a lifetime searching? Many of the most important people in one's life are encountered at the very beginning. But when they are too close, they are often overlooked. Shaijin accepted this rare SSS rank mission. He raised his eyes to look at Tsunade. Tsunade, has your friend left Konoha? That idiot Jiraiya, he's definitely off traveling again. Tsunade cursed Jiraiya, checking on a patient as she absent-mindedly answered. He's always talking about some child from the great Toad Sage's prophecy, someone who's supposed to change the shinobi world or something. Tsunade didn't hide this information. It wasn't a secret among them. That fool Jiraiya had been obsessed with finding this so-called child of prophecy for years. Every time the village was at peace, he would run off again. Neither Tsunade nor Orochimaru had ever agreed with his thinking. That prophecy sounded dubious at best. But as she spoke about the child of prophecy, Tsunade suddenly turned to Shaijin. If there was anyone in the world more knowledgeable than Jiraiya, it was undoubtedly Shaijin. Lord Shaijin, she asked hesitantly, do prophecies really exist? Shaijin lifted his gaze to meet Tsunade's bright brown eyes. His voice grew ethereal, carrying an elusive weight. If you believe in it, then it exists. If you believe something will happen, and you work to make it happen, then, in a sense, a prophecy becomes reality. His words seemed to both question and affirm the nature of prophecy. When a prophecy appears, it reflects a possible future before it unfolds. Outside the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened with silent approval. Shaijin's interpretation of prophecy carried a deeply positive message. Exactly the kind of thinking that was valuable for educating the next generation of Konoha. I'm heading out, Shaijin said suddenly. Naruto should be finishing school soon. Tsunade immediately scowled. That brat again. She thought back to her own childhood, to the rewards she had never received, Lord Shijin never took me fishing. You're not a child anymore. Shijin reached out, tapping her forehead with his finger. Today is that kid's birthday. A promise is a promise. Shizyun, who had been standing to the side, nervously cradled a pink piglet in her arms. Should I prepare a birthday cake for him? No need. Shijin shook his head. His eyes turned toward the streets outside, where villagers silently carried bouquets of white flowers. Today is not exactly a day for celebration. Outside the door, Naruto by Hiruzen quietly walked away. Because today was, indeed, not a good day. It was not only Naruto's birthday. It was the anniversary of many deaths. Even Naruto himself did not yet know that his birthday was also the day his parents had died. By the riverbank, Naruto was enthusiastically assembling a simple fishing rod. Lately, Naruto had been feeling happier than ever, because he had finally found someone in the village, someone who truly accepted him, someone who treated him like a friend, someone who, in his eyes, was even kinder than the old man Hawkage. It felt like this person could tolerate everything about him. Even though this person was always cold-faced and serious, never joking around. But Naruto could feel his kindness. And recently, Naruto had finally stopped calling him senpai and just called him Shijin. This kindness was far too rare in Naruto's life. The villagers despised his existence. Even when he tried to buy something at a shop, he would often get scolded. Naruto had no idea why. He only knew that he had to earn their recognition. No matter what. It was the only way he could make friends. The only way he could escape his loneliness. The only way he could become Hawkage. Even Shijin had supported his dream. One day, I won't be alone anymore. Maybe I'll even have friends to celebrate my birthday with. Naruto clenched his teeth around a piece of fishing line, his mind wandering toward hopeful dreams of the future. In loneliness, or in moments of uncertainty, people always imagined a better world for themselves. But Naruto believed he was different. He wasn't just dreaming. He was working for it. Even though he wasn't the most talented student at the academy. Even though his chakra always caused his jutsu to fail in weird ways. Speaking of which, why isn't Shijin here yet? Naruto glanced up at the setting sun, growing anxious. Did he not come after all? He promised me, though. He said he'd go fishing with me today. And today was his birthday. Maybe it was the only birthday he wouldn't have to spend alone. HMPH this brat. Deep inside Naruto's mind, the Ninetales scoffed. That foolish kid. Did he really think Shijin was here just for him? If Naruto had ever entered his inner mind, they could have had a proper conversation. Then the fox could tell him straight. Stop deluding yourself. And besides, who would ever doubt Shijin? Shijin's friends never doubted him. The Ninetales snorted. If Shijin was late, then something must have held him up. Perhaps he had encountered a difficult medical case. Naruto's excitement slowly faded. His fingers twisted in uncertainty. Deep inside him, the Ninetales pondered Shijin's delay. The sun finally set. A streak of crimson burned across the sky. Just as Naruto's heart began to sink, a familiar voice spoke behind him. Seems like I was a bit late. Shijin's voice remained as calm as ever. As long as I made it in time, it doesn't matter. Shijin. Naruto spun around, and something came flying toward him. He barely managed to catch it. Thud. Naruto clutched the long, wrapped package to his chest. This is a fishing rod. Excitedly, he unwrapped it, revealing a brand new, fully equipped fishing rod. Wait, is this a gift? The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. A real wrapped gift. Something he had never received before. No one had ever remembered his birthday. Naruto hugged the package tighter, his voice trembling as he looked up. This is my birthday present. Shijin gave a nonchalant nod. Why? Naruto hesitated, then quickly tried to swallow his words, afraid of sounding ungrateful. Because. Shijin was silent for a moment. Then he reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair. You were the first person to call me Shijin. Deep inside, the Ninetales groaned. What kind of ridiculous reason was that? Even in ancient times, the Sage of Six Paths had to respectfully call him Lord Shijin. This brat was just being rude. And yet he still got a reward. Something felt wrong about this. The Ninetales huffed in frustration. Grow up fast, Naruto. Shijin's voice carried an unmistakable expectation. And Naruto. He grinned. Clutching his precious gift, he beamed with pure, unrestrained joy. He would never forget this birthday. Not for the rest of his life. Naruto giggled, clutching the gift tightly against his chest. He didn't fully understand what Shijin meant. But he did understand one thing. He had to protect this gift. He had to take it home and store it away, somewhere safe. This birthday. It was one he would never forget. Unfortunately, it wasn't something he could share with others. Because Naruto had already noticed. Every year on this day, the villagers seemed even more unhappy than usual. Even his classmates seemed strangely quiet, as if they were all weighed down by something. So he never dared to talk about his birthday. Not even once. Still, Naruto didn't mind. Because today, he had already received more than enough. Just as Naruto's bond with Shijin was deepening. Just as he found himself eagerly looking forward to every meeting. Jiraiya suddenly returned to Konoha. And the first thing he did was seek out Shijin. Without hesitation, without pretense, Jiraiya laid everything out in the open. He told Shijin about the prophecy, about the words of the great Toad Sage. And subtly, carefully, he tried to probe Shijin's thoughts. Jiraiya never mentioned his suspicions to Tsunade. Because deep down he knew. His thoughts were dangerous. Tsunade would never accept them. No one would. No one would ever believe that Shijin, the legendary Shijin, could pose a threat to the shinobi world. But this was the great Toad Sage's warning. Jiraiya couldn't ignore it. Even if his heart resisted the idea. Even if he wanted to believe in Shijin. He had to confirm it for himself. So, sitting across from the man who had once been his teacher's closest friend, Jiraiya cautiously asked, Lord Shijin, do you believe in the great Toad Sage's prophecy? Do you believe that one day, a child will appear who can change this world? Shijin's lips curled slightly. A prophecy from Gamamaru, huh? He didn't seem surprised. In fact, his expression showed genuine interest. You took on a promising disciple, he mused. And that disciple happens to have a great dream. A dream to change the world. So if that disciple continues to grow, then, logically, it's entirely possible they will change the world. Shijin spoke as if stating a simple truth. Jiraiya couldn't tell if he was agreeing with the prophecy, or simply explaining how the world worked. Then, Shijin suddenly shifted the conversation. But in Gamamaru's prophecy, he said lightly, the most important figure isn't the disciple. It's the teacher. His golden eyes locked onto Jiraiya's. So tell me, Jiraiya, where is your disciple now? Jiraiya's heart clenched. A lump formed in his throat. Because his disciples, they were all dead. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, killed during the Ninetales attack. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, killed by war. Every single disciple he had once believed in, gone. There was no one left. Jiraiya clenched his fists. They are dead. Chapter 125, a prophecy that will inevitably come true. This was a failed conversation. Jiraiya thought about his own failed life. When his once proud disciples died, he, their teacher, was never by their side. Fate had always mocked his incompetence. It was as if his whole life had been one long failure. Lying on the grass, Jiraiya reflected on how he had failed to protect his disciples, never truly pursued the Tsunade he loved, and never managed to bring back his wayward comrade, Orochimaru. Shijin. Just as Jiraiya was lost in his thoughts, a young voice interrupted him, making him instinctively turn his head. A blonde-haired boy wearing goggles ran toward Shijin with a bright, cheerful smile, his face covered in fresh bruises. It was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. In this village, no one else would dare call Shijin that. Slow down. Shijin gestured for him to sit, his palm glowing with a gentle green chakra. Without asking where the wounds came from, he casually healed the bruises on Naruto's face. Arigato. Naruto grinned and turned to look at Jiraiya, who was lying nearby. Curiously, he asked, "Are you Shijin's friend too?" Jiraiya's expression froze. That was a rather awkward question. No one in Konoha would dare claim to be Shijin's friend. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would humbly refer to himself as a junior in front of him. "He's Tsunade's friend," Shijin replied, handing Naruto a tissue. That fierce woman. Naruto recalled an encounter with Tsunade, where she had effortlessly smashed a wall with a single punch. Just thinking about it made him shudder. People actually dare to be friends with her. Don't talk behind people's backs. Shijin ruffled Naruto's blonde hair, defending his old friend. Tsunade was well-behaved when she was little. She probably just made some bad friends as she grew up. That's way too biased in her favor. Jiraiya twitched. Sure, he and Orochimaru weren't exactly great influences, but Tsunade had always been fierce. It wasn't fair to blame them for that. Shijin, however, paid no attention to Jiraiya's protests. He simply listened to Naruto chat about school, Shikamaru getting scolded for sleeping in class, Choji getting reprimanded for sneaking snacks. Trivial matters. Anyone else would find these kids' stories dull. Even Jiraiya was starting to yawn, but Shijin listened carefully, occasionally responding to keep Naruto talking. As evening fell, Naruto pulled out his small wallet and proudly announced, "Grandpa gave me my allowance again. I can treat Shijin to ramen tonight." "Hey kid, how about treating one more person?" Jiraiya, looking utterly shameless, chewed on a blade of grass as he sat up, hinting that he wanted a free meal. "Hi." Naruto scratched his head, then suddenly broke into a big smile. "Sure." It was a little weird. But this white-haired man was willing to talk to him and even eat with him. That made Naruto happy. However, the dinner ended with Naruto feeling guilty. As he happily ate, Shijin once again gave him his own bowl of ramen, using the excuse that he wasn't feeling well to decline another. Meanwhile, the white-haired freeloader shamelessly ordered 2 extra bowls. Late at night, as Shijin bid Naruto farewell, Jiraiya stood beside him, chewing on a toothpick as they watched the boy disappear into the distance. "Did you notice anything?" Shijin suddenly asked. "Huh?" Jiraiya furrowed his brow, trying to recall anything unusual about Naruto. From what he had observed, Naruto looked a lot like his father, Minato Namikaze. His personality, though, wasn't like Minato's calm demeanor. Instead, he resembled his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, lively and fiery. Was that a problem? Not really. At Ikaraku Ramen, Jiraiya had secretly observed Naruto. As Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki, there had been no signs of the beast's chakra leaking out. So, what was the issue? Jiraiya couldn't figure it out. But since Shijin had brought it up, he couldn't ignore it. He spent the next week watching Naruto closely. Naruto was always cheerful, despite the harsh environment he lived in. Even when store owners scolded him or villagers whispered behind his back, telling other children to stay away from him, Naruto still smiled and carried on as if nothing was wrong. There was no problem, right? Jiraiya even found himself admiring Naruto's resilience. Despite having no parents, despite growing up alone, the boy remained optimistic. And with Shijin's presence in his life, Naruto slept soundly at night. Although he sometimes felt lonely, he quickly adjusted and looked forward to a better tomorrow. Nothing seems wrong. Jiraiya stroked his chin, recalling his own childhood. All orphans in the village grow up like this. He had. Kakashi had. Every orphan in Konoha endured hardship. Naruto's struggles were harsher because he was the Ninetales Jinchuriki, but still, he was getting by. Winter arrived. Konoha's streets were blanketed in snow. Shijin wrapped Naruto in a thick coat, tied a bright red scarf around his neck, and put gloves on his tiny hands. The boy, face flushed from the cold, hugged Shijin's leg tightly, his eyes slightly red. At that moment, they weren't just friends. Shijin had become a figure Naruto could rely on. Having never known his parents, Naruto longed for affection. Deep down, he wished Shijin could be his family. When Naruto finally left, Jiraiya appeared beside Shijin, eyeing him with curiosity. Are you saying Naruto's upbringing is a problem just because he lacks parents? All orphans grow up like this. It's different. Shaijin shook his head, watching Naruto's small figure bouncing away. Others always had more than him. At the very least. Shaijin's gaze shifted to a shopkeeper still glaring in Naruto's direction with hatred. Other children didn't have to endure this much malice. That boy. He's walking an extreme path. How could that be? Jiraiya immediately denied it. He had been observing Naruto closely and had seen nothing unusual. Instead, he was proud of the boy's resilience. Naruto is better at handling adversity than anyone. He'll grow into an outstanding ninja. Maybe. Even one like his father. With that mindset, he'd never give up, no matter the challenges ahead. Jiraiya felt inspired. He saw potential in Naruto and even considered taking him on as a student one day. Naruto won't fall into darkness. Jiraiya was confident in his judgment. As a seasoned ninja, he trusted his instincts and began to doubt Shaijin's concerns. Then does absolute light not lead to extremes? Shaijin turned to Jiraiya, his gaze calm. You've been watching him, but have you realized one thing? That child unconsciously clings to warmth, trying to protect everything he has. In the future, that desire will manifest as an unyielding will to protect everything around him, making him endure all hardships and grow stronger. Jiraiya frowned. Wasn't that a good thing? For a Konoha ninja, wasn't that the ideal mindset? If Naruto grew strong to protect others, wasn't that exactly what a great ninja should do? This boy is strong. Shaijin's voice turned solemn. He might even surpass Hashirama. His will is already more extreme than Hashirama's ever was. Jiraiya hesitated. Normally, he'd dismiss such a claim, but this was Shaijin speaking. Could Naruto really surpass the first Hokage? But absolute power leads to absolute control. Shaijin's voice grew softer. That boy's will to protect will one day turn into an overwhelming desire to control. Not just his loved ones. One day, he will shape the entire world to match his ideals. This is the great Toad Sage's prophecy. Terror flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. Jiraiya's heart was filled with unease. Compared to the excitement of hearing Shaijin personally identify Naruto as the prophesied child, he was far more disturbed by the unknown changes this prophecy would bring to the world. The child in the prophecy would bring an unpredictable transformation to the shinobi world. And now, Jiraiya realized Shaijin was right. Naruto cherished everything around him. Because he had so little, he valued every bit he had even more. But the boy himself hadn't yet realized how he would protect those things, nor did he understand that this would eventually turn into a form of control. The child who wanted to protect everything might one day impose his own ideals upon the entire world. Chapter 126, What the Hell? Another Asura Chakra reincarnation. Shaijin's judgment seemed to be correct. After being drawn into Shaijin's line of thinking, Jiraiya could no longer find any reason to refute him. If Naruto Uzumaki truly gained enough power in the future, he would inevitably reshape the world to match his ideals. In fact, anyone who attained enough power would try to shape their environment into something more comfortable. Over time, the environment would slowly change, little by little, into an ideal one. Once Jiraiya accepted Shaijin's judgment, he became even more meticulous in observing Naruto. The boy wanted to become Hokage and earn the recognition of the entire village. But would the villagers ever acknowledge a Jinchuriki? Would Konoha, having suffered through the Ninetales attack, ever willingly accept a Jinchuriki as their leader? In other villages, Jinchuriki were met with nothing but fear. So then, how would Naruto earn that recognition? Jiraiya couldn't even imagine such a scenario. He had already decided to stay in Konoha and personally guide Naruto onto the right path. Because of his connection to Naruto's father, Jiraiya hoped the boy could bring a positive change to the shinobi world. The first step was naturally to spark Naruto's interest. For Jiraiya, this was an easy task. With just a small demonstration of skill, Naruto was immediately in awe, eagerly bowing his head in respect. And it wasn't even against the rules. After all, Konoha's shinobi clans always trained their children in secret techniques, and some even hired private tutors well in advance. Jiraiya was merely giving the still young Naruto some extra lessons, nothing out of the ordinary. However, the more Jiraiya trained Naruto, the more doubts he had. Was this kid really the child of prophecy? Back in Jiraiya's day, students at the academy usually graduated by the age of 5 or 6, with 8 or 9 being the latest. And back then, the graduation exams were even harder. So why was Naruto's learning ability so terrible? Other than having an abundant chakra pool, Naruto wasn't even remotely talented. Thankfully, Jiraiya had experience teaching different kinds of students. He quickly adjusted his methods, focusing first on training Naruto's chakra control. In traditional teaching methods, Jiraiya was an excellent instructor. Naruto soon mastered the 3 basic jutsu and improved his chakra control. The 9 tails inside him remained unusually quiet, allowing his training to progress smoothly. This unexpected calm actually made Jiraiya's job much easier. Without the 9 tails interference, Naruto advanced rapidly, but the more he learned, the more questions he had. For example, who's stronger, you or Lord Third? Who's stronger, you or Tsunade? Who's stronger, you or Shijin? The old man is probably stronger, Jiraiya admitted honestly. He knew his teacher, the third Hokage, had mastered all 5 chakra natures and possessed numerous forbidden techniques. Tsunade is definitely stronger, he added, shuddering as he recalled her monstrous punches and how she once fought Hanzo of the Salamander alone. He never thought he could defeat her. Come to think of it, had he ever beaten Orochimaru? Jiraiya reminisced about the days of the 3 legendary Sannin. He had never once won a direct battle against Orochimaru, combined with the fact that he couldn't defeat Tsunade either. Did that mean he was the weakest of the Sannin? No way. Absolutely not. Jiraiya immediately rejected that idea. Back then, he had merely held back during fights with Orochimaru and Tsunade because they were old comrades. He had never gone all out. As for the last question, was that something a 9-year-old should be asking? Even though Jiraiya had confidence in his strength, he didn't believe he could defeat Shijin. But deep down, he was still curious. How strong had Shijin been in the past for the great Toad Sage to worry that he might change the world? That meant the ancient Shijin must have possessed power capable of reshaping the entire world. So now, how much strength did Shijin still have? Jiraiya wasn't the only one curious. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, also wondered. The last time Shijin made a move, he had single-handedly eliminated 3 Kage. Unfortunately, Shijin had no interest in ninja battles. Jiraiya didn't dare challenge him to a fight just to gauge his strength. He feared it would annoy Shijin. And of course, it would definitely annoy Tsunade. She was extremely protective of the man who had taught her medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya sighed in disappointment and glanced at Shijin, who was fishing nearby. Shijin is definitely stronger than me. He never fights without reason, and he avoids meaningless battles. So, I have no idea how much stronger he really is. Shijin is that strong. Naruto's eyes lit up with curiosity. Very strong, Jiraiya said seriously. Having worked with Tsunade for years, Jiraiya had learned never to underestimate medical ninjas, especially not the one who had trained Tsunade herself. It's hard to say. Jiraiya thought about Shijin's past feats and murmured, he might just be the strongest in the world. Legends like Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, were long dead. In this era, there was likely no shinobi stronger than Shijin. Even among the Kage, none could rival him. Hiruzen and Anoki were old and past their prime. The 4th Reikage and 4th Kazekage were weaker than their predecessors. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, had been assassinated, and the hidden Mist Village had yet to select a 5th Mizukage. Jiraiya suppressed his curiosity about Shijin's current strength, but as he hesitated, Naruto had already decided to take action. If he had a question, he'd ask it directly. Shijin, Jiraiya-sensei says you're really strong. Naruto plopped down beside Shijin, adjusting his goggles. Are you really stronger than Jiraiya-sensei? Aside from Grandpa Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei is the strongest ninja I've ever met. He's even stronger than Uruka-sensei. Shaijin's expression turned odd. Wait. Did Uruka know he was being used as a comparison here? Did Jirya know he was being compared to Uruka? Do you want to see for yourself? Shaijin ruffled Naruto's spiky blonde hair. He wanted to plant a seed in the boy's heart, a seed that would push him to grow. Yes. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jirya was shocked at how much Shaijin indulged Naruto. To actually demonstrate his power, just to satisfy the boy's curiosity, Jirya saw an opportunity. A real fight would be the best way to gauge Shaijin's strength. Jirya doubted Shaijin truly wanted to change the world, but as a ninja, he couldn't help wanting to uncover hidden information. However, Tsunade might not be too happy about this. And there was someone even more displeased than Tsunade. Black Zetsu, wandering through Konoha, happened to witness how Shaijin treated Naruto with such affection. This wasn't right. This brat, Naruto Uzumaki. His chakra felt strangely familiar. Wait, was this another reincarnation of Asura's chakra? Black Zetsu suddenly realized a terrifying truth. Shaijin had come to Konoha to protect the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and that Jinchuriki was the reincarnation of Asura's chakra. This was an incredibly frustrating situation. The moment Black Zetsu confirmed this, unease crept into its heart. It feared that once again, Shaijin might be swayed by Asura's chakra. Black Zetsu's voice was filled with an almost indescribable frustration. It understood Shaijin too well. Unlike what others might think, Shaijin was not truly determined to destroy the world. If he had been, there wouldn't have been a need for all these years of guiding, pushing, and manipulating. Shaijin was never born a harbinger of destruction. From the very beginning, it had been Black Zetsu who step by step lured him down this path. And yet, despite everything, despite witnessing the cruelty and betrayals of this world, Shaijin had never fully abandoned his hesitation. That's why, Black Zetsu murmured to itself, its form hidden in the shadows, we must not allow even the slightest hope to rekindle in him. If he begins to believe in this world again, if he starts to think that there is still something worth protecting, then all our efforts, all these long years, would have been for nothing. Black Zetsu's gaze turned cold. It had to act, because it understood better than anyone. Shaijin was never meant to be a destroyer by nature. He had simply been forced into it. Chapter 127, Jirya vs. Shaijin. Black Zetsu was losing it. He had completely entered an anti-Ashura paranoia mode. Shaijin never expected this. Perhaps his past performances had been too convincing. His relentless efforts to push Naruto Uzumaki toward growth had somehow led Black Zetsu to believe he had once again fallen into an Ashura rhetoric trap. What's so great about Ashura anyway? Besides being good with words, what else could they do? As Black Zetsu gritted his teeth in frustration, Shaijin and Jirya were already standing in Konoha's training field. Go, Shaijin. Go, Jirya-sensei. Naruto cheered loudly from the sidelines. The only problem was, he was rooting for both sides. The kid seemed to have no inner conflict about this at all. Both of them were important to him, so he didn't seem to favor either. Let's start. Shaijin raised his fingers into a seal, perfectly familiar with the etiquette of ninja duels. I hope my fighting style won't be too difficult for you to adapt to. I've always wanted to see the skills of a shinobi from ancient times. Jirya's lips curled into a smile, but as he formed his own seal, his nerves instinctively tensed. Though his former student, Nagato, had possessed the Rinnegan, and he understood some of its abilities, such as mastery over all chakra natures, still the young Nagato was nowhere near the level of power Shaijin possessed. But then again, maybe there was no need to be overly cautious. Since Shaijin had an Edo Tensei body, Jirya didn't have to hold back at all. He could use any technique freely. For someone trying to gather intel on Shaijin, this was an ideal scenario. I should apologize in advance. Jirya smirked as he voiced his thoughts. I've always wanted to test Lord Shaijin's strength, so I might. No need. Shaijin remained utterly unbothered, as magnanimous as ever. I'm also curious about the power of Mount Mayaboku's summoning contract wielder. Whether it's your summons or sage mode, feel free to use them all. Jirya's expression turned slightly awkward. After all, he wasn't exactly a master of Sage Mode, yet activating it still took him some time. But since Shijin was giving him the opportunity to fight at full strength, he wasn't about to waste it. A gentle breeze stirred. A single leaf drifted to the ground. In that instant, Jirya moved, swiftly retreating backward while forming hand seals at incredible speed. In battle, probing with long-range ninjutsu was often the safest approach. Normally, such tactics could be seen as a waste of chakra, but against Shijin, conserving chakra was meaningless. After all, he had mastered all chakra natures, and he could unleash powerful jutsu without even forming seals. Jirya had to gauge the strength of his ninjutsu. Fire release, dragon flame bullet. Jirya inhaled deeply, gathering fire-natured chakra before exhaling a raging inferno toward Shijin. The flames surged like a fire dragon, expanding its wings to envelop Shijin in a sea of fire. So strong. Naruto's eyes lit up. He had never seen such a powerful fire release technique before. But in the next moment, a tidal wave surged forth to meet the fire. A massive wall of swirling water rose around Shijin, forming a circular barrier that instantly extinguished the fire dragon. Just as I thought. Jirya's eyes narrowed. Shijin hadn't formed a single hand seal. There was no nearby water source. And yet, he had conjured such a large-scale water release jutsu. This was exactly what the intelligence reports had described. However, judging by the power of the water release alone, Jirya felt slightly reassured. Shijin's water release wasn't overwhelmingly powerful. It's not as strong as I imagined. Jirya exhaled slightly, recalling the details of Edo Tensei. His chakra is unlimited, allowing him to spam ninjutsu endlessly. That's why he's so dangerous in prolonged combat. And sure enough, just as he expected, Shijin didn't hold back. One after another, waves of fire jutsu surged toward him, their relentless assault unhindered by any concern for chakra consumption. However, their power was about the same as his own fire release. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei was imperfect. Even though Shijin had strengthened his body with Hashirama's cells, his chakra reserves were still only around S rank. This severely limited his strength. But he made up for it in sheer quantity. The temperature in the training field soared. A massive wall of fire swept toward Jirya like a raging tsunami, threatening to engulf him completely. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Jirya's forehead beaded with sweat as he rapidly formed hand seals and slammed his palms to the ground. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, shielding him from the flames. But even so, the fire scorched and shattered parts of the wall, just barely stopping Shijin's relentless assault. In the brief moment of reprieve, Jirya's mind raced. Then, a bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the wall. Boom! A surge of water burst through the opening, demolishing what remained of his defense. He's too fast. Jirya retreated hastily, evaluating Shijin's level of threat. Unending jutsu. No seals required. If he couldn't overpower him quickly, this battle would be impossible to win. On a battlefield, Shijin would be an absolute nightmare. Even more troublesome than some Jinchuriki. After all, tailed beasts needed time to gather chakra for their Baijudama. Shijin. He could fire off jutsu instantly. No wonder the great Toad Sage saw him as a force capable of reshaping the ninja world. Jirya had no choice but to find a solution. Summoning jutsu. Jirya bit his thumb, formed hand seals, and slammed his hand onto the ground. A massive summoning array spread across the battlefield. Bunta. A colossal toad emerged in a cloud of smoke, its body wrapped in bandages, a massive short blade at its side, and a pipe clenched between its lips. Gamabunta. Jirya's most trusted summon. Without waiting for an explanation, Gamabunta immediately noticed Jirya's predicament. Ninjutsu rained down upon them. Instinctively, the giant toad leaped high into the air, trying to escape the storm of jutsu. Don't run too far. Jirya shouted, dodged the attacks and charged straight in. A direct strike. That was the best way to end this fight. Got it. Gamabunta clenched his short blade, maneuvering through the barrage of ninjutsu as he approached Shijin. Even so, the sheer number of attacks made it impossible to advance unscathed. But the moment he got close, Gamabunta raised his massive blade and slashed downward with all his might. Summon creatures, huh? Shijin didn't move. He simply lifted his hand. And an enormous chakra scalpel, tens of meters long, materialized in his grasp. The greenish-blue blade clashed against Gamabunta's sword. The toad recoiled in shock. He had never imagined a human could match his strength. The last time he had encountered such raw power was from Tsunade. Boom! Gamabunta was forced back. But before he could recover, Shijin's blade flashed again. A thin, precise cut traced across the battlefield. Gamabunta barely parried in time, his body accumulating multiple wounds. Damn! Jiraiya gritted his teeth as he watched. Shijin's swordsmanship was so refined that even Gamabunta struggled to keep up. And worse, Shijin was holding back. Jiraiya had no doubt. If he wanted to, Shijin could have decapitated Gamabunta in a single strike. Jiraiya. Gamabunta groaned, wounded. Use it. Jiraiya's hands blurred into seals. At the same time, Gamabunta gathered chakra in his mouth. Together, they unleashed their signature combination attack. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. A blazing inferno erupted toward Shijin. This time, there was no water release capable of stopping it. Shijin. Naruto gasped in alarm. The flames raged toward their target. But Shijin didn't move. Instead, he calmly raised his palm. Finished warming up. Sealing jutsu, absorption seal. A glowing vortex formed in his hand. And the entire firestorm was devoured. What the hell? Jiraiya and Gamabunta watched in horror. Even the grass around Shijin remained untouched. A ninja who could spam jutsu endlessly. A ninja who could absorb any jutsu. A ninja with infinite chakra. Jiraiya clutched his head. This was a nightmare. And then, a new energy surged around Shijin. That's Sage Chakra. Jiraiya's voice fell to a whisper. Can he use Sage Mode infinitely? Chapter 128. Let's talk about our opponent, Shijin. As a ninja who had mastered Sage Mode, Jiraiya was intimately familiar with Senjutsu Chakra. He even knew a bit about Shijin's background. Thanks to Tsunade being his teammate, Jiraiya had learned that Shijin was the one who had raised the Slug Sage over 1,000 years ago. That meant his mastery over Sage Mode and Senjutsu Chakra was bound to be extraordinary. In Sage Mode, the physical enhancement of a ninja was one thing, but the sheer increase in power that Senjutsu Chakra granted to Jutsu was terrifying. Because Jiraiya understood the might of Senjutsu, he also understood just how difficult the opponent before him was. A Shijin who could possibly use Sage techniques without limit. That was a nightmare for any ninja in the world. Sage Art. Shijin had already raised his hand. The natural energy in the air seemed to move at his command. A suffocating pressure pressed against Jiraiya's nose. The moment Shijin made a move, the entire flow of natural energy responded to him. This was Jiraiya's first time facing an opponent who could use Sage Mode, especially someone whose Sage Mode was far superior to his own. Ahem. Shijin glanced at the tense Jiraiya and Gamabunta, surprised at their hesitation. He gave them a light reminder. Their warm-up was over. You can enter Sage Mode now. Hahaha, all right. Jiraiya grinned but quickly grew serious, making a request. But I'll need some time. After all, entering Sage Mode required him to absorb natural energy. More importantly, he needed to summon Fukasaku and Shima from Mount Mayaboku to help extend the duration of his Sage Mode. Hey Jiraiya. Gamabunta couldn't help but warn him. You need to think this through, Pa and Ma might. I have to try. Jiraiya insisted. He needed to see how long Shijin could maintain Sage Mode. He needed to see the full extent of Sage-enhanced ninjutsu. However, even if he entered Sage Mode, he probably still wouldn't be able to match this ancient era shinobi. Because when Jiraiya looked at Shijin, he noticed that from the start of the battle, Shijin's feet had never moved. Now, Jiraiya could only hope that, with Sage Mode and the help of Fukasaku and Shima, he could gain even the slightest advantage. HMPH. What a delusional fool. Deep underground, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu lurked, displeased that Jiraiya had dared to challenge Shijin. Even if Shijin can only use less than 1% of his full power in this state, he's still beyond anything these weaklings can handle. Of course, Jiraiya knew none of this. Even if he did, he wouldn't back down. With Shijin's approval, the white-haired man sat cross-legged on Gamabunta's head, bringing his hands together as he started to absorb natural energy. You need time. Shijin's fingers curled slightly. And in an instant, the natural energy in the air surged toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya was stunned. He entered the meditative state almost immediately. Shijin's control over natural energy had always been one of his core abilities since ancient times. Before he obtained the Sage of Six Paths power, Sage Mode was his only true strength. Gamabunta was shaken. Even he had to admit, Shijin's control over natural energy was beyond anything even the toads of Mount Mayaboku could achieve. His mastery was so absolute that Gamabunta couldn't even imagine how powerful his Sage Mode truly was. At this point, he wasn't sure if he could even help Jiraiya at all. But he didn't need to anymore. With Shijin's assistance, Jiraiya had absorbed enough natural energy. His eyes transformed into the characteristic frog-like pupils of Sage Mode. Summoning Jutsu, Jiraiya's eyes gleamed as he made his move. Gamabunta vanished in a puff of smoke. In his place, two small figures appeared. Fukasaku, Shima, the two elder toads of Mount Mayaboku. Though their bodies were small, the senjutsu chakra within them far surpassed even the largest toads like Gamabunta. The moment they arrived, they sensed Jiraiya's situation and leaped onto his shoulders. Their bodies fused partially with Jiraiya's, allowing them to continuously refine senjutsu chakra for him. Jiraiya boy, who's the enemy? Fukasaku asked immediately. Then froze. Why is there so much natural energy gathered here? It feels almost like Mount Mayaboku. Shima glanced around, her gaze curious. Jiraiya boy, it's been a long time since you've used Sage Mode, hasn't it? Shijin. Jiraiya didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned his shoulder slightly, guiding their gaze toward Shijin. We can continue now. The two elder toads fell silent. Unlike the brash and arrogant Gamabunta, they were cautious. They had accompanied the great toad sage for over 800 years, and they knew more about Shijin's story. Right now, the difference in power between the two sides was beyond measure. If they were to compare by rank, Shijin was on the level of the great toad sage. Not them. It's just a sparring match. Jiraiya noticed their silence and quickly reassured them, lowering his voice as he explained how the battle had started. Well, that's a relief. Fukasaku's expression softened, but he still grew solemn, bowing slightly toward Shijin in respect. Lord Shijin, please forgive us juniors for our rudeness. What an interesting experience. Shima chuckled, fully understanding her husband's reaction. She knew Shijin had raised the slug sage, but it was still amusing to realize. Even after 800 years, they were still considered juniors. Jiraiya's eyelids twitched. Come on. A little more confidence, please. It's fine. Shijin responded casually. Even without considering his past with the slug sage, his 1,000 years of experience in the underworld meant he truly could call them juniors. But courtesy aside, the toad sages moved with incredible speed. Sage art, water-severing slash. Fukasaku spat out a razor-sharp stream of water, a blade that could slice through flesh and bone in an instant. Wait. Jiraiya tried to stop them, but it was already too late. Shijin raised his hand. A soft glow radiated from his palm, and the high-pressure water blade vanished, completely absorbed into his body. Ninjutsu won't work, Jiraiya quickly reminded them. Then, after a pause, looks like senjutsu doesn't work either. He hesitated, then added one more thing. But Shijin can use both ninjutsu and senjutsu freely. He doesn't need hand seals, and he's mastered all chakra natures. Fukasaku's expression darkened. How were they supposed to fight this? Shijin had no limits. while they had nothing that worked against him. What were they supposed to do? Charge in for close combat. Close combat? Jiraiya sighed. Then warned them. He has Tsunade's monstrous strength. And his swordsmanship overwhelmed Gamabunta. Even though that sounded absurd. Shijin was just a normal-sized human. Compared to a massive toad like Gamabunta, it didn't even seem possible for him to compete in swordplay. Yet, that was exactly what had happened. Shima muttered, "Honey, we came all the way to Konoha. Should we just go buy groceries and head home?" Though it was a joke, Jiraiya could tell. They were starting to waver. And honestly, who could blame them? Still, we have to try. Fukasaku's gaze locked onto Shijin. At the very least, the Great Toad Sage wants to know how strong he is now. As Mount Mayaboku's elders, they had to carry out the Great Sage's will. I'll come up with a plan. We can't fight him in close combat. We can't use ninjutsu either. Fukasaku finally suggested. Let's try genjutsu. But Jiraiya frowned. Genjutsu. He hesitated. Then sighed. You know, Madara once tried that. And Shijin broke through it. Chapter 129, The Power of the Rinnegan. Generally speaking, the more information one has, the easier a battle becomes. However, the more one learns about Shijin, the more troublesome he appears, so much so that it might even make one want to give up the fight altogether. Even as Jiraiya relayed intelligence to the two sages, he couldn't help but feel at a loss. He was beginning to regret challenging Shijin in the first place. If he could turn back time, Jiraiya might ask his past self. You actually knew quite a lot about him, so why were you so fearless when you charged in with Gamabunta? Let me think. Not even Uchiha Madara's genjutsu can affect him. When Fukasaku mentioned Madara, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After a brief moment of contemplation, he explained, the Uchiha's genjutsu relies on sight, whereas the genjutsu we use is auditory. Even if Uchiha Madara, a legendary shinobi, had incredibly powerful illusions, different schools of genjutsu ultimately had their own distinctions. Maybe their genjutsu could still work. Besides, their technique was by no means weak. This genjutsu came from a secret musical score treasured in Mount Mayaboku, and only toads could chant its lyrics and melody. It was incredibly difficult to learn, ranking among the most powerful genjutsu in the ninja world. Even someone as seasoned as Gamabunta had never mastered it. In the past, the two sages had practiced this genjutsu while singing love songs to each other, which was how they finally perfected it. So when Shima confirmed that her husband was actually going to use that technique, she blushed slightly. Do we really have to use this one? I never imagined I'd have to do something from my younger days again. We have to try. Fukasaku's mouth slowly puffed up as he reminded Jiraiya, but it takes time for us to complete the technique. Shijin will give us that time. Jiraiya's gaze fell upon the figure standing motionless in the distance. He knew Shijin wouldn't mind at all. He would allow them to use their full strength. First, this was, after all, a battle between shinobi. Second, perhaps it was the mercy of a senior toward his juniors. Jiraiya's expression grew solemn. He let out a self-deprecating laugh, as if mocking himself, but also as if provoking Shijin to witness their genjutsu. Right now, Shijin must see us the way an adult sees children playing with toys. No matter how the children play, it's impossible for them to pose a real threat to him. That's not quite right. Shijin shook his head, but then sincerely praised. At the very least, from where I stand now, our chakra levels are nearly the same. The only advantage I have is the unlimited chakra provided by my reanimation body. I believe you'll find the opportunity to unleash this technique in battle. How humble. A bitter smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. How much longer? Shijin watched as Fukasaku and Shima's mouths puffed up, the sound of their croaking growing louder. Sage mode granted exceptional control over natural energy. Shijin could feel the musical notes flooding toward him, and as he raised his hands slightly, it was as if he could touch them. What a fascinating technique. The creatures of the ninja world evolved at an astonishing rate. Compared to an individual's wisdom, the accumulated knowledge of countless beings over millennia had given rise to some truly miraculous jutsu, especially in a place like Mount Myaboku. However, this also allowed Shaijin to find a way to counter it. At least in Sage mode, by manipulating natural energy, he could immediately block the transmission of sound waves through the air. A jutsu that relies on sound to attack. Ultimately, it could never escape the fundamental rule that sound requires a medium to travel. If an area of true vacuum were to appear, the transmission of these sound waves would be interrupted. This could significantly delay the genjutsu's activation or even cause it to fail entirely. It's ready. Just as Shaijin was devising a countermeasure, Fukasaku and Shima's mouths swelled to their limits, and their croaking grew overwhelmingly dense. Demonic illusion, toad confrontation chant. As the chorus of croaks rang out, waves of sound gathered together, twisting space as they surged toward Shaijin. These sounds were painfully sharp. Shaijin could faintly sense his consciousness being drawn into a genjutsu world. In his vision, 4 enormous toads materialized. The demonic illusion, toad confrontation chant had taken effect. If left uninterrupted, once the auditory genjutsu was fully realized, the victim would be dragged into a mental space controlled by these 4 giant toads. Each of these toads wore heavy armor, with the words No, Motion, Underworld, and King inscribed on their bodies to signify their identities. They held massive stone swords in one hand, while the other conjured an ethereal space that bound Shaijin's spirit. In essence, this genjutsu functioned like any other. It all came down to a battle of mental fortitude within the illusionary space. And Shaijin's strongest trait was his mental will. The next moment, Shaijin's spiritual presence expanded rapidly, instantly breaking free from the control of the 4 massive toads. His spiritual form loomed even larger than theirs. Back in reality, Shaijin's body merely stiffened for an instant. The genjutsu worked. Jiraiya's face lit up with excitement when he saw this. He didn't care how long the demonic illusion, toad confrontation chant could hold Shaijin. He immediately crouched down, frog-like webbing growing between his fingers and toes, and leaped straight toward Shaijin. As long as Shaijin was caught in a genjutsu, a single attack could shatter his reanimation body. At that moment, Jiraiya realized that Shaijin was not invincible. The next second, just as Jiraiya lunged forward, Fukasaku and Shima suddenly covered their ears, wincing as if tormented by a piercing noise. This was the backlash of a failed genjutsu. Jiraiya. Fukasaku momentarily lost his hearing, and assuming Jiraiya had as well, he had to shout to warn the man he'd watched grow up. The genjutsu has been broken, don't get close to him. But it was too late. Shaijin reacted faster than Jiraiya. The moment Jiraiya charged forward, Shaijin grabbed his wrist, twisting his body to throw him aside. Sage Art Rasengan. But in Jiraiya's palm, a spiraling chakra sphere formed. The sage-enhanced Rasengan was already smashing toward Shaijin's arm. As long as he destroyed the reanimation body, Shaijin would be immobilized. Jiraiya had analyzed it. Shaijin's method of absorbing jutsu was through the glow on his palm. His arm shouldn't be able to activate that ability, unless Shaijin chose to release his grip and step back. But if he did, Jiraiya might never get another chance to attack. Even if he failed, maybe this was enough. Jiraiya wasn't afraid of losing, he even felt a bit of joy. Even if my best efforts aren't enough to win, if I can make Lord Shaijin move, at least I won't have lost completely. Yet in a split second, a strange scene unfolded. As Jiraiya predicted, Shaijin let go of his wrist, but instead of retreating, his Rinnegan flashed eerily, and in a chillingly calm voice he uttered, "Shinra Tensei." The next instant, a repulsive force violently struck Jiraiya. It was as if he had been crushed by a tidal wave, his body flung away in utter disarray. Jiraiya barely landed, but as he looked up, he saw the deep trench left by Shaijin's repulsive force. This is repulsion. His face was filled with shock. At that moment, Jiraiya finally understood. The power of the Rinnegan was beyond terrifying. Shaijin slightly raised his arm, not hesitating to provide Jiraiya with an explanation. This is the power of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya's expression grew heavy. He suddenly recalled his deceased student, Nagato. He remembered Nagato mentioning that, in his youth, he had once unleashed the power of the Rinnegan. And now, he was finally witnessing just how terrifying that power truly was. I see. Absorbing your jutsu is also one of the Rinnegan's abilities. As Shijin spoke, his arms slowly began to change. His entire forearm transformed into a futuristic, glowing cannon. Usura Path. The cannon's core gathered chakra, glowing ominously with destructive energy. Dodge it! Fukasaku and Shima both screamed in alarm. This is also a power of the Rinnegan. With Sage Mode enhancing his reflexes, Jirya reacted instantly. He leaped away just in time, narrowly dodging the terrifying blast. A beam of light shot forth, cutting through the forest behind him. Trees were instantly pierced, their trunks left charred with smoldering holes. Had he reacted a moment too late, that blast could have annihilated his lower body. Yet Jirya alone understood the full extent of the danger, while an oblivious Naruto, watching from afar, was filled with awe. Whoa, that was so cool. But Jirya's crisis was far from over. Shijin's arm reformed from the mechanical cannon, returning to its normal shape. He remained calm as he raised his hand once more. And activated another Rinnegan ability. Bansho Tenon. A strange, irresistible force suddenly pulled Jirya forward. This is gravity. Jirya's face flashed with shock. Before he could counter it, his body was already being yanked toward Shijin at terrifying speed. His body was out of control. He tried forming hand seals, but the gravitational pull was too strong. He couldn't stabilize himself. At this rate, Shijin was simply pulling him in. But a powerful attack was sure to follow. Now's our chance. Fukasaku exchanged glances with Shima. Hard to control my body like this. Shima struggled to turn her head, but the pull only accelerated her reaction speed. Her tongue shot out instantly, extending at an unnatural length toward Shijin. Tongue bind. Her long tongue coiled toward Shijin's body in an attempt to restrain him. Water slash. At the same time, Fukasaku spat out a high-pressure jet of water. This was a perfect combination of sage art and physical restraint. Shijin sighed slightly and canceled Bansho Tenon, then raised his hand once more. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted. Boom! With an explosion of dust, Jirya and the two-toed sages were blasted away, sent crashing into a tree. Jirya, ever quick-witted, barely managed to reposition himself. He flattened his body to the ground like a frog, his eyes fixed warily on Shijin. Ouch, ouch. Shima groaned, rubbing her injured tongue. Wait, I just realized something. Fukasaku, still dizzy from the impact, rubbed his temples, struggling to focus. This repulsion feels stronger than before. You're right. Jirya nodded in agreement, fingers digging into the dirt as he kept his eyes locked on Shijin. It looks like a Rinnegan user can freely control both repulsive and attractive forces. This ability, I still haven't figured out how to counter it yet. Before his voice had even faded, Jirya saw Shijin lightly curling his fingers. Suddenly, a wave of natural energy surged toward him, wrapping around his body. Jirya immediately felt a crushing weight press down on him, slowing his movements. My body. Jirya's eyes widened in realization. This is just like Frog Kumate's use of natural energy. Fukasaku immediately understood Shijin's technique. He, too, felt his breathing grow heavier as the energy weighed down on his body. No wonder he raised the slug sage, but his control over natural energy is too frightening. We need to dispel this natural energy. No. Jirya cut him off, shaking his head grimly. If we absorb too much natural energy and fail to balance it, I'll turn into a frog. Fukasaku instantly fell silent. He knew Jirya's limitations all too well. If they tried to absorb this energy recklessly, he'd be petrified into a toad statue. Now your speed has dropped. Shijin curled his fingers again, his voice calm and quiet. I may not be skilled with these eyes, but it's about time this battle comes to an end. Chapter 130. One hand, he only used one hand. If the turbulent waves of the sea suddenly calm, then beneath the surface, even greater storms must be brewing. Even though Shijin merely manipulated natural energy to slow Jirya's movements, everyone knew that the next move would decide the battle. And yet, They felt powerless to resist. Damn it! Jiraiya forced a bitter smile. The immense pressure weighing down on him felt as heavy as a mountain. There was still an unwillingness in his heart, a regret that he could not accomplish what he had hoped for in this battle. I can't even move my feet. He had gathered quite a bit of intelligence, but all it did was make him realize how weak he was. Is he about to use some terrifying technique? Shima glanced at Shijin with worry. Forget it. Fukasaku, seeing Jiraiya's dejected expression, something he had never seen before, bit his lip like a stern elder and made a decision. No matter what, we have to break Jiraiya free from the natural energy binding him. If we unleash a large-scale, powerful jutsu, it will disrupt the balance. Go all out, use that move. Fukasaku opened his mouth wide. Jiraiya and Shima didn't hesitate any longer. They quickly followed Fukasaku's lead, preparing to unleash a terrifying sage art. However, they were too late. The ground beneath them suddenly split apart. Jiraiya and the two-toed sages barely had time to react before they felt an eerie force locking onto them. Chunks of earth surged up, sticking to Jiraiya's body. Chibaku Tensei. Shijin, who had raised his hand, finally clenched his fist. Under his control, Jiraiya and the two sages were rapidly sealed within a mass of earth and rock, forming a sphere that floated in midair. Compared to normal earth release sealing techniques, Chibaku Tensei was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to escape. Jiraiya and the two sages struggled desperately, but there was no breaking free. They could only watch helplessly as it all unfolded. Fortunately, Shijin had no intention of killing them. However, by the time Shijin released Chibaku Tensei and Jiraiya, along with the two sages, collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and utterly spent, they were immediately hit with another crushing blow. Shijin is so strong. Naruto rushed toward Shijin, his face full of astonishment as he shouted excitedly. He beat Jiraiya-sense, using only one hand. And that was indeed the truth. At least in the eyes of a child. Whether Shijin cast ninjutsu, used the Rinnegan's abilities, or even wielded his chakra scalpel, he had only ever used one hand. Even though, in Naruto's mind, Jiraiya was already incredibly powerful. Jiraiya's jutsu were devastatingly strong. No matter how powerful an attack he used, even summoning a toad the size of a mountain. It didn't matter. Shijin could neutralize everything with just a simple raise of his hand. His techniques were not only stronger than Jiraiya's, but they also looked cooler. He was practically a god. Shijin is truly amazing. Naruto clung to Shijin's leg, showering him with praise. He only used one hand. Jiraiya-sensei didn't stand a chance. Hey. Jiraiya's eye twitched. Wait a second. Did this brat even understand what had happened? Did he have any idea how many abilities Shijin had actually used? Yes. On the surface, it looked like Shijin had only used one hand. But every time Shijin raised his hand, he unleashed an extremely powerful technique. It was just that none of his jutsu required hand seals, making it seem as if he was effortlessly casting them. Jiraiya tried to think of a way to correct Naruto's misunderstanding. But he quickly gave up. Because Naruto wasn't focusing on the danger of the battle, he was more concerned with understanding things he didn't quite get. For example, the technique known as Shinra Tensei. Since the first use of Shinra Tensei had been weaker, Naruto hadn't felt anything when it was cast. His very cooperative Jiraiya sense had simply been sent flying. That jutsu is called Shinra Tensei. The second time I used it, I increased its power. Shijin casually ruffled Naruto's hair as he explained Shinra Tense, providing both Jiraiya and Naruto with valuable information. Each use of Shinra Tensei requires a 5-second interval, and I can adjust its power. Oh tilde. Naruto nodded as if he understood. Meanwhile, Jiraiya quickly committed this crucial intel to memory. This was a missed opportunity. If he had known before the battle, perhaps things wouldn't have gone so poorly. Jiraiya was already analyzing Shijin's weaknesses. In fact, he had begun formulating a strategy to counter him. Step 1. Find a way to bait out Shinra Tensei. Step 2. Use ninjutsu to trick Shijin into absorbing chakra. Step 3. while Shaijin is absorbing ninjutsu, either rush in or use Shima's tongue bind to pull him in and break his reanimation body. From a theoretical standpoint, this plan was highly feasible. But in a real battle, just getting past Shaijin's first layer of defense, his overwhelming ninjutsu, was already incredibly difficult. Jiraiya suddenly thought of his former student, Minato Namikaze. If Minato were still alive, he would have had a very high chance of defeating Shaijin. Because Minato's Flying Thunder God allowed for instantaneous movement, he could evade Shaijin's attacks. As long as he could bait out Shinra Tensei, Minato could teleport directly to Shaijin and finish him off. In fact, Jiraiya wasn't the only one thinking of Minato. Far away in the land of fields, Orochimaru was also thinking of Minato. As Orochimaru ordered Kabuto to search for strong shinobi corpses, he was simultaneously prying into the secrets of the Rinnegan from Obaido. Coincidentally, Orochimaru came to the same conclusion as Jiraiya. To defeat Shaijin, they needed a space-time user who could close the distance and kill him in one strike. Are you joking? Obaido scoffed at Orochimaru's plan. He recalled the only 2 times he had ever lost a battle after gaining his Mangekyou Sharingan. With a deep voice, he revealed a piece of critical information. That bastard Shaijin can also use the Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru's expression darkened immediately. This was troublesome. He knew just how difficult it was to deal with a space-time user. But before long, Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile as he licked them. That only means we need a space-time user of our own. Unfortunately, Orochimaru let out a sigh, thinking about his former rival. I can't use Edo Tensei to revive Minato Namikaze. Perhaps Orochimaru recalled a highly classified secret he had obtained from Danzo. Minato used the Reaper Death Seal before he died. His soul was devoured by the Shinigami instead of entering the afterlife, which is why Edo Tensei can't summon him. Even if you could revive him. Obaido sneered at Orochimaru's delusions. Do you think you could control his will? Orochimaru's slitted pupils narrowed. That was indeed a problem. Because Edo Tensei still needed refinement. He had to find a way to allow the resurrected shinobi to retain their full strength, while still keeping them under his control. Especially for someone like Hashirama Senju. The cells of the first Hokage were scattered everywhere, making it incredibly easy to use Edo Tensei to revive him. The real difficulty lay elsewhere. If his strength was too great, he would be impossible to control. But if his power was too weak, then he wouldn't pose any threat to Shaijin. I need more time. Orochimaru could only sigh regretfully. He planned to continue refining Edo Tensei while also researching the Reaper Death Seal, hoping to uncover a way to bypass it. After all, based on the intel you just provided, the Shaijin we're up against is a space-time jutsu user. That means I need to find a way to Edo Tensei summon Minato Namikaze. Do as you wish. Obaido fell silent for a moment before replying indifferently, as if he no longer cared about the teacher he had once killed with his own hands. However, we only have 7 or 8 years at most. Obaido wasn't willing to wait indefinitely for Orochimaru's research. He recalled a piece of information Kisame had relayed to him and spoke in a cold tone. According to intel from the Akatsuki, in order to protect the Nine Tails, Shaijin has personally gone to Konoha. Konoha? Orochimaru's eyes flickered. It seemed there might be a way to deal with Shaijin. Of course, before an actual plan could be put together. This hypothetical plan had to include a space-time user. Either Minato Namikaze or Tobirama Senju had to be resurrected. The problem was, neither of them could be revived via Edo Tensei. It wasn't as if they could just rely on Obaido, right? Sure, Obaido was also a space-time user, but he was far too unreliable. Orochimaru didn't doubt Obaido's strength. What he doubted was Obaido's mindset. The man always spoke and acted as if the entire world should bow to his will. That kind of arrogance made it hard to trust him. Chapter 131, I am a medical ninja. Do you need help? Inside Konoha village, Shaijin was facing a minor inconvenience. Black Zetsu didn't fully trust Shaijin's intentions and was trying its best to speak ill of Asura in front of him, hoping Shijin would no longer be deceived. "All right. I won't believe them again." Shijin assured Black Zetsu that he would no longer trust any reincarnation of Asura's chakra, even giving an example. "Neither Asura nor Hashirama succeeded in their efforts. Why would I believe the third one?" "Good." Black Zetsu barely nodded in satisfaction before pressing for another promise. Its voice turned sinister as it proposed an idea. "Then let's find an opportunity to make this clear. Let that brat understand that we were never on the same path to begin with. Shijin, that brat and we are destined to be enemies. He is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sooner or later, the Nine-Tails must become part of the Ten-Tails, which means we will inevitably stand against him. And Asura's chakra will continue to influence him. Given his personality, he will never willingly entrust his fate to Kaguya in the future." "I understand." Shijin gave a faint nod, his tone calm as he agreed. "Once Naruto has the power to protect himself, I will leave Konoha. That time wouldn't be too far away. Especially now that Naruto, after witnessing Shijin's battle against Jiraiya, had grown even more enthusiastic about training. Aside from going around telling everyone that Shijin defeated Jiraiya with just one hand, there were no other issues. That would be for the best." Black Zetsu finally accepted Shijin's words. However, it was still somewhat uneasy and brought up another matter to divert his attention. "Perhaps you should also keep an eye on another child. Uchiha Sasuke. That child is exceptionally talented. In fact, his chakra might be quite special as well. Haven't you always wanted him to grow strong enough to replace his brother, Itachi, and become our ally?" In truth, Black Zetsu had already suspected that Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Because the reincarnation of Indra's chakra never lingered in the ninja world, each time they died, they would reincarnate immediately. Based on the time of Madara's death, Sasuke was the most likely candidate. Uchiha Sasuke, huh? Shijin saw through Black Zetsu's little scheme but still played along, speaking in a deep voice. "I've noticed that child before. He trains very diligently." Indeed. Sasuke trained incredibly hard. Even though he was widely recognized as the #1 prodigy among his peers, that never stopped him from pushing himself further. He trained harder than anyone else his age, maintaining his position as the top student in his class. To dismiss his efforts simply by calling him a genius would be unfair to him, especially since Sasuke trained alone. He had no one to guide him, no one to help him grow stronger. He could only follow the traces left by his fallen clan, searching for his own path to power and revenge. The cruelest part was the blood debt of the Uchiha clan that weighed on him. His own brother had murdered his parents and their entire family. No matter how hard he tried to avoid it, he could always feel the pitying or scrutinizing gazes of others. However, the Uchiha were born proud. That pride made Sasuke unable to stand being pitied. It made him more and more withdrawn, refusing to befriend his peers or accept anyone's sympathy. Right now, Sasuke had only one goal: revenge. At dusk, by the lake at the old Uchiha training ground, a black-haired boy stood on the shore, drenched in sweat. His body was exhausted, yet his fingers continued to form hand seals at an incredible speed. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. The boy gritted his teeth, exhaling a massive fireball. But his body had reached its limit. He could no longer control the flames. The fire veered off course, burning his clothes and scorching his arm red-hot. Not enough. The boy finally slumped to the ground in frustration. This jutsu was already taking a huge toll on his body. Yet the determination in his eyes did not waver. He looked at his burned arm, intending to rest briefly before continuing his training. "I can't fall behind." The black-haired boy clenched his fist, ignoring the pain in his arm. His mind replayed the recent events. "That dead last in my class is getting stronger. If this keeps up, I might not be able to defeat him. If he let someone like that surpass him, how could he ever hope to kill Itachi and fulfill his revenge?" Just as Sasuke was thinking about the classmate who had been improving so quickly, that very classmate's voice rang out beside him. "Shijin, Shijin." Naruto tugged at Shijin's hand, looking a bit troubled. "Can you train with me tomorrow?" Lately, Jirya-sensei keeps leaving me alone to refine my chakra. Sitting still and doing chakra training is so boring. Is it working? Shijin did not question Jirya's teaching methods. Yeah. Naruto immediately perked up, grinning as he boasted about his achievements. Today, during sparring, I finally managed to channel chakra into my punches. I was so close to knocking down that stuck-up guy. Ahem. Shijin frowned slightly. However, Naruto knew him too well. Before Shijin could say anything, Naruto quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest. Don't start lecturing me again about how chakra should be used to protect people, not for fighting. Naruto already knew Shijin's stance on ninja battles. Shijin never liked seeing them use chakra for unnecessary fights, but in the academy, sparring was part of their training. It was unavoidable. And this time, Naruto had almost beaten Sasuke. Still, Naruto didn't actually disagree with Shijin's views. Noticing Shijin's unchanged expression, Naruto pouted and muttered. If we run into danger when we grow up, I'll definitely protect Sasuke too. He's my rival after all. Even if that's just my own stubborn wish, I refuse to lose to that stuck-up guy now. Shijin's face remained unreadable. By the lake, Sasuke clenched his teeth. That dead last. Did he really think he was that strong? Fine. Naruto wasn't completely without talent. But he was getting too cocky. Did he think having a good teacher would be enough to surpass him? HMPH. Naruto noticed Sasuke sitting by the lake, his earlier determination fading slightly. He's here again. HMPH. Sasuke turned his head away, equally annoyed. Shijin, let's go. Naruto huffed and grabbed Shijin's arm, ready to leave. But Shijin simply ruffled Naruto's spiky blonde hair and remained still, his gaze fixed on Sasuke's burned arm. Sasuke instinctively tried to pull his arm back. His reckless training had caused him to lose control of his jutsu, an embarrassing mistake for an Uchiha, especially in front of Naruto. No. More accurately, Sasuke didn't want anyone to see his moment of weakness. Even if he had suffered, even if he had endured countless wounds, he never wanted to show any vulnerability. Because he was an Uchiha. Even if he was the last Uchiha in Konoha. Yet when Shijin looked at him, it was as if he were simply looking at an ordinary person. He neither admired him for being an Uchiha, nor pitied him for being the last one. At the very least, Sasuke could see the complete calmness in Shijin's expression. For some reason, that made him feel both relieved and strangely frustrated. As Sasuke clenched his teeth and endured the burning pain, a steady, tranquil voice reached his ears. A voice that, for thousands of years, had brought healing to the suffering. I am a medical ninja. Do you need help? Chapter 132. Who said the child of prophecy could only be one? By the lakeshore. Shijin's hand emitted a faint green glow. Under his medical ninjutsu, Sasuke's burned arm slowly returned to normal, and the treatment process was so smooth that there was no discomfort at all. This man. Sasuke couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His medical skills were far beyond what Sasuke had expected. Perhaps it was simply due to his own lack of experience, but still. There was something about him that was truly different. Back when he was recovering in the hospital after being trapped in Itachi's Tsukuyomi, he had seen too many pitying gazes. The doctors and nurses always looked at him the same way, as if their faces were full of words they wanted to say but dared not. Is this the only surviving child? How tragic to have experienced something like that. However, Shijin was different. From beginning to end, his demeanor remained the same. He was merely a medical ninja treating a patient, and Sasuke was simply someone who needed healing. Losing control of fire release, jutsu can be dangerous. Shijin withdrew his chakra and reminded him, as if he were speaking to an ordinary patient. Be more mindful of your chakra control next time you train. You lost control of your jutsu. Naruto, who had been standing beside Shijin, suddenly shouted, staring at Sasuke. Are you insane? What were you thinking? Shut up, what do you know? Sasuke snapped, irritated. What could this dead last loser possibly understand? If he didn't push himself, his revenge would remain out of reach forever. Itachi was too strong. As his younger brother, Sasuke had known since childhood just how gifted Itachi was. Their father, Fugaku, had always had high hopes for Itachi, while Sasuke, the second son, was met only with disappointment. Since he was a child, he had always been overshadowed by his brother. Yet, he never resented their father's favoritism, because the brother their father favored truly cared for him. But then, that nightmare, his father, his mother, his entire clan, all of them slaughtered by Itachi's blade. He had never been able to surpass his brother's talent. So if he didn't push himself to the absolute limit, how would he ever have a chance to avenge them? Naruto. Shijin called out, stopping Naruto from arguing further. His gaze shifted to Sasuke, who was still trembling with pain, and he spoke in a calm tone. Sasuke, if you need a training partner, you can train with Naruto. Your name is a good one. Looking at the black-haired boy, Shijin suddenly spoke of an old memory. I once saved a ninja named Sasuke. He nearly died from his own fire-release jutsu. Sasuke fell silent and lowered his head. The truth was, he really did need a sparring partner. At the academy, he had no rivals. He was always number one. But recently, this dead-last idiot kept getting stronger and closing the gap between them, making him feel an increasing sense of urgency. Thanks. Sasuke's voice was so quiet it was almost inaudible. When Jiraiya heard about this, he arrived at the lakeside, only to see two boys clashing fiercely, sparring with everything they had. His eyes widened. Wait, what was going on? Given Naruto's troublesome personality, Jiraiya had never expected anyone would willingly train with him, let alone the top student of the academy. In the time he had been mentoring Naruto, Jiraiya had heard all about his rivalry with the so-called genius, Sasuke Uchiha. This didn't make sense. Didn't they have a terrible relationship? How had things changed so quickly? That child. Jiraiya turned toward Shijin, about to ask him something. It's Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking his pipe, suddenly appeared beside them. He watched Sasuke and Naruto sparring, then turned to look at Shijin. Because Sasuke was Itachi's younger brother. Shijin didn't even glance at the two boys fighting. His response caught Hiruzen off guard. That child was given the name Sasuke. Jiraiya rubbed his head in confusion. Wait, what was that supposed to mean? That child was given the name Sasuke. What kind of question was that? However, Hiruzen immediately understood. He thought of his father, Sarutobi Sasuke. And in that moment, he realized why Shijin paid special attention to Sasuke. It wasn't just because he was Itachi's younger brother. Perhaps it was simply the name itself. That reminded him of an old friend. Yes. Hiruzen sighed and explained. Fugaku named his second son after my father. This kind of naming tradition wasn't uncommon. In the shinobi world, it was often seen as a way to honor a great predecessor. Your father was an exceptional man. Shijin didn't hesitate to offer praise. It was as if, through Sasuke, he was reminiscing about someone from long ago. His gaze fell back on Sasuke. I hope that child will also become an exceptional ninja. If my father knew, he would be honored. Hiruzen smiled. His father had great respect for Shijin, almost as much as he had for Hashirama Senju. He had always spoken of Shijin with admiration, even proudly telling Hiruzen about his time traveling the ninja world alongside him. Unfortunately, Sasuke's heart was filled with hatred, and there was nothing Hiruzen could do about it. He knew the full truth behind the Uchiha clan's downfall, but even he had no idea how to heal the rift between Itachi and Sasuke. If he told Sasuke the truth, could he even handle it? Would he not direct his hatred toward Konoha's leadership instead? If he didn't tell him, then Itachi would always be the target of his revenge, and this cycle of hatred would never end. That child Sasuke is impressive. Jiraiya watched as Sasuke easily evaded Naruto's attacks. Even though Naruto has learned to use chakra in close combat, Sasuke has already adapted to its limitations and dodged preemptively. It had to be said. This kind of sparring was making both of them stronger at an incredible rate. Naruto and Sasuke were rapidly adjusting to each other's strengths and weaknesses. Every day after class, they would come to the lake, where Shijin or Jiraiya would oversee their training. Beyond their sparring, Naruto was still required to refine his chakra. And Jiraiya had also begun teaching Sasuke more fire release jutsu. After all, the Uchiha clan had a natural talent for fire release. And Sasuke was progressing alarmingly fast. Fire release, flame bullet. With a single hand seal, Sasuke spewed a roaring fireball, incinerating a distant target to ashes. Jiraiya watching felt strange. It was odd seeing an Uchiha using one of his jutsu. But then again, an Uchiha using fire release was nothing unusual. What an exceptional talent. Jiraiya couldn't help but praise Sasuke's abilities. It reminded him of when he mentored Nagato and Minato, true prodigies. However, just as he was feeling proud of Sasuke's progress, he heard Shijin speak. That child. Would you consider him your student now? Shijin's gaze remained on Sasuke as he suddenly asked. Could he also be the child of prophecy who will change the ninja world? Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically. His eyes widened in shock. His voice trembled. The child of prophecy. No, that's supposed to be Naruto, right? Wasn't there only one child of prophecy? Wasn't Naruto supposed to be the only one? How could Sasuke also be a possibility? Jiraiya didn't want to believe Shijin's words. He refused to accept the idea that Sasuke could also be the child of prophecy. But if that child also desires to change the ninja world? Shijin looked toward Sasuke, his tone carrying an implicit meaning. Why do you assume he cannot be the child of prophecy? In this world, no one is truly special. These two children are just like Hashirama and Midoriya of the past. After all, in a world filled with so many people, it is inevitable that some will be drawn together, whether by similarity or by fate. Even those who seek to change the world, even those who dream of ending war through power, different individuals, can still walk the same path. Shijin's gaze fell upon Jiraiya, his words drawing out the thought he wanted to implant. Before the ninja world is truly changed, all of your students are potential children of prophecy. Any of them might step forward and reshape the world. Perhaps they will cooperate, like Yahiko and his friends once did. Or perhaps they will fight to the death. Two individuals with opposing ideals, but the same goal, battling until one of them emerges as the one who will truly change the ninja world. If anything, the latter seems more likely. Hahaha, that's impossible. Jiraiya forced a laugh, though his voice was strained. He felt like his head was about to explode. He had never imagined that Shijin would present such a theory. In the past, Jiraiya had constantly feared that he wouldn't be able to find the child of prophecy. That was why he had spent years wandering the ninja world, taking on numerous students, hoping that among them, he would find the destined one. But now, for the first time, he was terrified. Because if Shijin was right, then every child he mentored could be the child of prophecy. They might work together, just like Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato once did. Or they might fight to the death. That's impossible. There can only be one child of prophecy. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, desperately clinging to his belief. Then, as if grasping at straws, he suddenly said with confidence, Wait, haha, even if I've taught Sasuke a few jutsu, he's not actually my student. Chapter 133, A Conspiracy Everyone Welcomes. This is the proof. Jiraiya believed he had found the proof. Because he had never officially accepted Uchiha Sasuke as his disciple, and Sasuke had never referred to him as Master Jiraiya alongside Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke carries too much darkness and hatred. When Jiraiya said this, his voice was no longer playful. Instead, it carried a heavy weight. At least in my opinion, he can't possibly bear any more. This was not discrimination. It was pity for Uchiha Sasuke. Shijin's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care about the so-called proof Jiraiya had brought up. He merely instilled the idea that the child of prophecy could exist in both Naruto and Sasuke. Right now, Jiraiya believed that his only disciple was Uzumaki Naruto. But the white-haired man didn't know that he still had some disciples who, according to rumors, had long since died. And one of those disciples was undertaking a major mission: to assassinate Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of Aimgakure. Although to the greater shinobi world, killing Hanzo was a significant event, For the Akatsuki, it was merely a small matter. Since his body had fully recovered, Nagato had been looking for an opportunity to eliminate Hanzo. Now, he no longer needed to wait and create more Rinnegan puppets. His own power was already enough. However, this was both business and personal. Nagato believed that they needed to take full control of the Land of Rain to keep Akatsuki's secrets safe. But in the end, this mission was also an act of revenge for the past. Land of Rain. In a valley stood an iron cage-like building. However, the structure had already collapsed into ruins. The wreckage was surrounded by the corpses of Aimgakure shinobi, scattered in disarray. Only one man remained alive. Hanzo the Salamander. You. Hanzo looked in horror at Pain approaching, followed closely by Nagato and Konan. His body trembled as he tried to back away. The once fearless man, who had once risked his life to protect his country, had long since lost his courage. With age, he had grown attached to power and clung desperately to his dwindling life. Goodbye. Pain raised his palm. The next moment, a powerful repulsive force crushed down on Hanzo. The leader of Aimgakure, who had once left his mark on the shinobi world, who had once fought against the invasions of the great nations, widened his eyes in shock. In an instant, under the sudden and overwhelming force, he met a tragic and unceremonious death. With Hanzo's demise, there was no longer anyone to obstruct Akatsuki's rule over the Land of Rain. Pain immediately led Nagato and Konan to take over Aimgakure and establish a new order. This event did not escape Shaijin's notice. Shaijin did not care about Pain's actions. He was only contemplating how to get Nagato to meet Jirya sooner. If possible, Shaijin hoped to use an old acquaintance. Unfortunately, that acquaintance could not move freely. Ever since hearing that Shaijin had arrived in Konoha, this person had been trying to find a way to contact him. However, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had issued a strict order forbidding any opportunity for the two to meet. Danzo is always busy. Once, in casual conversation, Hiruzen deliberately mentioned this acquaintance in front of Shaijin, lying without the slightest shame. After all, Shimura Danzo had once followed Shaijin. Hiruzen didn't want them to meet. He didn't want Danzo to find a way to use Shaijin. Konoha's situation had stabilized. Danzo, who had once been an uncontrollable force within the village, should no longer be stirring up trouble. Konoha had no need for his influence anymore. Under the Hokage's command, Danzo was to quietly retire and wait for the day he was buried. But of course, Danzo would never accept this. As a man of ambition, Danzo had no intention of sitting idly by. He once again harbored murderous intent toward the man who had suppressed him for so long, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Of course, Danzo would never act personally. Instead, he relied on his ally, Orochimaru, while also waiting for the day Orochimaru could bring him a Rinnegan. However, Orochimaru was too busy to entertain Danzo. In fact, Orochimaru no longer even considered Danzo worth his attention. Everything naturally fell into the hands of his steward, Kabuto Yakashi. After all, Orochimaru needed time to perfect the Edo Tensei technique, so he could summon even stronger shinobi in the future. He also needed to study the dead demon-consuming seal to resurrect the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and to research Shaijin's cloning project to achieve immortality. Time passed slowly. As Naruto and Sasuke grew stronger, Orochimaru finally made a breakthrough in one of his research topics. He discovered a way to break open the Shinigami's body. There exists a mask capable of connecting to the underworld. By wearing this mask, the Shinigami can be summoned. At the cost of the user's soul, the Shinigami's body can be cut open, freeing the spirits sealed within, allowing them to ascend to the Pure Land. This mask had been sealed away in Konoha, inside the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple. The shinobi world knew little about the dead demon-consuming seal, let alone how to undo it. Konoha's High. Orochimaru read through the scroll detailing the Uzumaki clan's secrets. A complex glint flashed through his serpent-like eyes. It seems I can never escape my fated homeland. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto cautiously tested Orochimaru's thoughts. But Orochimaru didn't hide anything. He narrowed his eyes. First, let's find a way to obtain that mask. This mission naturally fell to Kabuto. It was neither particularly difficult nor particularly safe. Orochimaru couldn't trust anyone else with it, so Kabuto was the best choice. After all, Konoha was not weak. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were there, making it inconvenient for Orochimaru to act personally. If they detected his presence, it would lead to trouble. Oh, right. Try contacting Danzo as well. I've come up with a plan to deal with Shijin, but I'll need Danzo's help. Understood. Kabuto immediately nodded. What plan? Uchiha Obaido asked Orochimaru, his tone laced with disdain. What exactly have you been planning? All these years, you've claimed to be perfecting Edo Tensei, but I've yet to see any results. According to their initial plan, Orochimaru was supposed to create an army of powerful Edo Tensei shinobi to fight Shijin. Yet, so far, he hadn't revived many strong individuals. He hadn't even summoned the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru's reasoning was simple. If Edo Tensei's Hashirama was too weak, he'd be useless against Shijin. If Edo Tensei's Hashirama was too strong, he'd break free and possibly kill Orochimaru instead. A paradox. Orochimaru smirked, ignoring Obaido's attitude, and revealed his true thoughts. Fine. If you're that impatient, I'll just tell you my plan now. Orochimaru's scheme was meant to ignite a storm across the shinobi world. But what mattered most to Shijin was not the plan itself. It was how Black Zetsu reacted to it. The fact that Kabuto delivered this intel first meant Black Zetsu hadn't shared it, perhaps because this plan aligned with its own agenda. That creature really feared Shijin being influenced by Asura's chakra reincarnations. Perhaps it was time for Shijin to offer it a gift. Like this very conspiracy. Shijin tapped his fingers lightly, his voice calm and measured. Orochimaru wants to be the wind that turns the windmill, but the windmill should always be the one to respond. Kabuto couldn't quite understand. Even though the plan was devised by Orochimaru, Shijin clasped his hands together, his tone thoughtful. The timing, location, and the people who will inevitably be caught up in this storm should all be decided by me in advance. Chapter 134. Today is an important day. Fortunately, Shijin still remembered some strategies for executing conspiracies. For example, if he wanted to use someone else's scheme, the first step was to immerse himself in the conspiracy, then deliberately expose part of it, and finally seize control of the plot for himself. This time, however, was different. Because this time, it was of great significance. Shijin was exceptionally meticulous in his planning. This was no longer just about himself. He had to consider the lives and deaths of many, as well as their psychological states. Not only did he have to account for the living, but also the dead. For Shijin, devising a conspiracy wasn't unfamiliar territory. He carefully ensured that all factors were accounted for, that nothing was overlooked. Only after confirming there were no gaps did he hand over the first phase of work to Kabuto. The contents of this are interesting. Interesting. Kabuto's pupils constricted for an instant as he opened the scroll and read its contents. How could this be? That child is the fourth Hokage. This is a secret known by all of Konoha's higher-ups. Shijin patted Kabuto's shoulder and seriously instructed, in a short while, that child will be graduating from the academy. Treat what's written in the scroll as my graduation gift to him. I'll need your help with it. Understood. Kabuto nodded solemnly. That's settled then. Shijin thought back to his time in Konoha and spoke softly. After all, I've formed a bond with that child. When I leave, he might be sad, so I might as well make him happy first. And also let him make a choice. That child has already gained so much. Let's see if greed will drive him to reach for even more. That's the first matter. Shijin looked at Kabuto and continued in a deep voice. The second matter, Orochimaru asked you to contact Danzo. When you do, pass along a message. The leader of Aimgakure, Hanzo the Salamander, has been killed by the wielder of the Rinnegan. That individual has taken over Aimgakure and may seek an opportunity to exact revenge on him and Konoha. Kabuto's pupils trembled. This kind of critical information. Should they really be warning Danzo in advance? Kabuto couldn't quite understand. This intelligence could make Danzo take defensive measures. It made more sense to withhold it. Just do as I say. Let Danzo feel a sense of crisis. At the very least, make him realize that he cannot remain uninvolved in the great storm that is approaching. He must take risks and act if he wants to achieve his goals. What he is owed, I should give it to him. And what he owes, I should take it back. After explaining his arrangements, Shijin gave Kabuto another reminder. Once you've completed these 2 tasks in Konoha, don't risk involving yourself any further. Orochimaru is about to unleash a great storm. If you get too deeply entangled, you could be in danger. Understood. A warmth spread in Kabuto's heart. He glanced once more at the contents of the scroll. Then I'll contact Mizuki, who worships Orochimaru. Be careful. If you encounter danger. Shijin's gaze locked onto Kabuto, his voice calm and steady. No matter how much power you have to reveal, don't hesitate. What we're doing right now isn't actually that important. It's just to make our path smoother. Even if the plan encounters setbacks and our journey faces obstacles, nothing can stop us from reaching our final destination. Kabuto lowered his head once again. Konoha Ninja Academy. The academy was holding its new round of graduation exams. As usual, Naruto Uzumaki remained at the bottom of the class in academics. However, he had been continuously improving his chakra control, which made his combat performance exceptional, even rivaling Uchiha Sasuke. The graduation exam required the use of the clone jutsu. Naruto wasn't particularly skilled at the standard clone jutsu. His strengths lay in the shadow clone jutsu, an even more advanced and difficult technique. As Naruto's mentor, Jiraiya had never stopped training him in the multi-shadow clone jutsu. He understood the boy's strengths well. Naturally, this exam posed no challenge at all. Even their instructor, Uruka Yumino, was utterly dumbfounded. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto raised his fingers to form the seal, a confident smirk on his face. This was his moment to shine in the graduation exam. In the next instant, the entire classroom was filled with Naruto's clones. Even the hallways outside were packed with them, drawing a crowd of awestruck students who stared in amazement at the sheer number of Narutos. Naruto wiped his nose smugly and looked at his examiners, Uruka and Mizuki. Uruka-sensei, well, I passed, right? Pass? Uruka shook off his shock and reluctantly stamped the approval mark, though he couldn't help but lecture his student. But remember, ninjutsu isn't for showing off, it's for protecting those who are important to you. Yeah, I got it. Naruto laughed it off. You. Uruka gave him a complex look and sighed. He knew he was no longer capable of teaching Naruto. Perhaps. He never really had been. Maybe. He had never been a proper teacher to the boy. Because his own parents had died during the Nine-Tails attack on the village, Uruka had always held mixed feelings about Naruto. Sometimes he treated him like a strict father, other times like a gentle mother. To outsiders, it would seem that Uruka had done more than enough for Naruto, always covering for his mischief, taking him out for ramen. But Uruka felt it was still not enough. Because no matter what he did, he could never fully let go of his inner doubts. So, I guess that means you've graduated. Mizuki smiled and acknowledged Naruto's success, even teasing. Maybe from now on, every graduating student in Konoha will remember the day Naruto Uzumaki filled the classroom with thousands of clones. Hato. Naruto grinned even wider. However, his joy lingered only briefly. At the graduation ceremony, parents gathered at the academy, smiling warmly as they accompanied their children. Naruto watched the other kids standing with their parents, feeling a pang of envy. But he wasn't alone on this important day. Lord Jiraiya. The parents and attendees all regarded the tall, white-haired man beside Naruto with great respect, expressing their admiration for one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Yes, Jiraiya had attended the ceremony as Naruto's guardian. His presence was so grand that it felt excessive. He was the most distinguished guest in attendance. Alone in the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke watched this scene with cold indifference. He didn't care for this pointless ceremony. Instead, he planned to go train on his own. He needed more power to achieve his revenge. Not to dwell on the past. Not to resent Naruto for what he had. But Jealousy was a hard thing to suppress. Once ignored by everyone, Naruto had now become the center of attention, even having one of the Sannin as his guardian at the ceremony. And himself, the academy's top student, had passed his exam in a conventional way. And at this important ceremony, he was alone. The more alone he was, the deeper his hatred burned. Because he had once had all of this. And it had been taken from him. Suppressing his resentment toward Itachi and his jealousy toward Naruto, Sasuke made his way to their usual training spot by the river. Coincidentally, someone else was already there. Shijin had not been invited to Naruto's graduation ceremony. Since Jiraiya was Naruto's mentor, the boy had immediately chosen to invite him, seeing Shijin merely as a friend rather than a guardian. Because of this, Shijin found himself alone on this day. However, when he saw Uchiha Sasuke appear by the river, he wasn't surprised. His arrival had been entirely within expectation. Shijin said nothing. He didn't ask Sasuke about the ceremony or why he had come here instead. He simply sat by the river in silence, writing on a scroll. Sasuke trained fiercely, pushing his body to exhaustion as if trying to vent everything inside him. When his chakra was finally depleted, he collapsed onto the grass, breathing heavily. "Thank you." Sasuke suddenly spoke. He was grateful to Shijin for simply being there, for accompanying him in his loneliest moment, even if it was just because Shijin had nothing better to do. Shijin looked at him, a trace of confusion in his eyes, as if he didn't understand why this black-haired boy was suddenly thanking him. Sasuke didn't explain further. He stole a glance at Shijin, then quickly averted his eyes, berating himself for saying something unnecessary. This man always seemed indifferent to everything. He never acted as though he was helping others. And yet, he had indeed helped many people. What then did he truly care about? Was there anything in this world that could move him? That could change the look on his face. Shijin never seemed happy. Nor did he ever seem sad. If Sasuke had allowed his rare curiosity to take over and peeked at the scroll in Shijin's hands, he would have found many familiar names, perhaps even his own. But Sasuke was never the type to be curious. Even if he felt a flicker of interest, he would have forced it down in the name of his revenge, convincing himself that distractions were unacceptable. Unaware of the young Uchiha's thoughts, Shijin continued writing. His brush moved across the scroll, adding another line to a list of names. Naruto Uzumaki, Mizoki, Kaburayakashi, Orochimaru. Shijin looked up at the sky, watching as the evening clouds burned with the colors of twilight, while the horizon darkened with the approach of night. Tonight would mark the beginning. From this moment on, darkness would descend upon the ninja world. The man who had once brought infinite light to this world had finally decided to share the shadows he had once held. Today is an important day. Shijin's voice drifted over the riverbank. It's not that important. Sasuke assumed he was referring to the graduation ceremony. Lying on the grass, staring at the sky, his voice was cold. It doesn't matter at all. Chapter 135. It's time for you to know who your parents are. The Ninja Academy. The graduation ceremony had finally come to an end. As the teacher of this graduating class, Uruka Yumino had finished his duties for the day and could finally relax. When he returned to the now empty classroom to tidy up, he felt a deep sense of loss. From this moment on, he would no longer be able to spend time with this group of kids every day. It's easy. Tricking Naruto will be simple. As long as I use him to get the Uzumaki clan's treasure, I can leave the village and pledge my loyalty to Lord Orochimaru. Of course, Lord Orochimaru has always welcomed talent. I just didn't expect you to discover my identity. Hey. This was just a coincidence. After all, an ordinary ninja wouldn't act the same way as us, the ones who admire Lord Orochimaru. I secretly saw that you wanted to use a snake to abduct Naruto in secret. That was too risky, so I stepped in to stop you. But I never thought that you were actually carrying out Lord Orochimaru's orders. I was originally planning to steal the Scroll of Seals to gain favor with Lord Orochimaru, but this is an even better opportunity. That Uzumaki clan treasure, is it more valuable to Lord Orochimaru than the Scroll of Seals? The conversation reached Uruka's ears. One of the voices was all too familiar. It was his colleague Mizuki, who had assisted in the graduation exams. The other voice was unfamiliar, making it impossible for Uruka to identify. However, what they were discussing was terrifying. These two were working for Orochimaru, an S-rank rogue ninja, and they were planning to use Naruto to steal the Uzumaki clan's treasure left in Konoha. This was serious. But Uruka was alone. He might not be able to handle the two of them, especially since Mizuki was also a Chunin like him. As for the other person, their strength was unknown. Uruka instinctively crouched down, listening in on their conversation from the hallway, his eyes widening in shock at what he overheard. That brat Naruto. Does he really have the blood of the Uzumaki clan? I thought Uzumaki clan members always had red hair. That kid is blonde, he doesn't look like one at all. This is a secret known only to Konoha's higher-ups. Naruto's mother was the previous Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. His father was Konoha's fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. When Uchiha Obito attacked Konoha with the Ninetales, those two sacrificed their lives to seal the beast within their newborn child. Even the fourth Hokage soul had no chance to rest in peace. The revelation was shocking beyond words. Uruka had never once considered that Naruto's parents had died that night, just like his own parents in the Ninetales attack. But even more shocking, Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, the very man who had ended the attack at the cost of his life. Uruka's heart trembled. His emotions stirred so violently that his body involuntarily reacted. His leg bumped into the table beside him, causing a loud noise. "Who's there?" Mizuki's face was instantly filled with panic. He instinctively grabbed a kunai and lunged toward the classroom. Uruka had no time to hesitate. He leaped out of the window, escaping as fast as possible. He needed to get this information to the village. That child, the child of Konoha's greatest hero. The child whom everyone had misunderstood and shunned as a disaster. Uruka had never regretted anything more than failing to properly care for Naruto. He had to warn the village, no matter what. Naruto couldn't be allowed to be harmed or used. However, finding someone to report to was difficult. Because today was graduation day, the school was completely deserted. The only ones still around were himself and Mizuki, the two teachers overseeing the school's final affairs. Whoosh! Mizuki's figure moved rapidly in pursuit. A kunai flew toward Uruka's leg. His body lost balance and he fell to the ground, but he immediately crawled back up, struggling to flee. "I'll handle him." The unknown figure stopped Mizuki from advancing, watching Uruka's retreating form with calm eyes. "You're a teacher at the academy, so Naruto will trust you easily. Go lure him to the Uzumaki clan's storage in Konoha and retrieve the treasure. We need to leave as soon as possible." Understood. Mizuki gritted his teeth, glancing at the escaping Uruka in frustration. This was an unexpected obstacle, but it wouldn't change the overall plan. As long as they could get rid of Uruka quickly and leave before the village caught on, their mission would still be a success. Mizuki leaped away, heading for Naruto's home, while the unknown figure turned his attention back to Uruka. I should have fought them head-on. Uruka ran in circles through the forest behind the school, reflecting on his choices. Perhaps he shouldn't have fled, perhaps he should have fought his way toward the village instead. After all, it was only two enemies. But the other person's strength was completely unknown, and he had no way to ensure he could deliver the information safely. I hoped. I still have time. As Uruka looked back, he realized the enemy had vanished from sight, making him even more anxious. He couldn't afford to relax. The enemy wasn't pursuing him. That might mean they weren't confident in killing him quickly, or it could mean they had already gone after Naruto. But the enemy hadn't given up on killing him. If you couldn't see your enemy, it didn't mean they had stopped hunting you. It meant they had already found the perfect position to strike. Bang! An elbow struck the back of Uruka's neck, knocking him unconscious instantly. As a Chunin, his strength wasn't enough to resist the surprise attack. I can't believe it. The mysterious figure removed his hood, revealing gray hair. he adjusted his glasses with mild curiosity as he examined the unconscious Uruka. This level of ability, how did he catch the attention of that man? It was Kabuto Yakashi. He was far stronger than Uruka. But it doesn't really matter. Kabuto reached down, checking Uruka's pulse before nodding in satisfaction. He should wake up at just the right time. I'm not entirely sure, but according to that man's judgment, he's the right choice. Elsewhere, night had fallen. Naruto had returned home. After today's graduation ceremony, Naruto had felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. For the first time, he had been the center of attention, and even those who had looked down on him before had started to acknowledge him. Even the girl he liked, Sakura Haruno, had spoken to him. Although she had asked about Jiraiya first, and then immediately asked about Sasuke, it still made Naruto happy. Today was amazing. Naruto couldn't contain his excitement. Yes, it was. A sinister voice echoed in his room. Yes, it was. Who's there? Naruto's expression changed instantly. His body tensed with alertness as he turned toward the shadowy figure sitting by his window. Mizuki-sensei. Naruto blinked in surprise at the sight of his instructor. His guard lowered as he asked, Mizuki-sensei, what are you doing here? When it came to his teachers, Naruto had absolute trust. At 12 years old, having spent half his life in the academy, it was natural for him to believe in the people who had guided him. Especially this teacher, who had praised him so much today. You've graduated now. I came here to tell you something important. Mizuki's mouth curved into a smile, revealing a set of teeth in the dim light. Now that you're a ninja, it's time for you to know the truth about your parents. Naruto's face filled with confusion. Because this was something he had never even thought about before. And also, you should be curious. Mizuki spread his hands, his voice dripping with malice. Why have the people of this village always shunned you? Naruto's excitement faded instantly. Because that was something he had always wanted to know. Come with me. Mizuki extended a hand, his smile widening. I'll reveal the truth, and I'll give you the treasure your mother left behind. The Uzumaki clan's treasure. As a descendant of the legendary Uzumaki clan, Naruto, you are its rightful heir. Chapter 136, The Nine-Tails Chaos. This is Lord Orochimaru's gift. Uzumaki Naruto had no interest in treasure. The only thing he cared about was his own origins and why everyone in the village seemed to hate him. This was the answer he desperately wanted to know. Naturally, Mizuki wouldn't deny a child's curiosity. In fact, Naruto's curiosity was something Mizuki intended to use. Late at night, in the Hidden Leaf Village, inside the Uzumaki clan's memorial hall. The once grand memorial hall had become dilapidated. Since Naruto was the only orphan of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, no one had ever bothered to clean the place. The dim and eerie environment made it unsettling. Even though Naruto had just graduated from the Ninja Academy, he was still a child at heart. It was only his determination to uncover the truth that gave him the courage to stay there despite his fear. When they arrived at the memorial hall, Mizuki was ready to reveal everything to Naruto. After all, it was part of their plan. 12 years ago, a great disaster struck the village, the Nine-Tails Chaos. A monstrous nine-tailed fox rampaged that night, killing countless people. Many lost their loved ones, and ever since then, the villagers have harbored hatred toward the beast. They've also lived in fear that the Nine-Tails might return to wreak havoc once more. I know that. Naruto quickly signaled that he was aware of the event. After all, the tragedy of 12 years ago was still fresh in many people's memories. No matter how clueless he might be, he had heard about the bloody devastation caused by the Nine-Tails. But what did that have to do with him? Have you ever considered? Mizuki suppressed a grin, eager to see Naruto's reaction when he learned the truth. That you are that very nine-tailed fox. Naruto's steps came to a sudden halt. The blonde boy's pupils dilated, and his mind went blank as if it had short-circuited. All he could hear was Mizuki's words echoing in his head. His body stiffened. That's why everyone in the village hates you. Mizuki continued his cruel manipulation, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Everyone wishes you were dead. Even your teacher, Uruka Yumino. Uruka's parents were killed that night. Mizuki's expression twisted with malice as he continued to break Naruto's spirit. That guy may act like he cares about you, like he's accepted you, but deep down, he wishes you would just disappear. No, that's not true. Naruto trembled, pressing himself against a tree in shock and fear. Memories of villagers cursing at him flooded his mind. He thought about Uruka, the teacher who had always been kind to him. That teacher. Did he also wish for Naruto's death? Uruka had been the first person to ever show him kindness. Even before Shikamaru, Choji, Shijin, or Jiraiya. Uruka had always been there for him. Uruka wasn't as powerful as Jiraiya. Nor was he as strong as Shijin. But in Naruto's heart, Uruka had a special place. Before meeting Shijin and Jiraiya, Uruka had been his only support. Did that teacher actually hate him all along? Don't be afraid. Mizuki inched closer to Naruto, smiling as he watched the boy struggle with the truth. This isn't even your fault, you were just born that night. The 9 tails, it wasn't originally you. It was sealed inside you by someone else. Is that true? Naruto clung to this explanation, like a drowning man grasping at straws. Yes. It wasn't his fault. He wasn't to blame for being the 9 tails host. He had just been born. Someone had taken his life into their own hands and decided to seal the beast inside him. It wasn't his fault. It was that person's fault. Who did this to me? Naruto shouted. Your father. Mizuki's response froze Naruto in place. His face went pale. The lifeline he had just clung to suddenly felt like a curse. His father. His own father had sealed the 9 tails inside him. No. Fathers were supposed to be great, weren't they? Naruto had seen his classmates' fathers. Some were kind, some were strict, but all of them had love in their eyes. How could his father do this to him? How could he turn his own son into the 9 tails vessel? You actually had a great father, Naruto. Mizuki grinned, seemingly unaware that Naruto was shaking with anger. Your father was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Naruto was struck by lightning. That was an identity he had never even considered. No way. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined himself as the son of the 4th Hokage. Because he only knew Minato as the village's hero. A hero? Could a hero really be his father? A hero? Would a hero ever turn his own child into the 9 tails host? The 4th Hokage was a hero. Mizuki spread his arms, still speaking highly of Minato. He sealed the rampaging 9 tails inside his own newborn son to protect the village. Naruto's nails dug into his palms. Just as Mizuki was about to continue, an overwhelming surge of chakra burst from Naruto's body. The boy tilted his head back and let out a furious roar. Aochichich. He couldn't take it anymore. Or rather, he couldn't handle the truth. For 12 years, he had endured scorn, beatings, and hatred from the village. Everywhere he went, people wished for his death. And now, he was being told that it was all because of his own father. Mizuki stumbled back in fear. Naruto's body was surrounded by a sinister red chakra, and more tails were beginning to form behind him. This was bad. This wasn't part of the plan. They were supposed to use Naruto to obtain the treasure. But now, where was their backup? What was he supposed to do? Mizuki was paralyzed with terror as Naruto turned toward him. He didn't dare move. In the forest, Kabuto played with the Shinigami mask in his hand. The treasure had already been secured from the start. Mizuki had only been a tool. His purpose was simply to trigger the 9 tails power within Naruto. The timing is just right. Kabuto glanced at Uruka, who had just regained consciousness. Uruka's gaze followed Kabuto's line of sight. A towering pillar of crimson chakra was rising into the sky. That's the 9 tails. Uruka's voice trembled with fear. Memories of the previous 9 tails attack flashed through his mind. What are you planning? You already know, don't you? Kabuto smirked. The Uzumaki clan's treasure is ours. This chaos is simply Lord Orochimaru's gift to the village. A little 9 tails outbreak, I'm sure Konoha can handle it. Kabuto lifted the Shinigami mask and chuckled. The next time we return, Lord Orochimaru's generosity won't just be a small gift like this. It'll be much, much grander. Chapter 137, The Two Who Arrived First. Calling it just a little Ninetales incident. That was far too careless. The last Ninetales attack had cost Konoha dearly. Countless people had lost their lives, and it had only ended with the ultimate sacrifice of the fourth Hokage and his wife. And this time, how many more lives would Konoha lose? Uroka Yumino's eyes burned red with rage as he glared at Kabuto Yakashi, his hands itching to tear the man apart. This bastard. He dared to call this a gift. Orochimaru was insane, and so were his subordinates. You seem upset. Kabuto smirked, clearly noticing Uroka's anger. He was well aware of Naruto Uzumaki's situation, and with a curious tilt of his head, he asked, "But aren't you the ones who have been pushing that Ninetales host to the brink of mental collapse all along?" Uroka froze. For a moment, he had no way to refute it. Because, in truth, Naruto had always been teetering on the edge. From the moment he was born, his entire life had been surrounded by hatred. That child had rarely experienced love. Naruto had stumbled his way through life, relying solely on his unyielding will to endure the injustice and darkness that constantly tried to break him. It's really quite simple. Konoha has already taken 99 steps toward this outcome. You all have wanted that child dead from the start. Kabuto's voice was light, almost casual, as he continued. All we had to do was take the final step, tell him everything, make him realize that his entire life has been nothing but despair. No. Uroka gritted his teeth. No. That wasn't true. That child shouldn't have to live in despair forever. He shouldn't have to walk in darkness. He deserved to have light in his life. Because, in the end, Naruto Uzumaki, the one who carried the Ninetales seal, was just an ordinary child. A child who had known nothing, and yet bore the burden of their pain. After tonight, would he even survive? The village already despised the Ninetales. After this night, what kind of fate would await Naruto, whose life had already been filled with suffering? Uroka was just a simple Chunin instructor. A nobody in Konoha's rankings, with no real understanding of the significance of a Jinchuriki. All he knew was that his student was being used. Naruto. Uroka clenched his fists. He had to tell the truth to the people of the village. From the very beginning, it had never been Naruto's fault, and even now, everything was the result of Orochimaru's schemes. Inside Konoha, tonight was especially long. Many in the village couldn't sleep. Some of the academy graduates were still celebrating their promotion to full-fledged shinobi, and their families rejoiced with them. But others, those with more weight on their shoulders, lay awake, trying to prepare for the future. One such person was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. The old man sat in his chair, pipe in hand, lost in deep thought. He had just finished assigning the new graduates to their teams. But one issue remained unresolved. The Ninetales inside Naruto Uzumaki. It was no longer a major concern, but Hiruzen still needed to handle it carefully. He wanted to find a better way to approach the situation. It seems I need to seek his advice. Hiruzen exhaled a ring of smoke. He had to go to Shijin for guidance. Only Shijin knew the full truth about the Ninetales. If Shijin explained things to Naruto, it might make it easier for the boy to accept his burden. He needed to understand that the Ninetales wasn't just a curse. However, there would be no time for that now. A sudden tremor rattled the windows of the Hokage office. Hiruzen immediately stood, pipe clenched between his teeth, and strode to the window. In the distance, he saw a crimson light rise into the sky, and his hands began to tremble. How is this possible? The Ninetales chakra. It had erupted. Hiruzen already knew what had happened at the graduation ceremony earlier that day. He had seen Jiraiya spending time with Naruto on this important milestone. There was no reason for the Ninetales to break free today. There was no reason for it to go berserk. Not while Shijin was still in the village. But as Hokage, Hiruzen had no time for doubts. He removed his hat and shrugged off his ceremonial robe. Underneath was battle armor. Ever since the death of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, Hiruzen had resumed his role and had slept in armor every night. He was the strongest shinobi in the village, and it was his duty to protect Konoha. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. His former students, Tsunade and Jurgia, were still here. Summon Jurgia and Tsunade. Hiruzen crouched on the windowsill, calling out to his Anbu guards. Then, he hesitated. And he stopped himself. There was no need to say it. Shijin would not stand by and watch a disaster unfold. Not with his connection to Naruto. Not with his knowledge of the Nine Tails. And not with his nature. Konoha Hospital. Shijin often spent his nights here. Part of the time, he discussed medical ninjutsu with Tsunade. The rest, he reviewed her case files, occasionally pointing out things she had overlooked. The hospital was brightly lit. Shijin leaned against the window. From outside, his silhouette could be seen framed in the glow of the room. He never seemed to need rest, as if his life had been one long, uninterrupted struggle. When the Nine Tails chakra flared, he glanced at the clock on the wall. A little later than expected, but no matter. Inside the Uzumaki Memorial Hall, the Nine Tails chakra continued to grow. More and more tails emerged behind Naruto. Mizuki, the man responsible for this disaster, was beyond terrified. He could feel the sheer power of the chakra pressing down on him, making him feel insignificant. No. Please no. Mizuki was sobbing now. The red chakra was suffocating. The killing intent alone was unbearable. The air itself burned where the chakra touched it. His skin was already covered in searing marks. Naruto. You have to calm down. Mizuki cowered in the corner, tears and snot running down his face as he screamed. Don't you want to meet your father? If you find that treasure, you can ask him why he sealed the Nine Tails inside you. That was the plan. His mysterious benefactor had told him exactly how to manipulate Naruto. As long as the boy wanted to know the truth, he would help them find the Uzumaki clan's relic, the key to speaking with the dead. But why had it gone so wrong? They hadn't even found the treasure yet. Naruto had lost control the moment he learned the truth. And then, a ninth tail emerged. Naruto had completely transformed. His body was engulfed in a cloak of crimson chakra, and 8 massive tails swayed wildly behind him. He was no longer human, he was a monster. Help me. Mizuki's eyes rolled back in terror. Boom. The memorial hall's wall exploded. Tsunade crashed through the rubble, frowning in annoyance. What the hell are you screaming about? Shut up. Tsunade-sama. Mizuki sobbed in relief. What's going on? Jurgia landed beside her, eyes scanning the scene. First time releasing Nine Tails chakra, and he's already got 8 tails. The Anbu hadn't even arrived yet. But Tsunade and Jurgia had already made it here, faster than even Hiruzen. It's just this bastard here. Tsunade clenched her fist, glancing at Mizuki. He must have been up to something, we'll question him later. It's not me. Mizuki frantically waved his hands. It's all Naruto, he just wanted to know about his parents. Ignore him. Let's seal the Nine Tails first. Jurgia's hands formed a seal, his expression deadly serious. But Naruto sensed the threat. A massive chakra claw lashed out toward Jurgia, moving too fast for him to react. Move. Tsunade kicked Jurgia aside. As she pressed her palms together, black markings spread across her face. She knew. This wasn't a fight she could afford to take lightly. Chapter 138, The Unusual End of the Nine Tails Rampage. The entire Uzumaki Memorial Hall was reduced to rubble. Tsunade was sent flying backward from the debris. The battle had barely begun, yet she was already at a disadvantage. She had only just activated her cursed seal form and yin seal, but before she could even react, the Nine Tails, with its 8 tails, had already lashed out, leaving her wounded and sending her crashing through the air. A crimson claw emerged from the ruins, slashing toward Tsunade's body. Its razor-sharp talons pierced through her flesh. A tailed beast. Especially the most fearsome of them all, the Nine Tails. It was truly a monster beyond human comprehension. Even with her Senju lineage, even with the cursed seal granted by Shijin, even with the vast reserves of chakra stored in her yin seal, Tsunade found herself unable to match the beast's power. And this wasn't even the complete form of the Nine Tails. Yet Tsunede's expression remained unfazed. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips, but she reached out and grabbed the beast's claw, roaring as she hurled the Nine Tails out of the wreckage. Tsunade, Jirya, carrying the unconscious Mizuki, hurriedly retreated from the battlefield. His eyes widened in alarm as he saw her injuries. Without hesitation, he formed a summoning hand seal. Tsunade wiped the blood from her lips and glanced down at her rapidly healing wounds. The yin seal's automatic regeneration. But the Nine Tails wasn't about to stop. Its form shifted in midair, and its mouth opened wide, spewing forth a barrage of crimson chakra bullets at Tsunade like a torrential downpour. Tsunade's hands lit up with the green glow of a chakra scalpel. Black cursed seals rippled across her chakra-coated palms as she slashed away at the incoming projectiles, cutting through them one after another. Explosions erupted all around. Thick smoke engulfed the battlefield. More chakra bullets rained down, while Tsunade's glowing hands, like fragile saplings, stubbornly resisted the storm of crimson death. But the sapling survived. However, the Nine Tails realized this attack wasn't enough. It landed heavily on the ground, its body inflating grotesquely. Its ferocious maw widened unnaturally, gathering a golden sphere of immense energy before unleashing it toward Tsunade. This bastard. Tsunade's expression changed drastically. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. With Jirya's incantation, the ground beneath the Nine Tails turned into a thick, sucking mire. The beast's massive form sank into the swamp, and its golden energy beam veered off course, shooting into the sky like a pillar of light. In the distance, Kabuto watched the battle unfold. The mastermind of this chaos even had a smile on his face, marveling at the sheer destructive power of the eight-tailed Nine Tails. Truly spectacular. His lips curled upward. And those two aren't bad either. Kabuto murmured his admiration for Tsunade and Jirya, his expression filled with genuine respect. They truly deserve their status as the legendary Sannin, equal to Lord Orochimaru. But unfortunately, they are no match for the Nine Tails. If the beast had fewer tails, maybe they could suppress it, but with 8 tails out, their strength alone won't be enough. Uruka's heart was filled with dread. He had lived through the previous Nine Tails' rampage. He knew just how terrifying it was. Even though he wasn't sure how an 8-tailed state compared to the fully formed Nine Tails, he knew one thing. It was a disaster for Konoha. Kabuto chuckled as he observed the battle. Before the real threat arrives, kill Tsunade and Jirya. It will make Lord Orochimaru's future attack on Konoha that much easier. The one who will stop the beast. Uruka's fear deepened. Who in Konoha could stop the Nine Tails? 12 years ago, he had seen Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, drive the beast out of the village with his staff. But even then, he doubted Hiruzen could truly subdue it. Besides, this was all part of their plan, wasn't it? Uruka suddenly recalled Kabuto's words about this being just an appetizer. This attack was meant to weaken Konoha, so that when Orochimaru finally struck, resistance would be futile. Orochimaru, the most dangerous rogue, ninja in Konoha's history. Uruka couldn't even imagine what would happen if Konoha suffered heavy losses in this attack. How could they possibly defend against Orochimaru in the future? Uruka was just an academy instructor. His understanding of power was based on reputation. And if the 3 strongest in Konoha, Hiruzen, Jirya, and Tsunade, fell here, then Konoha would truly be doomed. And what about Naruto? Uruka clenched his teeth. That child had always wanted to be a ninja, had just graduated from the academy, he had always dreamed of becoming Hokage. Tsunade and Jirya shared the same concern. If they didn't stop the rampaging beast, Naruto would die. They quickly came to the same conclusion. We seal it. Sealing the Nine Tails was the only option. Both Tsunade and Jirya understood the weight of the situation. Konoha couldn't afford to lose the most powerful tailed beast. But sealing it was easier said than done. Summoning Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Jirya's hand seals flashed as he summoned a massive toad, which leaped onto the Nine Tails, pinning it down. The Nine Tails struggled furiously. In an instant, its crimson chakra erupted, wrenching itself free from the massive toad's grasp. Now, Even in its incomplete state, it had become an unstoppable force. It had no rational mind, only raw, destructive instinct. Tsunade swung her fist, smashing it into the beast's skull. Jirya, hurry up. Jirya raised his palm, preparing a sealing technique. But the moment his barrier seals formed, the sheer force of the Nine-Tails chakra shattered them instantly. The 5-element seal. Useless. The Nine-Tails, with 8 tails unleashed, was beyond his ability to seal. And the beast sensed Jirya's intent. Its rage exploded, and it lunged at him, its claws swiping faster than he could react. Move. Tsunade kicked Jirya aside, her hands swiftly forming a seal. Black markings spread across her body as she activated the full power of her yin seal. She knew. This was no ordinary fight. If they hesitated, they would die. Konoha. The village was in chaos. Shinobi scrambled to maintain order as civilians fled. What's going on? Shikaku Nara, the head of the Jonin Corps, asked grimly. Why has the Nine-Tails gone berserk? Let's move. Choza Akimichi donned his battle armor, glancing at his son being led to safety. We have to hurry. Inoichi Yamanaka wiped the sweat from his brow. Stopping the Nine-Tails would come at a heavy cost. The third Hokage is already there. Right now, Tsunade and Jirya are fighting the Nine-Tails. Despite the updates, none of it brought any relief. 12 years ago, the Nine-Tails had nearly destroyed Konoha. Stopping it again would require sacrifices. Unless a miracle happened. Suddenly, the battlefield trembled. And from above, a lone figure descended. Calm, unshaken. Shijin had arrived. Shijin descended slowly from the sky, completely unfazed by the raging chakra of the Nine-Tails. His expression remained calm as he watched the beast lunge toward him, its fangs bared in a monstrous roar. Then something strange happened. Just as the Nine-Tails' jaws snapped toward Shijin, just as its final tail was about to emerge, completing its transformation, its chakra suddenly began to recede. In the blink of an eye, the thick crimson cloak of chakra was drawn back. Before the stunned eyes of Konoha's shinobi, the rampaging chakra of the Nine-Tails swiftly collapsed in on itself. The beast's enormous form gradually shrank, and in its place, a blonde-haired boy fell to the ground. Naruto Uzumaki. The battlefield fell into complete silence. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief. The terrifying, uncontrollable Nine-Tails had been subdued in an instant by nothing more than Shijin's mere presence. Chapter 139, Shut Up, This Isn't Naruto's Fault. This scene was far too strange. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't make sense. All of Konoha had been thrown into panic by the Nine-Tails rampage. The villagers had rushed to evacuate, the shinobi had been prepared to sacrifice their lives to stop it. And yet, the Nine-Tails had suddenly stopped just like that. Jirya pressed a hand against his shoulder, where he had been burned by the chakra's energy. He finally let out a breath of relief. But Naruto Uzumaki. The boy looked lost, as if something had been taken from him. Even though he was surrounded by a crowd, he seemed completely alone, his expression filled with emptiness. But the Konoha shinobi no longer cared about Naruto's expression. Instead, their faces darkened with frustration and anger. That brat's Nine-Tails, had once again caused massive trouble for the village. Even though the Nine-Tails rampage had inexplicably ended, it had scared the entire village out of their minds. This wasn't some harmless prank like painting graffiti on the Hokage rock. If things had gone just a little differently, the village could have suffered immense casualties. No one wanted to relive the nightmare from 12 years ago. The Konoha shinobi didn't dare to openly question Naruto, fearing that the Nine-Tails might erupt again at any moment. But their expressions made their feelings clear. They were furious but too afraid to speak. That child, was he really a curse upon the village? But the shinobi weren't the only ones who had been watching this chaos unfold. When the Nine-Tails chakra suddenly disappeared, Kabuto Yakashi, who had been observing from a distance, let out a disappointed sigh. It ended just like that. Your plan failed, Uruka said, finally relaxing, not even caring that his life was still in his enemy's hands. Stopping the Ninetales rampage was far more important than his own safety. Did it? Kabuto's lips curled into another smirk. Whatever disappointment he had felt vanished in an instant. He casually lifted the mask in his hand. But it doesn't matter. Sure, it's a shame we didn't get to kill the third Hokage and the legendary Sannin. But in the end, we obtained the greatest treasure the Uzumaki clan left in Konoha. You. Uruka's eyes filled with worry as he looked at the mask in Kabuto's hand. That mask. What exactly was it? Just wait and see. Wait for Lord Orochimaru's next move. Your luck ends here. Kabuto's voice echoed as his figure vanished into the night, leaving behind a chilling declaration. When Lord Orochimaru returns to his homeland, we will bring with us the remains of the previous Hokage and rule over Konoha. Rule over Konoha. Uruka's expression twisted into a deep frown. But he was just a Chunin instructor. This was something he could only report to the third Hokage. No, that wasn't right. He was a teacher. Uruka suddenly remembered his duty. He thought of his student Naruto and what kind of backlash the boy would face after this incident. Ignoring the pain in his injured leg, Uruka sprinted toward Naruto, desperately hoping to explain the truth to everyone. And the village had always kept the truth about the Ninetales a secret from Naruto, but now, after tonight, that child would undoubtedly know everything. That child who had always been misunderstood. Would he continue to be treated this way forever? Thankfully, the distance wasn't too far, and Kabuto had been observing from nearby. When Uruka arrived, the Konoha shinobi were still gathered, loudly arguing about what had just happened with the Ninetales. Coincidentally, an Edo Tensei guest in Konoha was currently chatting with Hiruzen Sarutobi, delaying the third Hokage from stepping in. Truly, that person's status was too high. Even as Hokage, Hiruzen couldn't interfere with his decisions. In the middle of the crowd, Naruto stood with a dejected expression. All around him, the villagers and shinobi whispered and shouted, pointing fingers, their voices filled with condemnation. His eyes were clouded with sadness and confusion. That brat is a disaster. He should have been killed long ago. We can't let something this dangerous happen again. He shouldn't be a ninja. Take his headband and lock him up. He shouldn't be allowed to roam the village. The nine-tailed fox will always be the nine-tailed fox. He's a demon, not a human. He'll make the same mistake again one day. Gossip, accusations, insults. Naruto had endured them for 12 years. He had long grown used to it. At one point, he had even hated his father for turning him into a Jinchuriki. But when the Nine-Tails had nearly driven him to madness, when he had nearly ripped the seal from the cage in his mind, he had met his father, Minato Namikaze. Or rather, the chakra Minato had left behind. Even though Naruto had been furious at his father for giving him such a painful life, even though he had wanted to lash out in anger, Minato's words had comforted him. Naruto had chosen to accept it. He had promised Minato that he would face all the hardships of his life with courage and work hard to become Hokage, to gain the village's true recognition. In the end, wasn't that a good thing? On the day he graduated from the academy, he had finally met his father. He had finally learned what kind of ninja his father had been. He had finally learned that he had been loved by his parents. But this path was so difficult. As the insults around him grew harsher, Naruto's eyes turned red. Tears welled up and began to fall. This life was too cruel. The moment he had just found peace, this pain was even worse than before. That brat. Tsunade noticed Naruto's state. This is something he has to go through. Jiraiya's voice was heavy. He had always known about Konoha's prejudice against Naruto. But he had always believed this was something Naruto had to endure. This was the path of a Jinchuriki. No matter which village, Jinchuriki were always shunned. But they had to learn to face it. They had to find their own way to break through the hatred and earn the people's acknowledgement. As a teacher, Jiraiya understood his role. His job was to train Naruto to grow stronger, to teach him how to face this world, and to guide him on the path to overcoming the burden of being a Jinchuriki. A ninja, Jiraiya watched Naruto from afar, speaking seriously to Tsunade. Must endure what ordinary people cannot. Tsunade's expression darkened. But before the Konoha shinobi could continue their bickering, Uruka pushed his way through the crowd, his face filled with fury. His loud voice rang out over the noise. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Naruto is not the Ninetales. What happened today was never his fault. The entire crowd fell silent. Because someone had just broken the unspoken rule. Was this man insane? Had he forgotten what had just happened? Uruka-sensei. Naruto stared at Uruka in shock, momentarily forgetting to wipe his tears. Uruka. Jiraiya furrowed his brows but then sighed, understanding Uruka's intentions. But this wouldn't change anything. Because human prejudice against Jinchuriki couldn't be erased with a few words. No matter how much Uruka tried to argue, the people of Konoha would not change their minds. This was something only Naruto could overcome. Naruto. But Uruka didn't care. He crouched down and gently wiped the tears from Naruto's face, smiling softly. Don't cry, Naruto. None of this is your fault. All this time, Uruka's eyes reddened as he placed a hand on Naruto's forehead, his own tears falling. All this time, the ones who were wrong were us. Chapter 140. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. The crowd stirred. Voices grew louder, swelling like crashing waves. Uruka's words at this moment seemed utterly outrageous. No one present would waver because of Uruka's words. And none of them would show mercy to Naruto just because he was a child. A child? What child? A 12-year-old graduate was already a ninja. Uruka, don't forget. Someone stepped forward from the crowd, reminding Uruka of a painful truth. Your parents died in the Ninetales attack 12 years ago. Naruto's expression fell once more. I have never forgotten. Uruka stood up abruptly, facing the ninja who spoke, his voice steady and resolute. I too once hated this child just like you. As a teacher, I never cared for him enough. That's why this happened today. Everyone has been hating Naruto. Everyone has been bullying Naruto. Standing beside Naruto, Uruka clenched his fists and lowered his head. But if it weren't for that hatred, if it weren't for all the abuse and scorn, today's disaster would never have happened. This was never his fault. We pushed him to the brink of collapse, forcing him to lose himself. We, who feared and despised the Ninetales the most, forced him to become the very monster we dreaded. Yes, this was their fault. They were the ones who had given this child such a painful life. They were the true culprits behind this tragedy. How could they continue to hate this child? A child who had done nothing wrong. Uruka-sensei, that's not true. Naruto quickly grabbed Uruka's arm, trying to calm his teacher down. Because he knew the real reason behind the Ninetales rampage. It had stemmed from his hatred for his father, Minato Namikaze. Because he had resented his father for making him live this kind of life, the Ninetales had taken advantage of his anger and manipulated him. It wasn't because of the people of the village. You're injured. A voice interrupted Naruto. Shijin's gaze fell on Uruka's leg wound. Uruka. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, noticed the injury as well. His expression turned serious as he used the moment to shift the conversation. What happened? That wound. It was clearly from a blade piercing through. But all of Konoha had been dealing with the Ninetales rampage tonight, so how had Uruka been wounded like this? It was Mizuki. Uruka's expression darkened as he spoke in a grave tone. Mizuki was working with Orochimaru's subordinates. I uncovered their plot, and they tried to kill me. The surrounding Konoha shinobi immediately tensed. They instinctively began scanning the area for Mizuki. Mizuki, seeing their gazes turn toward him, quickly waved his hands, trying to explain. A forced, nervous smile spread across his face as he stammered. It was that brat, it was Naruto. It wasn't Naruto. Uruka's voice rang out in protest. This was your and Orochimaru's scheme. You knew Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. You wanted to use his Uzumaki bloodline to find the clan's treasure. Mizuki's face twisted into a grimace. Uruka, what nonsense are you spouting? Gasps of shock filled the air. The gathered shinobi turned to one another, whispering in disbelief. Did they hear that right? Most weren't concerned about some so-called treasure. They were focused on something far more shocking. Naruto Uzumaki's true identity. Naruto is the fourth Hokage's son. That can't be. How could he be the fourth Hokage's child? The Konoha shinobi were stunned. For years, the village had kept this secret buried. No one had known Naruto's true heritage. Whether or not Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage didn't really matter. What mattered was, this child was the son of a hero. When Obaido Uchiha unleashed the Nine Tails on the village, the fourth Hokage had given his life to stop it. He had sealed the beast, at the cost of both his and his wife's lives. But even their sacrifice hadn't been enough. Their child, Naruto Uzumaki, had been sacrificed as well. This was unsettling. The ninjas who had once mocked and cursed Naruto instinctively clutched their heads, overwhelmed with guilt. Even though they still feared and despised the Nine Tails, they couldn't ignore the truth. They had mistreated the son of the man who had died to protect them. No. What was wrong with this village? How had the child of a hero become the most hated person in the village? What have we been doing? A Konoha ninja muttered, his eyes wide in shock. He looked at the small boy standing beside Uruka, his voice trembling with self-doubt. But most were at a loss for words. They didn't know how to face Naruto now. Jiraiya's brow furrowed. His expression was complicated. He knew. These people were only willing to accept Naruto now because of his lineage. But even if they felt guilty for the moment, they would never truly rid themselves of their fear and hatred of the Nine Tails. Only Naruto himself could change that. The world needed to see that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, was not a curse. That Naruto, like his father, was a true shinobi, a protector of the people. The murmurs continued. Many of the Konoha shinobi had gone pale. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi silenced the crowd with a wave of his hand. His gaze landed on Mizuki. Compared to Naruto's exposed heritage, Hiruzen was far more concerned with Orochimaru's scheme. Mizuki and Orochimaru's subordinates had wanted to use Naruto to steal the Uzumaki clan's treasure. But what did they plan to do with it? It's not like that. We never found the treasure. Mizuki stammered, his voice shaking. I only just told Naruto the truth about his past, and then the Nine Tails went berserk. We never even had time to search for the treasure. The treasure is already gone. Uruka's voice was cold. He sighed, as if Mizuki still hadn't grasped the situation. Orochimaru's man already took it. Mizuki was nothing more than a pawn. Mizuki's eyes filled with despair. The treasure was already gone. But hadn't it been in the Uzumaki Memorial Hall? Had he been tricked? You were used. Uruka sighed again. Orochimaru's man only manipulated you to provoke Naruto into losing control. He wanted the Nine Tails rampage to kill the Hokage, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, so that Orochimaru's future invasion of Konoha would be that much easier. Mizuki's face twisted in horror. That bastard. He had been a disposable pawn all along. His rage and fear swirled inside him. But when he looked at the eyes of the shinobi around him, his body trembled. Some felt pity for him, but most were furious. Did this fool have any idea what kind of disaster he had nearly caused? Take him away, Hiruzen ordered. Interrogate him and extract every detail. The interrogation squad swiftly moved in, restraining Mizuki. The terrified man struggled for a moment before realizing it was futile. His face was pale as he was dragged away, his fate now sealed. Search the village immediately. Hiruzen's voice was firm, his hands clenched into fists. We must not allow that infiltrator to escape. Yes, sir. The assembled Anbu scattered at once, moving swiftly to hunt down Orochimaru's subordinate. If their timing was right, the enemy shouldn't have gotten far. Perhaps they could still catch him. But no matter how thorough their search, they would never find him. Because Kabuto Yakashi was hidden in a place where no ordinary search would reach. Root headquarters. This was Danzo Shimura's domain. When Kabuto arrived, Danzo's expression was dark. Seeing an old enemy suddenly appear before him, someone he had once tried to eliminate, did nothing to improve his mood. Kabuto, however, was unfazed. Because he knew the information he carried would only make Danzo even more displeased. HMPH. Danzo's irritation was evident on his face. You caused quite a commotion tonight. You nearly brought disaster upon Konoha. A slight miscalculation. Kabuto sighed as if he were discussing something trivial, as if fate had simply not gone their way this time. If the Nine-Tails rampage had gone as planned, we would have successfully eliminated the third Hokage and the legendary Sannin. He smirked. But even so, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. His lips curled into a smile. This is still a small gift from Lord Orochimaru to you, Lord Danzo. Chapter 141. Orochimaru, you've really stirred up a storm. I don't need this so-called gift. Danzo Shimura was fully aware of the situation. If Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had all died in tonight's Nine-Tails incident, Konoha would have suffered a devastating blow. Those three were pillars of the village. But if they were all dead... Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his smirk filled with amusement as he poked at Danzo's weakness. There wouldn't be anyone left in the village suited to become Hokage. Danzo's heart pounded. That was true. If they were all gone, then the only one left as a candidate for Hokage would be him, the former Hokage's advisor. HMPH. All this talk, and yet you accomplished nothing. Danzo had already received reports from his spies in the Anbu. Despite the chaos, Konoha had suffered no real losses from the Nine-Tails rampage. This wasn't even a false alarm. It was thunder without rain. I heard. Danzo sipped his tea slowly, casually mentioning a certain detail. You obtained the Uzumaki clan's treasure. Indeed. Kabuto nodded, his smile never fading. This treasure is meant to work alongside the reanimation jutsu. More specifically, it allows us to summon certain powerful souls. Danzo immediately lost interest. After all, he had never mastered the reanimation jutsu. Still, that didn't stop him from criticizing Orochimaru's actions. What has Orochimaru been doing all these years? Wasn't he supposed to kill that Rinnegan user and bring me a Rinnegan? And yet, he still hasn't dealt with it. Kabuto's gaze lowered slightly, his expression unreadable. There were complications. What complications? Danzo scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. That fool couldn't even control someone as gullible as Shaijin. And yet, Orochimaru had taken Shaijin's Kadomatsukami Sharingan. Danzo found that failure utterly intolerable. If not for Orochimaru providing him with a new arm last time, proving that his research was still useful, Danzo would have already abandoned him. But Danzo's attitude quickly changed. The situation has taken a slight, unfortunate turn. The Rinnegan user's strength appears to be far beyond our initial estimations. Kabuto watched as Danzo calmly drank his tea, then spoke with a cheerful tone. The leader of Aimgakure, Hanzo the Salamander, has been killed by the Rinnegan user. Danzo's body trembled. Hanzo was dead. The same Hanzo who had once allied with them to crush the Akatsuki had been slain by the Rinnegan user. Was this vengeance? When you fear something might happen, it often becomes inevitable. Just as Danzo's heart filled with unease, Kabuto provided him with the final blow. According to our intelligence, that Rinnegan user may soon come after you, Lord Danzo. This is why, aside from triggering the Nine-Tails rampage, I had another mission. Danzo shot up from his seat. Damn it. Why wasn't he told about this sooner? And that damn Orochimaru. If he had known the Rinnegan user was coming for him, why had he still tried to kill Hiruzen and Tsunade? They were the ones protecting him. Just moments ago, Danzo had been fantasizing about taking the Hokage seat once Hiruzen and Tsunade were dead. But now that he faced a deadly threat, his priorities instantly shifted. He wanted to be protected by the Hokage instead. No need to worry. We have already secured the Uzumaki clan's treasure. Kabuto reassured Danzo, watching him struggle to maintain his composure. Very soon, we'll use the reanimation jutsu to revive two powerful ninja. In a way, Danzo was the first to learn about the treasure's real purpose. Inside the Hokage's office, with the Nine-Tails crisis resolved, the village shinobi had turned their attention to Naruto's lineage. This discussion seemed endless. Hiruzen waved his hand, dismissing the shinobi and sending them back to their duties. He then gathered the key figures involved and returned to the Hokage's office. Obviously, ordinary shinobi only cared about Naruto's parentage. But as Hokage, Hiruzen and Konoha's higher-ups had to consider many other factors, such as Orochimaru's growing threat and the stolen Uzumaki treasure. Orochimaru. Jiraiya lowered his gaze, sighing deeply. He's really stirred up a storm this time. Even Jiraiya hadn't expected his former teammate to go this far, to the point of attempting to assassinate them and even plotting to invade Konoha. It was clear now. Orochimaru had completely fallen into darkness. Even though his subordinates had been responsible for tonight's chaos, everyone knew it was under Orochimaru's orders. Orochimaru. He's changed long ago. Hiruzen sighed, his voice heavy. Our only option now is to increase our vigilance. If he ever does invade Konoha, then we kill him. Jiraiya clenched his fists. Tonight's events had crossed the line. Orochimaru's actions were no different from Obito Uchiha's treachery. Unforgivable. Trying to kill him was one thing, but to target Hiruzen and Tsunade as well. The moment the Nine-Tails rampage ended, Jiraiya had made up his mind. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Tonight, everything had become clear. With the information extracted from Mizuki and the intelligence gathered by Uruka, they had fully grasped the situation. Orochimaru had sent his men to steal the Uzumaki treasure, using Naruto's lineage to lure him into despair, triggering the Nine-Tails rampage to cripple Konoha. It was all preparation for his future invasion. Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya. He understood the bond Jiraiya and Orochimaru once shared. Even as Orochimaru's former teacher, Hiruzen himself had hesitated when it came to killing him. Let alone Jiraiya, who had grown up alongside him, fighting side by side for years. But Hiruzen's own hesitation had nearly led to disaster tonight. He, too, had made up his mind. If he ever saw Orochimaru again, he would not hesitate to kill him. Just one of Orochimaru's subordinates had almost brought Konoha to ruin. If Orochimaru himself acted, who knew what horrors awaited them? Hiruzen's heart grew heavy. He was desperate to understand Orochimaru's next move, and what role the stolen treasure would play in it. After all, it was an Uzumaki artifact. As distant relatives of the Senju, the Uzumaki clan possessed unique and powerful abilities. Who knew what kind of calamity that treasure might bring? We'll have to be on guard against Orochimaru. Jiraiya sat casually by the window, then brought up another pressing issue. What about Naruto? Now, many Konoha shinobi knew about his parentage. And by tomorrow morning, the entire village would know that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. From tomorrow onward, Naruto's life would never be the same. Perhaps some would still fear the Nine-Tails inside him. But at least, no one would mock or mistreat him anymore. Still, could that child ever live a normal life? If we follow Konoha's past treatment of Jinchuriki, Jiraiya thought of Kushina Uzumaki, the previous Nine-Tails host. Jinchuriki can never live like ordinary shinobi. What would become of Naruto's future? Would he be confined to Konoha like his mother? It doesn't matter. Jiraiya chose not to mention Shaijin's prophecy about Naruto being the child of destiny. Instead, he simply praised his student. Naruto is an exceptional kid. He'll come with me for training. No. Hiruzen pulled out a team assignment sheet. I've already made arrangements for him. Jiraiya frowned slightly and leaned over to glance at the document Hiruzen had placed on the table. What kind of arrangements? Without hesitation, Tsunade reached over and snatched the paper from Hiruzen's hands, her eyes narrowing as she read through the details. For a moment, she was silent. Then her brow furrowed deeply. This doesn't seem like a bad setup. Jiraiya moved closer and examined the names written on the team list. As he read, a smile slowly formed on his lips. This is actually a pretty good lineup. Kakashi Hadake is their Jonin instructor. Jiraiya nodded approvingly. Kakashi was a skilled and experienced shinobi. Not only that, but his connection to Minato made him the perfect mentor for Naruto. And in the team, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto have always been both friends and rivals. Sasuke won't be afraid of the fact that Naruto is the Ninetales host. Their relationship is solid. But then, Jiraiya's gaze landed on the last name. He paused for a moment before chuckling. And this girl Haruno Sakura. Jiraiya scratched his chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I remember Naruto always talking about a girl named Sakura that he liked. But from what I observed during the graduation ceremony, this girl was only focused on Sasuke. Looks like she's got a crush on him instead. At that, Jiraiya's gaze shifted towards Tsunade. For a brief moment, an old memory flashed in his mind, one that made him grimace slightly. Naruto wouldn't end up like me, would he? Always chasing a girl who's obsessed with another guy. But Jiraiya quickly shook off the thought and returned to seriousness. In terms of emotional bonds, this grouping seems fine. However, if we consider strength differences, Jiraiya's eyes lingered on Sakura's name once more. This girl might struggle to keep up with Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 142, I want to avenge him in Yahiko's name. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, this year's graduates had been assigned to their respective teams. 12-year-old Uzumaki Naruto was quite happy to be placed in Team 7. One of his teammates was his good friend Uchiha Sasuke, and the other was the pink-haired girl he had a crush on, Haruno Sakura. Sasuke didn't particularly care who his teammates were, but he was in a decent mood when he saw Naruto, as they had been training together for a long time. As for Sakura, she would occasionally steal happy glances at Sasuke and at other times look enviously at Naruto. After all, she had learned about Naruto's background. His luck was unbelievable. Once despised by the entire village, Naruto's parents were revealed to be heroes of Konoha. This revelation changed how many people viewed him. Some even felt guilty and started showing him more compassion. Of course, a few questioned why the village leadership had hidden Naruto's lineage, but Konoha's higher-ups didn't offer much of a response. Their perspective was simple. The Hokage son, the son of a hero. These titles meant nothing to Naruto. The village elders often ignored the fact that he was only 12 years old. They judged his experiences through the lens of their own decades of hardship. To them, a child enduring such struggles wasn't unusual. Every Jinchuriki went through this. In fact, so did every orphan in the ninja world. Ninjas had to suffer, endure pain, and push through countless obstacles. Only by overcoming hardship could one truly become strong. At least, that was how Jiraiya saw it. Having lost his parents in war at a young age, Jiraiya's childhood was harsh. The systems in Konoha back then were far from perfect. Now, at 50 years old, Jiraiya looked back on his youth as nothing more than an interesting chapter in his life, one far less tragic than some horrors he had witnessed. Compared to others, Naruto's suffering was nothing but a drizzle. In fact, Naruto's pain paled in comparison to his future mentor, Hadake Kakashi. Kakashi's life was a road littered with thorns, gaining precious things only to lose them again and again, as if fate had destined him to walk alone. When Shijin heard Jiraiya's philosophy, he disagreed. You people always seem to think suffering isn't a bad thing. Is that wrong? Jiraiya scratched his head, puzzled by Shijin's objection. That's just how life is. But Shijin glanced at the Konoha hospital, where his philosophy of medical ninjutsu was engraved for future generations. In a soft voice, he said, "The true purpose of chakra should be to free people from suffering." I see. Jiraiya immediately understood what Shijin meant, but as he thought about the prophecy of the Child of Destiny, he sighed. But Naruto isn't just some ordinary person who needs to be freed from suffering. He's the one who can change the world, the one who can end suffering. Just like in Konoha, where Jonin and Genin had different responsibilities, different people were meant for different paths. As one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya had his own duty, to guide Naruto into becoming the one who would bring peace. Tsunade, I need to leave the village for a while. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, who was reclining on a chair in the hospital, writing on a scroll. He spoke in a low voice. I want to investigate Orochimaru. It was the perfect time. Naruto had just become a ninja and needed time under Kakashi to learn the basics. That meant Jiraiya had a brief window to act. This wasn't a request for permission. It was a courtesy, a notice to a comrade. Jiraiya had already discussed this with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the old man had agreed, only instructing him to return before the upcoming Chunin exams. After all, the Chunin exams would be a major event. All of Konoha's allies would be attending. Hiruzen wanted his 2 students present. 3 cage-level figures would be a strong deterrent against any hidden threats. But these exams would not be peaceful. Many had their eyes on them. Some were even working in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to turn the exams into a battlefield. The land of rice fields. Inside Orochimaru's base. After Kabuto retrieved a mask from the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru sacrificed one of his subordinates to use the mask's power, summoning the souls of the second Hokage, Senju Tabarama, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, from the Reaper's grasp. Finally, it's time to make our move. On Orochimaru's table lay 3 different samples. Senju Hashirama's cells. Remains of Senju Tabarama. Remains of Minato Namikaze. Their souls had been summoned. Their bodies were ready. And the necessary sacrifices had been prepared. The first, second, and fourth Hokage. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at Uchiha Obaido. All that's left is the right opportunity, to reveal Shaijin's true identity and force the 3 Hokage to eliminate him as a threat to the ninja world. The upcoming Chunin exams would provide the perfect stage. It would allow them to infiltrate Konoha and set everything in motion. Besides, Obaido had brought an interesting piece of information. Because of the scale of the exams, Konoha's allies, like the Sand Village and smaller nations such as Takagakure and Aimgakure, would all be participating. A double-edged sword. Obaido smirked coldly. Hanzo of the Salamander is dead. Aimgakure is now under Nagato's control. I don't know what Nagato is planning, but according to intel from the Akatsuki, he intends to use the Chunin exams to infiltrate Konoha and assassinate Danzo. Orochimaru's expression froze. This could be either a blessing or a curse. If they could exploit Nagato's plan, they might force Shaijin to intervene, exposing him as an enemy of the ninja world. At that point, Shaijin would be public enemy number 1. Of course, it was risky. Shaijin was already powerful. And with Nagato, this battle needed to be planned carefully. Fighting 2 Rinnegan users was no small matter. Even Orochimaru had to consider the possibility of failure. But Obaido didn't care about risks. He had waited long enough. His Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan gave him near invulnerability, making him confident in their success. Our window is small. Obaido reminded Orochimaru again, hoping he understood their situation. If we wait too long, we lose our chance. Don't forget, to deal with Shaijin, you'll need the full power of 3 resurrected Hokage. But if we don't attack Konoha, those resurrected Hokage might not even fight for us. Relax. Orochimaru chuckled, his snake-like eyes gleaming coldly. I'll plan this carefully. It has to be flawless. Because if we betray that man and fail to eliminate him, the consequences will be his wrath. Aimgakure, a village of steel and concrete. At its highest tower, Pain, Nagato, and Konan gathered to discuss the Chunin exams. And the assassination of Danzo. Nagato. Konan took a deep breath, worried about the risks. Isn't this too dangerous? She furrowed her brows, speaking softly. We should be patient. Once the Three Tails revives, we can follow Shaijin's plan to collect the tailed beasts and bring peace to the world. Konan. Pain gazed over the rain-soaked village, his voice cold. Haven't you realized yet? Ninja world peace. Nagato, standing beside Pain, spoke gently. That burden already rests on Shaijin's shoulders. We don't need to do more. Now. With Shaijin, Nagato no longer needed Pain to be a god. Now. Nagato was just a normal ninja. And as a normal ninja, there was one thing he had to do. Avenge Yahiko. This is my decision. Pain's voice was icy. This time, I will not act as Pain. I will act as Yahiko and avenge him in his name. Chapter 143, Shijin's Plan. Konan had no words to refute. Ever since Shijin took control of the Akatsuki, Nagato had changed. He was no longer as extreme as before, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. That man, he had truly changed everything. Shijin healed Nagato's legs, allowing him to step out of the darkness and regain his mobility. Though, Nagato still had some strange tendencies. It was as if he was living in the past, treating Pain as if he were still their team leader, Yahiko, as if Yahiko were still alive, walking alongside them. But, compared to his previous state, where the Rinnegan could drain his life force at any moment, this mild dissociation was something Konan could live with. At least now, she didn't have to constantly worry about Nagato dying. If you want to do this, then do it. Konan sighed inwardly, ultimately choosing to support Nagato's desire to avenge Yahiko. However, she still hoped he would be careful. But you must proceed cautiously, if our identities are exposed. Don't worry. Nagato gave a pale smile. No matter what happens, we can't afford to disrupt Lord Shijin's plan. And also, Konan looked at Nagato with concern. I want to ask Lord Shijin to examine your body again. Even though Nagato's legs had healed, the immense power of the Rinnegan was still more than his body could handle. Even with Hashirama's cells enhancing his vitality, those borrowed eyes continued to drain him whenever he used them, especially since he was constantly maintaining the Deva Path's pain. Still, compared to the past, this level of weakness was manageable. At least, Nagato believed his body was fine. No matter what, things were far better than they used to be. Whether it was their plan to bring peace to the ninja world or their current lives, everything was better than the days of suffering they had endured. Konoha. Late at night, inside Konoha Hospital, Shijin was still meticulously reviewing medical scrolls. Nagato and his groups planned to use the Chunin exams as a cover to assassinate Danzo had, in fact, been orchestrated by Shijin. And Black Zetsu played a crucial role. Now that Naruto had graduated and become a ninja, Shijin no longer had much reason to stay in Konoha to protect him. When Black Zetsu approached him, urging him to stay away from the reincarnation of Asura's chakra and return to the Akatsuki's plans, Shijin expressed his desire to eliminate Danzo before leaving. The reason was simple. Past mistakes must be corrected. However, Shijin had never found the right opportunity to act. Black Zetsu wasted no time relaying this information to Nagato's group, hoping they would stir up chaos in Konoha. Just as Orochimaru and Obaido wanted Shijin's identity as the Akatsuki's true leader to be exposed, Black Zetsu also desired the same outcome. In fact, his ambitions were even greater. Black Zetsu wanted Shijin to sever all ties with the ninja world entirely. Only then would he give up on any notion of changing the world and commit fully to reviving Kaguya. Thus, the Chunin exams would soon become the catalyst for a storm that would shake the entire ninja world. Unaware of these hidden machinations, Konoha's shinobi were diligently preparing for the exams, hoping their genin would stand out. After all, this was an era of peace. The Chunin exams had become a display of military strength between villages. The only one who remained indifferent was Tsunade, who, as usual, continued her routine. She sat across from Shijin, holding a cup of sugarcane juice. I knew it. Of course, Lord Shijin would be here. She glanced at the scrolls. Huh, you're reading my medical notes. Did I make a mistake? I had Shizune double-check everything. This part. Shijin tapped a spot with his brush, his expression calm. This disease doesn't have just one possible complication. You wrote about it as if it were absolute, listing only the symptoms observed in today's patient. Given your reputation, future medical ninja will read this as fact and may become narrow-minded, leading to... All right. Tsunade waved her hand impatiently. I'll fix it. I was in a rush today, but I'll be more careful from now on. I've already corrected it. Shizune is only your student. Shijin shook his head. With her current knowledge, she can't catch every small error. These mistakes, you need to learn not to make them. I won't be here forever to correct them for you. I know. Tsunade sighed in exasperation. She rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. She wasn't as naive as she used to be. She knew Shijin would eventually leave. But that didn't make it any easier to accept. People always got used to reunions, but never to farewells. Still, Tsunade didn't let it bother her too much. At least she knew Shijin wouldn't be leaving just yet. That's that. Shijin rolled up the scroll and, with a slight motion of his hand, sent it floating onto a shelf in the office. Tsunade's gaze followed the scroll, settling on the shelf packed with thousands of others. Her expression softened. These were all the medical records she had written while in Konoha. The habit of compiling medical scrolls was something she had picked up from Shijin. Maybe I shouldn't be so harsh on you. Shijin's eyes also landed on the shelf as he suddenly spoke. Tsunade, you've done well. But you carry the future of medical ninjutsu. Shijin's gaze returned to her, calm yet serious. So, I need you to do even better. Perhaps. He had spent too long as a medical ninja. Even as he prepared to step away from that role, he couldn't help but ensure the future of medical ninjutsu was secure. Chapter 144, A Bunch of Treacherous Subordinates. Life is filled with inevitable farewells. Sometimes, disappearing without a word might be a blessing. No matter how important someone is, their presence fades over time, until one day they simply vanish, leaving only the dull passage of time in their wake. Of course, this kind of thinking didn't apply to Uzumaki Naruto. For him, there were no farewells in life, only meetings and reunions. It was far too soon for a 12-year-old to understand the pain of parting. After returning from their first C-rank mission, Team 7 reported back to Konoha. Naruto excitedly ran to find Shijin, eager to talk about their mission in the Land of Waves, boasting about his contributions. Kakashi-sensei said that our C-rank mission ended up being as difficult as a B-rank or even an A-rank one. He said we're qualified to take the Chunin exams this year. If I pass and become a Chunin. Naruto adjusted his forehead protector, his eyes shining as he gazed at a Chunin passing by in a green vest. I'll get to wear a Chunin uniform too. Idiot. Sasuke shot him a sideways glance. What did you say? Naruto puffed up in anger but, for once, didn't argue back. Instead, he crossed his arms and huffed, as if remembering something that made him hesitate. Clearly, something had happened during their mission that made Naruto more willing to back down when facing Sasuke. Naruto sighed, looking around at the unfamiliar faces in the village. There are a lot more outsiders in Konoha lately. Yeah. Shijin's gaze lifted slightly, scanning the crowded streets before settling on 3 Rain Village shinobi. They wore gas masks and had peculiar outfits, 2 men and 1 woman. The trio seemed to sense Shijin's stare and respectfully nodded at him before disappearing into the crowd. Well, it's the joint Chunin exams. Sasuke, too, observed the foreign ninja around them, his voice low. Kakashi-sensei said this year's exam will be dangerous. I've already seen a few strong opponents from other villages. That red-haired kid from the Sand Village, he's powerful. During their journey back, Team 7 had already clashed with some of the visiting ninja. Sasuke had gotten a glimpse of what other villages had to offer. And frankly, some of them were terrifying. At least one of them had a killing intent that was absolutely real. Had it not been for their mission in the Land of Waves, where they encountered a rogue ninja with an even more terrifying presence, Sasuke might have frozen in place when facing that sand ninja's bloodlust. A kid around their age, yet carrying such an overwhelming murderous aura. If Sasuke had to guess, that boy Gaara was the most dangerous opponent in the upcoming Chunin exams. Of course, Shijin didn't share Sasuke's opinion. He had already seen far more dangerous individuals. People who had entered the exams disguised as genin. For example, Nagato and his team from Aimgakure. And more notably, Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito. Shijin remained calm as he chatted with the 2 boys before eventually parting ways, strolling casually into a secluded alleyway. Long time no see, Lord Shijin. A raspy voice came from behind him. Orochimaru. Even though he and Abido had been scheming in the shadows to betray, perhaps even kill, Shijin, for now, he still technically served under him. We're here under orders to assist Nagato with assassinating Danzo. Orochimaru spoke cheerfully, as if he were simply carrying out an assigned task. After all, I'm the only one who can lure Danzo out. Lord Shijin. Nagato and his companions stepped forward. So you've all arrived. Shijin turned his head slightly. His Rinnegan no longer held its usual serene calmness. Instead, there was only cold authority. Since you're here, I have one job for you. During the Chunin exams, ensure the safety of Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki. Yes. Pain agreed without hesitation. After all, the safety of the Ninetales was crucial to the Akatsuki's long-term plans. Watch over him during the exams. Shijin patted Nagato's shoulder, adding an explanation. That boy like you is also Jiraiya's student. Jiraiya-sensei's new disciple. Nagato sounded genuinely intrigued. Orochimaru, too, couldn't help but flick his tongue out, licking his lips in curiosity. After all, Jiraiya was an old friend of his. And as one of the people who knew him best, Orochimaru wouldn't underestimate Jiraiya's skill, especially when it came to training students. But Orochimaru was more interested in someone else. His mind drifted to Uchiha Sasuke. He had seen the boy earlier, his sharp features, his striking appearance. A hungry glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. That boy would make a perfect vessel. Though he had yet to perfect Shijin's proposed theory of fusing the living corpse reincarnation technique with cloning, having Sasuke as a backup option wasn't a bad idea. Of course, looks alone weren't enough. Orochimaru planned to use the Chunin exams to observe Sasuke's talent firsthand. If the boy proved worthy, he would become Orochimaru's next target. Orochimaru. Shijin didn't seem to notice his scheming, asking offhandedly, when can Danzo be dealt with? Well, Orochimaru snapped back to the moment, smiling slyly. It'll take some time. Konoha's defenses have been rather strict lately. A blatant lie. Orochimaru was merely stalling. After all, he hadn't come to Konoha to help assassinate Danzo. He wasn't even planning on meeting the man, lest Danzo start making ridiculous demands. The last time, when Kabuto returned, he had relayed a message from Danzo. The old man had asked Orochimaru for Rinnegan. But perhaps this was actually a good thing. Danzo still had some influence in Konoha. Though minimal, it might be enough to stir Saruto by Hiruzen. With the right approach, that influence could be leveraged. A storm was coming. Orochimaru just had to make sure it remained under his control. I need to find the right moment. He narrowed his eyes, speaking softly. After all, Danzo was once Konoha's Hokage advisor. Killing him without alerting the village won't be easy. We may only get one chance. Then I'll leave it to you. Shijin nodded, seemingly unconcerned. Don't worry. Orochimaru's smile widened as he lowered his head, his long hair casting shadows over his face. His eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, like a serpent before the strike. I'll make sure Lord Shijin is satisfied. Konan instinctively frowned. She never trusted Orochimaru. Abide. Shijin's gaze shifted slightly, as if he already knew Uchiha Abido was lurking nearby. During this time, keep an eye on Orochimaru. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Orochimaru let out a small laugh, pretending to be hurt. Why can't you trust me just a little? Relax. A swirling distortion appeared on the alley wall. Abido emerged, his gaze arrogant as he glanced between Shijin and Orochimaru, as if he had never conspired against either of them. I'll watch him. I can help too. From the wall, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu emerged, grinning wickedly. We'll make sure nothing goes wrong. That's perfect. Shijin swept his gaze over his so-called subordinates. One scheming to kill him. One aiming to replace him. One hoping he would turn against the entire world. Compared to these traitorous three, Nagato's group, who only wanted revenge, seemed almost innocent. And yet, they were the ones who would ignite the storm of the Chunin exams. But once the storm passed, they would no longer need to be swept into an even greater whirlwind. Chapter 145, The Chunin Exams. Nagato had no idea that he had become the center of a brewing storm. In fact, as he participated in the Chunin exams, he was rather curious about Jiraiya's student, Uzumaki Naruto. He wanted to see what kind of person Naruto was. And soon enough, they met. What Nagato hadn't expected, however, was that the chief examiner for the Chunin exams was none other than his own teacher, Jiraiya. Jiraiya had gone off searching for Orochimaru, but returned to Konoha empty-handed just in time for the exams. The moment he arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned him the role of overseeing the entire event. Clearly, this decision carried deeper meaning. The Chunin exams involved all of Konoha's allies and held great political significance. Having Jiraiya in charge was both a show of strength and a sign that Hiruzen had high expectations for him. For example, as a potential candidate for the 5th Hokage, Jiraiya objected, of course, and even suggested that Tsunade take his place. But Tsunade wanted nothing to do with such a troublesome position. What a pain! Jiraiya sat in the Hokage's chair, glancing at the list of examiners who had already been selected. He had only come to lend his name to the event. But after reviewing the list of examinees, he scratched his head. It seemed he had more to do than just sign off on things. Because there were quite a lot of participants this year. The Sand Village had sent its ninja, including the 3 children of the 4th Kazekage. Konoha had entered many of its new generation genin into the exams, including Naruto's Team 7, the Ino Shikacho trio of Team 10, and Team 8, which consisted of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Yuzuka, and Shino Aburame, the heirs of 3 major clans. Not to mention Team 3, who had missed the previous exams. The strongest young talents in Konoha were all here. Besides them, smaller villages like Aimgakure, Kusagakure, and Takagakure had also sent teams. But these minor villages were rarely worth noting. They seldom produced remarkable talents. This is going to be an interesting exam. Jiraiya skimmed through the exam structure and list of examiners, familiarizing himself with his role. But then, as soon as the first written exam began, he noticed something unusual. Something he had overlooked. The first exam tested the participants' ability to gather intelligence. The chief examiner, Morino Ibiki, had prepared an extremely difficult written test, forcing the genin to cheat. Their ability to do so effectively was a measure of their espionage and information-gathering skills. It was an intriguing test. Byakugan users from the Hyuga clan peered through papers. Sharingan users from the Uchiha clan copied movements. The sand user Gura relied on his third eye. But these weren't surprising to Jiraiya. He had seen far too much in his lifetime. What caught his attention was a masked genin from Aimgakure using origami to pass answers. It stirred a faint memory in his heart. A memory of a long-lost student. But that was in the past. Once the first, relatively merciful written exam concluded, the real test, the second round, began. This was where deaths could occur. The second exam tested teamwork, survival skills, and a genin's ability to handle crisis situations. Proctor Anko Mitarashi distributed 2 types of scrolls, Heaven and Earth, to each team and sent them into the Forest of Death. To pass, teams had to steal the missing scroll from another group and reach the finish line. Simply put, this was the only phase where deaths were likely. Outside the Forest of Death, Team 7 watched their competitors with curiosity. Naruto's gaze darted around, trying to spot anyone unusual. But with his limited perception, he failed to recognize the real threats. That kid over there. He's Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki. Konan had been watching Naruto closely. She spoke softly to Nagato. He's also Jiraiya's new disciple. Lord Shijin told us to ensure his safety. He seems. Nagato looked somewhat puzzled. He had been observing Naruto since the first exam. How should he put it? That kid seemed a little dumb. At least in that regard, he truly resembled their teacher, Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya had been kind of an idiot, too. Well, more than just a little. Deva Pathpain surveyed the area before speaking calmly. Once the exam starts, locate them first. Just in case anything goes wrong. He glanced down at the document in his hand, the exam's waiver form. By signing it, the genin officially acknowledged the possibility of death during the test. Of course, Nagato's team had no need to worry. There was no one in Konoha, nor in the entire Chunin exam, who could defeat them. Calling this newbie hunting was an understatement. Still, true talent was impossible to hide. Even though Nagato and Pain refrained from using the Rinnegan, relying solely on basic taijutsu and ninjutsu, they still stood out. Inside the proctor's room, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. The Aimgakure team was performing exceptionally well. No matter how they tried to blend in, they were far too mature and composed compared to the other genin. This team is impressive. Jiraiya watched the monitor feed, commenting to the other jonin present. Before the fighting even started, their squad showed superior sensory capabilities, and when they engage in battle, their strikes are decisive. That's not something ordinary genin can pull off. In fact, he glanced at the other jonin in the room before adding, even many jonin don't fight as efficiently. I agree. Isuma Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, nodding. Aimgakure really sent some elite fighters this time. Are they trying to make a statement? No doubt. Kakashi observed the battle footage carefully. They're more composed than the Sand team. They fight with complete confidence, as if they already know they can't lose. Every time. Kurenai Yuhai, standing beside Isuma, frowned in concern. They only send one person to attack. The other two just stand by and watch. That meant they were certain one teammate alone was enough to handle the situation. They didn't even bother wasting extra chakra. Looks like they're about to run into some real competition. Jiraiya turned to another screen, where Sasuke was casually taking down a group of rain ninja with a fire release technique. Unfortunately, his attack was too powerful. The flames engulfed a camera, cutting off part of the surveillance feed. I wouldn't call that a fair fight. Might Guy frowned, still focusing on Nagato's team. His battle instincts were sharp, and something about them put him on edge. Even though I believe in Lei and Neji. He muttered, the difference in strength is just too great. Guy had no doubt Rock Lee and Neji could stand up to prodigies like Gaara. But not against the Aimgakure team. Because what he sensed from them was danger. Real danger. The kind that meant if he fought them, he would have to risk his life. Nagato and his group. They're standing out too much. Shaijin had been quietly watching the exam unfold. And he too noticed the problem. They're going to attract unwanted attention in Konoha. By the way, he added, what names did they even use to register for the exam? Chapter 146, Orochimaru and Uchiha Obaido's actions. Nagato wasn't particularly naive. Both he and Konan had used aliases. Nagato registered as Zero, and Konan as White Tiger. As for Deva Path Pain, he simply used his real name, Pain. To any observer, their registration appeared completely normal, even Jiraiya couldn't detect any issues. Pain. Jiraiya frowned in thought. The way they move is ridiculously arrogant. Kakashi glanced at the surveillance monitors, where the Aimgakure team, one of the best performing squads, was swiftly making its way through the forest of death. Clearly, either their sensory abilities were exceptional, or they simply didn't consider the other examinees a threat. Or perhaps, it was both. While they pondered, a Konoha ninja rushed in with a report from the second phase of the Chunin exams. Lord Jiraiya, something's happened. Indeed, something had happened. And it was serious. Konoha ninja had discovered 3 bodies, 3 ninja, their faces completely melted away by a strange jutsu. Face-stealing jutsu. When Jiraiya arrived at the scene, his expression darkened. He immediately thought of an old teammate. This technique, it's Orochimaru's. Face-stealing jutsu. This jutsu erased a person's face, allowing the caster to graft it onto themselves, making it the perfect infiltration technique. It was nearly undetectable. Very few in the ninja world knew how to perform it. In fact, Jiraiya had only ever seen one person use it before. Orochimaru. The expressions of the Konoha ninja changed instantly. Orochimaru. Had he really infiltrated the Chunin exams? Even though he had defected from Konoha long ago, his influence still lingered over the village. especially in recent months, when he orchestrated a Four Tails incident in Konoha, manipulating Mizuki into causing havoc. Although other high-ranking rogue ninja, such as Itachi or Abido, had also caused serious damage in Konoha, Orochimaru was still considered the most dangerous. Even Anko agrees. A nearby ninja reported Anko Mitarashi's assessment. She believes Orochimaru has infiltrated the Chunin exams and is already tracking him down. She's what? Jiraiya was startled by her recklessness and immediately rushed toward the Forest of Death. There was no way Anko could handle Orochimaru alone. In theory, only another Sannin could take on a Sannin. But what was Orochimaru really planning here? Jiraiya's muscular frame blurred as he sprinted through the forest, a growing unease settling in his mind. Could Orochimaru be here to trigger another Four Tails incident? If Konoha suffered another such disaster during the Chunin exams, Jiraiya couldn't even begin to imagine the chaos it would cause across the entire ninja world. And the worst part, Jiraiya didn't yet know that this time, things were different. Last time, Minato's final failsafe had barely managed to stop the Four Tails from breaking free inside Naruto. But if it happened again... Jiraiya's face tensed as he pushed forward, his speed increasing. Meanwhile, as Konoha ninja cleaned up the bodies, Kakashi suddenly noticed something unusual. It's not just Orochimaru. Lifting his forehead protector, Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, his face darkening. There's Genjutsu residue. Since learning that his Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan was linked to Uchiha Abido's own Kamui dimension, Kakashi had been training his eye extensively. Because that Sharingan might be the key to defeating Abido. And now, he recognized the Genjutsu signature on the bodies. His fingers traced the marks on a corpse's neck, his frown deepening. Abido. He's here too. Kakashi couldn't ignore this. He didn't know what his old friend was up to. But it definitely wasn't good. Could it be another attempt to trigger the Four Tails incident? After all, both Abido and Orochimaru were S-rank rogue ninja. Both had orchestrated past attacks on Konoha. And now they were working together. Was this their real plan? Kakashi clenched his fists. The last time Orochimaru tried this, he failed. If they're working together now, then this time they won't fail. And worse, Naruto was right here in the exams. If another Four Tails incident erupted now, Konoha wouldn't be able to contain it. Jiraiya couldn't fathom the destruction Orochimaru might cause. And Kakashi couldn't believe that his old friend Abido would go this far. His Sharingan spun. He had to stop this. Inside the Forest of Death. Indeed, Abido had infiltrated Konoha. And he was working alongside Orochimaru. After all, Shijin had ordered Abido to keep an eye on Orochimaru. But of course, Abido wasn't going to waste time actually watching him. Instead, their alliance became more cooperative. Abido followed closely behind Orochimaru, glancing lazily toward the resting Team 7. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is here, Abido muttered. The Akatsuki needs him for their tailed beast plan. If you plan on hurting him, neither Shijin nor I will let you. Orochimaru, wearing his straw hat, smirked. Oh, don't worry, he chuckled. I'm only interested in one of those little brats. Sasuke. Abido wasn't surprised. He knew Orochimaru wouldn't be interested in Sakura. Scoffing, he smirked. That brat's talent isn't even close to Itachi's. While Shijin seemed to favor Sasuke, Abido had always downplayed the boy's potential. At 17, Sasuke was only a special Jonin. At 17, Itachi already wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru licked his lips greedily. You're only interested in his body, huh? A backup vessel just in case, Orochimaru admitted, smiling. It wouldn't hurt to have a spare, just in case my true plan fails. HMPH. Abido scoffed again. Then he warned, just be careful. If Itachi finds out, you won't get far. Besides, Shijin also had his eyes on Sasuke. If Orochimaru made a move, he'd be making 2 enemies instead of 1. But Orochimaru just laughed. Relax. I'm only here to observe his talent. Even if Orochimaru needed a new vessel, he wasn't stupid enough to make a move now. Not when Shijin was watching. That brat. I'll consider him a trophy for after we succeed. Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Obaido, his smirk deepening. There shouldn't be any problem with that, right? Do what you want. Obaido couldn't care less about Sasuke's fate. All that mattered was this. As long as Orochimaru successfully resurrected the past Hokage, helping him eliminate Shijin, then Obaido would sacrifice anyone. Once he activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, the entire world would fall under his control. Sasuke, Orochimaru, even himself, none of it mattered. Only the dream world mattered. This is perfect. Orochimaru smirked, forming hand seals. If that boy's talent is good enough, consider this my opening gift. Chapter 147. There will always be such people in this world. The members of Team 7 sat together, resting. Having just defeated an enemy team and endured the hardships of survival in the Forest of Death, the three young ninja were visibly exhausted. However, just as they were about to relax, a sudden gust of wind swept through, instantly blowing all three of them away. What's going on? Naruto Uzumaki jolted awake in shock, grabbing onto a tree branch to steady himself against the violent wind. What the hell is happening? We're under attack. Sasuke Uchiha's instincts reacted immediately. His eyes turned crimson as he fixed his gaze on the source of the wind. The enemy. Their strength was terrifying. Sasuke hadn't even sensed their approach, nor noticed them casting a jutsu. The only thing he had time to do was shield Sakura Haruno behind him. Sasuke-kun. Sakura clung nervously to Sasuke's back. The wind gradually subsided. Two figures emerged from the distance. The three members of Team 7 tensed up at once. They could feel the chilling, killing intent radiating from the two figures, making their hair stand on end. This killing intent was overwhelming. In the eerie depths of the Forest of Death, it felt even more terrifying. It was so suffocating that the three young ninja felt as if they were staring straight at their own deaths. A fleeting moment of fear and confusion flashed in their eyes. This isn't right, this killing intent. Sasuke's body trembled. Under this pressure, he found himself frozen. These two are stronger than Zabuza. No, not just a little stronger. The sheer terror they instilled made his body instinctively recoil in fear. As an Uchiha, he couldn't believe that just sensing the enemy's presence was enough to make him feel dread. That meant these two were far beyond anything they had faced before, even Zabuza Mamachi. A foe this terrifying. How could they appear in the Chunin exams? You seem too scared to even move. Obaido Uchiha smirked coldly as he watched Sasuke's reaction. Taking advantage of the moment, he taunted Team 7's leader. Looks like Kakashi isn't such a great teacher after all. So these three brats are Kakashi's students. If their teacher is trash, his students must be trash too. They seem to know Kakashi-sensei. Sakura nervously observed Obaido. She didn't recognize him and struggled to process his words. But Sakura had no clue who he was. Her mind had completely frozen, unable to think of a way out of this situation. And they're not afraid of Kakashi. Cold sweat dripped down Sasuke's face. He realized there was an insurmountable gap between them and these two enemies. Unlike Sakura, Sasuke had a sharper mind. At the very least, he could confirm that these two not only knew Kakashi, but had interacted with him before. They had fought him before. How was this possible? Why would monsters like them appear in the Forest of Death? We're not afraid of them either. Naruto leaped down from the tree, landing beside Sasuke and clenching his fists, trying to act fearless. Naruto, don't be reckless. Sasuke quickly stopped him. Now was not the time to act impulsively. This battle was different from the one in the Land of Waves. Back then, they could rely on their jutsu and fearless resolve. But here, the overwhelming difference in power would render their determination meaningless. Who the hell were these two? Take the scroll. Sasuke pulled out their Heaven and Earth scroll, gritting his teeth as he tossed it toward Orochimaru and Obaido. If you came for the scroll, we give up. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto lunged to grab it. That scroll was their ticket to passing the second exam. How could he just hand it over? Naruto, stand down. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's collar, gritting his teeth as he faced Orochimaru and Obaido. You've got what you wanted. There are enemies everywhere in this forest. Fighting us here doesn't benefit you. Sigh. Abaito let out an amused chuckle. Hey, how naive. Orochimaru smirked mockingly at Sasuke's foolishness in handing over the scroll. Orochimaru caught the scroll midair, his smile widening as he asked, "What makes you think we came for this?" The next moment, Orochimaru casually swallowed the scroll whole, as if to prove that their goal had nothing to do with it. Sasuke's face turned pale, not because of how disturbing it was to watch, but because, if they weren't here for the scroll, then what were they after? Naruto, take Sakura and run. Sasuke's legs trembled, and even more cold sweat dripped from his face. I'm not leaving you behind. Naruto roared in defiance, pointing at the two enemies. Sasuke, I know they're strong, but I'll never run away from a fight. I'd rather die than abandon you. Hattie. So Jiraiya did a decent job raising this one. Orochimaru's smile widened as his gaze shifted from Sasuke to Naruto. Despite the killing intent he had released, Naruto didn't seem afraid. Perhaps it was a case of ignorance being bliss. Unlike Sasuke, who could recognize the gap in power, Naruto might simply be too clueless to realize how terrifying they were. Or maybe he was just as much of a fool as Jiraiya. Unfortunately, fools make the best prey. The real prey didn't seem to be responding the way he had hoped. Still want to test them. Abaito glanced at Sasuke and Naruto. That one doesn't even have the courage to stand. Seems like this test is pointless. Of course. Orochimaru licked his lips, still watching Sasuke intently. His eyes carried a strange sense of nostalgia. The world is full of children who believe every step they take is rational. So, they fear hardship, they fear the unknown. But there will always be those who refuse to be afraid. Sometimes, reckless courage will lead them to ruin. But sometimes, it gives birth to new hope. What nonsense. Abaito scoffed, about to respond when Naruto charged forward. That brat was really going for it. Naruto let out a battle cry as he sprinted toward Orochimaru and Abaito, shouting back at Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, I never give up on my comrades. The Sasuke I know would never just stand there. That idiot. Sasuke's arms trembled. He watched Naruto's lone figure charging ahead, feeling his heart sink. No. Don't go. We're no match for them. No matter what, we can't win. We'll die. This time, we'll really die. Sasuke's heart plummeted. Until a kunai flew straight at Abaito. Let Naruto go. Sasuke's face darkened, gripping two more kunai in his hands. His crimson Sharingan eyes locked onto Abaito. His voice was cold as steel. Let Naruto go. In that moment, the boy who had given up reignited his fighting spirit. Predictable. Orochimaru smirked, his interest in Sasuke growing stronger. You thought you lost interest in these little stories, but they'll always be there, waiting in the depths of your memory. Chapter 148, Just a Trivial Matter. Such a familiar sight. Orochimaru seemed to be witnessing shadows of the past. In Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, he saw reflections of his own youth with Jiraiya. Sasuke, much like himself, was rational and calculating, while that fool was just as impulsive as Naruto. But their fates were different. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had Tsunade, an exceptionally strong teammate with a kind heart and unwavering will to balance their differences. I said, let go of Naruto. Sasuke sprang toward Abaito Uchiha. Abaito, however, barely acknowledged Sasuke's charge. He paid no attention to the bonds these brats shared. Yet, Abaito underestimated Sasuke just a little. The kid's taijutsu was surprisingly decent, far superior to Naruto's at this stage. A kunai flashed toward Abaito's throat. Abaito casually blocked Sasuke's wrist, but the boy quickly twisted his grip, redirecting the kunai toward Abaito's stomach with ruthless precision. This brat. Abaito instinctively phased into his Kamui intangibility. What? Sasuke was stunned to see his kunai sink into Abaito's stomach, only to pass through as if striking air. Before he could react, Abaito kicked him away. Sasuke. Naruto took advantage of the moment to flip back to his feet. But Abaito was merciless. Without hesitation, he spun and kicked Naruto hard in the neck, sending him flying as well. Damn. Naruto clutched his throat, forcing himself to stand. He ignored his pain and immediately checked on Sasuke. Sasuke, are you all right? Sasuke scrambled up, his eyes locked onto Obito in alarm. And then he saw them. The Mangekyo Sharingan. No way. A look of utter disbelief flashed across Sasuke's face. He had never expected to see another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke had witnessed firsthand how the Mangekyo Sharingan differed from an ordinary Sharingan. And now, staring at Obito, there was no doubt. This man was an Uchiha. After all, only an Uchiha could activate and deactivate their Sharingan at will. Kakashi Hatake, their teacher, had a Sharingan, but he could never turn it off, forcing him to constantly expend chakra to maintain it. You're an Uchiha. Sasuke's voice trembled as he stared at Obito, trying to confirm his identity. Heh, so you figured it out. Obito smirked, reaching up to tear off his mask. The half-scarred face beneath made his aura feel even more sinister. So what? Since abandoning his false identity as Madara, Obito no longer cared about hiding his true self. You're Obito Uchiha. Sasuke gritted his teeth. After the Uchiha massacre, he had kept an eye on every rumor related to his clan. Not long after that night, a new rogue ninja from the Uchiha clan had emerged. Obito Uchiha. Recently, after Orochimaru's subordinates caused chaos and nearly triggered another Ninetales incident in Konoha, Obito's name had resurfaced, linked to the previous disaster 12 years ago. Naruto's mind went blank. Because he knew exactly what that meant. Naruto had learned pieces of the truth from the chakra his father left behind during the Ninetales crisis. Jiraiya had also spoken with him about it. Obito Uchiha was the man responsible for his parents' deaths. It was you. You killed my father and mother. Naruto's expression twisted in fury. His fists clenched, and an ominous red chakra began seeping from his body. The Ninetales' power. Scarlet energy wrapped around him, forming a translucent tail behind his back. Oh, that. Obito sneered without the slightest remorse. 12 years ago, I should have killed you too. The deaths of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. To him, they were nothing more than an insignificant event. He had every chance to kill Naruto back then. During the Ninetales attack, he had even used the newborn Naruto as a hostage against Minato and Kushina. He had gone so far as to place an explosive tag on the infant's body. Such ruthless, inhumane cruelty. And yet, Obito felt nothing about it. Ever since he committed himself to the Eye of the Moon plan, he had discarded his emotions. Minato, who once protected him. Kushina, who had always cared for him. Even their child Naruto. None of them mattered. Aochh. Naruto roared, lunging at Obito with beast-like fury. His crimson eyes glowed as the Ninetales chakra overwhelmed him. HMPH, so you're going to fight me with the Ninetales power. Obito chuckled. He had subdued the full Ninetales before. This little fragment of its chakra. It was nothing. Naruto. Sasuke knew they had no chance. He tried to stop Naruto from acting recklessly. But it was too late. With no other choice, Sasuke dashed forward to fight alongside him. If he couldn't stop Naruto, then he would fight with him. But before he could reach them, Orochimaru blocked his path with a smirk. Well. Orochimaru took slow steps toward Sasuke. Looks like it's time for our little test. After all, he hadn't forgotten his goal. 2 S-rank rogue ninja. And yet, they were each dealing with a pair of kids. The outcome was obvious. Obito knocked Naruto unconscious. Orochimaru swiftly defeated Sasuke, then leaned in with a sinister smile. He left a cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. My name is Orochimaru. He whispered as Sasuke's vision blurred. This curse mark is your reward. If you survive, come find me. We're leaving. Obito's voice echoed in the wind. I can already sense that pathetic Kakashi approaching. Once Orochimaru and Obito were gone, Sakura, who had been frozen in terror, finally regained control of her body. She rushed to Sasuke's side in panic. Sasuke-kun, don't worry about me. Sasuke clutched his burning neck, barely able to stay conscious. He ignored his own pain and forced himself to speak. Check on Naruto. That idiot. The nine tails inside Naruto was too dangerous. Obito hadn't killed him. But Sasuke and Naruto were now both incapacitated. And in the middle of the forest of death. They were as good as prey. The forest was far from safe. Sakura anxiously kept watch over both of them, flinching at every rustle of the wind. But not everyone in the forest was an enemy. Nearby, Nagato's team had arrived. They quietly observed the situation. As long as we ensure they don't die, it'll be fine. Jiraiya's student. He won't be that easy to break. Chapter 149, A Lucky Girl. I forgot to publish these chapters. Team 7 had barely managed to scrape by. Even after Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki regained consciousness, the two wasted no time. They immediately resumed their search for the Heaven and Earth scrolls in the Forest of Death. These two brats, they had no intention of giving up on the exam. Even though Jiraiya and Kakashi Hatake knew they had encountered Orochimaru and Obito Uchiha, worried sick about their safety, nothing could change their decision. As long as these two refused to quit, no one from the outside could interfere. All anyone could do was watch as Team 7 pushed forward. Their luck was surprisingly good. After 3 grueling days in the Forest of Death, they finally gathered both scrolls and made it to the designated location. They barely made it through. But their trials weren't over yet. Too many teams had survived the second exam. A sudden elimination round was required to narrow the competitors before the third stage. Rather than a real exam, it was more of a spectacle. Even though Jiraiya and Kakashi reported the presence of Orochimaru and Obito in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, refused to cancel the Chunin exams. This is a joint event with the Hidden Sand, Hiruzen said firmly, puffing on his pipe as he watched the preliminary fights unfold. Daimyo and nobles from every nation will be attending. No matter what, the exams must continue. Orochimaru is dangerous right now. Jiraiya's voice was grim. He had failed to catch Orochimaru and only found a severely wounded Anko Mitarashi. And more importantly, Obito Uchiha is here too. Jiraiya's expression darkened. If they use Naruto to trigger another Ninetales incident during the final exam, that was the real threat. A third Ninetales disaster in Konoha. If nobles and feudal lords died in the village, Konoha wouldn't just lose lucrative missions. It would suffer a devastating blow to its reputation. The fallout could be worse than the last Shinobi World War. No matter what, Jiraiya couldn't stand idly by and watch Konoha fall into crisis. Jiraiya, follow orders. Hiruzen exhaled a slow puff of smoke, completely unfazed. Your job is to protect the village. It sounded like an unreasonable demand. But Jiraiya knew his old teacher well. This man wasn't reckless. Speak. Jiraiya took a deep breath, steeling himself. Placing everyone in danger like this, that's not like you. But the old man gave no answer. His gaze remained fixed on the young shinobi below, watching silently as smoke curled from his pipe. Jiraiya sighed in frustration, temporarily giving up on convincing him. Instead, his eyes fell on a particular match. That kid, Jiraiya muttered as he watched a shinobi named Pain dominate his opponent. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. Besides Orochimaru, the other villages didn't come here with pure intentions either. His gaze sharpened as he spotted 2 more participants, Rain Ninja Zero and White Tiger, standing in the crowd, both wearing gas masks. They forfeited. Yes. Nagato and Konan had chosen to withdraw. Maybe they wanted to avoid drawing too much attention. Only Pain remained in the tournament. Their withdrawal was allowed. Both the preliminaries and the final exams were one-on-one battles. Any shinobi who doubted their strength could choose to quit. But Nagato and Konan were not weak. This was a military exhibition. The Chunin exams were meant to showcase the power of each village. If a shinobi excelled, their village would gain prestige and attract more missions. For them to drop out meant only one thing. They weren't here for the exams. These Rain Ninja needed to be investigated. If they had another objective, they were using the Chunin exams as cover. The hidden rain wasn't trustworthy. And the hidden sand wasn't behaving either. Jirya was still watching from above when Temari, daughter of the fourth Kazekage, severely injured Konoha's 10th. Then, Gaara, the Kazegage's son, completely lost control. He nearly killed Rock Lee, crushing his stomach with his sand. That brat. Jirya frowned as Might Guy intervened. His bloodlust is worse than his sister's. Even though Gaara was stopped, Lee's leg had already been shattered. Luckily, Tsunade was in Konoha. With her skill, Lee wouldn't be permanently crippled. Konoha Hospital. Lee was rushed into surgery. Might Guy, needing to oversee Neji Hyuga's match, had to leave. So Tenten sat anxiously outside the operating room. It's fine, it'll be fine. She clenched her fists, lightly tapping her knees in agitation. Ignoring her own injuries, she whispered encouragement to herself. And to Tsunade, who was treating Lei. It's Lady Tsunade, after all. The village's most revered Kunoichi. Tenten had always admired her. She once dreamed of becoming a medical ninja like Tsunade. But her chakra control was terrible. Even the basics were beyond her. Now, she could do nothing. All she could do was wait. As she paced, her eyes landed on another woman seated across from her. Strain. The woman wore a Konoha doctor's uniform. She must have been a hospital staff member. Earlier, when Lee was rushed into surgery, this woman had even helped carry him in. Time dragged on. Tenten grew more and more restless. Lee wasn't just her teammate. He was family. If Lee lost his dream of being a ninja, she couldn't accept it. Please hang in there. Tenten's worry deepened. Her exhaustion grew. She finally reached into her pouch, pulling out a sealing scroll. Unrolling it, she retrieved 2 cups of water. She set one beside the woman. But the woman didn't react. She remained silent, writing on a scroll. It wasn't until she finished that she seemed to notice Tenten at all. His wounds. The woman finally looked up. Her eyes flickered to Tenten's forehead and stomach, both lightly wounded, her bandages stained red. She frowned. Do you need treatment? You're not a medic, are you? Hi. Tenten quickly touched her headband. Her fingers brushed dried blood, but she forced a smile. No, I'm fine. Injuries like this were nothing new. Her team's sensei, Might Guy, was reckless. He protected them, sure. But they always found themselves in danger anyway. Thanks, though. Tenten tried to change the subject, shifting her focus. Her nerves slightly eased. As she relaxed, she noticed something. The woman's scroll. It wasn't finished. Tenten rummaged through her ninja pouch and pulled out a blank scroll. Here. She handed it over. She carried plenty of them for sealing weapons. The woman silently accepted it. Then, out of nowhere, she muttered. The green spandex kid is quite lucky. Her voice was distant. Tsunade's medical skills are outstanding. Chapter 150, Danzo's Ambition. Really? That's the best news I could hear. Lee has always wanted to become an outstanding ninja. The girl with her hair tied in twin buns wasn't questioning the man before her for daring to comment on Tsunade. Instead, she felt relief knowing her teammate would be healed. You really care about your friends. The man raised his gaze slightly, studying the girl sitting on the corridor bench. Then he asked softly, and what about your own dreams? I used to want to be a legendary Kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. Tenten tilted her head back, gazing at the hospital ceiling, her voice weak. But I don't have the talent for medical ninjutsu, and I can't learn to drink or gamble like her. I thought mastering ninja tools would be enough to make me like Lady Tsunade. But this Chunin exam once again reminded her of the gap. She was just an ordinary person. The distance between her and true prodigies was overwhelming. She had always noticed it whenever she watched Lee spar against their genius teammate, Neji Hyuga. That difference between talent and effort was frustrating. Still, she had always managed to adjust her mindset and find her own path. But in the recent preliminaries, she had lost to the Sand Village Kunoichi, Temari. Yet, she only allowed herself a brief moment of disappointment before regaining her composure. Rather than worrying about her own future, she was more concerned about her teammates. Lee. Tenten's eyes turned back toward the operating room doors. Creak. The doors swung open. Tsunade strolled out casually, as if she had just completed a minor procedure. She now carried herself much like Shijin once did. No big deal. Tsunade waved a hand dismissively as she met Tenten's anxious gaze. He just needs some time to rest. Lee is okay. Joy flashed across Tenten's face. She clenched her fists in excitement and admiration, as expected of Lady Tsunade. Tsunade was long immune to such praise. She waved it off and took a seat beside Shijin, grabbing a cup of water from the chair's armrest and gulping it down. Then she casually brought up Lee's condition. I saw a new type of injury today. That brat's body suffered damage from using some kind of forbidden technique. Young people these days are really reckless. Write it down. Shijin responded just as casually. When I carried him into the operating room, I noticed it too. That technique opened the chakra points in his body, but not enough. Even so, it still damaged him. Tenten grew curious. She saw that Tsunade and the man beside her were talking rather intensely. Who was he? One of the 3 legendary Sannin, Tsunade, was actually treating him with respect. And his insight was sharp. He had immediately identified the damage caused by the 8 gates. He even seemed quite familiar with the technique itself. Lee really is lucky. Tsunade mused, swirling the water in her cup. She wasn't just talking about Lee's recovery. She was also marveling at the fact that after finishing a grueling surgery, someone had already prepared a cup of water for her. Speaking of which, the Chunin exam. She started to change the subject, but suddenly stopped herself. Forget it. No need to bring up unpleasant topics. Lord Shijin isn't fond of ninja conflicts. News just arrived. Shijin lowered his head slightly, speaking in an indifferent tone. It seems there's been a sighting of Orochimaru at the exam site. Crash. Tsunade crushed the water cup in her hand. The woman who had just finished her surgery immediately stripped off her white coat, her expression turning stormy as she stormed out of the hospital. Orochimaru. She wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. She was going to find Jiraiya and get every detail about Orochimaru's whereabouts. She would never forgive him for stealing the crystal coffin. Lady Tsunade. Shizune, seeing Tsunade rush off, quickly chased after her. She still needed to discuss Lee's post-surgery treatment and medication. The rest, leave it to me. Shijin slowly stood up from his chair. Hey. Tenten blinked in confusion at Shijin. Hi. Shizune, on the other hand, looked at him with gratitude. This is truly a huge help. This doctor feels kind of strange. Tenten muttered under her breath while staying beside Lee. Hey. Shizune quickly pressed down on Tenten's head and whispered. This man is the most skilled medical ninja in the entire shinobi world. He's even stronger than Lady Tsunade. She idolizes him. What? Tenten's eyes widened in disbelief. The person she had admired since childhood looked up to this man. Why? Had she never heard of him before? Meanwhile, at the Chunin exam preliminaries, injured genin were constantly being sent to the Konoha hospital. Among them were the Hyuga heiress, Hinata Hyuga, as well as Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno. These young ninja were truly throwing their lives on the line. For them, the rank of Chunin meant surpassing their peers. When Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha finished their battles, they visited the hospital. They came not only to check on their injured comrades, but also to boast to Shijin about making it to the final round. We're going to win for sure. Naruto's spirit was as fiery as ever. There's still a month left to train. Sasuke, on the other hand, lacked confidence. He touched the back of his neck, still feeling the burning sensation. Aside from visiting their friends, they had another goal in coming to the hospital. They wanted Shijin to remove Orochimaru's cursed seal from Sasuke. This mark prevented Sasuke from fully utilizing his abilities. And in all of Konoha, Shijin was the most skilled at handling cursed seals. If he could suppress it, Sasuke was confident he could claim victory, especially with a month of intense training under Kakashi and Jiraiya. After all, their opponents were no joke. Shijin pressed his fingers against Sasuke's neck, sending a stream of warm chakra into the cursed mark. Removing it entirely will be difficult. His voice was calm. For now, I'll suppress it with my own seal. As his chakra flowed in, the cursed seal of heaven withered. When Shijin withdrew his fingers, a dark, circular binding seal had formed around the cursed mark, like iron chains locking it in place. The pain, it's gone. Sasuke touched his neck, feeling a cooling sensation. For the first time, he didn't fear Orochimaru's mark. The next step was for him and Naruto to grow stronger in the next month. Perhaps sensing the danger of the final exam, Jiraiya began teaching Naruto the Rasengan. Kakashi, on the other hand, passed on his lightning release technique, Chidori, to Sasuke. All the genin were training hard. All except one. The Rain Ninja, Pain, didn't care. Because with his strength, he could destroy Konoha single-handedly. The Chunin exams meant nothing to him. But their presence had drawn Jiraiya's attention. Nagato's team had planned to assassinate Danzo Shimura. Now that plan had to be postponed. Meanwhile, in Konoha's shadows, another force was on the move. Danzo Shimura, the man whose ambitions never ceased. Danzo sat in his dark underground base, slowly running his fingers along the hilt of his blade. News had arrived from his old informants within Anbo. A team of Rain Ninja had performed remarkably well in the Chunin exams. Their strength was far beyond the level of typical genin. However, 2 of them had withdrawn before the 3rd round. That team from the Hidden Rain. They were up to something. Danzo needed no further speculation. That team had to be Nagato's. The brat with the Rinnegan, the same one who had destroyed his and Hanzo's ambush years ago. A conspiracy. What conspiracy? They were simply here to assassinate him in revenge. But Danzo wouldn't place his survival in the hands of Hiruzen Sarutobi or the others. He had seen Nagato's strength firsthand during that blood-soaked battle. Still, this was Konoha. If Danzo compared their strengths, the most likely outcome of a fight between Nagato and Konoha's leadership would be mutual destruction. And that would be the best-case scenario. Danzo narrowed his eyes, pushing his blade firmly into its sheath. The Rinnegan, the position of Konoha's 5th Hokage. If conflict broke out between Nagato and Konoha's upper ranks, he could take everything for himself. Though the situation had grown complex, with both Orochimaru and Albedo seeking to exploit the chaos to seize the Rinnegan, Danzo remained convinced. He would be the one to emerge victorious. It's time. Danzo adjusted the bandages around his face and signaled to his 2 most trusted bodyguards. He left the depths of Root's underground base and set off to meet 2 old comrades, Koharu Udatane and Himura Mitakato. Now, it was time for him to step forward. For 4 years since the Uchiha massacre, Danzo had been stripped of power, forced into political obscurity. But with Konoha now facing crisis after crisis, even the possibility of impending war, how could a former Hokage advisor like himself simply stand by? At the very least, he needed to put on a show. He had to secure the backing of his old allies for his eventual return. After all, a terrifying storm was about to descend upon Konoha. And Danzo knew. He would survive. More than that, he would rise. His entire life had been building toward this moment, with 11 Sharingan embedded in his arm, and another resting within his eye socket. This time, Hiruzen will die. Hopefully, Jiraiya and Tsunade will perish in the storm as well. Danzo gazed up at the 4 stone faces on the Hokage monument. His cold, calculating stare darkened even further. When that happens, I will finally sit upon Konoha's highest seat. Chapter 151. I've seen your mother, but it was in the underworld. Konoha village. More and more people were arriving in Konoha. Most of them remained oblivious to the hidden turmoil brewing beneath the village's surface. They could only see the prosperity and peace on display. Inside Konoha Hospital, even here, things were far from calm. Rock Lee, the severely injured member of Team 3, lay quietly in his hospital bed. He remained unconscious, his body in the process of healing and recovering. With the other genin busy preparing for the 3rd exam, and since Tsunade had already treated Lee's injuries, there was no immediate need for special care. Security at the hospital was clearly lacking. A small figure had already snuck inside. A short boy, carrying a large gourd on his back, quietly slipped into Rock Lee's hospital room. Gaara, Lee's opponent from the preliminaries. Even though Lee had suffered severe injuries in the fight, even having his leg shattered by Gaara, he had still pushed Gaara to his limits. And because of that, Gaara wanted to kill him. This child from the Sand Village was like a murderous demon. Whenever he felt dislike or even hatred for someone, he never hesitated to kill. During the second exam, he had already slaughtered multiple genin. Unfortunately, during the preliminaries, when Gaara had wanted to finish off Lee, Might Guy had stepped in and stopped him. Now, there was no one here to stop him. Gaara's face twisted with feral rage as he stared at the unconscious Lee. A thick killing intent radiated from his body. Die. His hand slowly reached out. Golden sand flowed out, twisting toward Lee's body. In just an instant, Gaara could take his life. No one could stop him. Only killing could bring him joy. Or rather, killing was the only reason he existed. Just as Lee was about to meet his end, a calm voice suddenly spoke behind Gaara. This is a place for saving lives. Who? Gaara's body stiffened instantly. He hadn't sensed anyone behind him. Even the automatic sand that always protected him hadn't reacted. How was this possible? Someone had evaded his sand. Gaara instantly jumped back, controlling his sand to lash out at the figure behind him. Smack! The sand attack was effortlessly deflected. But Gaara refused to give up. His bloodshot eyes burned with fury as he commanded his sand to strike again. Sand manipulation. The newcomer murmured in a nostalgic tone. He raised his hand, and a small stream of water flowed from his fingertips. The water elegantly spiraled through the air, tracking down Gaara's sand like a dragon, soaking it completely. The sand's weight increased dramatically. Gaara gritted his teeth, struggling to gather his sand again, but it refused to move as freely as before. The opponent had effortlessly neutralized it. This Konoha ninja had just countered his sand manipulation technique with ridiculous ease. Lee, I came to see you. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki burst into the room, only to freeze in shock at the sight before him. Gaara, what are you doing? Gaara. The man who had saved Lee muttered the name curiously. Lee's opponent. Naruto immediately rushed to Lee's bedside, shielding him as he shouted toward the newcomer. Shaijin, this guy was Lee's opponent in the preliminaries. He's the one who injured Lee so badly. I'm going to kill him. Gaara's face contorted in rage as the memory of his disgraceful battle flooded his mind. His facial muscles twitched in uncontrollable anger. You can't do that now. Naruto's expression was serious. He believed he could stop Gaara, and he was certain that Shaijin wouldn't let anything happen to Lee. After all, Shaijin had beaten Jiraiya with one hand. Ever since training under Jiraiya, Naruto had come to understand just how powerful his master was. And the more he understood Jiraiya's strength, the more he realized just how terrifying Shaijin was. No matter what, Gaara couldn't be a match for Shaijin. HMPH. Gaara glared at Naruto, then at Shaijin, knowing that killing Lee now was impossible. But he wouldn't let this go. Wait a moment. Just as Gaara turned to leave, Shaijin suddenly spoke, as if recalling something. You are Karara's son, aren't you? Whoosh. Gaara's body trembled violently. The red-haired boy's face twisted with fury. No one had ever dared mention his mother in front of him. Because his mother had always resented his birth. Because his birth had cost her life. This man knew his mother. You knew her. Gaara gritted his teeth, glaring at Shaijin. I saw her spirit in the underworld. Shaijin pressed his fingers against his temple, sifting through his memories. I also saw her brother Yashimaru, but he had far more problems than she did. He lingered between life and death, refusing to let go. Perhaps he had seen too many souls. No. Rather, he had freed too many lost souls. So many that their names were buried deep in his mind, resurfacing only when he heard them spoken aloud. But Gaara didn't believe a word of it. The red-haired boy snorted coldly. He had initially been curious to hear more about his mother and uncle. But when this man started rambling about the underworld, he immediately assumed it was all nonsense. What a waste of time. Furious, Gaara turned and stormed out of the hospital room. That bastard. Naruto clenched his fists, watching Gaara's retreating figure with frustration and concern. Shijin also watched Gaara leave, his expression unreadable. Come to think of it, who were those names you mentioned? Naruto asked, tilting his head in curiosity. That guy seemed even angrier after hearing them. Karura was his mother. Yashimaru was his uncle. Shijin didn't hide anything. He spoke plainly, recounting the tale he had heard from the dead. The day he was born, his mother, Karura, died from childbirth, but before she passed, she left him with great power. The sand that always protects him is the remnant of his mother's will. And his father. Shijin's face darkened slightly. Even with all he had witnessed across centuries, this was an exceptionally tragic tale. What about his father? Naruto asked eagerly. He had recently experienced the warmth of parental love for the first time, so he was especially curious about others' families. His father. Shijin sighed, shaking his head before continuing. He recounted the entire tragic history. How Gaara's father, the fourth Kazekage, had sealed Shukaku inside his newborn son to make him a living weapon. How he had forced Yashimaru, Gaara's only source of love, to betray and attempt to assassinate him. How Gaara had lived believing his mother had hated him, never knowing the truth. I see. Naruto held his head in shock. As Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki, he had always thought his own life was miserable. He had even resented his father for sealing the beast inside him. But now, Gaara's life was so much worse. He couldn't even begin to imagine the pain Gaara had felt when Yashimaru, his only family, tried to kill him. No wonder he was so broken. I have to tell him. Naruto, filled with empathy, ran to chase after Gaara. At the very least, he had to tell him the truth. Just as Naruto was about to rush out after Gaara, Shijin reached out a hand and stopped him. How do you think he'll react? Naruto hesitated, turning back to look at Shijin with confusion. If you tell him the truth, do you think he'll believe you? Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but stopped short. Gaara, believe him. Naruto clenched his fists. He wanted to tell Gaara, he needed to tell him. But would Gaara really listen? Naruto was reminded of himself, not too long ago, before he had started making friends, before he had met Jiraiya. If someone had told him that his father was the fourth Hokage, that his parents had loved him, that he wasn't just some cursed child, would he have believed it? No. He would have hated them for saying it. Shijin was right. Gaara wouldn't believe him. Not yet. Then what should I do? Naruto asked, looking up at Shijin. Shijin gave him a small smile and ruffled his hair. Beat him in the final exam, Shijin said simply. Hi. If you really want him to listen, you have to prove you're worth listening to, Shijin continued. Fight him, defeat him, and then, when he has no choice but to acknowledge your strength, tell him the truth. Naruto's eyes widened. That made sense. Gaara wouldn't listen to words, but if Naruto beat him in battle, maybe he'd be willing to hear him out. All right, Naruto said, determination burning in his eyes. Then I'll win, and then I'll tell him everything. Shijin nodded. Rock Lee, who had been silent this whole time, suddenly chuckled weakly from his hospital bed. Well then, Lee said, his voice hoarse but full of spirit. Looks like I'll have to entrust everything to you, Naruto. Naruto turned to Lee and gave him a wide, confident grin. Leave it to me. Shijin stood back, watching the scene unfold before him. He wasn't sure if Gaara would ever fully accept the truth. But if there was anyone who could reach him, it would be Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 152, One Tail Shukaku. With the grand opening of the Chunin exam's third and final stage, Konoha welcomed its most distinguished guest, Rasa, the fourth Kazekage of the Hidden Sand. Lord Kazekage this way. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, dressed in his ceremonial robes, personally came to receive Rasa, inviting him to walk alongside him to the highest spectator stand of the arena. Thank you. Rasa lifted his head, his face cold and expressionless beneath his Kazekage hat. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he followed Sarutobai's lead. "It is truly an honor to have you visit Konoha, Lord Kazekage." Sarutobai made small talk while leading the way, subtly observing Rasa's expression, hoping to discern his true intentions. However, Rasa remained largely silent. He merely followed Sarutobai step by step onto the viewing platform, taking his designated seat as his sharp gaze swept over the arena. There was no denying it. The scale of the third exam was impressive. The VIP seats were already filled with feudal lords and nobles from various nations. Konoha's high-ranking officials were also present without exception. Even the long-retired former Hokage advisor, Danzo Shimura, sat alongside his two old allies. Among the legendary Sannin, Jirya and Tsunade positioned themselves at a high vantage point, overseeing the entire stadium. Both remained on high alert for the possible appearance of Orochimaru. As Konoha's honored guest, Shijin had also been invited to attend. Or rather, it was Naruto Uzumaki who insisted that he come to watch, finally convincing this man, who always preferred to dedicate his time to medical research, to make an appearance. However, Shijin's seat was beside Tsunade. After all, from that spot, he had the best view of the entire arena. "Naruto is up first, huh?" Jirya rubbed his chin as he watched Naruto step into the arena, following the referee's instructions. "Shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Is that so?" Tsunade, standing next to Jirya, waved her hand lazily. "I heard you gave that kid plenty of extra lessons." Heh. Jirya chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. While they exchanged casual banter, the match had already begun. Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, and with Might Guy, Konoha's strongest taijutsu master, as his mentor, Neji had a clear advantage over Naruto in close combat. However, to Jirya and Tsunade, the fight held little significance beyond being a spectacle. Their attention quickly drifted back to a far more pressing matter, Orochimaru. "Any word on him?" Tsunade scanned the entire stadium, but found nothing suspicious. "Nothing." Jirya's expression grew serious as he surveyed the crowd. "There are too many visitors in the village right now. We've investigated every possible lead but came up with nothing. It seems like he might have already left. But I doubt he'd give up so easily. If he and Abido Uchiha are plotting something, today would be the day to act." Indeed. Today was the grandest day of the Chunin exams. If Orochimaru made his move in front of so many dignitaries, it would trigger an event that would shake the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was too well hidden. Jirya had found no trace of him. "I've already warned the Jonin in the village." Jirya's gaze shifted toward the front rows of the audience, where several Jonin were stationed. "I told them to be on high alert today. The ANBU are also searching for him inside the stadium. The village perimeter has been placed on high alert." Jirya finished his briefing, then glanced at Tsunade before continuing. "If that bastard dares to make a move today, to put it bluntly, he wouldn't be leaving alive." Every ounce of Konoha's military power was concentrated within the village. Unless Orochimaru and Abido could immediately unleash the Nine Tails within Naruto, it was unlikely they'd be able to cause too much damage. Besides, Naruto was a competitor in the exam. With Jirya and Tsunade present, Orochimaru wouldn't be able to get anywhere near him. And as for Abido, that man was always unpredictable, but Kakashi had personally taken it upon himself to deal with him. If Abido dared to show himself, Kakashi wouldn't let him get anywhere near Naruto. Besides Orochimaru, the Rain Ninja are also a problem. Jirya's eyes locked onto a specific Rain team in the stands. "I wonder if they'll try anything today." Something was off. When Jirya's gaze met Zero and White Tiger, the two masked Rain shinobi, they seemed to sense his attention and looked directly back at him. There's something strangely familiar about them. Jirya's face darkened slightly. He chalked it up to having seen them somewhere during his travels, but a deep feeling of unease settled in his chest. He could only hope that they'd recognize reality, that his and Tsunade's presence would dissuade them from trying anything reckless. As Jirya worried about the external threats, the first match came to an end. Naruto, determined to avenge Hinata Hyuga, defeated Neji with Rasengan. The second match. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gaara. Naruto had barely stepped off the battlefield when his expression twisted in frustration. He wanted to beat Sasuke, but he also wanted to beat Gaara. This was so unfair. Why were there so many opponents he wanted to defeat? Sasuke was the rival he had always wanted to surpass. But Gaara was a mission from Shijin. He had to win against Gaara and tell him the truth about his mother. But the referee wouldn't wait for his inner struggle to resolve. As soon as Naruto stepped down, Sasuke and Gaara entered the arena. Compared to Naruto's battle with Neji, Sasuke vs. Gaara was on a whole different level. Sasuke's speed had improved dramatically. Throughout the Chunin exams, he had been relentlessly studying and adapting, learning from everyone he encountered. For example, he had learned taijutsu from Rock Lee. And being a true genius, Sasuke had rapidly refined his technique over the past month. Even Rock Lee, watching from the stands, was stunned by his progress. But taijutsu alone wasn't enough. No matter how many times Sasuke attacked, no matter how many layers of Gaara's sand he broke through, he couldn't completely destroy Gaara's defense. The sand stood between them like an impenetrable wall. Fortunately, Sasuke had other powerful jutsu. Fire-style, dragon flame jutsu. A massive wave of flames erupted toward Gaara. The intense heat clashed against the dense sand. Explosions echoed throughout the stadium. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. But the real killing move was still hidden. Because aside from fire, Sasuke had also learned lightning. From Kakashi Hadake, a jutsu even stronger than Jiraiya's fire techniques. Chidori. Sasuke vanished in a blur of speed, lightning crackling in his palm. A flash of blue light cut through the sandstorm, piercing straight through Gaara's shoulder. Blood. For the first time in his life, Gaara bled. And in that moment, his sanity shattered. A dark chakra surged from his body. Half of his face transformed. A monstrous, tanuki-like visage emerged. The air grew thick with something unnatural. Even Naruto, watching from the stands, felt it immediately. Because they were the same. Gaara was about to lose control. Just like Naruto had. That night he first felt the Nine Tails' power. The One Tail was awakening. Naruto's pupils shrank. He could feel it. The chakra radiating from Gaara. It was just like his own. Gaara was losing control, just like he had nearly lost himself to the Nine Tails. No. Naruto clenched his fists. He had to stop this before it was too late. He turned and ran toward Jiraiya and Shijin. Kakashi-sensei isn't enough. I need to find Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto sprinted up the stairs of the spectators' stands, ignoring the shocked gazes of the audience. Jiraiya-sensei. He didn't even have time to greet Shijin. He just shouted in urgency. That guy, he's not like everyone else. He's a Jinchuriki. Naruto froze. Shijin had answered before he could even finish. Shijin's gaze remained calm as he looked down at the battlefield. The One-Tail's Jinchuriki. Shukaku. That name. Jiraiya and Tsunade both recognized it immediately. What? Sand Village had used Shukaku's power many times in past wars. It was no secret that they had a Jinchuriki. But the fact that Gaara was the host, that changed everything. Down on the battlefield, Gaara twitched, his breath ragged. A dark, twisted grin spread across his face. His fingers curled as his nails elongated into claws. I will kill you. He lifted his head, staring at Sasuke. The killing intent made Sasuke take a step back. This wasn't human. Gaara's eyes closed. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then, a violent gust of wind tore through the stadium. Boom! A massive, hulking figure burst forth from Gaara's body. A giant tanuki, bloated and grotesque, with deep black markings covering its face and tail. It laughed maniacally, its voice shaking the air. Finally, I'm free again. Shukaku had awakened. Chapter 153, The True Intentions of the Fourth Kazekage. The arena. The moment Shukaku fully emerged, the crowd erupted into chaos. It wasn't just the Konoha villagers, even the sand ninja were shaken. Everyone had seen a tailed beast rampage before. And no one believed that Shukaku had appeared just to defeat Sasuke Uchiha. This was far bigger than the exam itself. Why do we have to deal with something like this in the Chunin exams? Konoha had only just recovered from the last Ninetales incident. The trauma was still fresh. And now, another tailed beast had gone berserk. At this point, no one cared about the exam anymore. Even the contestants in the waiting area were hesitating. All except for one. Pain. The masked rain ninja remained motionless, watching from the stands. He wasn't afraid. Or rather, he acted as if he didn't need to be afraid. But no one had time to dwell on him. Konoha's Jonin immediately started evacuating civilians. As the chief examiner, Jiraiya didn't hesitate. He and Tsunade leaped into the arena, issuing orders to prepare for Shukaku's rampage. No matter what, he would not let the village fall into disaster today. Even if Shukaku wasn't as powerful as the Ninetales, he was still a tailed beast. If he went out of control, the devastation could be catastrophic. Withdraw. Jiraiya shouted to Sasuke. Your exam is over, get out of there. But my fight with him. Sasuke gritted his teeth, looking up at Shukaku's massive form. He saw Gaara's unconscious body resting within the beast's chest. He hated how powerless he felt. This match is over. Jiraiya sighed, repeating his command. Get out of the arena. A tailed beast isn't something a bunch of kids can handle. Hurry and leave. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, her tone even harsher. She stared at Shukaku with annoyance, then clicked her tongue. What a pain, first the Ninetales, now this. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's gaze shifted toward the cage seating area. There, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Rasa, the fourth Kazekage, remained seated. Completely unmoving. Even as Shukaku wreaked havoc. Even as the arena descended into panic. The two Kage didn't flinch. It was almost as if they were competing to see who could remain calmer. But something was wrong. Rasa, the Kazekage, wasn't panicking at all. He wasn't worried about his village's Jinchuriki. He wasn't even concerned about the chaos his son was causing. Hiruzen felt uneasy. As the host of the Chunin exams, he couldn't ignore this. His expression remained diplomatic, but his voice turned sharp. Lord Kazekage, this shouldn't be happening during an exam. A chuckle. Rasa smirked. His tone was mocking. Tailed beasts are weapons of the hidden villages. Isn't it only natural for one to appear in a Chunin exam? He turned to Hiruzen, his smirk widening. Or is it that Konoha still refuses to use its Jinchuriki in battle? Hiruzen fell silent. Because, in truth, Konoha never used Naruto in war. Even during the greatest conflicts, Konoha never unleashed the Ninetales. Why? Because once the Ninetales rampaged, it was impossible to stop. We are not the same, Hiruzen finally answered. His eyes hardened. The risk of a tailed beast rampage far outweighs its benefits. He looked at the battlefield. Their power is too much for these young ninja to face. This is reckless. Huh? Rasa chuckled again. If you don't trust your own village's ninja, you're free to forfeit. His gaze flickered to the arena, where Shukaku towered over Sasuke. As for a tailed beast rampage, as the host of these exams, surely Konoha can handle it. Hiruzen's face darkened. He understood what Rasa was doing. The Kazekage was taunting Konoha, mocking how the village had failed to control the Ninetales. Twice. And Rasa was deliberately escalating the situation, bringing a Jinchuriki into Konoha, allowing a tailed beast to go berserk in the village. This was a declaration of war. But Hiruzen was a man of peace. For years, he had prioritized stability, even at the cost of Konoha's strength. And even now, even when war seemed inevitable, he didn't want to escalate the conflict. This is a Chunin exam, not a battlefield. Hiruzen met Rasa's eyes. These children should not be forced to fight a war beyond their capabilities. Tailed beasts were far beyond what genin could handle. Sasuke Uchiha was still just a child. And yet this man, the Kazekage, was expecting a genin to fight a tailed beast. All right then. Rasa suddenly softened his tone. His voice became polite, almost reassuring. If Konoha cannot handle this, I will intervene myself. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Something didn't feel right. Was Rasa really just trying to show off Sand's power? Just for a Chunin exam? That seemed excessive. Normally, hidden villages only use tailed beasts in war, not public tournaments. And yet, Rasa had willingly brought a tailed beast into Konoha and let it rampage. Something wasn't adding up. Before Hiruzen could speak, a Konoha ninja rushed over with an urgent report. A large force of sand ninja is approaching Konoha. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He immediately turned to Rasa. The Kazekage remained calm. Lord Kazekage. Hiruzen's voice was cold. I need an explanation. Is the hidden sand declaring war on Konoha? A smirk. Then, a laugh. Rasa's fingers tapped against the armrest of his chair. Oh. Then, he finally spoke. Of course not. Hiruzen's fists clenched. This was wrong. Something was wrong. And then, Rasa sighed. All right, he said, his voice turning serious. No more games. He leaned forward. If everything has gone according to plan, the sand ninja should have already stopped outside the village. Sure enough, moments later, another report came in. The sand forces have halted outside Konoha. They hadn't attacked. They were waiting. What is your goal? Hiruzen's expression was grim. Rasa's next words changed everything. I need Konoha's help, Rasa said calmly. To stage a deception. Hiruzen's brows furrowed. A deception. Rasa exhaled. The real threat is already inside Konoha. Hiruzen felt his blood run cold. Are you saying? Rasa's gaze sharpened. Yes. The leader of the Akatsuki has infiltrated Konoha. Chapter 154, That Fool, Shimura Danzo. The arena was in chaos. The contestants in the preparation area were also evacuating. Tendo Pain remained motionless, wearing his gas mask, his expression calm as his gaze swept across the battlefield, until it landed on an elderly man in the audience. Shimura Danzo. The old man remained seated, just as composed. As Koharu Udatane and Himura Mitakato left their seats to issue commands to the Konoha shinobi, Danzo did not move. The old man was not worried about the One-Tail's rampage at all. As a former intelligence officer of Konoha, Danzo was well aware of the One-Tail Shukaku of Sunagakure. He knew every instance of its rampage within the village and every time it had been subdued by the fourth Kazekage, Rasa. The tailed beast with the least chakra in the ninja world. Handling its rampage was not a difficult task. The real trouble was never the tailed beasts. Danzo slightly lifted his gaze, scanning the chaos in the arena until it stopped at the calm AIM ninja in the preparation area. Even though that AIM ninja was wearing a gas mask, Danzo was certain he was watching him. Still not making a move. Danzo gripped his ninjato and glanced around, searching for someone. Where's that snake, Orochimaru? That same question was also on Pain's mind. Pain's gaze remained locked on Danzo. Meanwhile, his true body, Nagato, and Konan were also scanning the field for Orochimaru's whereabouts. They had not received any information from him. When would be the perfect time to act? Konoha seemed to be in chaos due to the One-Tail's rampage. This might be the right moment to make a move against Danzo. However, Pain had not anticipated this. At that very moment, two Kage were discussing him from the viewing platform. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wore a deeply grave expression. Ever since the Uchiha massacre, he had been acutely aware of the threat posed by Akatsuki. Orochimaru. Uchiha Baido. Uchiha Itachi. Based on his intelligence, Sarutobi knew that all three of Konoha's S-rank rogue nin were closely tied to Akatsuki, a group with immense ambition. Now, the fourth Kazekage, Rasa, had suddenly revealed that Akatsuki's leader had infiltrated Konoha, news that alarmed Sarutobi immensely. The leader of an organization that recruited S-rank rogue nin could not be an ordinary person. And he would not have come to Konoha without a purpose. I'm just curious. Sarutobai's gaze turned sharp as he questioned, how does the Keizukage know so much about Akatsuki? This matter? I'd rather not go into detail. Rasa seemed to notice Sarutobai's dissatisfaction and abruptly changed his tone. However, to gain the Hokage's trust, I don't mind sharing some embarrassing intelligence from Sunagakure. I assume you haven't forgotten about the disappearance of the third Keizukage before the Third Great Ninja War. Sarutobai nodded thoughtfully. That incident, he had never forgotten. The third Keizukage vanished while still in his prime, and his disappearance had triggered the Third Great Ninja War. The case remained an unsolved mystery. Wait. Sarutobai suddenly made a connection between the third Keizukage's disappearance and Akatsuki. His face darkened. Was it Akatsuki? In theory, yes. Our village's S-rank rogue ninja, Sasori of the Red Sand, was the one who assassinated the third Keizukage. During our pursuit of him, we discovered he had joined Akatsuki. Because of this, I've always kept an eye on Akatsuki. Rasa continued. For instance, Konoha's S-rank rogue nin, Uchiha Obaido and Uchiha Itachi, are both Akatsuki members. And even... A strange smile appeared on Rasa's face. The Hokage's former student, Orochimaru, was once a member of Akatsuki as well. Orochimaru. Sarutobai's expression darkened further. He was starting to believe Rasa's words. This intelligence was not something easily obtained. Had it not been for Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobai himself would not have known about Akatsuki, let alone Obaido's true identity. And there's more. Seeing Sarutobai's reaction, Rasa knew he was convinced and decided to push further. The S-rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure, Kasame Hashigaki, who assassinated the fourth Mizukage, is also a member of Akatsuki. Even though Sarutobai had known Akatsuki was dangerous, he was still shocked to learn that another Kage's death was linked to them. No. To be precise, 3 Akatsuki members had assassinated Kage-level figures. Obaido, responsible for the death of the fourth Hokage. Sasori, who killed the third Keizukage. Kasame, who assassinated the fourth Mizukage. This organization was beyond dangerous. It wasn't just gathering rogue nin. It was actively orchestrating the assassinations of Kage. The death of a Kage not only weakened a village's power, but could also plunge it into prolonged political turmoil. Conveniently, Rasa smirked. After learning about Kasame's assassination of the fourth Mizukage, I intensified my investigation into Akatsuki and uncovered more secrets. Konoha and Akatsuki have a long-standing grudge. Rasa spoke as if he knew everything. Your village's advisor, Shimura Danzo, once allied with Hanzo the salamander of Aimgakure in an attempt to annihilate Akatsuki. That old grudge has yet to be settled. Danzo. Sarutobai turned his gaze toward Danzo. That bastard was always stirring up trouble. Sarutobai had long been frustrated by Danzo's reckless actions. But what truly angered Sarutobai was Danzo had secretly collaborated with Hanzo against Akatsuki and never informed him. If he had known about Akatsuki's activities earlier, he could have prepared accordingly. Then, Sarutobai looked toward the still-seated AIM ninja in the arena, trying to confirm his suspicions. Keizukage, do you think Akatsuki's leader infiltrated Konoha for revenge? Hokage, you already know the answer. Rasa smirked and delivered the final proof. Just as you suspect. I found out that Hanzo was killed, and all his subordinates were executed by Akatsuki's leader. Akatsuki took control of leaderless Aimgakure. So, when I saw Aim Nin participating in the Chunin exams, I suspected Akatsuki's leader would use this event to infiltrate Konoha. Rasa's knowledge of Akatsuki was extensive. He even glanced at Danzo. I just don't know if it's purely revenge, or if there's a greater scheme. That bastard Danzo. Sarutobai took a deep breath, trying to suppress his fury. That old fool had kept this information from him. Sarutobai didn't care that Danzo had worked with Hanzo against Akatsuki. He was furious that Danzo had withheld such crucial intelligence. Now Konoha was being cornered. And worst of all, The fourth Keisuke knew that Sarutobi had been kept in the dark. Sarutobi's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Rasa. Keisuke, you and Danza. Yes. Rasa's eyes gleamed with amusement. In order to deal with Akatsuki, we've had some minor collaborations. New fix out, one called Hogwarts, Don't Call Me a Wand Maker, and another called One Piece, Farming from the Rocks era. I will delete one based on the reception later. If both do well, I'll keep both. Chapter 155. The Things No Human Would Do, Danzo Does Them All. All right. As someone who had been friends with Shimura Danzo for many years, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew him well enough. This was exactly the kind of thing Danzo would do. But was this something a rational person would do? Do you even know who the Hokage is? Do you even know who you're supposed to trust? Sarutobi was so furious that his chest felt like it was about to explode. His mind was already racing with countless curses he wanted to hurl at Danzo. A former Konoha advisor. A man who had been part of Konoha's leadership for nearly 40 years. Had actually conspired with the cage of an enemy village in secret. And worst of all, they had exchanged intelligence about Akatsuki without informing him, the Hokage. This was even more infuriating than outright treason. That idiotic bastard. Sarutobi's face twitched with rage, but his expression only seemed to please the fourth Keisuke, Rasa, who sat beside him. That Keisuke seemed to thoroughly enjoy seeing Sarutobi in distress. Fortunately, Sarutobi's fury only lasted for a moment before the crisis at hand forced him to refocus. Konoha's current predicament was more pressing. As for Danzo, Sarutobi shot a sharp glare at the man still seated in the audience, but he could only suppress his anger for now. He would deal with him later, after this was over. However, while Sarutobi could endure it, Nagato's group could not. Just as Sarutobi and Rasa were beginning to reach a mutual understanding regarding Akatsuki's leader, a tall Konoha ninja discreetly approached Nagato amid the chaos and whispered into his ear. Lord Orochimaru says, "It's about time to retreat." This entire commotion was orchestrated by Sunagakure. Their goal is to clear the area. The fourth Keisuke, Rasa, has already identified Lord Pain. They intend to ally with Konoha to capture him and force him to reveal intel about Sunagakure's S-rank rogue ninja, Sasori of the Red Sand, and the whereabouts of the third Keisuke. Clearly, this Konoha ninja was one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Or rather, a hidden operative left behind in Konoha by Orochimaru. After delivering his message, the ninja quickly withdrew, unwilling to linger in this dangerous situation. What? Nagato and Konan were both stunned. The fact that Sunagakure knew their identities, and had even set a trap for them, was completely unexpected. No one would have seen this coming. After all, Sunagakure was weak. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, it had the least presence. Even their daimyo did not care for them. We must retreat immediately. Konan didn't hesitate. She turned to Nagato, her voice full of urgency. Konoha is already a trap. Nagato remained silent. Through pain, he lifted his gaze and surveyed the arena. The Konoha shinobi were efficiently evacuating the audience. Jiraiya and Tsunade had already suppressed the rampaging One-Tail. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Rasa still sat atop the viewing platform, overlooking the chaos from their high vantage point. And Danzo. Danzo's gaze was fixed on Pain. It seemed Konoha and Sunagakure had already identified them, setting up this entire Chunin exam as a trap. But, at this point, did they really think retreating would be that easy? And more importantly, did Konoha and Sunagakure really believe they could keep him here? In this world, aside from that mysterious figure watching from the shadows, the one who also possessed the Rinnegan, Nagato was confident that no one in the ninja world was his equal. Not even his former teacher, Jiraiya. Of course, Jiraiya didn't think that way. Because at this moment, Jiraiya was feeling rather confident. Man, the One-Tail is weak. He watched as Tsunade leaped into the air and punched Shukaku straight into the ground. He couldn't help but complain, a little envious. Seriously, The one tail was way too weak. The night the nine tails nearly went berserk inside Naruto, both he and Tsunade had struggled against its immense power. They had been completely overwhelmed, barely able to hold their own, and had even risked death. But now, fighting the one tail. No. It wasn't even a fight. Tsunade was handling it alone. Sunagakure really had such a weak-tailed beast, that was almost enviable. If Minato had only needed to deal with the one tail 12 years ago instead of the nine tails, neither he nor Kushina would have had to sacrifice themselves. Behind Jiraiya, Kakashi watched as Tsunade effortlessly restrained the one tail. He wasn't sure if they should even offer assistance at this point. Don't lower your guard, Kakashi. Jiraiya glanced at him. He may have relaxed slightly because of the one tail, but he wasn't letting his guard down completely. This was just a minor disturbance. Orochimaru and Obito could still be lurking in the shadows. Understood. Kakashi glanced at the dwindling crowd and asked, "What about the Chunin exam? The audience is gone. The performers don't need to continue their act." Jiraiya shook his head, turning his gaze toward the viewing platform. If nothing major happens, the old man and the Kazekage are probably discussing this one-tail incident. Once they're done, we'll decide how the remaining examinees proceed. Kakashi-sensei. The evacuation is complete. Naruto and Sasuke landed beside Kakashi, followed by their fellow genin. But their presence here felt awkward. They couldn't participate in the battle, and they weren't needed to support anyone. Yet they were still eager to fight. Naruto, Sasuke. Kakashi pondered for a moment, then looked toward the Sunagakure shinobi watching from a distance. Go keep an eye on the sand shinobi. Understood. Naruto accepted the mission, though he hesitated. He looked at Gaara, who lay unconscious on Shukaku's chest as Tsunade continued her assault on the beast. Kakashi-sensei, about Gaara. Naruto had heard Gaara's story. He knew why Gaara killed people. He didn't want Tsunade to kill him. After all, they were the same. Their fates were incredibly similar. Naruto was lucky. Gaara wasn't. Tsunade-sama won't kill him. Kakashi seemed to understand Naruto's thoughts. Gaara was Sunagakure's Jinchuriki. Even if he had caused trouble in Konoha, as long as Konoha and Sunagakure hadn't completely severed ties, Tsunade wouldn't kill him. That would create an irreparable rift between the two villages. No, she wouldn't kill him. But the beating would be brutal. Boom! Tsunade's punches were relentless. She fought with a ferocity completely unbecoming of a medical ninja, pummeling Shukaku into submission. She single-handedly dominated the beast. This battle was entirely one-sided. With Jiraiya supporting her, Shukaku had zero chance of fighting back. It looked like the One-Tail's rampage was coming to an end. However, Jiraiya sensed something was off. Despite everything, neither Sarutobi nor Rasa had intervened or given any orders. Not about the One-Tail. Not about the evacuation. What were they waiting for? Jiraiya turned to scan the battlefield. Then he saw them. The three Aimgakure ninja who still hadn't left. Pain in the preparation area. Zero and Byako in the audience. They had stayed. Neither the One-Tail's rampage nor the chaos of the evacuation had made them flinch. Something was wrong. Jiraiya tensed up. Before he could react, Pain suddenly leaped into action. At the same time, Sarutobi and Rasa sprang from their seats, intercepting him. Two Kage had sat idle during the One-Tail's rampage. But the moment this rain ninja moved, they acted immediately. Jiraiya's eyes locked onto Pain. Who was he? What secrets did he hold? Why had he entered the Chunin exams? For two Kage to move against him. He couldn't just be Hanzo. Even Hanzo wouldn't warrant this reaction. Jiraiya-sama. A masked Anbu landed beside him, relaying Sarutobi's orders. The Hokage orders you to subdue the One-Tail and assist in capturing the enemy. Enemy? Jiraiya's curiosity deepened. What kind of enemy required this much effort? New fix out one called Hogwarts. Don't call me a wand maker, and another called One Piece, farming from the Rocks era. I will delete one based on the reception later. If both do well, I'll keep both. Chapter 156, as expected of Jiraiya Sensei. These days, what kind of enemy required such a massive operation? Unless they were trying to take down another village's cage or an even stronger Jinchuriki. No. Maybe. They were trying to eliminate Orochimaru. But before Jiraiya could think too much about it, he immediately sprang into action, rushing toward the battlefield, where the fight between Hiruzen Sarutobi, Rasa, and Pain had already begun. Sarutobi removed his hat and cast off his ceremonial robe, revealing the sturdy armor beneath. Gone was his usual warmth. His voice carried nothing but the raw intensity of battle. For someone of your stature to come to Konoha. Sarutobi crouched low like a battle-ready ape, his sharp gaze locked onto the gas mask of the man before him. And for me, as the host, to fail to greet you personally, what a grave oversight on my part. Pain lifted his head slightly. He didn't deny his identity. It was as if he already knew they had uncovered his true nature. His voice, however, remained as cold and emotionless as ever. It seems. You already know. This place was a trap set for me. That's right. Rasa spoke with a hint of amusement, clearly pleased with himself, whether it was for successfully collaborating with Sarutobi or for correctly deducing Pain's identity. No secret in this world can remain hidden forever. Rasa's smile was brimming with confidence as his gaze lingered on Pain's gas mask. No matter how enigmatic you may be, no matter how many secrets you keep, as long as you exist in this world, you will eventually be exposed. Pain silently observed the two-cage. Although, it was inevitable that he would be exposed someday. He hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Even if he wanted to retreat now with Konan and his true body, Nagato, it was clear that Konoha and Sunagakure had already anticipated this. Escape would not be easy. That meant this battle was unavoidable. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Sarutobi immediately recognized Pain's movements. His hands flew through a series of seals, and he spewed a massive fireball infused with his chakra. Wind release, great breakthrough. Rasa's seals were just as fast. A powerful gust of wind erupted from his mouth, fueling Sarutobi's flames. In an instant, the battle exploded into full force. The combined wind and fire jutsu surged toward Pain like a raging inferno. What's going on? The surrounding shinobi were stunned. What the hell was happening? One moment, they were focused on the chaos. And the next, they saw two-cage attacking an AIM ninja, together. But before they could even process it, the devastating blaze that was about to engulf Pain vanished. Pain had merely raised a hand, and in an instant, the combined jutsu of two-cage dissipated into nothingness. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. This seemed familiar. Old man. Jiraiya kept his gaze fixed on Pain's gas mask and urgently asked, "What's going on? Who the hell is he?" Capture him first. Sarutobi knew the threat Akatsuki posed. And he knew just how dangerous a man who could command S-rank rogues like Akatsuki's leader had to be. For someone to effortlessly neutralize the jutsu of two-cage. That alone was terrifying. Moreover, they needed him alive for interrogation. As Sarutobi spoke, his eyes sharpened, still fixed on Pain's mask. I just learned this information from the Keizukage. The Akatsuki's leader has infiltrated Konoha. Jiraiya's expression immediately hardened. There was no time to hesitate. If this was truly Akatsuki's leader, then he could hold the answers to all of Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja. Hattie. Rasa chuckled as he glanced at Sarutobi and Jiraiya, now his battlefield allies. Interesting. More interesting was, Tsunade had noticed the commotion. Cracked. Under her fist, the stadium floor shattered like an eggshell. With a single punch, she had crushed the one-tail into the ground. After ensuring Gaara was knocked unconscious, she wasted no time rushing toward Sarutobi's side. What's the situation? Tsunade landed beside Sarutobi, immediately assuming her combat position. But something felt off. She glanced at their formation, then at Rasa's position, and frowned. Wait, why was the Keizukage standing where Orochimaru should be? Or rather, was this really the Keizukage of Sunagakure? He found the optimal battle position way too quickly. Damn it. This guy had insane battlefield intuition. If they were to analyze it, the four of them, all cage-level combatants, had naturally arranged themselves in a formation that perfectly complemented each other's attacks. Moreover, this kind of formation ensured that even if one of them fell, the enemy wouldn't escape. But before they could execute their strategy, pain broke out of their encirclement in an instant. Shinra Tensei. As the four shinobi charged, Pain suddenly raised his hand. A powerful repulsive force erupted from his palm. In a split second, all four of them were blasted backward, coughing up blood. But their injuries were secondary. What truly shook them was that technique, that power. Jiraiya immediately recognized it. This is the Rinnegan. A memory flashed through Jiraiya's mind. The battle against Shijin. The moment he had been completely overwhelmed. His gaze instinctively darted toward where Shijin stood, still watching from afar. A strange realization struck him. Another Rinnegan. Why the hell am I always running into Rinnegan users? First, his deceased disciple, Nagato. Then, the legendary Shijin from the ancient past. And now this man. Jiraiya realized. He had encountered the Rinnegan 3 times in his life. The eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. Were they really that common? But there was no time to think. He had to act now. The 5-second interval. Jiraiya knew from experience that Shinra Tensei had a cooldown period. The instant his feet touched the ground, he formed hand seals at top speed. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. As someone who had fought the Rinnegan before, Jiraiya knew. Ninjutsu was useless against it. The Rinnegan user could simply absorb chakra. However, something was off. Pain didn't absorb it. In fact, Pain seemed caught off guard. As if he hadn't expected Jiraiya to counterattack so quickly. Shinra Tensei had a 5-second cooldown. And Jiraiya had exploited it immediately. Pain barely had time to dodge. The flames scorched the edge of his body. His gas mask was burned away. Pain tore off the smoldering mask and dropped it to the ground. There was no point in hiding anymore. His gaze lifted to meet Jiraiya's. A rare flicker of admiration crossed his face. As expected of Jiraiya-sensei. Chapter 157, Orochimaru. This was an unexpected situation. No one present could have anticipated that the leader of the Akatsuki organization would suddenly call out Jiraiya's name and even refer to him as his teacher. Jiraiya's pupils instinctively contracted. The enemy before him had disheveled orange hair and a somewhat familiar youthful face, but his visage was adorned with numerous metal piercings. So familiar, yet so unfamiliar. Jiraiya strained to recognize the person before him, but the Rinnegan in his eyes and the aura surrounding him made it impossible for Jiraiya to believe his own perception. Or rather, he didn't dare believe it. The enemy standing before him looked too much like his deceased disciple, Yahiko, to the point that Jiraiya's mind wavered for a moment. In that rain-soaked land, he had once taken in 3 disciples, only to later receive news that all 3 had perished in the war. This looked somewhat familiar, Tsunade muttered unconsciously, frowning in thought. After all, she too had once seen Jiraiya's disciple, Yahiko. Jiraiya's heart clenched as he took a deep breath before finally confirming in disbelief, Yahiko, is that you? You still remember me, sensei. Pain's Rinnegan eyes fell upon Jiraiya as he spoke calmly. I thought you would only recognize me when the other 2 appeared alongside me. Them. Jiraiya's brow furrowed immediately. 2 figures had already emerged at Pain's side. With Pain's true identity revealed, it seemed there was no longer any need for Nagato and Konan to remain hidden. Or rather, at this moment, Nagato no longer wished to remain in the shadows. Because they no longer bore the burden of secrecy. Nagato was no longer the true leader of the Akatsuki organization, nor did he need to worry about his identity being exposed in the ninja world. He was no longer the most important person. Long time no see, Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato stood behind Pain, reaching up to remove his gas mask, revealing his bright red hair. His expression still carried a trace of youthful restraint. At the same time, Conan's figure landed behind Pain as well. She slowly removed her own mask, revealing her neatly tied pale purple hair. As if time had rewound itself, they stood before Jiraiya once again, allowing him to finally and completely recognize them. His disciples had become the leaders of Akatsuki. Jiraiya's mind momentarily went blank. Hadn't the toads of Mount Myaboku delivered the message that these three had already died? The three kids from the Land of Rain. Tsunade's face also flashed with disbelief. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you know them. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but turn to Jiraiya and Tsunade, hoping to hear some explanation from Jiraiya. It's more than just knowing them. Tsunade's expression grew complicated. She glanced at Jiraiya, whose face was still filled with shock, and softly explained, during the Second Shinobi World War, Jiraiya took them in as his disciples. This kind of teacher-student relationship was even more troublesome than facing complete strangers. Tsunade looked at her companion and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The disciples he once held dear had now become his enemies. Jiraiya's disciples, huh? Hiruzen's face grew serious. Because he was reminded of the time when his own disciple, Orochimaru, defected. Perhaps at this moment, he was the only one who could truly understand Jiraiya's emotions. Nagato Konan. Jiraiya steadied his breathing. His seasoned demeanor as a ninja allowed him to quickly suppress his sorrow, leaving only suspicion and a cold voice as he questioned them. What the hell is going on? Why have you joined a group full of rogue ninjas like Akatsuki? And how did Yahiko become its leader? Is there something wrong with that? Pain stood in front of Nagato and Konan, shielding them from their teacher's interrogation, just as Yahiko once shielded his companions from the wind and rain. Jiraiya-sensei. We have always wanted to change this world filled with war and slaughter. Now, Akatsuki finally allows us to achieve that dream. Wait, change the world. Jiraiya's body trembled slightly. This dream did not sound strange at all. Because Yahiko had once wanted to change the world, to mediate and end all wars. It was not strange at all for Yahiko, who had suffered under the flames of war, to harbor such an idea. However, Jiraiya's mind subconsciously recalled the great Toad Sage's prophecy, and Shijin's warning about the child of prophecy. No. This was bad. Compared to the shocking revelation of his disciples being alive, what worried Jiraiya even more was that Shijin's words seemed to be coming true. The great Toad Sage had once prophesied that a child who would bring great change to the world would appear, and that Jiraiya himself would be the one to guide him down the right path. Shijin's warning. Each time Jiraiya had taken on a disciple, those disciples had developed aspirations to change the world. And they would ultimately fight amongst themselves until only one remained, the one who truly fit the great Toad Sage's prophecy. What do you intend to do? Jiraiya looked at his former students, trying to understand their intentions while also probing for information about Akatsuki. I've heard some things about Akatsuki. Right now, it's recruiting dangerous rogue ninjas from across the shinobi world. That doesn't seem like the actions of an organization aiming for peace. No comment. Pain shook his head, unwilling to explain further. Because he was not the true decision-maker of Akatsuki, he couldn't reveal any information based solely on his own will. However, he did not intend to hide one thing. Jiraiya-sensei. You, who were born in Konoha, a great nation's shinobi village, have always naively hoped for mutual understanding among people. But you could never comprehend the means we must use to change this world. Former teacher and students were destined to stand on opposing sides. Step aside. Pain raised his hand and calmly said, Jiraiya-sensei, we do not wish to kill you, nor do we wish to harm any more innocent people here. These words were sincere. Their only goal was to kill Danzo Shimura. This was both a mission given to them by Shijin and Black Zetsu, as well as a personal act of revenge. They truly had no intention of harming anyone else. However, Pain's willingness to compromise did not mean there would be peace. Now that their true identities had been revealed, there was no way they could simply walk out of Konoha. Especially since Jiraiya was not the one in charge of making such decisions. Got it, here's the continuation of the translation exactly as it is, maintaining accuracy without changes. Hiruzen Sarutobai's gaze darkened as he turned to Jirya and ordered, "Jirya, stand down." The elderly Hokage's expression remained solemn as he stared at Pain. His sharp eyes locked onto the leader of Akatsuki as he continued, "I will handle this alongside the Kazekage." Naturally, there was no way they could allow Pain to leave. This was a rare opportunity. They had to capture Akatsuki's leader. Even if he was Jirya's disciple, even if doing so would displease Jirya, as the third Hokage of Konoha, he had to ensure the village's future safety. If Jirya participated in the battle and hesitated like he once did with Orochimaru, they might just watch their enemy escape right in front of them. However, Jirya did not intend to step back. The tall, muscular man hesitated slightly as he looked at his disciples, then shook his head, rejecting his teacher's decision. He refused to withdraw from this battle. After all, both sides of this fight were people important to him. No matter which side won, it would be painful for him. Most importantly, this was his responsibility. As their teacher, it was his duty to guide his disciples, not to step aside and watch everything unfold, leaving the burden to his aging master and his trusted companions. Moreover, he was one of the few who truly understood the power of the Rinnegan. Because he had personally experienced its abilities, he knew more about its powers than anyone else. And now, both Nagato and Yahiko possessed the Rinnegan. Though he didn't understand why. It meant they both had access to its abilities. This battle would be extremely dangerous for Konoha. If both Nagato and Yahiko had mastered the Rinnegan's full potential like Shijin, then stepping back now would put Hiruzen and Tsunade in grave danger. "You refuse to step aside." Pain observed Jirya as he assumed a combat stance, his voice filled with regret. "I see, that is exactly like you, Jirya-sensei. What a shame. This is an unwise and futile act. If you have truly witnessed the power of the Rinnegan, you should understand that before its might, you stand no chance." Jirya's expression tensed. Because he knew Pain was right. At least against Shijin, he had been utterly powerless. If Nagato and Yahiko wielded the Rinnegan the same way, even with Hiruzen and Tsunade fighting alongside him, victory was uncertain. But, in this world, battles did not always depend on whether one could win or not. "Then let's begin." Hiruzen Sarutobai raised his hand. The old Hokage was the first to attack, his fingers quickly forming a series of seals. He had learned from his previous mistakes and did not hesitate to share his experience with his students and his ally, Rasa. "Start with ranged attacks. Be careful of that repulsive force that can deflect our jutsu. That is one of the Rinnegan's abilities." Jirya also quickly relayed what he knew about the Rinnegan while forming his own hand seals. His gaze was heavy as he added, "When I fought against Shijin, he used the same technique. It instantly repelled all attacks." A staggered assault. The fourth Kazekage Rasa's voice was cold as he proposed a strategy, using their team's members to launch attacks in sequence to counter the repulsion force. Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Jirya all looked slightly surprised, because they had thought of the same approach at the same time, but they hadn't expected the fourth Kazekage to be so in sync with them. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Hiruzen took the lead, spitting out a massive fireball toward Pain and his allies. Sealing Jutsu, Absorption Seal. Nagato stepped forward, intercepting the incoming flames. He raised his hand and absorbed Hiruzen's fire release technique, converting it into pure chakra within his body. Against his power, no one could harm Pain or Konan. If staggered attacks could work on Pain, they would be useless against Nagato, a true wielder of the Rinnegan. Jirya's gaze grew heavier as he watched Nagato step forward, his voice turning serious as he explained, "This is one of the Rinnegan's abilities. It allows him to absorb jutsu. Any ninjutsu cast during this time will be absorbed and converted into chakra." "Ninjutsu is useless." Tsunade clenched her fists and charged. If ninjutsu attacks wouldn't work, then her taijutsu definitely would. A barrage of paper shuriken flew toward her. As Tsunade rushed in, Konan moved as well. She raised her hand, and countless sheets of paper, some embedded with explosive tags, rained down on Tsunade, threatening to blast her apart. At that moment, Tsunade barely had time to activate her yin seal across her entire body. At the very least, her enhanced regeneration under the yin seal and her cursed seal state should allow her to withstand the explosions. Wind release, cyclone. The fourth Kazekage Rasa quickly formed a seal and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, sweeping the explosive-laden paper away. In an instant, Rasa's wind release neutralized Conan's attack and rescued Tsunade from danger. Thanks, Kazekage. Tsunade landed back on the ground. She had to admit, Rasa's intervention was crucial. Seeing this, Hiruzen and Jiraiya felt a little more reassured about the Kazekage. At the very least, it seemed he genuinely wanted to fight alongside them. Thank you. Hiruzen solemnly expressed his gratitude to the fourth Kazekage, his voice deep. It's nothing. Rasa smiled and responded with equal seriousness. We are allies who need to rely on each other. However, you still haven't forced them to use their strange repulsion ability, meaning we haven't truly pressured them yet. This battle has yet to truly begin. Just as Rasa and Hiruzen were about to reevaluate their strategy, since they still hadn't forced Pain to use his repulsion technique, Pain's voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield. The warning immediately sent a chill down their spines. But that warning was meaningless. Pain's expression remained cold as he raised his palm, his voice carrying a tinge of solemnity as he spoke 7 words. Shinra Tensei. Boom! The density of the air suddenly shifted under the immense pressure of the repulsive force. The entire battlefield trembled violently under the crushing power of Shinra Tensei. Every Konoha ninja present witnessed an awe-inspiring sight. This time, Pain did not hold back at all. Shinra Tensei's power was unleashed at full strength. Half of the stone tiles covering the arena floor were uprooted in an instant. The shattered debris flew across the battlefield, leaving the ground devastated like an abandoned wasteland. Hiruzen and the others barely had time to react before the massive repulsion force sent them flying. Before they even hit the ground, blood sprayed from their mouths, as if they had been utterly crushed by the overwhelming power. Understood. Here's the continuation of the translation exactly as it is, maintaining accuracy without changes. Before they even hit the ground, blood sprayed from their mouths, as if they had been utterly crushed by the overwhelming power. Among them, Tsunade suffered the most severe injuries. However, just before she was about to crash to the ground, she swiftly formed a hand seal. Summoning Jutsu. A white summoning circle instantly appeared on the ground, and from it emerged a large slug, Katsuyu. The enormous slug looked at Tsunade, concern in its gentle voice. Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu, heal us. Tsunade immediately instructed, directing the slug towards the others. Although she had sustained serious injuries, her body, reinforced by her yin seal, was still in the best condition among them, allowing her to react swiftly. Understood. Katsuyu's body split into multiple smaller slugs, each one crawling over to Jiraiya, Hiruzen, and even the Kazekage, beginning to heal their injuries. There's no immediate danger to their lives. Katsuyu's soft voice provided reassurance. Hiruzen and Jiraiya coughed, their faces grim as they endured the treatment. Even though they had not yet fought with their full strength, they had been heavily injured before they could even go all out. The Kazekage, check on the Kazekage. Hiruzen quickly turned his head to look in Rasa's direction. During the battle, the fourth Kazekage had aided Tsunade, and Konoha could not ignore their ally's condition. I already sent Katsuyu to help him. Tsunade responded, her hands glowing with a greenish chakra as she continued to heal Jiraiya's wounds. Her voice was heavy. We need Shijin here now. We can't afford to wait. Suddenly, an unfamiliar, yet eerily familiar voice interrupted her. What an unexpected surprise. Tsunade's heart clenched at the voice. She recognized it instantly, one that she hadn't heard in years. You still haven't realized it yet, have you? Her expression darkened. Before she could fully process what was happening, Katsuyu's voice rang out in warning. Tsunade-sama, that is. Tsunade's gaze turned sharply toward Rasa's supposed location, only to see a completely lifeless body lying there. But what alarmed her most? It wasn't the Kazekige's corpse. It was the technique that had replaced him. That's Orochimaru's body substitution jutsu. A chill ran down her spine. Tsunade's fists clenched involuntarily as she frantically scanned her surroundings. Her mind screamed in denial, but she already knew. Orochimaru. She gritted her teeth, her voice laced with anger. He was here. Hiruzen and Jiraiya, both wounded yet alert, lifted their heads, staring at her in shock. As if in response to their bewildered expressions, the familiar, sinister voice continued. How disappointing. None of you recognized me until now. Chapter 158, The Resurrected Hokage. The vast battleground was eerily silent. Orochimaru's voice drifted through the air. A chilling, sinister aura crept up behind Tsunade. Neither Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, nor Tsunade had detected him as he impersonated the fourth Kazekage, Rasa. It was as if Orochimaru had something to say about his former teacher and comrades. I thought I had done more than enough. Orochimaru's sly smile stretched across his face as he looked at the three most significant people in his life. His expression was filled with regret and mockery. So many clues, yet none of you noticed my identity. Even more pathetic is how powerless you all are before Nagato. However, he was not met with a warm welcome. No Konoha ninja would ever welcome him. Orochimaru, you bastard. Jiraiya instinctively tried to stand up. Orochimaru. Tsunade had already thrown a punch at him. Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze turned complex. He looked at his former disciple, who had once defected from Konoha, and for a moment, he seemed dazed. No wonder I found the Kazekige's fighting style so familiar, so it was you've been impersonating him all along. The fourth Kazekage, Rasa, was known for his ability to manipulate gold dust. Yet, throughout this battle, he had only used wind release techniques and never once employed his signature gold dust abilities. Perhaps Hiruzen should have realized it sooner. Of course it was me. If not me. Orochimaru dodged Tsunade's attack with a smirk, speaking softly. Then who would help you deal with the threat of Akatsuki? Were you planning to rely on that Kazekage who secretly harbored ill will toward Konoha? You bastard. Tsunade's eyes burned with fury. She had no interest in listening to his justifications. Hiruzen, however, understood the implication behind Orochimaru's words. His voice grew heavy. So, this whole time, you plan to use us to take down Akatsuki's leader. Orochimaru playfully wagged his finger and chuckled. I never expected you to defeat Akatsuki. From the start, I knew you were no match for Nagato, or rather, your strength is simply too weak against them. But you aren't completely useless. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed dangerously, exuding a menacing aura. At the very least, your defeat puts Konoha in its most perilous state. And with Konoha on the brink of disaster, he could finally unleash his true plan. Only when Konoha was in danger could he force the former Hokage of Konoha to rise again and fight for the village. Everything so far was just an appetizer. Orochimaru slowly raised his hand, the corner of his lips curling into a mocking sneer. Now, it's time for the real feast to begin. In order to bring them back, I had to sacrifice 3 children who could wield the power of the cursed seal. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. As Orochimaru's palm slammed onto the ground, his expression turned uncharacteristically serious. His gaze locked onto the smoke rising from the summoning seal. Under everyone's shocked stares, 3 massive coffins suddenly emerged from the earth. Edo Tensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart grew heavier. What unsettled him the most was how quickly the situation was spiraling out of control. Their crushing defeat at the hands of pain, Orochimaru's sudden appearance, none of this had been foreseen. And now, something even worse was happening. What did Orochimaru intend to do with Edo Tensei? Creak. The coffins slowly opened. 3 figures, their faces marred with cracks, stepped into view. Each one was someone every Konoha ninja present knew all too well. Some of them even had living relatives still in the village. First Hokage. Hiruzen's pupils shrank as he stared in disbelief at the long-haired man clad in red armor emerging from the first coffin. Tsunade's heart pounded violently. That's the first Hokage. Hiruzen's body trembled as his eyes locked onto the second figure, clad in blue armor. Jiraiya turned to the third coffin, his mind going blank. He had never once imagined that he would see his dead student again. And they were not the only ones in shock. Every Konoha ninja on the battlefield looked stunned. If the first and second Hokage were legendary figures of a bygone era, then the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, still held enormous prestige in Konoha. More than that, his son was present. Naruto Uzumaki stood beside Kakashi Hatake, staring at the coffin holding Minato Namikaze. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Hokage of Konoha's passed. Kakashi felt a chill down his spine. He never expected to see these deceased figures once again. Especially his teacher, Minato Namikaze. Minato's sharp blue eyes flickered open. His gaze fell upon Hiruzen and Jiraiya, both gravely injured, and his face twisted in concern. Third Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei, what's going on? Why are you here? What happened? No, something was wrong. Why was he here? Edo Tensei, huh? The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, scoffed darkly. It was as if he had already expected someone to use his forbidden technique. So, it has been exploited after all. Brother. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, stepped out of his coffin and immediately began scolding his younger sibling. I told you long ago that Edo Tensei should never have been created. However, oddly enough, Tobirama did not argue. He seemed unwilling to discuss the topic. Instead, his sharp eyes settled on Hiruzen Sarutobi, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke. Monkey. A pause. You've gotten old. Tobirama sighed heavily at the passage of time before his expression hardened. What's going on? Why are you all so gravely injured? You should. Let me explain. Orochimaru interrupted with a smirk, his voice carrying a sinister amusement. Konoha has been invaded by a dangerous enemy. Naturally, at this critical moment, I used Edo Tensei to bring you back and save the village. Shut up. Don't listen to his nonsense. Tsunade immediately cut him off, her voice firm. Orochimaru is a traitor to Konoha. If you have any doubts, question me instead. Orochimaru chuckled, amused by her anger. He casually continued his deceit. You became a traitor only because you conspired with Danzo to eliminate Akatsuki, the biggest threat to the ninja world. Tsunade sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. That bastard still dared to spout lies. Who would believe such nonsense? Is that true? Hashirama stroked his chin, scanning the battlefield for Danzo. That kid was always reckless. Where is he? Tsunade's face twitched. She quickly corrected him. Granduncle, don't believe his lies. He's making everything up. No lie. Tobirama turned his gaze to the battlefield. He could sense an immensely powerful chakra in the distance. It was clear that Konoha had encountered a terrifying enemy. And now they had been resurrected in the middle of it all. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield before locking onto Nagato and the others. From his perception, there were 8 chakra sources, unusually potent yet disturbingly unnatural. Among them, one chakra signature was overwhelmingly powerful yet faint at the same time. It seems you've encountered an exceptionally troublesome enemy. No one could deny it. Even Tsunade fell silent for a moment. Because Pain's strength was beyond their expectations. With a single move, he had severely wounded them, yet he still appeared to be holding back. What is going on? Nagato's Rinnegan calmly observed the 8 coffins that had suddenly appeared. Through his sensory abilities, he could detect the presence of 8 immensely strong chakra sources. Some of them felt unfathomably ancient, yet eerily stable. Edo Tensei. Pain's voice was emotionless, yet it carried a weight that sent shivers through those listening. His eyes lingered on the unfolding scene as he murmured, Orochimaru, so you really have betrayed us. After all, Orochimaru had been impersonating the 4th Kazekage while fighting alongside them. And now, with Konoha on the verge of defeat, he had used Edo Tensei to summon 8 powerful figures from the past. There was no way that this was for Konoha's benefit. All of this had been part of Orochimaru's scheme. His true target was not Konoha, but them. You must retreat. Konan was the first to sense the danger, immediately warning Nagato. She knew that if Nagato stayed, he would be walking into Orochimaru's trap. We need to leave now before we get caught in his web. But Nagato's expression darkened, his head shaking slightly. At this point, retreating may not be an option. Shing. Two kunai suddenly flew toward them. Pain instinctively raised his hand, forming a chakra rod to deflect them. However, in the blink of an eye, two figures suddenly appeared beside the kunai. Moving at an inhuman speed, they seized the kunai midair and drove them straight toward Pain's body. Damn! Pain's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't even seen their movements. By the time he realized what was happening, the two figures were already upon him. Pain! Conan's body instantly dissolved into paper fragments. Shinra Tensei. Nagato barely had time to react, using his own body to unleash a powerful repulsive force, sending the two attackers flying. However, the moment his Shinra Tensei struck them, they vanished without a trace. Like ghosts fading into the darkness, they disappeared as quickly as they had come. Their speed and unpredictability sent chills down Nagato and Conan's spines. Chapter 159, Super Shinra Tensei. How is this possible? Nagato clenched his teeth. His expression had become especially grim. Ever since he had truly begun to develop the powers of the Rinnegan, he had always relied on them in battle. Until now, no one had ever been able to stand against him. But the enemies that had just appeared had completely surpassed his expectations. The moment he saw them, their attacks had already landed. His main body barely had time to react and counterattack, yet before his strike could reach them, they had already disappeared. Nagato's Rinnegan only managed to capture a fleeting image, one with silver hair, the other with golden hair. Just like the silver flash and the golden flash. The golden flash. Nagato's heart sank slightly. At that moment, he recalled a long-lost legend. The fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, had once dominated the ninja world. With his unparalleled speed, he could defeat dozens of elite jonin in an instant. His legend as the Golden Flash spread far and wide, to the extent that all major ninja villages had been forced to issue a supplemental command. If you encounter the Golden Flash, abandoning the mission does not count as failure. Fourth, your teleportation technique is fast. The second Hokage, Tabarama Senju, held a flying thunder god kunai in his hand, praising the young Hokage beside him. A successor who not only matched but possibly surpassed his speed. The man once hailed as the fastest in the ninja world had now seen his future in a younger generation. It was only a probing attack. Minato scratched the back of his neck sheepishly, slightly embarrassed by the praise. He hadn't even gone all out. But Minato quickly moved past the topic, his gaze growing serious as he looked toward Nagato and his allies in the distance. Their abilities are indeed strange. The Sage of the Six Paths' eyes, Tabarama, too, grew solemn. Although their speed had caught the enemy off guard, those Rinnegan eyes had still reacted instantly with a counterattack. This opponent could not be underestimated. A fascinating adversary. Hashirama Senju, however, showed no sign of concern. Instead, his face was full of interest. It was as if he cared little for the strength of his enemies, rather, he was excited to face them. I've never seen a living person with the Sage of the Six Paths' eyes before. Orochimaru watched as the three Hokage discussed their strategy against Nagato's group. A subtle smile formed at the corner of his lips. His gaze shifted slightly toward a certain corner of the battlefield. All his cards had been played, and yet that man still refused to show himself. If we need more information about the Rinnegan. Just as Orochimaru glanced toward Shijin, Hiruzen Sarutobi also turned in the same direction. Perhaps we should seek Lord Shijin's guidance. Lord Shijin is still around. Hashirama's face lit up with joy, as if he didn't mind being disturbed from his eternal rest. He took care of me quite a bit when I was alive. Tabarama, however, instinctively averted his gaze, as if trying to avoid looking in that direction. He was revived through Edo Tensei again. Tsunade hesitated as she spoke about Shijin's return, her eyes flickering with irritation as she glared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, this is all your fault. Let's talk about Lord Shijin later. Tabarama wasn't interested in discussing Shijin right now. He feared it would lead to a dispute with his elder brother and distract them from Konoha's current crisis. He simply stated, "Big brother, let's deal with Konoha's enemies first." All right. What a shame, though. Hashirama suddenly clasped his fists together, his previously cheerful expression disappearing as he entered battle mode. Let's take care of this troublesome enemy first. Then, we'll catch up with Lord Shijin before dispelling Edo Tensei and returning to the Pure Land. We shouldn't interfere too much with the living. Minato nodded slowly. The revived fourth Hokage did not look toward Shijin. His eyes remained fixed on a single figure, standing beside Kakashi Hatake. His son. More than anything, he wanted to talk to his son, to see him properly with his own eyes. But first, he had to resolve Konoha's crisis. Step. The three resurrected Hokage stepped forward in unison. That single step was enough to put Nagato on high alert. Conan, fall back. Pain's cold voice warned Conan to retreat. They are incredibly dangerous. Protect yourself. Nagato stood behind Pain, preparing to face the three Hokage alone. Conan, I'll hold them off. You need to leave this place first. No. This place is too dangerous. Pain's voice remained icy as his gaze flickered slightly. He could sense the incoming danger. Besides, if you stay here, I won't be able to use some of my more destructive techniques. There was no choice. To deal with the incredibly fast second and fourth Hokage, both he and his main body would have to use large-scale attacks to ensure there was nowhere for them to escape. Conan furrowed her brows. She was no fool. In just a brief moment, she had already realized how difficult it was to deal with those two lightning-fast Hokage. This was possibly the most dangerous situation Nagato had ever faced since gaining the Rinnegan. But could she really just run away? Even if it meant risking her life, she refused to repeat the past. She would not stand by and watch as Nagato followed in Yahiko's footsteps. However, the battle had already begun. Just as they were discussing their plan, Hashirama suddenly dashed toward them, with Tobirama and Minato following closely behind. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. Hashirama charged straight ahead. True to his title as the god of shinobi, even in this weakened Edo Tensei state, his power far exceeded that of ordinary men. Thick tree roots burst from the ground, surging toward Nagato's group. Towering trees and massive vines rapidly expanded, turning half of the battlefield into an ancient forest within seconds. Half the arena instantly transformed into a primordial jungle. Shinra Tensei. However, Pain merely lifted his palm. In an instant, he cleared a wide-open space around him. He had no intention of fighting these battle-hardened Hokage in a dense forest, as neither he nor Nagato were true combat veterans. The difference in experience was a fatal disadvantage at this moment. But this attack was just a feint. Tobirama and Minato had already closed in. Though they appeared to be supporting fighters, they were actually the main attackers. Fly to the sky. Pain didn't use another Shinra Tensei, because he knew it wouldn't be enough to stop Tobirama and Minato. Their speed allowed them to escape the attack the moment it was activated. They could dodge his repulsion force in the blink of an eye. To truly defeat them, he had to put them in a position where they had no escape. Pain and Nagato simultaneously took to the sky. Dance of the Paper Angels. Conan's legs transformed into paper, lifting her into the air like angelic wings. As she ascended, countless razor-sharp paper shuriken shot forth like a storm, tearing through the ground below. But Minato and Tobirama's movements were simply too fast. They weaved through the deadly paper barrage, searching for the perfect moment to strike. And at the same time, Nagato was preparing for something devastating. Super Shinra Tensei. A terrifying repulsive force exploded from Pain, ripping the battlefield apart. The ground cracked and shattered as the immense force engulfed everything in its path. This time, the power was utterly monstrous, so overwhelming that it left no room for resistance. Not even Konoha itself could withstand such an attack. But just as all seemed lost, Hiruzen, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and even Orochimaru suddenly appeared in 4 directions, completing their hand seals. 4 red yang formation.